In the chaotic summer of Harry's 5th year, number 12 Grimmauld Place was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere in the dust of bygone days. The sensitive and reserved Remus Lupin found himself reluctantly assuming the role of the temporary caretaker of this ancient residence, striving to maintain order amidst the turmoil and to care for each of his cherished companions, particularly the recently escaped, vibrant yet battle-scarred fugitive from Azkaban, Sirius Black. Chapter 1. The Intruder at Grimmauld Place. Grimmauld Place breathed heavily in the August heat, akin to a reluctant and slumbering beast. The air was thick with the mingled scents of aged fabrics, dust, and a profound sorrow that seemed to linger in the very walls. Remus gently closed the front door adorned with a serpent-shaped knocker, effectively sealing out the clamor of the Muggle world while immersing himself in the weighty legacy of the Black family. He removed his well-worn yet still tidy travel cloak, instinctively smoothing out non-existent creases with his hand, before carefully draping it over what appeared to be the only somewhat stable coat rack in the hall. His movements bore the weight of years and a meticulousness honed by time. His gaze fell upon the disarray around him. The house elf creature flitted past the corner of the staircase, muttering with palpable resentment. The portraits of the Black family, permanently affixed to the walls by a sticking charm, seemed to be in a deep slumber. Yet Remus knew this was but an illusion. Any slight noise could rouse the hysterical Mrs. Black. He sighed silently, retrieving a clean handkerchief from his pocket to dab the fine beads of sweat forming at his brow. Mrs. Weasley and Hermione had made every effort, but the malice and chaos inherent in this house were deeply rooted. There was an abundance of tasks to address. A mountain of dark artifacts required sorting. The creaking floors needed reinforcement, and the pervasive, suffocating sense of dread lingered everywhere. Remus, a loud, exuberant voice shattered the stillness of the room like a stone breaking the surface of a pond, brimming with unabashed joy. Remus lifted his head, a small smile involuntarily curving his lips. Sirius Black bounded down the kitchen stairs, his movements still imbued with the grace and strength that Azkaban had failed to erode completely. His long black hair fell carelessly around him, accentuating his pale, yet handsome features. He wore an old shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his slender forearms. Though lean, the spark of life rekindled in his gray eyes was almost frenzied, a vitality yearning for release. "Look at you, all serious, like an old professor inspecting his domain," Sirius declared, stepping close with a gust of energy, reaching out to ruffle Remus's neatly combed golden gray hair. Remus instinctively turned his head away, a subtle but firm gesture. "My hair was just tidied, Sirius." His voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of resigned indulgence. "Exactly why it needs to be disheveled," Sirius retorted with a grin, his hand falling empty before he instead clasped Remus's shoulder and gave it a hearty pat. "This place is tidy enough. We don't need another neat freak around." He surveyed the dim hall and made a face. "Though it could certainly use a bit of vitality. I believe there is a distinction between vitality and utter destruction," Remus gently countered, his gaze pointedly drifting to a pile of debris in the corner that resembled remnants of a shattered cabinet. "What is that?" "Oh, that," Sirius shrugged nonchalantly. "Just a dark object that tried to bite my finger. I gave it a shatter spell. It worked quite well, wouldn't you agree?" Remus felt a headache coming on. "Sirius, we've discussed this. Do not use destructive spells without first assessing whether items are hazardous and how to handle them. Some dark artifact can yield unforeseen consequences when forcibly destroyed. Relax, I know what I'm doing." Sirius waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned by Remus's admonitions. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Guess what I found in the attic this morning? A whole box of my dear mother's biting silverware. We could use it to add some flair to Snape's office. What do you think?" Remus's brow furrowed even deeper. "No, Sirius, absolutely not. Firstly, Professor Snape is our colleague." "Huh," Sirius interjected with a short laugh. "And secondly, casually bringing dangerous items into Hogwarts is a serious breach of regulations." Remus insisted on finishing his point, feeling as though he were attempting to impose rules on an overly exuberant puppy. "Regulations, regulations, always regulations." Sirius exaggeratedly sighed, his arms slipping from Remus's shoulder as he began to pace across the dusty floor. "Remus, we are fighting Voldemort, not attending a ministry tea party. A bit of boldness is required. Courage does not equate to recklessness, Remus replied calmly, retrieving his wand from his pocket and giving a gentle flick toward the debris. Return to its original form. The fragments quivered momentarily, barely coalescing into a twisted, cracked shape resembling a cabinet, but evidently unable to restore itself completely. Remus sighed again, this time tinged with genuine regret. Sirius observed the focused profile of Remus, his brow slightly furrowed, and suddenly fell silent. Leaning against the peeling wall with arms crossed, his gaze rested on Remus's hands, which, though roughened from years of handling werewolf affairs, now held his wand steadily. "All right, caretaker," his tone softened, imbued with a subtle intimacy. "You're in charge. However, I've kept something for you hidden in the kitchen cupboard." Remus looked up, puzzled. New treats from Honeydukes, buzzing bee sweets, and chocolate cauldron cakes. Sirius flashed a wide smile, revealing his white teeth. "I noticed you hardly ate anything last night. Don't tell me you'll confiscate this too, with regulations." In that moment, a small corner of Remus's heart felt warmed by a sliver of sunlight. He gazed at the seemingly rebellious yet attentively considerate man before him, and all the lectures about order and rules caught in his throat. Silently, he stepped forward, not toward the heap of debris, but reached out to naturally straighten Sirius's crooked collar, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. His movements were gentle and swift, a habit formed from years of caring for others. Sirius froze for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his gray eyes. Surprise, perhaps, and a touch of vulnerability at having his softer side exposed, quickly replaced by a deeper amusement. He did not pull away, but simply gazed at Remus's focused and gentle face, now mere inches apart. "I just don't want you to get hurt or set the house ablaze," Remus murmured, as if justifying his actions, then stepped back to create the perfect, safe distance. "With you around, that won't happen." Sirius's voice lowered, imbued with a sense of certainty. "You'll sort everything out, won't you, Mooney?" At that moment, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, followed by Mrs. Weasley's furious shout and the unmistakable laughter of one of the twins. Clearly, another bout of chaos was unfolding. Remus instinctively glanced towards the staircase, his expression betraying a sense of urgency, as if to say, "I must investigate." Seizing the moment, Sirius swiftly reached out, triumphantly tousling the stubborn lock of hair that perpetually hung over Remus's forehead. "Go on, Mum," he teased, winking playfully before turning and dashing towards the kitchen, leaving behind a trail of light-hearted footsteps. "Don't forget to indulge in the cake. Otherwise, I shall assume you are questioning my taste." Remus remained rooted to the spot, acutely aware of the disarray of hair atop his head. His gaze shifted to the forlorn cabinet in the corner, partially restored but still pitiable, before finally resting upon the vacant doorway of the kitchen. A genuine, warm smile broke through his usual restraint, quietly creeping upon his lips. He shook his head, murmuring softly, as if addressing both the house and himself. "It appears that this will be an exceptionally protracted endeavor of tidying up." Chapter 2. The chapter of rebirth. The silence of Grimmauld Place is a living, breathing entity. It lurks behind the faded wallpaper, curls upon the dust-laden crystal chandelier, and peers through the murky gazes of the Blake's ancestral portraits, watching over the last vestiges of life within the house. Remus Lupin, cradling a steaming cup of tea, hesitates at the threshold of the study. He can hear the muffled, labored breaths from within, occasionally interrupted by the faint sound of nails scraping against wood. Another nightmare. He gently pushes the door open. Sirius is curled up in the only somewhat comfortable old velvet armchair by the window, not in slumber, but wide awake. His body taut like a drawn bow. His head is buried deep between his knees, hands gripping his hair fiercely, knuckles turning white from the strain. The afternoon light outlines the sharp contours of his gaunt, trembling shoulder blades, rendering him akin to a wounded, trapped beast. "Sirius?" Remus's voice is barely above a whisper, lest he disturb him. The figure in the chair jolts suddenly, lifting his head. In his gray eyes, there is no trace of the confusion of awakening, only a raw, unrelenting terror and chaos, as if the Dementors of Azkaban had just glided past him. His complexion is pallid, a sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I'm fine," he croaks, the words lacking conviction. even failing to persuade himself. He attempts a familiar, nonchalant smile, but his lips only twitch awkwardly, resembling a painful spasm instead. Remus's heart feels as though it is gripped by a cold hand. He steps forward, refraining from probing questions, and simply places the warm teacup into Sirius's icy, trembling hands. His fingers inadvertently brush against Sirius's wrist, where the skin is frigid, yet the pulse races. Sirius's fingers instinctively curl around the warm cup, as if it were the only tangible object within reach. He does not meet Remus's gaze, his eyes vacant, staring out at the gray sky, divided into patches by the chimneys. "I can smell it again," he murmurs, his voice drifting from a distant place, laden with damp decay and that chilling sensation that drains all joy. Remus silently pulls up a stool and sits beside him. He does not attempt to offer words of comfort. They would be too insipid in the face of 12 years of trauma from Azkaban. He merely exists there, a steady and warm anchor amidst the tumultuous waves of nightmares and memories, providing a small yet genuine semblance of support. Sirius takes a deep breath, closing his eyes as if striving to banish the terrifying visions from his mind. His fingers unconsciously caress the rough surface of the clay teacup, and then, seemingly in search of something more solid to grasp, his empty hand reaches toward the half-open drawer of the nearby desk, fumbling blindly. "I remember there used to be," he mumbles, his fingers brushing against a hard object. He retrieves it. It is an old badge. The badge, adorned in hues of red and gold, bore signs of fading and had several dents along its edges. It was engraved with the figures of a majestic stag, a large dog, a wolf, and a mouse, encircling a peculiar symbol resembling a footprint of 4 claws, the emblem of the Marauders. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Sirius fixated on the badge, his breath abruptly halting. His gray eyes widened, the fear and confusion within them receding like the tide, replaced by a profound tremor that threatened to engulf him entirely. His fingers tightened around the badge, the knuckles blanching from the pressure. Remus also caught sight of the badge. He felt as though something was lodged in his throat. He remained silent, merely observing Sirius, witnessing how this small object, emblematic of their youth and glory, shattered the facade he had carefully constructed. A drop of scalding liquid struck the back of Sirius's hand, splattering into a tiny droplet. He shuddered violently, as if scorched by that tear, and then, uncontrollably, more tears cascaded down his pale, gaunt cheeks. He uttered no sound. His shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably, releasing 12 years of suppressed anguish, injustice, the sorrow of losing a dear friend, and the bewilderment of facing a world that had changed after regaining freedom. In that moment, accompanied by the silent torrent of tears, all was unleashed. He curled up in the chair like a wounded animal, clutching the badge against his chest, as if it were the last intact fragment of his shattered heart. Remus remained silent as well. He extended his hand, refraining from touching the badge or Sirius's trembling shoulder, instead gently resting it atop his cold hand that gripped the teacup. A silent, steadfast support. After what felt like an eternity, Sirius's tremors gradually subsided. He kept his head bowed, staring at the badge soaked in tears, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with an exhaustion that seemed to drain all his strength, yet strangely mingled with a hint of relief. "Remus, tell me about our past." He lifted his tear-filled eyes to the only person beside him who could comprehend that time, his gaze filled with pleading, "Tell me who we are." Remus looked into his eyes, which, washed by tears, now sparkled with a faint glimmer of life. It took a deep breath. He understood that this was not a fleeting moment of nostalgia, but a desperate call for help from his soul, a quest for self-existence. "All right," he said softly, his voice steady and warm. He adjusted his posture and turned his gaze to the badge, as if through it he could glimpse the sun-drenched, distant past of Hogwarts. It was in 1971, at King's Cross Station in September. Remus's voice began to resonate, like the opening of a long-sealed, weighty magical album. Chapter 3. First Encounters and Sorting, 1971. At King's Cross Station in September, the air was alive with the cacophony of farewells and the excited shrieks of children. The steam locomotive exhaled fragrant plumes of smoke, a delightful concoction of coal dust and the essence of adventure, permeating the air. 11-year-old Remus Lupin clutched his mother's hand tightly with one hand, while the other pushed a brand-new luggage trolley, laden with all his possessions. Dressed in a slightly oversized second-hand robe, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety and anticipation that threatened to consume him. He was a werewolf. This secret acted as an invisible barrier, isolating him from the exuberant peers around him. He cautiously observed his surroundings, yearning to blend and yet fearful of revealing any trace of his difference. "You'll be all right, dear." Lyle Lupin softly adjusted his son's already neatly pressed collar, his eyes brimming with encouragement, yet unable to mask profound concern. "Remember to write regularly, and if you feel unwell, do seek out Madame Pomfrey immediately. Understood?" Lyle stood behind his wife, patting his son's shoulder, a somewhat clumsy gesture, yet imbued with strength. "Study well, Remus. Remember, you are just as capable as the other children. Perhaps even more so." As he traversed platform 9 3/4, the magnificent crimson Hogwarts Express unfolded before him like an imposing marvel, causing his heart to race. Under the watchful gaze of his parents, filled with encouragement and worry, he boarded the train, quickly finding an empty compartment where he nearly concealed himself. He settled into a window seat, feigning deep concentration on the departing crowd outside, while his ears perked up, attuned to every passing footstep and burst of laughter outside the door. He silently prayed that this compartment would remain vacant, allowing him to arrive at school in quietude, all the while secretly hoping that someone might wander in and strike up a conversation. The compartment door swung open abruptly. A dark-haired boy stood at the threshold, strikingly handsome even at such a young age, already hinting at a future that would captivate countless hearts. His gray eyes sparkled with audacity and brightness, exuding an innate confidence tinged with a hint of arrogance, followed closely by a bespectacled boy with tousled hair, struggling to haul a massive trunk inside. "Is anyone here?" The dark-haired boy's voice rang clear, brimming with certainty, as if merely passing through. Without awaiting Remus's response, he turned to the boy behind him, saying, "This is it, James. Hurry up." The boy named James finally managed to wrestle the trunk inside, panting as he plopped down across from Remus, grinning widely to reveal 2 prominent canine teeth. "Hi, I'm James Potter, and this is Sirius Black." Sirius Black. A jolt of recognition coursed through Remus. He had heard of this surname, one of the oldest and most fanatical pure-blood families in the wizarding world, and instinctively shrank back, wishing to become less conspicuous. Yet Sirius evidently had no intention of overlooking him. He adeptly arranged his trunk and then settled beside Remus, his long legs stretching out casually, almost brushing against Remus's. He scrutinized Remus with an inquisitive gaze, direct yet devoid of malice. "And you? What is your name?" "Remus Lupin." His voice was barely above a whisper. "Lupin?" Sirius tilted his head slightly, as if rummaging through his memories for that surname, then shrugged, admitting he had not heard of it. "That's rather good," he remarked, his tone laced with a palpable disdain for the antiquated customs of his family. Remus looked at him with surprise. James immediately chimed in with enthusiasm. "Indeed, my parents say the Blacks are dreadfully traditional, with family trees hanging on every wall, and they even go so far as to disown relatives they dislike." He made a face, adding, "Fortunately, you don't seem to resemble them at all, Sirius." "Of course I don't," Sirius scoffed, his voice imbued with a rebellious glee. "I was sorted into Gryffindor, much to their chagrin." This revelation caused Remus to regard him with newfound admiration. A Black, yearning to join Gryffindor? The remainder of their journey passed swiftly, filled with James's incessant chatter about Quidditch and Sirius's occasional incisive and sharp-witted remarks. Remus mostly listened, contributing only when prompted, and he discovered that although Sirius appeared arrogant, he possessed a quick intellect and a captivating wit, treating Remus, who seemed rather ordinary and even somewhat timid, with no condescension. Sirius would deliberately push snacks towards Remus or gaze at him intently with his bright gray eyes while he spoke, making him feel valued. When the train finally arrived at Hogwarts, they followed Hagrid's towering figure to a small boat, watching as the illuminated castle loomed closer in the darkness, enveloped in a shared sense of awe and wonder among all the first years. In the great hall, there was the starry ceiling for long tables and the infamous Tut-Tut sorting hat. Remus felt his palms grow clammy with nerves. Black, Sirius. When Professor McGonagall called out this name, a distinct murmur rippled through the hall. All eyes turned to the boy with dark hair and gray eyes, confidently striding forward. The moment the hat barely touched his hair, it shouted out the house that left many, especially those at the Slytherin table, gaping in disbelief. Gryffindor. In that instant, Sirius's face illuminated with a truly radiant, liberated smile. He strode towards the Gryffindor table, where the cheers were loudest, even casting a provocative glance at a few pallid-faced individuals from Slytherin, who were likely his relatives. He had succeeded. With his own choice, he had delivered a resounding slap to the face of that decayed family. Remus's heart raced. It was his turn next. He approached the hat almost clumsily, donning the oversized headgear. The hat obscured his vision, and he could only hear a faint voice echoing in his mind. Difficult. Very difficult. Courageous, yet harboring a deep-seated loyalty, yearning for friendship and striving to excel. And there is quite a significant secret. Remus felt his heart nearly cease its rhythmic beating. It is done, it knows. Do not worry, child. The voice of the sorting hat seemed imbued with a sense of understanding and reassurance. Your secret is safe here. It shapes you, but shall not define your entirety at Hogwarts. Therefore, the place best suited for you is Gryffindor. As he dazedly approached the Gryffindor long table, the first to greet him with an unabashedly warm smile, shifting aside to make room, was none other than the recently seated Sirius. Look! Sirius nudged him affectionately with his elbow as he sat down, his gray eyes sparkling with joy and pride, as if Remus's placement in Gryffindor was partly his doing. I told you we would be together. In that moment, Remus Lupin felt the most significant bond of his life beginning to unfold. The heavy secret of being a werewolf seemed less suffocating in the light of that boy's bright and rebellious smile, along with those simple yet resolute words. A faint glimmer pierced through the long-accumulated gloom in his heart, quietly illuminating the shadows within. Chapter 4. More than just mischief, the first year of the Marauders came to a swift conclusion, and now it was time for their second year. The Hogwarts Express sped through the fields, the golden scenery of September whizzing past the windows. Yet within the compartment, time appeared to stretch under the weight of laughter and merriment. James Potter was attempting to shove a chocolate frog up Peter's nose, prompting Peter to scream and dodge, their laughter nearly threatening to lift the roof. Remus Lupin leaned against the window, cradling a book titled Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Yet the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth revealed that he was not entirely absorbed in his reading. He relished the ruckus, akin to basking near a fire on a winter's day, warm yet cautious of getting too close for fear of burns. Sirius Black, meanwhile, was the epicenter of this commotion, or rather, the spark igniting it. He lounged carelessly in his seat, long legs sprawled across the empty space opposite him, his gray eyes scanning the book resting on Remus's lap with a quirked brow. Moon face, already studying before the term has even begun? His tone carried the familiar, affectionate teasing. Professor McGonagall would be so moved she'd award you an extra 100 points. Remus lifted his gaze to meet those lively gray eyes, offering a resigned smile. I just wanted to get a head start. And please, don't call me that. Why not? It suits you perfectly. Sirius leaned in a bit closer, an essence of peppermint and something clean and crisp enveloping him, perpetually exuding an air of quiet mystery. With a swift motion, he snatched Remus's book away before he could protest, and, almost magically, produced a bag of fizzing Whizbees from his robe. Let us switch textbooks. This one is much sweeter. His actions were natural and assertive, imbued with an irresistible intimacy. Remus gazed at the candy thrust into his hand, the wrapper still warm from Sirius's fingertips. He lowered his head, murmuring a quiet thank you, his ears subtly flushing with warmth. Carefully, he unwrapped one, the sweet flavor exploding on his tongue, as if even his heart had begun to resonate with a hint of sweetness. At that moment, the door to the compartment was flung open. A boy with greasy hair and a pallid complexion stood in the doorway. It was Severus Snape. His black eyes resembled two deep pools, fixating on James with a piercing glare before sweeping over Sirius and finally settling on Remus laden with scrutiny and barely concealed disdain. It appears that the Gryffindor common room has relocated to the train. Snape's voice dripped with icy contempt. James sprang to his feet, akin to an agitated lion. Get lost. Snape, you're not welcome here, you toad. Sirius remained seated, yet the languid hostility radiating from him overshadowed James's fury. He scoffed and drawled, "What is the matter? Tired of lurking in the Slytherin sewer and seeking some popularity?" Remus instinctively reached to hide the candy, as if caught in a wrongdoing. He wished to avoid the conflict. His innate caution urged him towards peace. Gently, he nudged Sirius's arm and whispered, "Let it go." Snape's gaze lingered for a brief moment on Remus's hand that touched Sirius's arm, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "What a touching display of friendship," he remarked before abruptly slamming the door shut, leaving a stifling silence in the compartment. "That slimy bat," James huffed as he sat down, thumping the seat in frustration. The smile faded from Sirius's face, replaced by a chilling disdain. He glanced at Remus, noticing the slight furrow in his brow, a hint of unease evident. The urge to protect surged within him once more, and he picked up the book on basic transfiguration that had been discarded, returning it to Remus's hands. Though his touch was gentler this time. "Don't mind him," Sirius's voice dropped, imbued with an unusual, soothing quality. "He doesn't deserve to affect your mood." Remus tightened his grip on the spine of the book, feeling the rough fabric of its cover beneath his fingertips. He lifted his gaze to meet Sirius's. In that moment, he discerned not only the loathing for Snape in Sirius's gray eyes, but also a deeper, more complex emotion, an understanding of Remus Lupin's current feelings and an instinctive desire to protect him. This was not merely a defense of a fellow marauder. It was a personal safeguard. The train continued its journey, swiftly drowning out the conflict with James's new prank ideas. Yet, the ripples in Remus's heart remained uncalmed for a long while. He surreptitiously glanced at Sirius, who had resumed his playful banter with James. Sunlight streamed through the window, dancing upon his black hair and casting a radiant golden halo around him. He appeared so bright, so free, like an elusive gust of wind. And here he was, burdened by unspeakable secrets, living in the shadow of the moon. Why would someone like Sirius Black take notice of his subtle disquiet and pause for him? "Hey, Moonface!" Sirius suddenly turned his head, as if he could hear the unvoiced thoughts within Remus, and offered him a buzzing honeycomb candy, this time lemon-flavored. "This one is your favorite. Isn't it? I saw you pick it." Remus was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Sirius would notice such a minute detail. "How keen your observation is." "My dear friend," Sirius gleefully shook his head, shoving a piece of candy into Remus's hand. "It is the essential quality of a master of mischief. Come, eat it. It will lift your spirits." In that fleeting moment, Remus gazed at the yellow candy resting in his palm, and then at Sirius, whose bright eyes sparkled with mirth. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps he need not always linger in the shadows. Perhaps this radiant beam of sunlight was willing to illuminate his quiet corner from time to time. He unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth, the tangy sweetness of lemon enveloping him. It was delightful, much like his current mood. Chapter 5. Hands in the Mud. The second year at Hogwarts commenced amid the damp autumn winds of the Scottish Highlands. The thick fog over the Black Lake seemed heavier than in previous years, often creeping up to the castle windows each morning, cloaking the ancient stone walls in a hazy veil. For Remus Lupin, year 2 signified a surge of anxiety. Around the time of each full moon, he was compelled to weave various excuses for his sudden ailments. The hereditary periodic fevers and a somewhat peculiar immune system burdened him. These fabrications tightened around him like a taut string, preventing him from fully relaxing even in the most joyous moments. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was elucidating how to transform a beetle into a button. The young wizards were intently waving their wands, the classroom resonating with the subtle crackles of magic and the occasional sigh of failure. Remus focused intently on the beetle before him, his wrist steadying as he vividly constructed the form of the button within his mind. His beetle swiftly morphed, twisting, and ultimately froze into a smooth, shell-like white button. Perfect! He let out a quiet sigh of relief, instinctively glancing towards Sirius, who was furrowing his brow, grappling with his obstinately stubborn beetle. Sirius's beetle had merely enlarged and taken on a mottled appearance, resembling a peculiar stone rather than a button. With a hint of impatience, he clicked his tongue and waved his wand once more, using such force that he nearly sent the beetle flying. "Concentrate, Mr. Black," Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated from behind. "Transfiguration requires precise imagination and control, not brute force." Sirius pouted, remaining silent, though a faint blush crept to his ears. His inherent unruliness and impatience were starkly revealed in the delicate art of transfiguration, leaving him with an unusual sense of frustration. After class, the throng of students surged out of the classroom. Remus gathered his belongings only to find Sirius still seated, sulking at his button stone, enveloped in a cloud of low pressure. James and Peter were already urging everyone to head to the Great Hall for lunch. "You go ahead," Remus told James. "I'll be there shortly." James raised an eyebrow, offering a knowing smile as he pulled the bewildered Peter along. Remus approached Sirius, softly saying, "You did remarkably well for your first attempt to alter its form and size. Many people's beetles don't move at all." Sirius lifted his head, his gray eyes reflecting a hint of irritation. "Come on, Moonface, you need not console me. Just look at yours." He gestured towards the flawless button on Remus's desk, and then at mine, which resembles a grotesque creation. The key lies in maintaining a stable image in one's mind. Remus settled into the seat beside him, retrieving his wand and an extra beetle from a small pouch he always carried. "You see, do not focus on altering it. Rather, envision it as a button from the outset. Details are paramount, such as the curvature of the edges and the size of the buttonhole in the center." His voice was gentle, his pace measured, as he slowly demonstrated the wand's movements. There was no boasting, no lecturing, only a pure sense of sharing and assistance. Initially, Sirius harbored a touch of defiance, but gradually he became captivated by Remus's calm and focused demeanor. He observed Remus's slender yet steady fingers and listened to his articulate explanations, and his internal turmoil strangely began to settle. He attempted to concentrate anew, envisioning a specific wooden button with clearly defined edges. This time, the beetle before him wriggled. Despite some stumbles along the way, it ultimately transformed into a lopsided yet discernible wooden button. Success! Sirius gazed at the unsightly button in astonishment. Though it paled in comparison to Remus's perfection, it was indeed a commendable advancement. The clouds of frustration dissipated from his face, revealing a genuine, relaxed smile. He playfully nudged Remus, exclaiming, "Well done, Professor Lupin. Your explanation was far clearer than McGonagall's." The sincerity and unabashed admiration in his tone caused Remus's cheeks to flush slightly. He lowered his head, adjusting his glasses in a modest manner. "It's merely a personal insight. That insight of yours is incredibly useful," Sirius declared, his spirits soaring as he threw an arm around Remus's shoulders, half dragging, half hugging him out of the classroom. "Come, in appreciation of Professor Lupin's little tutorial, I shall treat you to a snack in the kitchen. I heard the house elves just baked raspberry jam tarts." As Remus was pulled forward, the warmth and strength emanating from Sirius made his heart race. He could smell the faint scent of Sirius, reminiscent of rain-kissed grass, mingled with parchment and ink. He wanted to break free, yet found himself enamored with this irresistible closeness. It felt akin to grasping a warm piece of driftwood in icy lake waters. This conflicting emotion permeated his entire second year. He resembled one who had wandered in darkness for far too long, cautiously inching towards a bright, warm flame, yearning for its glow and warmth while simultaneously fearing that getting too close would unveil the shadows marking his soul. Yet, Sirius seemed utterly oblivious. He instinctively gravitated towards the tranquility that brought him comfort and solace, much like a sunflower seeking the sun. He began to rely on Remus in moments of difficulty, accustomed to sitting beside him after the clamor subsided, even if it was just to read in companionable silence, savoring a tranquility that required no words. He did not ponder deeply on what this reliance signified. He merely felt that being with the moon-faced one was profoundly comforting. It was akin to traversing through muck, only to have someone steady him with a clean, warm hand. Chapter 6. Questions by the Black Lake in October at Hogwarts. The air began to carry a crisp chill. The surface of the Black Lake no longer shimmered as it once did. Instead, it was occasionally veiled by a thin layer of gray mist, resembling a polished slab of lead. For Remus Lupin, this month brought not only a change in climate, but also an inescapable, accumulating restlessness and frailty within him. The night of the full moon was drawing near. Thus, on a Tuesday afternoon, as the second-year Gryffindor students eagerly prepared to revel by the Black Lake, enjoying a rare respite from lessons, Remus once more approached the portly prefect with just the right touch of apology to request leave. Another bout of periodic low fever? The prefect regarded his pallid countenance with sympathy, urging him to hasten to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey would surely have a remedy. Nodding, Remus tightened his robes and turned away from the gathering crowd. He could feel a piercing gaze upon him, intense and unwavering, yet he refrained from looking back. He knew who it was. Each time he fell ill and departed, Sirius always regarded him thus, with a look that bore more than mere curiosity or simple concern. It contained a complexity that Remus could not decipher nor dare to explore. The air by the Black Lake was brisk and invigorating. James Potter was brandishing his wand, orchestrating a flurry of colorful leaves to form the shape of a Gryffindor lion in midair, before playfully directing them towards a group of Hufflepuff students, provoking laughter and a chase, while Peter clapped in delight, his face flushed with excitement. Yet, Sirius merely leaned against a beech tree whose leaves had turned a golden hue, his long legs casually propped. He did not partake in James's antics, nor did he offer the usual playful commands or jests. Instead, he fiddled with a dried blade of grass, absent-mindedly pulling at it, his gaze unfocused upon the deep green lake, his brow slightly furrowed. Typically, he would have been the very heart of this chaotic revelry, the loudest among them. "Oi, Bigfoot!" James exclaimed, dispersing the leafy lion with a graceful flick, sending a cascade of leaves tumbling onto Peter's head. He turned back, bubbling with excitement. "What has got you down today? Has some girl-esque spell struck your heart?" Sirius snapped back to reality, discarding the bare stem of grass into the underbrush, his tone unexpectedly irritable. "Shut it, you pointy-headed fork. Do you think everyone is as obsessed as you with figuring out how to impress Lily Evans?" James's face instantly flushed crimson, as if he had been caught off guard. Who is trying to impress her?" he spluttered. "That fierce red-haired lion." "Oh," Sirius drawled, his voice dripping with languid mockery. "So you weren't deliberately making your hair messy, in Transfiguration, hoping she'd notice you a bit more? And isn't it true you strive to sit near her in potions, even if it means being next to Snape?" "I was only trying to keep an eye on Snape, to prevent him from poisoning Evans." James defended himself with a tense neck, eliciting a dismissive laugh from Sirius. After the laughter subsided, an uneasy silence enveloped the atmosphere. The autumn breeze skimmed across the surface of the lake, bringing with it the dampness of water vapor and the faint echoes of laughter in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius's gaze swept once more across the expansive lawn, as if he were casually bringing up a topic, yet his voice dipped into a more somber tone. "Where's Remus? Has he gone to the infirmary again?" "Yes," James shrugged indifferently, directing his wand towards the lake to create a splash. "Madame Pomfrey said he needs to rest. He should be back tomorrow." A column of water erupted, nearly drenching a passing mermaid, which incited an irritable shriek. This marked the third occurrence this semester. Sirius's voice grew graver as he turned his head, his gray eyes locking onto James with an absence of their usual mockery, replaced instead by a clear, earnest inquiry. "Don't you find it strange? What ailment does he suffer from that necessitates such visits every month? And the timing is always so precise." James's movements slowed as he adjusted his glasses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Well, a bit. My mother mentioned in her letter some rare magical conditions. Perhaps Remus is one of those. But he never specifies what it is, and Madame Pomfrey is tight-lipped as well." He paused, adding he always seems, reluctant to discuss it. "The more we pry, the more uneasy he becomes." "Reluctant," Sirius echoed, his gaze drifting back towards the castle. as if he could penetrate the thick stone walls and glimpse the solitary figure enduring pain within the infirmary. He bore his burden in silence, a peculiar sensation, a blend of worry, helplessness, and the irritation of feeling excluded, quietly crept into his heart, wrapping around him like a vine, tightening its grip. He ceased to speak, leaning back against the tree and closing his eyes. Yet the laughter of James and Peter, the indistinct chatter of other students in the distance, and even the rustling of leaves in the wind seemed to be filtered through an invisible barrier, unable to truly reach his core. The image of Remus's pale face replayed in his mind, alongside the flicker of almost painful restraint in his eyes when he occasionally zoned out in class, and the seemingly calm, yet profoundly lonely silhouette he cast as he departed. Why wouldn't he confide in them? Was it a lack of trust? Or was the weight of his illness too heavy for him to articulate? With a sudden jolt, Sirius opened his eyes, seized by an unprecedented impulse. He nearly bolted back to the castle, to the infirmary, to grasp Remus's shoulders and compel him to meet his gaze, to reveal everything. He, Sirius Black, could remedy any trouble. He could shoulder the burden together, but he remained motionless. An inexplicable intuition held him back. He recalled Remus's gentle, cautiously brown eyes, his slender fingers as they organized books, and the quiet patience he exhibited while explaining spells. Remus was unlike them. He was not the impetuous son like James, nor the vine needing support like Peter, and certainly not the rebellious flame that burned within himself. Lupin resembled the moonlight, quietly enveloping all, embracing everything, yet concealing its own shadows with remarkable finesse. Would forcibly tearing apart that veil of darkness ultimately cause the moonlight to vanish entirely? This unfamiliar emotion, which necessitated a cautious consideration of others' feelings, left Sirius feeling immensely stifled. He clicked his tongue in irritation, abruptly rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his robes. "I'm leaving. This is dull," he stated curtly, not waiting for James to respond before striding purposefully towards the castle. He needed to do something to vent this restless emotion that had nowhere to land. Perhaps he could visit the trophy room to see if he might pilfer something, or perhaps tease some unfortunate Slytherin. Regardless, he could not simply sit idly, mulling over the solitary figure lying in the infirmary, that moon-faced boy who kept everything bottled up inside. James and Peter exchanged glances, hurriedly following behind. Peter whispered, "What is wrong with Padfoot?" James observed Sirius's tense silhouette, unusually refraining from humor, simply adjusting his glasses with a contemplative air. "I don't know, but it's definitely related to Remus." The setting sun elongated their shadows. Sirius led the way, the autumn breeze tousling his dark hair, yet failing to disperse the cloud of unease that settled in his brow, born from the inability to reach out to another. The seed of worry and curiosity had sprouted, beginning to grow wildly within his heart. Chapter 7. Confrontation in the Corridor. I refuse to depict Snape merely as a villain. I believe he is a multifaceted character, and there will be stories of their collaboration in the future. The torment of the full moon night swept over Remus Lupin like the tide, arriving with unwavering regularity. Each transformation felt as though every bone and nerve in his body was being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. Even after regaining his human form, that bone-deep exhaustion and heightened sensitivity of his nerve endings would linger for days. On an afternoon following potions class, Remus, burdened by the weight of the hefty magical theory textbook, walked alone along the corridor back to Gryffindor Tower. His steps felt unsteady, his complexion pale to the point of translucence. He longed to return to the warmth of the common room's hearth, seeking a quiet corner amidst the noise to curl up. However, fate seemed reluctant to grant him respite. At a secluded corner of the corridor adorned with portraits of former headmasters, he unexpectedly encountered the last person he wished to see, Severus Snape. He stood conversing in hushed tones with a Slytherin boy whose name Remus could not recall. Instinctively, Remus lowered his gaze, attempting to feign ignorance as he hurried past them. "Look who it is!" Snape's distinct, cold, and slimy voice rang out, successfully anchoring Remus in place. "Our frail Mr. Lupin." Remus turned to face him, striving to keep his voice steady. "Is there something you want, Snape?" Snape's dark eyes, resembling two bottomless pools. Scrutinized Remus up and down, a malicious smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Nothing much, he drawled slowly, just curious. What manner of hereditary affliction could render an individual so consistently weak and pallid each month, as if drained of all vitality? Remus felt his heart constrict violently as he clutched the book in his arms, his knuckles turning white. This is none of your concern. He endeavored to imbue his tone with firmness, yet it betrayed an underlying fragility. Oh, is that so? Severus advanced a step closer, towering slightly over Remus. Exuding en oppressive aura. I happen to be quite intrigued by unusual magical phenomena, particularly those that necessitate concealment and the weaving of clumsy falsehoods to obscure them. A Slytherin companion nearby let out a derisive snicker. Remus experienced a wave of dizziness, as the portraits lining the corridor seemed to gaze upon him with curiosity. He felt akin to an insect pinned to a specimen board, with no avenue of escape. The weight of his secret bore down upon his chest like a heavy stone, rendering him nearly breathless. Step away, Severus, he managed to utter with great difficulty. Or perhaps Severus, as if deaf to his plea, encroached another step, his voice dropping to a sibilant whisper reminiscent of a serpent. Does your inseparable companion, that noble Black, have any inkling as to the origin of the indelible beastly scent that clings to you? A sudden rush of blood surged to Remus's head, only to recede in an instant. An overwhelming terror gripped him, leaving him icy cold. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Stay away from him, Severus. A voice erupted from the far end of the corridor, akin to a lion provoked to fury. Sirius Black rushed forth like a whirlwind of darkness, interposing himself between Remus and Severus, shielding Remus steadfastly behind him. His gray eyes blazed with unmasked rage, his jaw set tight, his entire demeanor taut as a drawn bow. Severus displayed no hint of surprise, instead revealing a smirk of cunning triumph. The guard dog has arrived. Ever at your beck and call, Black. I warned you not to fix your filthy eyes upon him, nor to let your venomous tongue speak of him. Sirius's voice was icily piercing, his hand poised upon the wand concealed within his robes. Speak of? Severus scoffed. I am merely elucidating an intriguing phenomenon. Perhaps your friend's uniqueness is far more profound than we perceive. Are you not curious, Black, about where he ventures each month? Why he returns cloaked in the mud and wounds of the forbidden forest? Each word struck Remus like a poisoned dagger, piercing his most vulnerable spots with precision. Standing behind Sirius, he could almost feel the barely suppressed tremors of anger coursing through his friend's body. I understand him far more than your mind, cluttered with nonsense, could ever fathom, Sirius retorted sharply, though his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Severus's skepticism and probing undoubtedly struck a chord with a burgeoning desire and unease within him regarding the truth. Refrain from your repugnant speculations, or I shall not hesitate to impart upon you a lesson you shall never forget. At any moment, Snape brandished his wand, his eyes glinting with a combative spark. I have long yearned to test the true prowess of the ancient Black family beyond their mere arrogance. The air in the corridor seemed to thicken, heavy with the scent of gunpowder. The figures in the portraits held their breath, eagerly anticipating the imminent clash. The Slytherin boy cautiously took a step back, gripping his wand tightly. A full-blown brawl appeared to be on the verge of eruption. Enough! Remus suddenly interjected. He could not allow them to clash here, nor could he let the situation spiral out of control due to his presence. He stepped forward, gently grasping Sirius's arm, which was rigid and trembling with tension. Let's go, Sirius. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, starkly contrasting with his pale complexion. He was not worth it. Sirius turned to look at Remus, and in his brown eyes he saw not only a plea but also an unfathomable depth of pain and fatigue. That gaze felt like a bucket of cold water, swiftly extinguishing the majority of his anger, leaving only a pang of sorrow and helpless irritation. He shot a fierce glare at Snape, a look that conveyed that this was far from over. Then he grasped Remus's wrist, no longer pulling but rather adopting a protective stance, leading him away with purposeful strides, leaving Snape and his chilling gaze behind. Once they turned the corner and the corridor was entirely out of sight, Sirius abruptly halted, releasing Remus and irritably raking his fingers through his dark hair. What on earth does he want? Sirius's voice still carried the remnants of anger, but more prominently was his concern for Remus's state. As he recalled the latter's musings about beasts and scents, leaning against the cold stone wall, Remus breathed heavily, closing his eyes. He was aware that Snape was sharper than they had anticipated, his suspicions already veering toward the most perilous truth. And this danger was threatening to ensnare Sirius as well. All because of him. I don't know, Remus whispered, the only answer he could muster. Perhaps he merely seeks trouble. Sirius gazed at him in silence, observing his fragility as though he could shatter at a mere touch. Every question lodged in his throat. A surge of fierce protectiveness welled up within him, overpowering all curiosity and doubt. The next time he dares approach you and utters such words to me, Sirius's voice was low and resolute, as if pledging an oath. I will not let it go unchallenged. Remus opened his eyes, staring at the boy before him, willing to stand against the world for his sake. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. There was warmth, guilt, fear, and a bittersweet flutter he dared not examine too closely. He understood that the storm had merely begun, and Snape, that indelible shadow from their school days, would intertwine their fates in a far more brutal manner in the days to come. Chapter 8. Shadows of the Library. The anxiety of the night before the full moon gnawed at Remus Lupin's veins like countless tiny insects. The anguish he felt was not solely rooted in the impending physical transformation. Rather, it stemmed from a profound sense of isolation and panic deep within his soul. He was acutely aware of what he was destined to become, cognizant of how the will of the beast would trample upon the rationality of his humanity. This sensation was starkly contrasted against the serene and joyful atmosphere of the surrounding campus. On Wednesday evening, he once again sought refuge in the library. The air here, infused with the sense of ancient parchment, leather bindings, and dried magical ink, offered him a modicum of solace. The gentle glow of the magical lamps cast a warm halo between the towering bookshelves, yet failed to penetrate the shadows lurking in his heart. He settled into a secluded corner by the window. A hefty tome titled A History of Medieval Magic splayed before him, attempting to drown out the increasingly insistent call of the wild within his mind with the tedious chronicles of fairy rebellions. His quill trembled slightly at his fingertips, compelling him to set it down and press his cool fingers against his throbbing temples. At that moment, a familiar figure, accompanied by a playful breeze, materialized beside him. "Hey, Moonface!" Sirius Black pulled out a chair and casually seated himself, tossing a book titled How to Tame Your Flying Broomstick onto the table, as if discarding refuse. He appeared to have just emerged from a shower, the damp ends of his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, the invigorating scent of soap dispelling the library's musty air. Remus was taken aback, lifting his gaze. "Sirius? I thought you would be in the common room, playing wizard's chess with James and the others, or plotting new pranks." "Don't mention it," Sirius replied lazily, resting his chin on the table, his gray eyes glinting under the light like shimmering ore. That insistent fork insisted I help him develop a new color-changing formula for Madame Pomfrey, and it gave me a headache. It's much quieter here. He spoke as if it were perfectly natural to have sought a tranquil escape. However, Remus noted that the position he had chosen effectively shielded them from the view of anyone entering the library, completely cloaking their corner in privacy. Remus refrained from addressing it, merely responding with a soft murmur and returning his gaze to the book. Yet, those densely packed words now lost all significance, as all his senses involuntarily focused on the boy across from him. He could hear Sirius's steady breaths and detect the clean scent of soap mixed with a hint of something unique, reminiscent of the forbidden forest after rain. He sensed Sirius's gaze, which did not linger on the book he had brought, but occasionally brushed over his face with an apparent casualness. Silence enveloped them. It was not awkward. Rather, it felt like a soft cocoon that insulated them from the external world. "Are you all right?" After a while, Sirius's voice pierced the stillness, notably deeper than usual, laced with an unnoticeable caution. Remus hesitated, his fingers pausing on the pages. "I'm fine," he replied, then added, just a bit tired. It was because Sirius's voice had grown deeper, almost becoming a whisper, as those gray eyes fixed intently upon him. Was the moment upon them? Remus's heart jolted, and he suddenly raised his gaze to meet Sirius's. In those eyes, the usual playful mockery had vanished, replaced by a profound, almost tender inquiry. Though unspoken, they both understood what was being referred to. He parted his lips, wishing to deny it, to once again use the periodic low fever as an excuse. Yet, gazing into those eyes that seemed to see through everything, all his carefully crafted lies appeared feeble and insubstantial. In that quiet corner, where it felt as if only the two of them remained in the world, he abruptly lost the strength to maintain his facade. Lowering his eyelashes, he acquiesced. This was a small yet perilous concession, a deliberate breach in a well-guarded fortress. Sirius did not press for further details, nor did he exhibit any surprise or disdain. He simply observed Remus for a moment, then unexpectedly reached out to close the hefty tome of a history of medieval magic before him. "Do not dwell on it," he said, his tone imbued with an undeniable gentleness. "These matters will only exacerbate your headache." Then, to Remus's astonishment, he retrieved a thin booklet from his bag, which typically contained only sweets, prank items, and Quidditch magazines, and pushed it toward him. Remus looked down. It was a Muggle science fiction novel, its cover vibrant and adorned with peculiar spaceships. "This is Muggle literature," Sirius remarked, rubbing his nose, his gaze drifting to the nearby bookshelf, seemingly a tad uncomfortable. "A tale of a group venturing to other planets. James mentioned that his father's library has quite a few. I found the cover intriguing and simply took one. It is certainly more engaging than those old, tired fairy tales." Remus picked up the booklet, his fingertips gliding over the smooth cover. He was fully aware that this was not something casually obtained. Sirius Black, hailing from an exceedingly pure blood family, who had previously known nothing of the Muggle world, would go to the trouble of seeking out a Muggle novel, solely to provide him with an interesting diversion during his moments of discomfort. This clumsy yet heartfelt consideration washed over him like a warm tide, unexpectedly breaching the last bastion of his heart. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. He clutched the booklet tightly, as if it were the sole source of warmth on a frigid night. The corners of Sirius's mouth curved ever so slightly upward before he returned to his languid demeanor. He ceased speaking and genuinely took out How to Tame Your Flying Broomstick, idly flipping through its pages. Yet he turned them slowly, most of the time his gaze lingering on Remus's lowered, somewhat fragile profile. The moonlight outside gradually brightened, streaming through the tall windows, casting a silvery glow upon the table between them. Remus could feel the power of that moonlight, as if invisible threads were pulling at the beast within him. He involuntarily tensed his body. Suddenly, a hand reached across the table, its fingertips brushing against the back of his tightly clenched, pale-knuckled hand. The touch was delicate, fleeting, accompanied by the unique coolness of Sirius's fingertips. Remus shivered, abruptly lifting his gaze. Yet, Sirius had already withdrawn his hand, engrossed in the maintenance manual for his broom, as if the previous gesture had been merely incidental. However, under the soft glow of the magical lamp, his ears appeared to take on a faint hue of red. "It's nothing," he muttered, not raising his head, his tone heavy with a simple assertion. "I am here." A straightforward declaration, devoid of ornate language, yet more potent than any words of solace. It did not promise to resolve everything. Such arrogance was unwarranted, nor did it hollowly assure that all would be well. Such sentiment felt insipid. It merely proclaimed a presence, a companionship. No matter what you face, no matter how you change, at this moment, I am here. Remus stared at him, observing the soft shadows cast by the light upon his sharply defined profile, noting the feigned calm that could not conceal his concern. A tumultuous wave of emotion lodged in his throat, bittersweet and searing. He lowered his gaze, flipping open the Muggle science fiction novel once more, yet his vision blurred, rendering the words indecipherable. He only knew that the small patch of skin on his hand, where they had touched, continued to radiate an astonishing warmth, a heat that burned deep into his heart. Outside, the moon ascended higher, its cold luminescence flooding Hogwarts. Yet in this quiet corner of the library, the two boys, separated by a desk, shared a tranquil solitude, undisturbed by the world. One sought to delve into a new and bizarre realm of adventure, while the other stood guard against the genuine and painful darkness that enveloped his companion. Shadows stretched between the shelves, quietly intertwining, as if they could never be severed. Chapter 9. Whispers by the Forbidden Forest. Professor Sprout had assigned a herbology project to collect a luminescent fungus known as moonlight moss, which thrived in the shadowy fringes of the Forbidden Forest. For second-year students, this task was imbued with a mix of adventurous thrill and evident peril. Thus, the quartet decided to venture forth together. On Saturday morning, a milky mist enveloped the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the air crisp and damp, infused with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Towering trees intertwined their branches like the arms of giants, obscuring much of the sky, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the gaps and illuminate the carpet of pine needles below. Remember, children, stay only at the edge. Do not venture deeper. If you see anything amiss, immediately send up red sparks. Hagrid's booming voice cautioned them before he hoisted his crossbow and set off to tend to his other little creatures. Moonlight moss thrives on damp wood. James held a small glass vial, his eyes scanning the surrounding rotting stumps like searchlights. Hurry, mates. Once we've gathered everything, we might still have time to fly on the pitch. Peter closely followed behind James, both anxious not to miss the adventure and startled by every subtle sound in their surroundings. Remus crouched beneath a fallen giant hazel tree, carefully scraping the softly glowing green moss from the bark with a silver knife. His movements were precise and steady, yet the attentive Sirius could discern a paler hue on his face, the fatigue from the full moon still lingering. Sirius himself appeared somewhat distracted. Unlike James, who actively searched, he resembled more of a sentinel, his gaze frequently scanning the dim depths of the forest, his ears alert for any unusual sounds. His position was deliberately, though perhaps unconsciously, between Remus and the darker recesses of the woods. "I found it!" Peter's excited shout rang out from a short distance as he pointed at a stone thickly coated with moss. "Well done, Wormtail!" James immediately dashed over. In that fleeting moment, as both were drawn to the discovery, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A cleverly camouflaged vine, indistinguishable from the fallen leaves, sprang up from the leaf litter beside Remus, ensnaring his ankle like a living whip. Remus was caught off guard, yanked backward with tremendous force, sending his knife and glass vial flying from his hands. The vine tightened swiftly, dragging him deeper into the forest. Remus, James, and Peter gasped in shock. Yet, someone was swifter than they. Almost simultaneously with Remus's fall, a figure lunged like a bolt of black lightning. Sirius barely had time to draw his wand. Instinctively, he threw himself beside Remus, gripping the slippery, powerful vine with all his strength, battling against it. Stupefied, James reacted with remarkable speed, the red light from his wand precisely striking the root of the vine. The vine convulsed violently, releasing Remus as if in pain, retracting rapidly back into the leaf litter, vanishing from sight. Everything transpired in mere seconds. From a moment Remus was attacked to his escape. He collapsed to the ground, breathless and shaken, feeling a sharp pain in his ankle. "Are you all right?" Sirius's voice resonated above him, filled with an unprecedented urgency. He knelt beside Remus, his gray eyes brimming with lingering fear and concern, his hands gripping Remus's arm tightly, almost crushing his bones. Emifine. Remus attempted to steady his voice, though a slight tremor betrayed him. He looked closely at Sirius, noticing the beads of sweat forming on his brow and the taut line of his jaw from tension. "Thank you, Sirius." Sirius did not immediately release him. Instead, he scrutinized Remus's ensnared ankle, ensuring there were no wounds beyond the bruising, before seemingly exhaling in relief, only to be swiftly engulfed by a surge of anger. Merlin's beard, this cursed forbidden forest. He muttered curses under his breath, suddenly rising to his feet and irritably kicking a nearby fallen leaf. "I knew I should never have accepted such a cursed task." "All right, Bigfoot, as long as Remus is fine," James said, approaching and patting his shoulder before glancing back at Remus with concern. "Can you walk?" Remus nodded, managing to stand with the support of Sirius and James. His ankle throbbed painfully, yet it was bearable. "We need to hurry and gather everything before leaving this place." James cast a wary glance around. "Wormtail, you're with me." He turned to Bigfoot. "Stay close to Remus and search nearby, but don't wander too far." This arrangement suited Sirius perfectly. He nodded, his expression still grim. James and Peter began to search cautiously in the vicinity, while Sirius remained steadfastly by Remus's side, his gaze vigilant, scanning every shadowy corner. He no longer focused on finding moonlit moss. Instead, he dedicated most of his attention to Remus and their surroundings. With a slight limp, Remus approached another tree stump, silently continuing his collection. He could sense the taut, protective aura emanating from those around him. The image of Sirius's silhouette rushing to his aid in a perilous moment, along with the unmasked fear in his eyes, was indelibly etched in his mind. A tumult of complex emotions swirled within him: gratitude, guilt for once again causing trouble for his friends, and an unacknowledged sense of reassurance. It had been a close call. After a moment, Remus softly broke the silence between them. "Yeah," Sirius responded in a muted tone, his gaze still scanning the area. "That thing is a branch of the devil's snare in an immature state. Though not as powerful, being dragged into its depths would be dire." He hesitated, his voice dropping slightly, laced with a hint of unspoken dread. "If I had reacted just a moment slower." He trailed off, but Remus understood the implication. "You wouldn't have," Remus said softly, his voice imbued with an unusual certainty. Finally, Sirius turned to face him, the dappled light of the forest reflected in his gray eyes. "Are you always like this?" Remus suddenly asked, not looking at Sirius, but concentrating on scraping the moss with his knife. "Always charging ahead, regardless of the consequences?" Sirius paused for a moment, then flashed his customary, slightly defiant smile. "What else would I do? Watch you get dragged away by that hideous thing? Watch that bastard Snape cause you trouble?" He shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "We are marauders, aren't we? We stand together. We stand together." Those words flowed through Remus like a warm current, soothing his restless heart once more. Yes, they were marauders, they were friends. He continuously reminded himself, striving to attribute the increasingly undeniable special feelings within him to their unbreakable friendship. As Sirius turned his gaze back towards the shadowy woods, the veneer of cynicism that usually cloaked his voice seemed to shed slightly, revealing a glimpse of something genuine, sharp, and raw within. In the Black household, if one did not seize, compete, or portray themselves as tougher than everyone else, the consequence was neglect, reprimand, or worse. I had grown accustomed to this. It was the first time he had spoken so directly and plainly about his suffocating family. Devoid of complaint or anger, merely a statement that conveyed a weight heavier than any accusation. Remus's motion of scraping moss came to a halt. He looked at the profile of Sirius, and upon that perpetually vibrant and handsome face, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a weariness and indifference that belied his youth. Suddenly, he comprehended that beneath Sirius's seemingly indomitable armor and the rebellious spirit that seemed capable of igniting the world, lay concealed scars akin to his own, hidden from view. Yet, their ways of coping differed. One chose to combat darkness with flamboyant flames, while the other opted to conceal shadows beneath silent moonlight. In that moment, at the edge of the mist-laden and perilous forbidden forest, the trajectories of two solitary celestial bodies seemed to draw inexplicably closer. Their connection transcended mere shared delight in candies and pranks, beginning to touch the deeper, more vulnerable aspects of one another's hearts, those tender frailties seldom revealed. A profound resonance quietly blossomed in their silence. "I am truly glad," Remus whispered, his voice almost merging with the wind in the woods, "to stand by your side, Sirius." Sirius's body momentarily stiffened, though he did not turn back. Yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth relaxed slightly, curving into a minuscule yet profoundly genuine smile. "Nonsense," he muttered under his breath, his tone betraying no impatience. At that moment, the voices of James and Peter drifted from nearby, indicating they had gathered enough weight. Sirius reached out, unceremoniously snatching the bottle filled with moonlit moss from Remus's hand and stuffing it into his pocket, then firmly draping his arm around Remus's shoulder. "Let us go." Limping one, he resumed his languid tone, yet the strength supporting Remus was steady and dependable. "Let us return to show Madame Pomfrey your foot. If you end up limping, our night excursions will be jeopardized." Remus, leaning on his stubborn yet soft-hearted companion, hobbled in the direction of James and Peter. Though his ankle throbbed and the chill of the forest mist lingered, his heart felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth, courtesy of Sirius's presence. He understood that something was quietly shifting within him, in a gradual yet irreversible manner. Chapter 10. The resonance of Charms class. The Charms classroom on Monday was perpetually imbued with a buoyant atmosphere. Professor Flitwick stood atop a precariously stacked pile of books, his high-pitched voice rising with excitement. "Today, we shall learn a particularly practical and intricately controlled spell, the repairing charm, Reparo. Not only does it possess the ability to mend broken objects, but it also serves as an excellent exercise for the stability of your magical output." Before the young wizards, an elongated table is adorned with a variety of deliberately damaged items. A quill split in two, a ceramic cup with a missing rim, and even several old books with their covers torn off. "Now, please pair up and attempt to restore these items to their former glory using the repairing charm. Remember, the success of a spell does not hinge on the strength of the magic, but rather on your focus, precision, and a vivid imagination of the object's complete form." Instantly, the classroom is filled with the clamor of chairs moving and partners seeking one another. Peter proactively approaches James, who is brimming with enthusiasm. The two have already begun to gesticulate over a wooden top that is missing a leg. Remus instinctively glances at his companion Sirius, only to find him gazing back. The gray eyes reflect an air of inevitability, as if their pairing were a foregone conclusion. Remus's heart flutters slightly as he nods in agreement. Before them lies an ancient hourglass, shattered into countless pieces. Glass shards and fine sand are mingled together in a rather dire state. It appears our luck is holding. Sirius picks up a larger shard, inspecting it against the light, a hint of a challenging smile gracing his lips. "So, Mooney, where shall we begin?" Remus does not respond immediately. He meticulously observes all the fragments on the table, his fingers hovering above them as if silently reconstructing their original form in his mind. His demeanor is focused and serene, exuding a unique quality that naturally instills a sense of calm. "We should first clear away the scattered sand," Remus softly suggests, carefully guiding the sand onto a piece of parchment with his wand. Otherwise, even if the glass is restored, it will be filled with impurities. Sirius watches his meticulous actions without objection, picking up his wand to assist. His movements, while not as gentle or precise as Remus's, carry a certain urgency. Nevertheless, under Remus's silent guidance, he manages to keep pace. Once the clearing is complete, Remus points to several crucial, curved base fragments. "I believe we should start with the supporting structure, simultaneously casting spells on these key points to initiate their preliminary connection and establish an overall framework." "Simultaneously casting?" Sirius raises an eyebrow. "Like a duet?" "Almost," Remus replies with a slight smile. "We need to synchronize. I'll count to 3. They each direct their wands toward the selected fragments. Taking a deep breath, Remus counts clearly and steadily. 1, 2, 3. Repair to its former state. 2 gentle beams of white light simultaneously emanate from the tips of their wands, precisely landing on the glass shards. The fragments tremble, emitting a faint hum as their edges begin to glow softly and draw nearer to each other. However, just as the shards are about to make contact, the light becomes chaotic, and with a sharp crack, the pieces scatter once more, even more disordered than before. "TSK," Sirius clicks his tongue in irritation. "This is proving to be more troublesome than it appears. Our magical output was not synchronized," Remus calmly analyzed, undeterred. "Imagine, rather than casting spells individually, we are collectively guiding a flow of magic. It is akin to rowing a boat together. Our rhythm must be harmonious." This metaphor momentarily stunned Sirius, who turned to Remus. In his brown eyes, there was no hint of reproach, only a pure, problem-solving focus. This concentration strangely soothed the agitation born of failure that lingered in Sirius's heart. Once more, he said, collecting his thoughts, his wand once again aimed at the shards. This time, I will follow your lead. Remus nodded, raising his wand anew. This time, his gaze did not merely linger on the fragments. A portion of his attention was directed towards Sirius's hand gripping the wand, attuned to the rhythm of his breath. 1, 2, 3. The incantation resounded again. This time, the outcome was dramatically different. As their spell's luminescence once more converged upon the glass shards, the previous repulsion and chaos were absent. The two beams of white light seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, no longer distinct, but actively and smoothly intertwining, merging into a brighter, more stable flow of light. This luminous flow resembled living silver threads, gently enveloping each fragment, guiding them back into place with astonishing precision and speed. The traces of the breakage swiftly mended and vanished in the light, as if they had never existed. The fine sand, too, was reassembled by an unseen force, evenly settling into the two glass spheres above and below. The entire process was astonishingly fluid, almost completed in the blink of an eye, as a flawless, smooth hourglass quietly stood on the table, its internal sands flowing gently. Moreover, the merged glow of the spells did not dissipate immediately after completing the restoration. Instead, it rippled outward like waves, emanating a faint, barely perceptible silver-blue halo from the center of the hourglass. Remus and Sirius, closest to it, simultaneously felt a peculiar tremor, not from the outside world, but originating within themselves. It was as if the magic within them had been gently, yet distinctly stirred by something. Like an untouched string on a musical instrument, it resonated with a strange yet melodious sound. Both were momentarily transfixed, maintaining their spell-casting postures, staring in awe at the perfectly restored hourglass, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Around them, the restoration efforts in other parts of the classroom continued haltingly, punctuated by sighs of failure and occasional cheers of success. Yet at their table, an eerie silence enveloped them. Did we succeed? Sirius was the first to snap back to reality, disbelief evident in his tone. He glanced down at his wand, then back at Remus, his gray eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry. The sensation of their magic intertwining was so extraordinary, far surpassing any previous spellcasting experience he had encountered. Remus, too, slowly lowered his wand, his fingertips slightly tingling. He was more sensitive than Sirius, able to perceive the extraordinary nature of that fleeting moment. It was not merely the success of the spell. It felt akin to a profound resonance. Their magical wavelengths, in that instant, harmonized astonishingly. Indeed, Remus's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet undeniably triumphant. Professor Flitwick had, at some point, bounded over to their table, his excitement causing his sharp nose to flush. Merlin. Perfect. An utterly flawless joint incantation. Such seamless fusion of magic. Such precise, restorative effect. 20 points to Gryffindor for your remarkable synergy. The professor's praise drew envious or astonished glances from their fellow classmates. James and Peter also approached, gazing in awe at the newly pristine hourglass. Merlin socks. How'd you manage that? James exclaimed. We've been fiddling with this wretched top for ages, and it now has 3.5 legs. Sirius paid no heed to James's astonishment. His gaze remained fixed on Remus, as if seeking some form of elucidation. Did you sense it, Mooney? He asked in a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them. That feeling just now? Remus's heart raced. He felt it undeniably. The mingling of their magic brought not only a shock at the spell's efficacy, but also an indescribable shiver, as if their souls had been gently brushed. He lowered his eyelashes, avoiding Sirius's earnest gaze, and nodded softly. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, he attempted to rationalize. Coincidence? Sirius echoed, skepticism evident in his tone. Yet he did not press further, instead stroking his wand thoughtfully, as if it still retained the peculiar sensation from moments prior. During the subsequent charms class, both were somewhat distracted. The flawlessly restored hourglass sat on the table, a silent testament reminding them that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Remus strained to focus on Professor Flitwick's lecture, yet the faint tingling in his fingertips and the unfamiliar ripples stirring within him proved relentless. He stole a glance at Sirius, who, unusually, was not causing mischief, but rather staring at his wand, brow furrowed in contemplation. A subtle atmosphere, tinged with unease yet interwoven with a hint of secret excitement, silently enveloped the two. They were unaware of what this resonance signified. Perhaps, as Remus suggested, it was simply a rare coincidence. Nonetheless, a seed named possibility had quietly been sown, carried along by that invisible ripple of magic. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, Sirius suddenly reached out, snatching the hourglass and stowing it in his bag. "This is mine now," he proclaimed, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, as if declaring ownership. Remus regarded him without objection. He understood that what Sirius desired was not merely the hourglass. James suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, that belongs to the classroom. Professor Flitwick assured us that we had perfectly repaired it." Sirius confidently draped his arm around Remus's shoulder, guiding him outside with that nonchalant yet radiant smile reappearing on his face. "So this is our trophy, right, Mooney?" As Remus was propelled forward, he felt the warmth and strength radiating from Sirius's shoulder, the word echoing in his ears. He lowered his head, a subtle, genuine smile curving at the corners of his lips where no one could see. He replied softly. Chapter 11. Christmas Gift. Hogwarts in December was enveloped in a warm and boisterous atmosphere. The castle corridors were adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, while suits of armor were meticulously polished, occasionally breaking into off-key renditions of Christmas carols. The air was rich with the scents of gingerbread, candied pies, and fir trees, mingling with the students' anticipation for the holidays, fermenting into an intoxicating joy. Yet this joy was not evenly distributed among all. Remus Lupin stood by the window of Gryffindor Tower, gazing at the snowflakes drifting down outside, delicate as feathers, silently blanketing the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, and the distant mountains. The view was beautiful, but imbued with a sense of isolation, severing him from the world. Most students had eagerly boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home for the Christmas break. The common room was considerably emptier than usual, with only a few students remaining on campus. His parents had written to him, their tone filled with apology and concern, inquiring if he truly did not need them to come and fetch him. Remus had replied with a light-hearted tone, assuring them he was well, that Madame Pomfrey would take care of him, and that staying behind would allow him to quietly prepare for the upcoming semester. He concealed the true reason. He could not bear to worry his parents around the full moon, nor could he risk any unforeseen events on his journey home. A familiar feeling of abandoned solitude seeped in like the chill from outside. "Hey, Mooney, don't sit there looking glum." James Potter's voice, brimming with his usual exuberance, shattered the silence. He was attempting, alongside Peter, to hang a string of magically color-changing light bulbs on the Christmas tree, though the result resembled a cluster of startled fireflies. "Come help. Making this thing symmetrical is harder than dealing with a blast in its scrot." Sirius lounged languidly in the warmest armchair near the fireplace, his long legs casually resting on the footstool. He toyed with the repaired hourglass, watching the fine sand trickle down, appearing somewhat distracted. Upon hearing James's words, he glanced at Remus by the window, his gray eyes appearing deeper in the glow of the hearth. "Leave him be, pointy fork," Sirius drawled lazily. "Perhaps our diligent student is composing a sonnet about snowflakes." His tone was laced with customary jest, yet his gaze lingered on Remus's somewhat frail silhouette for a fraction longer than usual. Just then, the sound of fluttering wings filled the air. A few owls swept through the open window of the common room, delivering late-arriving letters and parcels. One particularly weary barn owl flew directly to Remus, depositing a small box wrapped in plain brown paper into his arms before soaring away, as if it had completed a formidable task. Remus, momentarily taken aback, accepted the box, noting its unremarkable packaging devoid of any sender's information. He had not anticipated receiving any Christmas gifts, especially after explicitly stating his intention to remain at school. Under James' curious prompting and Peter's eager gaze, Remus cautiously unwrapped the package. Inside, there was no card, no signature, just a singular item, a neatly folded woolen sock. It bore no colors of any Hogwarts house, but rather a deep, forest green reminiscent of the oldest pine needles in the Forbidden Forest. The wool appeared remarkably soft and thick, with a tight, even weave that exuded a warmth intrinsic to handcrafted goods. Merely touching it seemed to dispel the chill in his fingertips. Stunned, Remus halted, his hand holding the sock suspended in midair. "Wow, a wool sock!" Peter exclaimed. "Who sent it? Your parents?" Remus shook his head. His parents would not send something anonymously, and the color and texture of the sock did not align with his mother's style. James leaned in for a closer look, scratching his tousled black hair. "How peculiar. Who would send a sock anonymously? Though it does look quite warm." In the corner, Sirius continued to idly fiddle with an hourglass, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Yet, his peripheral vision was fixed intently on Remus and the green sock in his grasp. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, fleeting and elusive. "I don't know," Remus finally murmured, carefully refolding the sock, his fingertips lingering on the soft wool. A subtle, yet genuine warmth began to permeate through his fingers, as if it truly alleviated some of the coldness that had settled in his heart. Who could it be? Why a sock? This seemingly mundane, yet immensely practical gift struck at the heart of the undeniable chill beneath his feet during solitary nighttime walks through the castle. This anonymous gesture of concern was akin to a solitary footprint appearing in the snow, mysterious yet warm. However, this serene warmth was short-lived. Another owl swooped in, distinct from the rest. Its inky black feathers and piercing gaze radiated a somberness that clashed with the festive atmosphere. It bore no parcel, only a scroll tied with a black satin ribbon. It accurately sought out Sirius in the armchair, dropping the letter onto his lap before proudly raising its head and perching on the back of the chair, seemingly awaiting a response. The atmosphere in the common room grew subtly tense in an instant. James and Peter paused in their actions, casting worried glances toward Sirius. Even Remus lifted his head, his gaze drifting over the woolen sock in his hands to the suddenly rigid figure before them. All recognized that owl, the parchment, and the significance of the black ribbon. From number 12, Grimmauld Place, the Black family. The languid expression on Sirius's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a chilling, almost petrified indifference. He did not immediately reach for the letter. Instead, he stared at it as though it were something filthy. The warmth that once lingered in his gray eyes swiftly dissipated, congealing into a frozen lake. After a considerable pause, amid the impatient coos of the black owl, he extended his hand with an exaggerated slowness, feigning nonchalance as he untied the black ribbon. The parchment unfurled. The script was ornate and sharp, as if inked in fury. Even at a distance, Remus felt the coldness and oppressive weight emanating from the words. Sirius skimmed through the contents of the letter, his jaw tightening, the knuckles gripping the parchment, turning pale from the strain. He uttered no sound, yet the tension in his body was akin to that of stone. At last, he finished reading. He did not angrily tear it apart, nor did he curl up in anguish. Instead, he calmly, almost scornfully, tossed the parchment into the roaring fireplace beside him. The orange flames surged upward, greedily consuming the familial greeting, instantly transforming it into a small flurry of swirling black ash. The black owl emitted a sharp cry of discontent before flapping out of the window, disappearing into the vast snowy night. A profound silence enveloped the common room, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the faint whisper of the wind outside. James opened his mouth, intending to utter some soothing words, but Peter quietly tugged at his sleeve. Sirius remained in that position, fixated on the swiftly vanishing flames and ashes within the hearth, his profile appearing particularly harsh and solitary in the flickering light. He stood as an invisible yet unyielding barrier against the warm, festive atmosphere surrounding him. Remus silently tightened his fingers, the soft texture of the dark green woolen sock enveloping his fingertips. He glanced at the anonymous, enigmatic yet profoundly warm gift in his hand, then at the boy who had been scorched by his family's cold words, yet cloaked himself in an even colder silence. A surge of intense, bittersweet emotion welled up within him. He suddenly understood that some wounds cannot be healed by spells. Some coldness does not stem from the winds and snow outside the castle. and some gifts carry a weight far beyond that of a mere sock. Chapter 12. Echoes of Christmas Eve. The snow on Christmas Eve fell with increasing intensity. Feathery snowflakes silently blanketed every spire and statue of Hogwarts, gently erasing the playful footprints left by children during the day. Within the castle, a hallowed yet warm silence enveloped the air, distinctly different from days past. The corridors lay deserted, save for the faint crackling of torches on the walls and the distant echoes of a Christmas choir, where a handful of students and professors rehearsed in the Great Hall. Remus Lupin strolled alone on his way back to the Gryffindor Tower, having spent the afternoon in the library, attempting to divert his attention with hefty Muggle astronomy tomes unrelated to the magical realm. The science fiction novel that Sirius had casually lent him was long finished, its interstellar adventures fading like a fleeting, vibrant dream. Clad in thick, soft, dark green woolen socks, he felt insulated from the chill of the castle's stone floors. As he reached a corridor adorned with a massive tapestry on the 7th floor, a figure leaning against the window caught his eye, causing him to halt. It was Sirius. Unlike his usual company of James and the others, he was not engaged in mischief. Instead, he stood solitary, gazing out at the frost-covered world beyond the window. Moonlight intertwined with the snow's glow, illuminating half of his face, subtly accentuating his handsome, yet somewhat forlorn features. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he appeared both tall and solitary in the vast corridor. After a moment's hesitation, Remus approached, his woolen socks rendering his steps nearly soundless. "Not with them?" he inquired softly, stopping beside Sirius and also looking out the window. From their vantage point, they could see the Quidditch pitch blanketed in snow, resembling a vast, smooth layer of icing. Sirius seemed unsurprised by his presence, not even turning to acknowledge him. The sharp-tongued fork was busy polishing his new broom with an incessant chatter akin to a sparrow, while the tail of a bug sampled the 10th pie sent by his mother. His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, and too loud for the moment. Remus sensed that this was not the entirety of the matter. He recalled the dark owl and the parchment that had turned to ash in the fireplace. The Black family's Christmas greeting acted as an invisible barrier, isolating him from the surrounding festive atmosphere. The two stood momentarily in silence, side by side, watching the eternal descent of snowflakes outside. The tranquility enveloped them like a soft blanket. Unlike the previous silence in the library, this one felt denser and safer, as if on this snowbound Christmas Eve, all facades could be momentarily shed. "This sock," Sirius suddenly broke the silence, still gazing out the window, his tones seemingly casual. "Is it warm?" Remus's heart fluttered gently, his fingertips instinctively curling to feel the wool softness. "Very warm," he replied softly, pausing before adding, "Thank you." The window reflected a faint, almost imperceptible quirk of Sirius's lips, which quickly vanished. He neither affirmed nor denied, merely stating in a subdued tone, "As long as it is warm." Another silence ensued, yet this time an undercurrent seemed to pulse within it. Occasionally, Sirius's voice would resonate once more, quieter than before, resembling a soliloquy. His gray eyes reflected the boundless whiteness of the snow outside, appearing somewhat vacant. I felt that the castle, devoid of its usual Christmas bustle, revealed its truest essence. The noise had dissipated. Remus understood that the noise he referred to was not merely the clamor of voices. He turned his head, observing Sirius's profile, bathed in silver by the moonlight, for the first time clearly perceiving a hint of weariness and vulnerability concealed beneath that rebellious facade. "Do you wish to leave?" Remus hesitated, his voice soft enough to avoid disturbing the falling snowflakes. He did not specify where there was, yet they both understood its significance. Finally, Sirius stirred, turning to lean against the cold window frame, facing Remus. His expression was somewhat obscured by shadows, yet his eyes shone with extraordinary brightness. "Want to?" he scoffed, laughter devoid of warmth, filled instead with sharp derision. "I yearn for it every moment. Every brick of that place bears the doctrine of pure-blood supremacy. Every portrait judges you with its gaze. They care not who you are, only whether you are a worthy Black." His voice trembled with a deep-seated fury and disdain, nearly erupting from within. Remus listened quietly, refraining from interruption. He understood that what Sirius sought was not a judge, but a listener. My mother. Sirius's voice suddenly dropped, infused with a complex, almost painful emotion. In the letter she sent me, she referred to me as the family's disgrace. The calmness with which he uttered that word was chilling, as if he were stating an unrelated fact. She claimed I tarnished our noble bloodline, said I was unworthy of the Black name. Remus's heart tightened. He could envision the venomous words contained within that letter. He gazed at this boy, who always appeared fearless, and for the first time, genuinely sensed the weight he bore within. His rebellion, his flamboyance, perhaps serve as his most desperate weapon against the denial imposed by his own kin. That is not your disgrace, Remus said softly, yet with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating clearly in the silent corridor. It belongs to them. Sirius abruptly lifted his head, gazing at him. In the moonlight, Remus's eyes radiated warmth and clarity, devoid of pity, only profound understanding. Do you know what kind of people desperately attempt to mold others into the same shape? Remus continued, his gaze seemingly penetrating the opulent tapestries and heavy stone walls, reaching something far deeper. Those who cannot escape their own confines, and who fear witnessing others break free. Your difference, Sirius, is not a flaw to be concealed, but a brilliance they will never possess. His words acted as a key, deftly unlocking a tightly sealed door. Sirius froze, having never heard anyone interpret his struggle against his family in such a manner. It is not to say that he is rebellious, nor that he is troublesome, but rather that he embodies brilliance. He gazed at Remus, observing this companion, who consistently remained in the shadows, seemingly insulated from any fervent emotion. In this moment, he suddenly felt that Remus might possess a deeper understanding of darkness than he had previously imagined, as well as a profound comprehension of what true courage entails. A peculiar and tumultuous emotion surged within his chest. He yearned to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, all those swirling feelings distilled into a singular, albeit somewhat coarse, gesture. He extended his hand and playfully tousled Remus's hair, thoroughly disheveling its previously smooth state. Moonface, he remarked, his voice regaining a semblance of its usual tone, though the warmth lurking beneath could not be concealed. At times, when you speak, you sound like a 100-year-old fool. Remus did not flinch, nor did he, as was his custom, attempt to tidy his hair in resignation. Instead, he merely smiled softly, savoring the awkward yet affectionate warmth emanating from the hand resting on his head. Perhaps, he replied quietly. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the castle remained enveloped in silence. Yet in this empty, frigid corridor, two solitary youths, having shared the profound chill of their innermost selves, strangely ignited a small flame of warmth within one another. They both understood that the path ahead was long and that darkness might persist, but at least in this moment, they were not alone. Chapter 13. An unexpected guardian upon the conclusion of winter break. Hogwarts seemed to awaken from a prolonged dream, once again filled with the clamor and vitality of life. The stone walls of the castle appeared to have absorbed more laughter, and even the moving staircases in the corridors seemed more animated than before. However, for the second-year students, the first class of defense against the dark arts in the new term did not bring unbridled excitement. This year's curriculum, as hinted by the older students, would begin to delve into more advanced magic that would test their inner strength. Today, the defense against the dark arts professor, a serious yet fair wizard, stood behind the podium, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. We will begin to explore an exceedingly important and potentially challenging spell, the Patronus charm, Expecto Patronum. A buzz of whispers filled the classroom, as many students displayed expressions of both curiosity and trepidation. The Patronus charm is one of the most renowned and profound defensive spells known. The professor continued. It summons a guardian composed of positive energy to serve as a shield against dementors, those dark creatures that feed on joy and hope, as well as other malevolent magical threats. Its source of power lies not in the strength of your magic, but rather in your most joyful and intense positive memories and emotions. You must focus on recalling that feeling, allowing it to fill your entire being, and then utter the incantation, expecto patronum. Following the theoretical explanation, the practical session commenced, and the classroom was soon filled with hesitant and uncertain incantations echoing through the air. Expecto patronum, with his eyes tightly shut and his face flushed. James Potter's wand emitted a mere wisp of thin, smoke-like silver vapor that instantaneously dissipated. Merlin, this is far more challenging than I imagined. In frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair. Peter Pettigrew's wand produced not even a trace of smoke, only a few feeble silver sparks that fizzled out like damp fireworks. Severus Snape stood nearby, his lips pressed tightly together, wielding his wand with decisive precision. A denser plume of silver mist surged from the tip of his wand, sustaining itself for a few seconds to form a vague, ever-shifting shield shape, drawing low murmurs of admiration from several Slytherins. A subtle flush of satisfaction appeared on his pale face as his gaze briefly swept toward the Gryffindors. Meanwhile, Remus Lupin faced an unprecedented struggle. He stood resolutely in his position, gripping his wand tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain. He desperately scoured his mind for joyous memories. The elation upon receiving his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, moments of laughter in the sun with the Marauders, conversations with Sirius in the quiet corridor, clad in warm socks on Christmas Eve. Each cherished memory began with a warm glow, yet in the next instant, a chilling shadow would surge uncontrollably. Following the joy of the acceptance letter came the unmistakable worry in his parents' eyes. After the laughter of friends, the dread of facing the beast alone on the full moon. And following that serene conversation was the profound unease regarding his identity as an outcast, along with the fear that such tender care would vanish upon the revelation of harsh truths. You do not deserve to conceal the dangers of being an outcast. These thoughts whispered like the cold murmurings of a dementor, ensnaring him with each attempt. Expecto patronum, he murmured, his voice laced with barely perceptible tremors. From the tip of his wand emerged a few strands of silver, weaker than even Peter's, twisting as if they were on the verge of being consumed by an invisible darkness, unable to sustain themselves even for a fleeting second. Waves of frustration and self-loathing engulfed him. He felt like an outright fraud, standing there attempting to summon a Patronus that embodied light and joy, while his very essence was inextricably linked to a dark, perilous secret. Snape let out a clear, mocking scoff, although the professor immediately silenced him with a glare. The sound pierced Remus's heart like a dagger. His complexion turned even paler as he nearly dropped his wand. At that moment, a figure approached him quietly. It was Sirius. Having just completed his own attempt, Sirius's wand had unleashed a considerable, roiling mass of silver mist, which, while not fully formed, radiated a brilliance and strength that surpassed that of his peers, even more potent than Snape's. He felt no pride in his progress, his brow furrowed, and his gray eyes were fixed intently on Remus, who was on the brink of being overwhelmed by despair. He observed Remus falter time and again, witnessing the struggle and helplessness that filled his perpetually gentle brown eyes, while the nauseating mockery of Snape ignited an inexplicable fury within him, mingled with an intense urge to take action. Do not heed him, Moony. Sirius's voice resonated, low yet remarkably clear in Remus's ear, nor the voices that echo in your mind. Startled, Remus lifted his gaze to him, surprised by the intensity of Sirius's unwavering focus. His jaw set, as if resolved to make a pivotal decision. What if we recall the moment we discovered the first secret passage? He suggested, his tone imbued with a guiding power. Or the time you successfully pranked me by placing a dumb bomb on my chair. Those were moments of pure joy, almost untouched by shadows. Remus found himself momentarily frozen, contemplating Sirius's steadfast profile, as if drawing strength from him. He inhaled deeply, striving to dispel the cacophony in his mind, concentrating on the vivid recollections Sirius had invoked, the thrill of exploring the unknown, the exhilaration of triumphant high-fives with friends upon a successful prank. He raised his wand once more. Simultaneously, as if to create an undisturbed atmosphere, Sirius lifted his wand as well. His gaze was sharp, as if confronting an unseen adversary, requiring a more potent joy to dispel all gloom. What did he recall? The exhilaration of soaring into the azure sky on a broomstick for the first time? The euphoric relief when the sorting hat declared him a Gryffindor? His gaze inadvertently drifted to Remus, who was concentrating intently, his eyelashes trembling slightly with focus, and his lips pressed together, appearing somewhat stubborn. Suddenly, an image crashed into his mind unbidden. On Christmas Eve, in a vast corridor illuminated by moonlight and snow, Remus looked at him with those clear brown eyes and earnestly declared, "Your uniqueness is a radiance they shall never possess." The sensation of that moment was not merely happiness. It was a profound tremor of understanding, a solace where a cold loneliness was replaced by a warm resonance, an emotion he had never experienced in Grimmauld Place. A feeling of home. Now, expecto patronum. Sirius nearly shouted the incantation in unison with Remus. A miracle unfolded, not from the still struggling Remus, but emanating from Sirius Black. A dazzling light, as solid as liquid silver, erupted from the tip of his wand like a torrent breaching a dam. The brilliance was so intense that it instantly illuminated their entire corner, catching the attention of those at the far end of the classroom. The light swiftly coalesced, taking form, transforming from a nebulous mist into a clearly defined, living creature. It was a magnificent, sleek figure radiating pure silver luminescence, poised with an air of pride and vigilance. It was unlike James's formless mist, nor akin to Snape's indistinct shield. It was a complete, powerful entity of a Patronus, possessing a distinct shape. The classroom was instantly enveloped in silence. All eyes widened in astonishment. Even the professor displayed an expression of incredulity. The silver creature gracefully circled in the air, and then, to everyone's astonished gaze, instead of rushing towards the imagined Dementor, it directly approached Remus Lupin, who was still despondent over his faint silver thread. It halted before Remus, gently nuzzling the back of his hand that clutched his wand with its radiant, elegant head. A wave of powerful warmth and an ineffable sense of security swept over him, akin to the gentlest sunlight, instantly dispelling all the chill and unease within Remus's heart. He was completely frozen, staring blankly at the silver Patronus exuding a familiar aura, before abruptly turning his head to look at Sirius beside him. Sirius himself was equally stunned. He maintained the posture of casting, his gray eyes filled with a depth of shock and bewilderment surpassing anyone else's. He glanced at the fading silver light at the tip of his wand, and then at the Patronus affectionately nuzzling Remus, as if he could not comprehend what he had just conjured. Had he succeeded? Had he summoned a complete Patronus? In second year? And why had his Patronus approached? Snape's complexion turned ashen, his gaze darkening ominously. James's mouth fell open wide enough to fit a chocolate frog. Peter let out a short gasp. Merlin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, murmured, hastening over, his eyes darting between Sirius, Remus, and that extraordinary Patronus, filled with wonder. A complete entity Patronus. In second year, Mr. Black, this is truly remarkable. Gryffindor gains 20 points for your extraordinary achievement. However, Sirius seemed to pay no heed to the professor's praise. His gaze remained fixed on Remus, locked onto the Patronus that embodied his happiest memories, yet seemed to possess its own will. After completing that soothing nuzzle, the Patronus transformed into glimmering silver specks, dissipating into the air. Yet the warmth, the strength, and the profound mystery that hung between the two settled heavily, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all witnesses. Remus felt the back of his hand still warm, as if the touch of the Patronus lingered there. He looked at Sirius, his heart racing wildly. A thought he dared not ponder breaking free. Why did Sirius's Patronus approach me? And the same thunderous question echoed in Sirius's mind. Why did I think of him when I summoned it? Chapter 14. The weight of secrets. The Patronus incident stirred unceasing ripples throughout Hogwarts. For an entire week, whether in the auditorium, corridors, or classrooms, the second-grade students were abuzz with the tale of Black summoning his corporeal Patronus. Awe, envy, and inquisitive glances trailed closely behind Sirius. Yet, the very subject of this fervent discourse remained strikingly reticent. His silence was unlike any he had ever experienced. It was not the vacant stare of boredom, nor the oppressive quietude of anger, but rather an immersive contemplation laden with perplexity. He often found himself lost in thought, his gray eyes fixated on an empty point, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing his wand, as if he could still feel the uncontrollable surge of silver energy that had erupted that day. Why had he succeeded at that moment? Why did the Patronus gravitate towards Remus? These two questions circled his mind incessantly. He endeavored to recall the emotions of that instant. It was not mere joy, but a more intricate and tempestuous feeling, interwoven with a protective instinct, a firm sense of affirmation, and a flicker of warmth born from Remus's very existence, an emotion he dared not scrutinize too deeply. This sensation felt foreign and perilous, akin to touching a door that ought not to be opened. He felt restless, yet found himself unable to divert his gaze from the source of it all. Life was equally arduous for Remus Lupin. The shock and warmth brought forth by Sirius's Patronus were undeniably real. Yet they were swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of fear and guilt. The brilliance of that moment only served to accentuate the unfathomable shadows that loomed within him. He was a werewolf ensnared in a web of lies, yet he basked in the protection and care of a truly brave and luminous soul, which made him feel like a disgraceful thief. Particularly, he could sense Sirius's growing scrutiny. That gaze had transcended the realm of mere friendship, morphing into something sharper, an attempt to pierce through the haze. Each time he had to concoct an excuse to leave around the full moon, that gaze felt like a dagger at his back. The pressure accumulated like an ever-deepening snow, teetering on the brink of collapse. After Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall assigned a paper on the challenges and ethics of interspecies transformation, requiring specific magical creature case studies. The topic plunged Remus into despair. He recognized the necessity of venturing to the library to seek supporting evidence for his paper, while also ensuring not to expose too much sensitive information. However, he was acutely aware that it was also the place where knowledge was most transparent and secrets most easily uncovered. On Friday evening, with a glimmer of hope, he chose a secluded corner of the library, where the shelves were densely packed and the light dim. The air was thick with the musty scent of old paper and dust, typically deserted by patrons. He cautiously withdrew a volume titled The Compendium of Rare Magical Creatures, Misunderstood Existences, flipping to a random page, his heart pounding heavily within his chest. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of familiar gray eyes had been quietly observing him from behind the shelves in the nearby aquatic plant section for quite some time. Sirius had initially come in search of a book on Quidditch tactics, yet unexpectedly caught sight of that slender figure, too familiar, vanishing behind the dense shelves. As if guided by an unseen force, he remained silent, stealthily trailing behind like a hunting hound poised for the chase. He observed Remus, pausing in front of a shelf filled with obscure tomes on magical creatures, his expression tinged with an unprecedented pallor and tension. He watched as Remus's fingers skimmed the spines of the books, ultimately extracting the volume titled A Compendium of Rare Magical Creatures. The title elicited a faint furrow of concern on Sirius's brow. Remus, oblivious to the encroaching danger, was engrossed in perusing the pages, his body slightly hunched, obscuring much of the text. Yet Sirius's keen gaze managed to catch sight of a prominent illustration on the page he was examining, accompanied by several bold, enlarged words. Werewolf. Irreversible transformation under the full moon. In that instant, it was as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the fog. All the fragmented clues, all the irrational details, were brutally intertwined by those few merciless words. Remus's monthly, punctual bouts of low-grade fever, his unusual pallor and fatigue around the full moon, his familiarity with the forbidden forest, Snape's malicious taunts regarding the scent of beasts, the fear that arose from within him while studying the Patronus charm, a fear devoid of joy, and his own uncontrollable urge to rush to Remus's side as his Patronus. Was this an instinctive impulse to combat the intangible darkness that loomed over Remus? The truth lay bare and cruel before him, not offering the relief of understanding, but rather a suffocating shock and an overwhelming ache. His moonlit visage, his quiet, gentle Remus, always so orderly, was enduring this torment and fear alone each month, living under the shadow of such a cursed and ostracized identity. The enormity of this revelation caused Sirius to instinctively retreat a step, inadvertently colliding with a precariously stacked pile of books behind him. With a clatter, several hefty volumes tumbled to the floor, producing an abrupt and resonant thud that shattered the silence of the library. Remus spun around like a startled deer, the book in his hands falling with a sharp thud, landing open to the page depicting the werewolf. The color drained from his face, his brown eyes widening in terror. Filled with the panic of being caught, despair, and a near collapse of vulnerability, he met Sirius's gaze from just a few steps away. Witnessing the lingering shock and understanding etched upon his friend's face, it felt as though the world had fractured before him. It was over. The word struck him like icy water, drowning all his senses. The very thing he feared most had come pass. Not the discovery by a professor, nor expulsion from school, but the revelation to Sirius, his dearest friend, who had glimpsed his most grotesque and shameful secret in this manner. The air grew thick with tension. In the dim light, it seemed as if the dust itself had ceased to move. Between them lay the scattered books and that open volume, revealing everything. Like a chasm that had suddenly yawned open, Remus's lips trembled, desperately trying to articulate something, yet no sound escaped. He longed to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. He could only stand there, awaiting judgment, anticipating the potential disdain, fear, or the most unbearable pity that might flicker in those gray eyes. Time passed, each second stretching interminably, as if it were a century. Then he observed Sirius move. He refrained from displaying any of the expressions Remus had envisioned. Shock gradually settled, replaced by a gaze imbued with a tumult of complex and intense emotions. He did not glance at the open book on the floor. His eyes remained steadfastly locked onto Remus's pale face, etched with despair. Sirius stepped forward, treading over the scattered books, and approached Remus directly. His movements were deliberate, yet imbued with an undeniable force. Before Remus could react, Sirius extended his hand, not to push him away or to point at him, but to grasp his cold, trembling wrist with a firm, unwavering hold. The grip was strong, even somewhat painful, yet curiously suffused with a searing, palpable presence. "You," Sirius began, his voice raspy, as if he were learning to speak for the first time. He paused, seemingly struggling to find the right words, as a tempest gathered in his gray eyes, ultimately coalescing into a low, unequivocal statement devoid of question. Merely a declaration. "You've been shouldering this alone?" There was no inquiry into his identity, no exclamation of his being a werewolf. The question was simply, "You've been bearing this alone?" This phrase acted as a key, abruptly unlocking the defenses Remus had long maintained. The fears, loneliness, grievances, and overwhelming burdens he had carried for so long crumbled before this unexpected, profoundly understanding inquiry. His eyes instantly reddened. Warm tears surged uncontrollably, blurring his vision. He bit down hard on his lip, attempting to suppress the shameful sobs, but his body trembled involuntarily. His reaction was the most honest answer. Sirius tightened his grip on Remus's wrist. He watched as Remus fought back tears, witnessing his companion, who had always silently borne everything, displaying such vulnerability. And his heart ached as if it were being tightly squeezed. All prior confusion and irritation were replaced by a more potent, clearer emotion, the need to protect him. He must protect him. No one, including Remus himself and that damned secret, should inflict such harm upon him again. "Listen," Sirius's voice dropped to a low timbre, yet carried an unprecedented seriousness. Each word struck like a hammer on Remus's heart. "I do not care what that book says, nor what others may say. You are Remus Lupin, a member of the Marauders, and you are my friend." He paused, his gaze as steadfast as rock. "From this moment on, this is no longer your burden alone." In the dim corner of the library, secrets finally lay exposed to the singular beam of light. And this beam of light, rather than choosing to retreat or extinguish itself, resolutely plunged into the shadows. Chapter 15. The Oath of the Marauders. In the days following the library incident, the surface of Hogwarts remained tranquil, yet a silent storm was brewing among the four youths, coalescing towards a shared destination. Sirius did not immediately divulge Remus's secret to James and Peter. The revelation was too burdensome. He required time to process it and to contemplate how to articulate it. However, his manner of guarding Remus underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. It evolved from merely walking alongside him to embodying a more profound, unspoken protection. He would secure for Remus the innermost seat, one that attracted little attention. Upon encountering Slytherin students in the corridors, he would discreetly adjust their positioning. He even began to monitor the lunar phases, ensuring that in the days leading up to the full moon, he would conveniently possess an excess of Honeyduke's sweets to dispose of. Remus, akin to a startled creature on high alert, remained silent and tense. He awaited the inevitable judgment, the shattering of friendship, while simultaneously feeling the searing warmth of Sirius's implicit guardianship within his heart. Guilt and a flicker of despair waged war within him. The turning point occurred on Thursday afternoon, after a lesson on the identification of dangerous magical creatures. Snape deliberately left a copy of Dark Creatures, Identification and Defense open on his desk, the page prominently displaying a detailed description of werewolves accompanied by grotesque illustrations. His cold gaze slithered over Remus's suddenly pallid face, a malicious smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "It seems rather perilous." Snape's voice, neither high nor low, was pitched just right for a few nearby to overhear, lurking among us, even donning the guise of a model student. At that moment, Sirius's demeanor hardened. He did not explode. Rather, he approached and forcefully closed the book, the thud of its spine striking the table drawing the attention of those around. "Mind your own business." Snape, Sirius's voice was chillingly calm, yet imbued with an undeniable menace. "Do not behave like a rat in a sewer, merely squeaking at shadows." The conflict did not escalate, but an invisible boundary had been drawn. That evening, in a secluded corner of Gryffindor Tower, Sirius intercepted James and Peter. "There is something," he stated directly, his gray eyes particularly serious in the dim light, "regarding Remus, something of great importance." His tone caused James to retract his playful demeanor, while Peter nervously clutched the hem of his robes. As Sirius succinctly yet clearly conveyed his discovery and deductions, the air seemed to solidify. James's eyes behind his glasses widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for an extended moment. Peter inhaled sharply, his complexion paling as he instinctively took a step back. "A werewolf?" James finally regained his voice, filled with incredulity. "Remus? How could this be? He is so good." "This elucidates why he falls ill each month," Sirius's voice resonating with a somber timbre, "why he treads so cautiously, and why that wretched Snape incessantly regards him with those piercing eyes." "Merlin, oh James," he murmured, raking his fingers through his already disheveled hair, his face a canvas of shock and confusion, yet surprisingly devoid of fear or revulsion. The first thought that crossed his mind was not of peril, but rather, how terrified must he be, enduring such torment alone? Peter trembled, his lips quivering as he quietly inquired, "Does the school know?" "Professor Dumbledore. If they were aware, he wouldn't be here," Sirius interjected, his tone resolute. "But the other students must remain oblivious. We must ensure that." His gaze swept over his two friends, particularly now that Snape had begun to harbor suspicions. James abruptly lifted his head, his expression shifting from shock to determination, the kind that is the hallmark of a leader among the Marauders. "Of course. He is Remus, our friend. Regardless of what he is one of us." He turned to Peter. "What say you, Wormtail?" Under the scrutiny of James and Sirius, Peter shrank slightly, but ultimately, the loyalty of friendship and the fear of exclusion outweighed his trepidation of the unknown danger, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, of course. Remus is our friend." "Good." Sirius appeared to have anticipated this response, a flicker of relief shining in his eyes, yet mere confidentiality was insufficient. "We must take action. We need to help him." "How?" James promptly asked. Sirius's gaze drifted to the darkened horizon beyond the window, where a nearly full moon emerged from behind the clouds, its pallid face haunting. "I've done some research," he said, lowering his voice further. "When a werewolf transforms, if there are animal companions nearby, especially those of high intelligence and empathy, the anguish may be alleviated and the beast's instincts could be soothed." James's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You mean animagi?" Sirius exhaled this term with a resolve akin to a desperate gamble. "We learn to become animagi, to transform into animals, and accompany him on the night of the full moon. This way, he will not be alone." The notion was audacious, perilous, and indeed bordering on madness. Animagi were a complex form of magic, a process lengthy and fraught with risks, strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. They were merely a group of second-year students about to ascend to their third. Yet James Potter exhibited not an ounce of hesitation. Instead, a fervent zeal ignited within him. "That's brilliant. Let us do it. We can surely master it. Just imagine we could run together under the moonlight." Peter's face turned even paler, his voice trembling, but that's dangerous and illegal. "Then we must proceed in secrecy," Sirius asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "For Remus, will you join us, Wormtail?" Under the intense gaze of his two friends, Peter finally nodded, albeit with great difficulty. The plan was set. The next step was to inform Remus. This responsibility fell upon Sirius's shoulders. On Saturday morning, Sirius intercepted Remus on the path leading to Hagrid's hut, where he was headed to assist with the herbology greenhouse. He uttered not a word, merely slipping a folded note into Remus's hand, casting a lingering glance at him before turning away. The note bore a single line, scrawled in Sirius's sharp, hasty script. "After lights out tonight at the Shrieking Shack. We will be there. Do not fear." The Shrieking Shack, notorious among the villagers of Hogsmeade for its hauntings, was a place no one dared approach. Remus felt his heart sink, yet curiously, it hovered in an unsettling void. They were aware of their choice. What purpose did they intend to serve? A final judgment? The entire day weighed heavily on his mind. As night fell, marking the hour of curfew, he donned a pair of deep green woolen socks, as if drawing a modicum of courage from them, clutching the Marauder's map and the invisibility cloak, quietly slipping out of the castle as though he were heading to the gallows, navigating through the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow. The chill of the earth and stone enveloped him. When he finally crawled through the creaking trapdoor into the dust-laden, splintered room of the Shrieking Shack, 3 figures awaited him. James, Sirius, and Peter. They were all present, devoid of their school robes, their faces lacking smiles, only bearing an expression of solemnity. The tips of their wands glowed with a flickering luminescence, illuminating their youthful, resolute faces and casting light upon the dilapidated room, which seemed to have frozen all fear. Remus stood frozen at the threshold, his complexion paler than moonlight, his fingers icy. He braced himself for the worst. "Remus," James spoke first, taking a step forward. His usually playful eyes now, somberly earnest. "We know." Remus's breath hitched in his throat. "About your being a werewolf," Sirius added calmly, his gaze steady as an anchor, locking onto Remus. The most terrifying words were laid bare, and oddly, Remus felt an almost numb tranquility. He lowered his eyelids, awaiting the impending expulsion, interrogation, or something beyond his imagination. "We have discussed it," James continued, his voice echoing in the vast room. "The Marauders will not abandon anyone, especially you." Remus's head snapped up, disbelief flooding his eyes. Peter spoke softly yet distinctly. "Remus, we're still friends." Then Sirius approached him, each step resonating on the aged floorboards. He halted before Remus, extending his hand, not his wand but his palm, facing upward. "We have a plan," Sirius declared, his gray eyes ablaze with fervent determination under the wand's glow. "To learn Animagus, to transform into animals. This way, every full moon, you need not face it alone. We will be with you." This declaration struck Remus like a thunderclap, shattering the numbness and despair that enveloped him. Animagus? For him, his dearest friends were willing to undertake such perilous, arduous, even illegal magic merely to accompany him as he transformed into a monster each month? Remus's voice was hoarse and fractured as he shook his head, retreating. tears finally pouring forth uncontrollably. "No, it's too dangerous. It's not worth it for me, nor for you." Sirius interrupted him, his tone resolute, his hand still extended firmly. "If I say it's worth it, then it is." James approached as well, placing his hand atop Sirius's. "Moony, you have never been a burden to us. You are the wisest and most reliable among us. Now, it is our turn to do something for you." Peter hesitated for a moment, but slowly stepped forward, placing his small hand atop theirs, trembling yet unwavering. The three hands stacked together, reaching towards Remus, symbolizing unreserved trust, unwavering support, and a heavy yet warm vow. Remus gazed at those three hands, witnessing the unwavering conviction in his friend's eyes, and a torrent of emotions overwhelmed all his defenses. He was no longer the solitary beast, nor the hidden shadow. He was seen, accepted, and even fiercely protected in such a mad and brave manner. Scalding tears streamed down his cheeks as he trembled, finally extending his cold hand, gently yet firmly, to rest atop the three warm hands, for hands intertwined tightly together, in that shack filled with terrifying legends. A vow stronger than any magic was silently forged. "Prongs," James's voice resonated with unprecedented solemnity. "From henceforth, we share both fortune and misfortune." "Not merely mischief," Sirius added, casting his gaze over each individual before finally resting on Remus's glistening eyes. "Always." Peter nodded vigorously. Remus, overwhelmed with emotion, could only grip his friend's hands tighter. In that moment, moonlight streamed through the dilapidated window panes, illuminating the swirling dust within the room, and also revealing the indestructible light flickering in the eyes of the four boys. The secret of the werewolf was no longer a divisive blade, but rather a crucible that forged them closer together. From this night forth, the Marauders possessed something far deeper than mere mischief, a true soul. Chapter 16. The long transformation begins in the first weekend following the vow. The Marauders embarked on a silent yet perilous war. The objective was clear: to master the theoretical foundations of a Nimigus transformation before the next full moon, and to discover safe and reliable practical methods. The library became their new secret base. This time, they were not seeking inspiration for homework or pranks, but rather delving into the dusty confines of ancient manuscripts in the restricted section, searching for knowledge that the Ministry of Magic strictly regulated. Chapter 7 of Advanced Transfiguration mentioned it, albeit vaguely. Remus whispered, his fingertips brushing over the pages of a hefty tome. He was the primary researcher among the four, and his innate meticulousness and focus proved crucial at that moment. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet there was something different in his gaze, a determination born from acceptance, a willingness to invest everything into this friendship. "Here." James slid down a towering ladder, clutching a worn and fragile manuscript of parchment that seemed on the verge of disintegration. Dust clinging to his glasses, tucked beneath the forgotten lore of African alchemy and shape-shifting. "Behold this symbol," he exclaimed, pointing to a blurred design at the edge of the parchment, resembling three animal paw prints encircling a flame. Sirius swiftly seized the parchment, his gray eyes darting over the densely packed, archaic, and obscure script. His brow furrowed, yet his reading speed was astonishingly rapid. It required unwavering will to sustain a mandrake leaf in one's mouth for an entire month during a tempestuous storm lit by lightning for the final step. He murmured the key points, and with each utterance, the atmosphere grew increasingly grave. Peter, clutching several potentially relevant tomes, looked at them with mounting concern. A leaf for an entire month? Without swallowing or removing it? What about eating and speaking? And the lightning? It's far too perilous. Thus, it was deemed illegal and esoteric magic. Sirius, his gaze still fixed upon the ancient instructions, spoke with an almost exhilarating defiance. "If it were easy, it wouldn't be our task." The danger and difficulty seemed to ignite a rebellious flame within him. For a worthy cause, he was prepared to challenge the taboos. This was entirely consistent with his approach to confronting the world. However, theory was one thing, practice was another. They soon encountered their first monumental obstacle, the mandrake leaves. While this plant was cultivated in the Hogwarts greenhouse, it remained in its juvenile stage, with the precious leaves being meticulously guarded by Professor Sprout. They could not possibly procure enough mature leaves, imbued with sufficient magical potency. Perhaps mandrake is not strictly necessary? James proposed boldly, gesturing toward another book that detailed ancient wizards' use of various moonlit moss variants. No, Remus immediately countered, having just closed a tome entitled The Risks of Substituting Potion Ingredients. The active components in mandrake leaves were essential stabilizers linking a wizard's consciousness to their animal form. The risks of substitutes were exceedingly high, potentially leading to incomplete transformations, a loss of consciousness, or even permanent animagus status. As he spoke, his tone was calm, yet his fingers tightened unconsciously. He understood better than anyone the terrifying backlash of magic. Sirius glanced at Remus, keenly sensing his subtle tension. He set the parchment down, approaching Remus and gently nudging his shoulder. "There's always a way," he asserted, his tone not one of blind optimism, but of factual certainty. Since they had decided to undertake this task, these challenges were merely thresholds to cross, not barriers to impede their path. His proximity and words conveyed a stabilizing strength. Remus's taut shoulders relaxed slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Ultimately, the solution presented itself in an unexpected manner. A few days later, James received a package sent from home, containing the customary sweets and broom care polish, alongside a message from his father, Mr. Fleamont Potter. At the conclusion of the letter, this affable and well-connected wizard casually mentioned that during the tidying of an old storage room, your mother stumbled upon several boxes containing my collections from my student days, which include some rather peculiar items. I recall you expressed an interest in advanced transfiguration in your correspondence. Thus, I am sending you a little antique that may ignite your inspiration. Please exercise caution when using it, as some of these items, having aged considerably, possess unstable magical properties. At the bottom of the package lay an unassuming tin box. Upon opening it, four petite, deep green leaves were found, each sealed within a crystal capsule. The leaves retained an astonishingly vibrant hue, and beside them was a faded label inscribed in ancient script: "Mature mandrake leaves, harvested on the night of the full moon." "Magic preserved. Merlin S. Beard," Peter exclaimed. James grinned widely, his eyes sparkling. "My dad can be quite the timely savior." With the primary hurdle of materials unexpectedly resolved, the true challenge was only beginning. According to the instructions, they needed to place the leaves under their tongues at dawn, following the next full moon, embarking on a month-long period of fusion. During this time, the leaves must never leave their mouths, regardless of eating, speaking, or even sleeping. Simultaneously, at sunrise and sunset each day, they were to touch their chests with the tip of their wands and recite a specific, intricate incantation, gradually binding their magical essence to the leaves and the animal form they had chosen within their hearts. This was an exceedingly demanding process, testing their willpower, patience, and control over magic. They chose the secluded and enchanted room of requirements as their practice location, transforming it into a chamber filled with cushions and soundproofing spells. On the first day, as the bitter yet strangely spicy flavor of the leaves spread through their mouths, the difficulty became starkly evident with the recitation of the cumbersome, lengthy incantation. James found himself unable to resist the urge to speak, nearly spitting out the leaves several times. Peter was nearly brought to tears by the taste, his incantation faltering, while Remus, overly anxious and cautious, struggled with unstable magical output, the spell-less light flickering erratically. As for Sirius, he encountered a different kind of challenge. He had long been aware of the animal form he wished to take, a large, agile, loyal, and powerful canine. This choice seemed instinctual. However, as he endeavored to recite the spell, striving to vividly construct every detail of the creature in his mind, its strong limbs, thick fur, keen senses, and the grace of its free-running form, he was invariably distracted by a peculiar sensation. His thoughts would drift unbidden to Remus. He would envision the suffering Remus would endure on the night of the full moon, the Silver Guardian, and Remus's pale face and desperate eyes beneath the dim light of the library. These images did not distract him. Instead, they served as an intense impetus. compelling him to master this magic more swiftly and perfectly, to immediately possess the ability to protect the other. Yet this fervent, emotion-driven urgency clashed subtly with the calm focus required for the animagus transformation, resonating with the essence of the animal. His magic appeared restless within the incantation, akin to a caged beast, filled with power yet difficult to tame. The inaugural group practice concluded amidst exhaustion and varying degrees of frustration. It was far more challenging than simultaneously confronting 10 elusive balls. James complained, his tongue tinged with numbness, even though leaves still lingered beneath it. "I believe my sense of taste has been permanently impaired," Peter lamented, his expression woeful. Remus silently polished his wand, his brow furrowed, evidently contemplating his earlier missteps. Sirius sat against the wall, eyes closed, his forehead damp with perspiration. He struggled to calm the restless magic within him while attempting to untangle the complex emotions that both hindered and propelled him. Upon departing from the room of requirement, the day had waned and the corridor lay deserted. Remus deliberately slowed his pace, falling behind. Sirius, sensing this, also decelerated. "Your magical fluctuations are quite distinctive," Remus spoke softly, his voice clear and gentle in the hushed corridor, devoid of reproach, embodying the calmness of an observer. "It is potent, yet not sufficiently grounded. It feels as though it is burning rather than flowing." Sirius turned his head to regard him. Remus's gaze was lucid, imbued with the focus unique to spell research. This pragmatic approach oddly relaxed Sirius. "I don't know," Sirius admitted, irritably running his fingers through his hair. "Whenever I concentrate on that creature, my mind invariably wanders elsewhere." "Wanders to what?" Sirius paused, his gray eyes shimmering in the dim light. "To the notion that it must be swift and strong, that it cannot fear darkness and solitude." He refrained from mentioning you, yet each word seemed to hover with an unspoken implication. Remus understood. His heart gave a gentle tug, warmth and bitterness intertwining. An animagus. Remus's voice softened further, as if sharing a secret is not merely about transforming into an animal. It entails comprehending the essence of that creature, coexisting with it in harmony rather than coercing or dominating it. Your power may require discovering a deeper anchor beyond the mere impulse to protect. It should resonate with the very life you wish to embody. Feel its joy, its freedom, not solely its strength. Sirius contemplated this. He recalled the yearning deep within for unrestrained running and the desire for loyal companionship, which indeed seemed to be part of a canine's nature. This longing, too, appeared intricately linked with the person before him. Perhaps, he ultimately replied, not entirely grasping it, yet noting Remus's words. In the days that followed, their practice became the most significant aspect of their lives outside of classes. They gradually acclimated to the discomfort and pain of the leaves, and their incantations grew more proficient. Each individual's progress and challenges varied, yet they established a peculiar system of mutual support. James took on the role of morale booster with his enthusiasm and optimism, often derailing efforts with his verbosity. Peter handled lookout duties and logistical preparations, such as the mouthwash treated with a concealment charm. Remus served as the theoretical guide and error corrector, while Sirius began to experiment with adjustments. In his daily incantation practice, he no longer solely envisioned the formidable guardian. Instead, he endeavored to conjure the sheer joy of running freely beneath the moonlight, the solid companionship of his peers, and the tranquility that enveloped him while safeguarding what was precious. He recalled his childhood, how he had envied the carefree, stray dogs roaming the streets outside the suffocatingly ornate confines of Grimoire Square. That yearning for freedom now harmonized beautifully with the demands of his training. His magical prowess had not softened, yet the restlessness gradually settled into a more profound and stable strength, akin to the molten lava surging beneath the Earth's crust. The changes were subtle, but Remus noticed. After one session, he gazed at the stabilizing silver aura at the tip of Sirius's wand, nodding gently in approval, his eyes reflecting admiration. In that moment, the bitterness of the mandrake leaves in Sirius's mouth seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. The path of transformation was long and arduous, and the first step had been taken, albeit unsteadily. Amid shared secrets, common goals, and the daily grind of practice, something deeper than magic was quietly taking root among the four young boys, particularly in the hearts of the two who always silently watched over each other, awaiting the day it would break through the surface. Chapter 17. Unexpected turns and fractures. The training of the Animagus entered its third week. The bitterness of the mandrake leaves had become a part of their daily existence, a constant reminder of the perilous undertaking they had embarked upon. The rhythmic practice of incantations at dawn and dusk began to manifest a certain cadence, as the flow of magic transformed from initial awkward resistance to a slightly more compliant essence. However, danger often lurks quietly, especially when one believes they have everything under control. This time, the issue arose with Peter Pettigrew. Despite his fundamentally good nature and the value he placed on the friendship that included him in their inner circle for the time being, at least, war would reveal a darker Peter. His innate timidity and lack of confidence acted as submerged reefs, harmless in calm waters, but becoming the most vulnerable points of breakage when under pressure. The persistent discomfort from the leaves, the monotony and hardships of incantation practice, and the terrifying consequences of illegal training, such as expulsion or scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic, deepened his growing fears, which entwined around him like creeping vines. Especially in recent days, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, perhaps by Peeves, perhaps by Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, or perhaps it was merely his own paranoia. This left him in a state of perpetual unease. On Wednesday evening, it was time for their collective practice once more. The room of requirement materialized today as a sunlit conservatory, with a false ceiling adorned in a gradient of splendid twilight hues, surrounded by lush, harmless magical plants, and a thick carpet of moss underfoot to cushion any potential magical mishaps. Warm, serene, and isolated from the outside world, it should have been the ideal setting for their practice. The four of them sat cross-legged, each pointing the tip of their wand at their hearts, preparing to commence the incantation at sunset. The only sounds within the room were their steady breaths and the soft rustle of leaves. Peter was particularly unwell today. During lunch, he nearly swallowed a leaf due to his nervousness. His face flushed crimson as he choked, discomfort still lingering in his throat. His eyes darted anxiously, convinced that something lurked within the shadows of the swaying plants. The incantation commenced. James closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, immersing himself in the resonance of the stag form within his mind. Sirius maintained a tranquil demeanor, the silver tip of his wand radiating a stable, subdued glow, subtly emanating the alertness and strength of a canine. Remus, as ever, was precise, his incantation clear and steady, guiding the magic to flow gently. Peter's lips trembled. The familiar spell now felt particularly cumbersome. The image in his mind, that of a small, gray mouse, was indistinct and hazy. Fear enveloped him. What if he failed? What if the transformation went awry, turning him into a monster? What if he was discovered? Et anima, mea misceder cum forma bestii. May my soul merge with the beast form. Just as the incantation reached its critical juncture, requiring a thread of primal magic to be infused into the leaf, Peter, overwhelmed by anxiety, suddenly gasped. A short, violent cough erupted from his throat. Not only did the spell come to an abrupt halt, but worse still, the verdant mandrake leaf beneath his tongue was forcefully expelled from his mouth by the rush of air. The leaf traced a small arc in the air, glinting ominously beneath the false twilight, before gently landing on the thick moss below. Time seemed to freeze. James and Sirius simultaneously interrupted their spells, their eyes widening in shock. Remus ceased his incantation as well, his complexion turning pale in an instant. According to all their research, if the leaf were to leave the mouth for even a moment during the fusion period, all prior accumulation would be rendered futile, and the risk of magical backlash would escalate dramatically, potentially disrupting the wizard's own transformation stability. Blast it, James growled, his voice laced with astonishment and fury. Peter froze, staring at the leaf on the ground as if it were the most terrifying sight in the world. A wave of immense dread engulfed him. His lips quivered, tears welling up in an instant. "I didn't mean to." I choked. "I feel like something is watching me." He stammered, his body beginning to tremble. "By Merlin." Sirius leapt up, fury igniting in his gray eyes, though directed not at Peter, but scanning the dense foliage around them. "What? Did you see something?" His wand was raised, poised defensively, his body instinctively shielding Remus. Yet Remus was faster than anyone. He lunged for the leaf, carefully yet swiftly using a levitation spell to retrieve it, a cleansing charm's aura instantly sweeping across its surface. His mind raced, approximately 3 seconds outside the mouth. Contact with the lifeless moss, moderate risk of theoretical contamination. He needed to reinstate it immediately, supplemented by a stabilizing incantation, though the chances of success would diminish. And personal magic might face rejection. "Quick, Peter, open your mouth." The voice of Remus carried an undeniable urgency, yet his hands remained steady. He understood that with every second wasted, the risk escalated. Peter, gripped by fear, shrank back, shaking his head fervently. "No, we can't. It will go wrong. We will be exposed. I can't." Terror had utterly overwhelmed him, and the notion of retreat gained the upper hand. "Peter!" James grasped his shoulder, striving to calm him. Now was not the time for hesitation. "Hurry!" But Peter resembled a frightened creature, consumed by sobs and refusing to cooperate. At that moment, a faint sound of dragging footsteps and a familiar, disgruntled muttering drifted from the corridor. It was Filch. He might merely be on his routine patrol, but the sound was indeed approaching. The atmosphere within the room tightened to a breaking point. Sirius's gaze sharpened, and he acted decisively. No longer attempting to persuade Peter, he snatched the leaf from Remus's hand and, with lightning speed, grasped Peter's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. "Listen." Sirius's voice dropped low, imbued with a cold, almost cruel finality. "You either put it back now and endure, or I go out and tell Filch that you attempted to harbor a fox in the castle. Choose." This was not a negotiation. It was an ultimatum. His gray eyes bore no hint of jest, only an unwavering resolve. To prevent the entire plan from collapsing, to safeguard Remus's hope at this moment, he was willing to assume the role of the villain. Peter was petrified by the chill in Sirius's gaze. His whimpers caught in his throat. James hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped Sirius's intent and did not intervene. Remus watched Sirius's rough yet effective actions with a tightening heart. He knew it was for the greater good. Yet witnessing Peter's terror and Sirius's hardened profile stirred a tumult of emotions within him. The leaf was once again tucked beneath Peter's tongue. Almost simultaneously, Remus's wand was pointed at Peter's chest. A swift, low incantation for a stabilizing charm whispered, as a gentle white light sought to soothe the chaotic magic disrupted by fear. Filch's footsteps lingered outside for a moment, muttering something about always sensing a prankster, before gradually receding. The immediate crisis was averted, yet the weighty atmosphere in the room lingered. Peter lay limp on the moss, softly weeping, unable to meet anyone's gaze. James exhaled, but his brow was furrowed, clearly disappointed and apprehensive about Peter's performance. Sirius released his grip and stepped back, the icy severity on his face slowly dissipating, though his brow remained knitted. He looked to Remus, silently inquiring about the situation. Remus carefully sensed Peter's gradually stabilizing, yet still unstable magical fluctuations, slowly nodding, then shaking his head. "It's stable for now, but the integration process has been compromised. He requires more time, and whether he can succeed before the next full moon is uncertain." This meant that they might not be able to accompany Remus in their animal forms, as vowed, on the coming full moon night. A wave of disheartened silence enveloped them. The fervent aspirations that accompanied the oath seemed exceedingly burdensome when confronted with the harsh realities of setbacks and the frailty of companions. "I'm sorry," Peter choked out. "I am truly afraid." James sighed, crouching down to pat his back, his tone softening yet tinged with exhaustion. "It's all right, Wormtail, but we must be more cautious. This path is fraught with peril, as we all know." Sirius remained silent, moving to the window to gaze upon the eternal night that would never arrive. His posture upright yet tense. His anger stemmed not only from Peter's blunder, which nearly led to their exposure, but also from the stark reminder of their vulnerability and the fragility of their plans. The power of protection still remained insufficient, and the road ahead was littered with thorns. Remus quietly gathered his belongings and approached Sirius, maintaining a respectful distance, yet his very presence seemed to offer silent support. "It is not your fault," Remus softly reassured, a statement directed at Peter, but perhaps carrying deeper implications. Sirius turned to look at him, finding no reproach in Remus's eyes, only understanding and a shared concern. The tumultuous emotions of frustration and anger were strangely soothed by this calm gaze. Cracks had begun to appear. Trust was being tested. Yet on this night, the marauders had not dispersed. They all became acutely aware that the road ahead was not a smooth one, and the weight of their vows was far heavier than they had imagined. Chapter 18. Battlegrounds of their own. The Wormtail incident carved an invisible fissure through the previously cohesive atmosphere of the marauders, who had shared both triumphs and trials. Training continued, albeit in a subtly altered manner. Each individual grappled with the pressure, disappointment, and caution brought about by that incident in their own unique way. James Potter's battleground lay within the abandoned broom cupboard of the castle's west tower, which he transformed into his personal training ground. For James, the bottleneck in his animagus training felt akin to facing a formidable opponent on the Quidditch pitch. He needed to break through with greater force. He was convinced that the strength of will could conquer all. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into Hogwarts, James could be found there, reciting spells before the dust-laden window. He envisioned transformation as an intense Quidditch match. The image of the stag in his mind represented his golden snitch, which he must capture with unwavering focus and determination. Sweat soaked through his shirt, his hair more disheveled than usual, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Faster and more stable, he murmured to the invisible barriers in the air, as the silvery light at the tip of his wand flickered in accordance with his thoughts, sometimes blazing forth like a charge, at other times attempting to emulate the stag's graceful leaps. He even set up makeshift obstacles within the cupboard, practicing evasive maneuvers between incantations, striving to embed that agile sensation within his body. This was a training regimen imbued with James's personal flair, a rugged approach that harmonized physicality with magic, clumsy, yet brimming with indomitable vitality. Peter Pettigrew's battleground resided within his own heart, as well as in the castle's most remote and inconspicuous corners. The blunder and the subsequent chilling threat from Sirius plunged him into a deeper vortex of fear and guilt. He dreaded the thought of failure once more, feared becoming a burden to his comrades, and dreaded abandonment even more. Yet he did not withdraw. A profound yearning for acceptance and a sense of belonging propelled him forward. He ceased participating in collective practice, instead choosing to conceal himself in the innermost stall of the lavatory during the dead of night, or in a room of the North Tower cluttered with broken furniture, where he engaged in solitary spell practice. His voice was barely audible, trembling, and the light from his wand flickered uncertainly. The image of the rat in his mind remained small and indistinct, mirroring his current self-perception. To him, this practice became akin to a penance, a rigorous testament of self-worth. He often practiced until utterly exhausted, curling up in a corner with a leaf in his mouth, only to awaken with dark circles beneath his eyes. Yet he would persist the following day. It was a silent and arduous tug-of-war with his own instinctual timidity. Sirius Black's battlefield resided within the room of requirement, albeit in a transformed state. He commanded the space to morph into a vast, unadorned chamber of cold black stone, illuminated only by a single beam of cold, steady light from above, akin to a searchlight. Here, there were no distractions, no warmth, only absolute focus and control. Peter's wavering instilled in him an almost paranoid aversion to uncertainty. He sought not merely success, but absolute mastery. His methods of practice grew increasingly austere, even bordering on self-mortification. He would maintain the output of spells for prolonged periods, until his magical energy was nearly depleted, his complexion pale, yet he refused to cease, compelling himself to seek greater precision within his limits. He meticulously scrutinized the resonance of each syllable in his incantations, adjusting the flow of magic through every pathway in his body, like the most exacting craftsman honing a weapon. The form of the large dog in his mind became increasingly vivid, each detail ingrained in his memory. Yet this clarity bore a chilling sense of isolation. At times, in the haze of extreme fatigue, he recalled Remus's words about feeling joy and freedom, but he swiftly suppressed this frail thought with greater fervor. He believed that joy and freedom were outcomes, achieved only through a flawless process and absolute strength. His gray eyes, while practicing, became as cold and unyielding as frozen metal, devoid of warmth. This was a solitary, inward struggle, as he endeavored to forge himself and this magic into an impeccable shield and sword with a will of steel. Meanwhile, Remus Lupin's battlefield lay deeper within the restricted section of the library, as well as within the weight of his own heart. The sacrifices of his friends and the setbacks he encountered felt like boulders pressing upon him. Guilt burned within him day and night. He perceived himself as the root cause of it all, the one who had dragged his friends into danger and suffering. Thus, his battle unfolded on two fronts. On one hand, he exerted himself more than ever to assist in his friend's training. He meticulously analyzed the stability issues of James' magical surge, discreetly slipping a note filled with precautions and adjustment suggestions into James' backpack. He observed Peter, who was retreating into solitude for training, appearing weary, and thus thoughtfully brought along an invigorating potion to share. He keenly sensed the dangerous stubbornness in Sirius training methods, filled with concern yet unsure how to dissuade him. He understood that Sirius' actions were largely motivated by a desire to ensure he possessed sufficient power on the night of the full moon. Meanwhile, Remus embarked on an exceedingly perilous independent research endeavor. Utilizing the Marauder's map and the disillusionment charm, he risked unprecedented dangers by infiltrating the most core areas of the restricted section at night, seeking those ancient, unrecognized texts about werewolves. He was no longer content with mere companionship. He harbored delusions of discovering methods, be they legends, folk remedies, or even dark magic, to alleviate the pain of transformation during the full moon, or at the very least, to gain greater control over his transformation, thereby reducing the threat to potential companions. His pallid complexion was not solely the result of the monthly cycle's toll, but stemmed from immense psychological pressure and guilt. He documented perilous conjectures in his notes, his fingers trembling slightly from fear and determination. It was a solitary and dangerous journey, a quest for glimmers of hope amidst despair, for lines of conflict rarely intersecting. When they encountered each other in the Great Hall, they exchanged an unspoken glance or briefly discussed trivial classroom matters. Yet the weight of their shared secret felt more like an individual cross to bear, until one fateful potions class. That day, they were tasked with brewing a simple potion for treating boils, and Professor Slughorn, with his ample belly, ambled around the classroom, vocally praising the precise techniques of students. Sirius and Remus happened to be stationed at adjacent workstations. Remus was intently slicing daisy roots, his technique impeccable, yet betraying a hint of restlessness. The previous night, he had made a discovery in the restricted section. A tattered manuscript mentioned the potential suppression of moonstone powder and aconite extract at specific phases, a dangerous notion that had kept him awake all night. Suddenly, he felt a slight dizziness. The effects of the full moon had yet to completely fade, and combined with days of fatigue, his wrist faltered, causing the silver knife to slip slightly, sending a sharp pain through his fingertip. He inhaled sharply, quickly placing his finger in his mouth. It was a minor cut, quite common in potions class. However, Sirius at the adjacent workstation immediately turned his head, his movements so swift they almost appeared illusory. His gray eyes sharply scanned Remus' finger, brow furrowing. In the next moment, as Professor Slughorn turned to commend another student, a small roll of clean bandage and a vial of essence of murtlap were silently pushed to the edge of Remus' workstation. Remus paused, glancing at Sirius. Sirius had already turned back, focused on his cauldron, his profile stark and unyielding, as if he had done nothing at all. Yet the fingers gripping the stirring spoon were slightly pale, betraying the tension of that fleeting moment. Remus silently tended to his wounds, the bandages wrapped neatly and securely. The coolness of the white medicinal herb imparting a soothing sense of healing. That familiar warmth, reminiscent of dark green woolen socks, enveloped him once more, momentarily pulling him from the chilling thoughts of perilous research and the mire of guilt. He understood that, despite the apparent divergence of their paths and the individual struggles each faced, the vow that bound them together remained resilient. It was silent yet unbroken. True transformation, perhaps, was nurtured within this seeming separation, as they each valiantly pursued the same ultimate goal. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm, the 29th day of the mandrake leaf's sojourn in his mouth. A peculiar numbness, akin to plant roots slowly weaving through his veins, had permeated every inch of the marauder's senses. The bitterness of the leaves was now imperceptible, replaced by a heavy, substantial sensation intertwined with his own magic, as if a secondary core pulsed synchronously alongside his heart. The pressure, too, had reached its boiling point as the final moment approached. The greatest external challenge lay in the weather. The ancient texts made it abundantly clear. One must harness the might of natural lightning to achieve form anchoring. Artificial electricity was futile. It required a genuine storm infused with the wrath of nature. Throughout March, the weather in the Scottish Highlands had been infuriatingly mild, with only occasional drizzles and not a hint of thunder to be heard. James had nearly become an amateur meteorologist, poring over cloud charts from the library's British Weather Magic and Natural Signs, sighing despondently at the castle window. Why couldn't it be a sunny day? I truly detest the rain, he muttered, his tone betraying his anxiety. Peter, more silent and withdrawn, resembled a mouse sensing an impending quake. The dangers of the fusion period loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. He feared both the absence of the storm, which would mean an indefinite extension of training, and the arrival of the storm, which could lead to failure or worse. He began to feel paranoid, sensing scrutiny in the gazes of his professors. Even the sound of Mrs. Pants slamming books made him jump. Remus, meanwhile, was engrossed in another kind of silent busyness. He utilized the live point map and the disillusionment charm to frequent the library and the astronomy tower, not only observing celestial alignments and lunar phases, but also employing some of his clandestine, borderline forbidden weather detection spells to more accurately predict the thunderstorm. The darkening shadows beneath his eyes became increasingly pronounced, yet there was a singular, desperate focus in his gaze. He had to successfully predict the storm. It concerned the safety of all, particularly if Peter were unable to complete his task. He needed to ensure that the other three could at least attempt their endeavors under relatively safe conditions. Meanwhile, Sirius had entered a state of extreme, frigid readiness. A month of rigorous training had sharpened his already defined features. He spoke little, his gray eyes often gazing into the rolling clouds beyond, as if calculating the storm's impending force. He no longer engaged in those exhausting, power-draining extreme exercises, but instead turned to the most fundamental meditation and delicate manipulation of his magical energy, allowing the primal force, already beginning to fuse with him and belonging to the canine realm, to flow steadily within his body, awaiting the moment of its eruption. He resembled a bow-drawn taut, the string stretched to its utmost limit, poised for the thunderous release. This collective tension inevitably revealed vulnerabilities. In Potions class, Professor Slughorn requested they submit a report on the characteristics of moonlight grass, starkly different from mandrake. When the professor, elongating his vowels, called upon Mr. Pettigrew to share insights about the peak magical potency of moonlight grass during the full moon, Peter, lost in reverie, his mind awash with visions of lightning and the form of a rat, suddenly sprang up as if pricked by a needle, knocking over a nearby crystal vial. His pallor was ghostly, words escaping him in a jumble, his gaze darting across the classroom as if the term full moon were an unforgivable taboo. Laughter erupted around him. Slughorn furrowed his brow. Relax, children. It's merely a simple question. Yet, at the opposite end of the classroom, Severus Snape halted his stirring of the cauldron. His dark eyes slowly lifted, cold and unyielding, sweeping over the panicked Peter, then glancing at James, who instinctively leaned forward as if to speak, and finally resting on Sirius, who sat upright, fingers slightly tensed. His lips, with excruciating slowness, curled into a thoughtful, yet utterly devoid of warmth, arc. After class, the marauders hastily vacated the subterranean classroom, as if fleeing a crime scene. In a secluded corridor, James could not restrain a low murmur of complaint. "Wormtail, you need to calm down. I can't control it." Peter stammered, on the brink of tears. "Enough," Sirius interjected, his voice low yet laced with a chill. "Pointing fingers is futile. Tend to your own matters and don't reveal any further signs." His gaze lingered momentarily on Peter and Remus. Peter was an obvious vulnerability, while Remus's overly heavy calm was equally suspicious. Remus caught his eye and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Later that night, atop the astronomy tower, Remus, wrapped in a heavy cloak against the biting cold, resumed his observations of the nebulae's drifting paths through a telescope, simultaneously sensing the increasingly humid and weighty magical particles in the air. A small, homemade device he carried, a brass compass inlaid with moonstone and thunderbird feathers, quivered irregularly, emitting a barely audible hum. There was hope. Behind the clouds, a formidable force of nature was gathering. He was wholly focused on recording data when he heard the faintest footsteps behind him. No disillusionment charm had been used, nor was there any deliberate concealment. It was a familiar rhythm of steps. Remus did not turn around, merely whispering to the northeast. The accumulation of charge in the clouds is accelerating 20% faster than anticipated. If the pressure trough continues to descend southward, there is a strong likelihood for tomorrow night or early the following morning. Sirius approached his side, gazing into the inky blackness of a night sky that seemed to harbor monstrous secrets. He did not glance at Remus's instruments, but inhaled deeply the frigid, charged air. "Are you certain?" His voice was somewhat muffled by the wind. "I have an 80% assurance." Remus lowered the telescope and turned his head. In the moonlight, his face remained pale, yet his eyes reflected the faint glimmer of lightning lurking behind the clouds, astonishingly bright. "We must prepare in advance. The entrance to the hidden passage beneath the willow must be kept clear, and the shrieking shack needs some arrangement as well, at least to clear a sufficiently large and relatively safe space. And then there's Peter." Sirius continued, his tone flat, yet it conveyed the gravest concern. Remus fell silent for a moment. "I will prepare potent sedatives and magical stabilizers, just in case." But if his inner fears cannot be conquered, he did not finish his thought. "Then it will be the three of us," Sirius stated, without hesitation, his vow unwavering. "As many as we can muster, we shall go." His words were resolute, dispelling a portion of Remus's doubt and guilt. "Indeed, the vow is that we accompany you, not that we must all be present." This understanding was more powerful than any consolation. The two fell into silence, the wind howling above them. The outline of the forbidden forest loomed in the distance, resembling undulating black waves, while the castle below them lay in slumber, oblivious to the monumental changes about to unfold within the souls of a select few. "Are you afraid?" After a while, Remus quietly asked, uncertain whether he was inquiring of Sirius or himself. Sirius turned to look at him, his gray eyes appearing almost black in the dim light. Yet something within them burned resolutely. "A little," he unexpectedly confessed, but then a familiar, slightly manic curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, more indicative of impatience. "I can't wait for that damned leaf to vanish from my mouth. I can't wait to run in a new way." He paused, lowering his voice slightly, yet speaking more clearly. "I can't wait to truly do something, not merely to accompany, but to enact change." Remus discerned the distinction. What Sirius sought was not symbolic comfort, but tangible protection and transformation. A warm wave laced with bitterness surged within Remus's chest. He lowered his head, concealing the sudden redness in his eyes. "Thank you." His voice was barely audible, almost carried away by the wind. Sirius did not respond to this gratitude. Instead, he extended his hand, not to touch, but to point at the night sky. A faint, nearly invisible flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the depths of the distant clouds. briefly casting light upon his austere profile and the undying flame in his eyes. "Look," he said, "it has arrived." The prelude to the storm had begun to echo across the horizon, and their night of transformation had finally entered the countdown. Chapter 20. Thunder and transformation. The wait had finally come to an end. In the early hours of the third day, just as Remus had predicted, the skies over the Scottish Highlands were torn apart by violent energy. The dense, inky clouds loomed low over the castle as spires, and the fierce winds howled through every stone crevice, emitting a mournful wail. Lightning no longer merely flickers from the depths of the clouds. It now manifests as a menacing silver claw, savagely tearing through the heavens time and again, followed closely by the resounding thunder that causes the ancient castle's very foundation to tremble. The moment has arrived, just past midnight. After the active map has confirmed the movements of all professors in Felch for figures cloaked in invisibility, akin to phantoms melded with the night, stealthily slipped out of the Gryffindor Tower, heading towards the direction of the Whomping Willow. The fierce wind threatened to topple them, and the rain quickly soaked the hems of their robes, yet none faltered. Each individual held a leaf of mandrake, a companion for the entire month, which now pulsed with a subtle warmth, imperceptible to all but themselves, under the influence of the electric magic. Peter trembled, his teeth chattering softly amidst the cacophony of wind and thunder, yet James, standing close by, sensed it. James firmly clasped Peter's shoulder, transmitting a flicker of resolve through the damp fabric, even as his own palms grew clammy with anxiety. Sirius led the way, the tip of his wand glowing faintly, not for illumination, but to cautiously detect any anomalous magical fluctuations around them. His profile, illuminated briefly by the lightning, resembled that of a hardened statue, with only his gray eyes ablaze with an almost fervent focus. Remus followed closely, his breath quickening, not from the exertion of running, but from the tumult of guilt, worry, and a glimmer of uncertain hope within him. He clutched a small leather pouch tightly, containing his potions and emergency supplies. The Whomping Willow writhed in the storm, akin to a furious giant. They deftly evaded the whipping branches, pressed against the knots, and slipped into the deep, damp passageway. The scent of earth and roots mingled with the metallic tang of rain, assailing their senses. When they finally crawled out from the trapdoor of the shrieking shack into the dilapidated, cavernous living room, the thunder outside was muffled by the walls, rendering it somewhat dull. Yet with each flash of lightning, the fractured window panes illuminated the room in stark white, casting the shadows of the furniture into hauntingly elongated forms. "This is the place." James's voice resonated with unusual clarity in the empty room as he shed his invisibility cloak, raindrops cascading from his hair. There was no time for hesitation, nor any retreat. Following the ancient procedure, they needed to form a circle at the moment when the next most powerful bolt of lightning struck, and the natural magic of the universe reached its zenith. They would complete the final incantation, merging the magic accumulated in the leaves over the month with their own, solidifying their animal forms. The four swiftly positioned themselves into an irregular circle. James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter. Each could see the other's pale and taut faces. Remember, Remus inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady voice. Once the incantation is initiated, pour all your energy into manifesting the animal forms you envision within, allowing them to supplant your human perceptions. Do not resist. Embrace it. The pain is fleeting, and fear will pass. Picture the moment when you most yearned to become that creature. As he spoke, his gaze swept over each one, ultimately locking momentarily with Sirius's in the still air. Sirius subtly inclined his head. Outside, the thunder grew increasingly dense, and the frequency of lightning intensified. The air bristled with a tumultuous surge of natural magic, sending shivers down their spines. "Prepare," James bellowed, raising his wand. The other three followed suit, lifting their own wands in unison. Together, they exhaled the leaves of mandrake, which had been nurtured through 30 days and nights. Instead of falling, the leaves hovered in the air before them, emanating a faint, emerald glow, with silver veins pulsating rapidly within. "Now is the moment." "Animagus!" The four chanted the final incantation in unison, their voices resonating within the spacious room. The tip of their wands erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer the silver light of practice, but a dazzling white interlaced with green, subtly echoing the lightning outside. The radiance, akin to living tendrils, seized the suspended leaves, wrenching them back and crashing them against each person's heart. An indescribable sensation engulfed them in an instant. It was not merely pain, but a profound upheaval originating from the depths of their souls, each cell screaming as it was torn apart, reassembled, and redefined. Their bones groaned under the unbearable weight. Muscle fibers writhed in chaos, vision distorted, and their hearing became a cacophony of beastly howls intermingled with the muffled cries of their companions. Chapter 21. Partial success. Peter was the first to emit a frantic scream. His diminutive form trembled violently, as if countless small rodents scurried beneath his skin. His face contorted, eyes widening in unbearable agony and terror. The aura of magic surrounding him was chaotic and flickering, oscillating wildly between a blurred human shape and the trembling silhouette of a gray mouse, failing to stabilize. Hold on, rat. Think of that mouse. It is nimble, adept at hiding, capable of venturing anywhere. James's voice quivered, his own body undergoing a seismic transformation, limbs elongating, joints bending awkwardly, a tearing pain surging through his forehead. Yet, he still managed to shout at Peter. However, fear had completely consumed Peter. He glimpsed the form he was destined to assume, a diminutive, fragile mouse, reviled by all. No, I don't want this. Regret flooded him. He yearned to revert. No, stop. I can't endure this. Peter cried out in despair, attempting to disrupt the spell. But once this final step commenced, the repercussions of forcibly halting it were even more terrifying. His magical energy suddenly faltered and then erupted like uncontrolled fireworks, violently propelling him backward, crashing him against the decaying wall with a muffled thud before causing him to collapse, unconscious. The emerald leaf before him was instantly reduced to ashes. Peter, Remus exclaimed in horror, yet he too was enduring hellish torment. The agony of transforming into a werewolf was a monthly ordeal, but this was different. It was a deliberate, agonizing rupture leading to an unknown form. He felt his senses expanding in a maddening manner. A prickling sensation as if his fur was burrowing from beneath his skin, the distortion and aching of his teeth, and the peculiar stretching of his tailbone. With his eyes tightly shut, he fought against the instinctive repulsion to this unnatural transformation that coursed through his werewolf blood, clinging desperately to the image of that creature in his mind. Not a wolf, but another being, gentle, tranquil, insightful. James's transformation was fraught with wild struggle. He emitted a low, inhuman growl, his body alternately swelling and contracting, the ghostly antlers flickering above his head. Sweat soaked his clothes, yet he clenched his jaw, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Sharp Fork, he hissed his code name, as if it were part of a spell, anchoring him to his identity. Finally, amidst an exceptionally potent surge of magic, his form collapsed inward with a violent crack of bones, his garments falling away. In his place stood a youthful, slightly awkward yet vibrant stag. It shook its head, seemingly adjusting to its new perspective, but the warm brown eyes still sparkled with James's unique brilliance. As for Sirius, his transformation was nearly silent, yet profoundly mesmerizing. The moment the spell activated, he did not feel the tearing sensation. Instead, a near-explosive force erupted from the spot where the leaf had struck, radiating through his limbs. The image of the large black dog in his mind was clearer than ever. Not merely a shape, but an essence. The wind while running, the alertness while guarding, the strength while biting, and the warmth of companionship. He embraced this power willingly, devoid of fear, only a resolute acceptance of what was meant to be. His form elongated and shifted swiftly, more fluidly than James, as if it were a natural progression. The inky black fur replaced his skin, and his bones reshaped with a deep, solid thud. When the light dissipated, there stood a large dog with elegant form, sleek muscles, and an entirely black coat like the night. It stood there, shaking its head, droplets of rain splashing from its glossy fur, then swiftly turn its head, those familiar, sharp, bright gray eyes eagerly scanning for Remus. Remus's transformation was nearing its climax. The changes on the surface of his body had stabilized, but the internal conflict between two primal natures tormented him. Just as his consciousness began to blur, almost swayed by the werewolf's instincts, he felt something warm and moist brush against the trembling back of his hand. It was the nose of that great black dog. This simple touch, imbued with unmasked concern and a silent declaration of "I am here," cleaved through the chaos in Remus's mind like a ray of light. He inhaled sharply, channeling all his focus toward the animal form he had long chosen, a gentle and wise wolf. The final barrier shattered. Remus's form finally stabilized, his clothing slipping away, revealing a wolf with a coat of gray and yellow, somewhat slender, yet possessing a gentle, wise gaze. It appeared a bit weary, its body quivering slightly, yet it had undeniably succeeded. They had triumphed. All three of them had succeeded. James excitedly scraped his hooves, emitting a clear, melodious call. Sirius circled around Remus, lowered his head, and carefully sniffed, confirming the presence and safety of his companion. In his gray, canine eyes, a palpable sense of relief and comfort shone through. He gently nudged the neck of the gray wolf, a gesture of affection and reassurance among canines. Remus felt the warmth and solid touch at his neck, and the tension that had been stretched to its limits finally began to ease. A tremendous wave of mixed emotions, joy at their success, gratitude for his friend, and profound weariness, washed over him. He lowered his head and gently rubbed against the side of the large black dog's face. On this stormy night, amidst flashes of lightning and torrential rain, in a legendary and fear-laden shrieking shack, the three boys, in their animal forms, completed a metamorphosis of life and a silent vow. Meanwhile, in the corner, Peter Pettigrew lay quietly, his breath faint. The three who had successfully transformed could not revert to their human forms just yet. The initial success required time for adaptation and stabilization, leaving them anxiously waiting by his side. The storm outside continued to rage, but within, a new and peculiar bond began to silently form among the stag, the black dog, and the gray wolf. They were unaware that the commotion of the night had not gone entirely unnoticed. Behind a darkened window in Hogwarts Castle, a slender figure was intently observing the faint outline of the shrieking shack through the storm, cold and relentless suspicion flickering in his black eyes. Chapter 22. A new bond. The storm gradually subsided before dawn, leaving only the gentle patter of raindrops against the decaying roof of the shrieking shack. The first streaks of gray-white morning light filtered through the cracks in the broken wooden planks, illuminating the chaotic scene within. The three newly transformed animagi still maintained their animal forms. James was the first to stir restlessly. He curiously lowered his head to inspect his split hooves, attempting to lift one leg, then dropping it, producing a soft clattering sound on the dust-laden floor. He approached a fragment of a cracked mirror, tilting his head to examine the unfamiliar creature reflected back at him, adorned with budding antlers and eyes wide and bright. With excitement, he leapt in place, nearly colliding with the low beams above. Meanwhile, Remus lay quietly in a relatively dry corner, intently attuned to his new body. The wolf's senses surged into his consciousness in an overwhelming and dizzying manner. The lingering magical scent in the air, the subtle odor of rotting wood, the damp earth of the forbidden forest, and the myriad scents of small creatures stirring nearby, coupled with the distinct animal smells of his companions. The stag, reminiscent of fresh grass and sunlight, and the dog, a blend of clean fur and a certain steadfast metallic tang. His hearing was equally acute. He could discern the sound of raindrops seeping into the wood, the rustling of a mouse scurrying within the walls, and even distinguish the different rhythms of his companion's heartbeats. All of this was so vivid, contrasting sharply with the dull perceptions he had as a human and the overwhelming sensations he experienced during his forced transformations each month. This was a clear, controlled experience of otherness, novel, and tinged with a disquieting sense of freedom. From the moment Sirius successfully transformed, his attention was firmly anchored on the gray wolf. The The canine's senses were equally acute. He could detect not only the inherent wildness of the wolf, but also a familiar, comforting scent that belonged to Remus. It was a blend of old book pages, gentle soap, and a lingering chill reminiscent of moonlight. This reassured him that his companion's essence remained present. Observing Remus lying quietly, without any attempt to move, Sirius felt a twinge of worry. He approached with nimble steps, gently nudging the gray wolf's forepaw with his nose, then circled to the side, lowering his head to nuzzle the wolf's shoulder, emitting a low, questioning whine from his throat. Remus lifted his head, meeting the gaze of those familiar gray eyes, which, though still sharp, now reflected the straightforward concern characteristic of canines. He wagged the tip of his tail gently, signaling that he was well, merely in need of adjustment. Turning his attention to the corner of the room where Peter still lay unconscious, Sirius immediately comprehended his meaning. He approached and carefully sniffed Peter. The scent of the human was faint, his complexion pale, and although his breathing was steady, it was shallow. Beside the discarded clothes from when he reverted to his human form, the ashes of the mandrake leaves stood out starkly. James, having transformed into a stag, ambled over, lowering his neck to touch Peter's cheek with a warm, concerned nuzzle. Though they were unable to speak, a remarkable connection, transcending language, seemed to form in their animal shapes. Their gazes, subtle movements, and the shifts in scent became channels of communication. They all understood the urgency of reverting to their human forms to address Peter's condition and to leave before being discovered. However, how to transform back? The guidance only stated that time was needed to stabilize after the first transformation, without specifying how long or how to exert control. Sirius was the first to attempt it. He closed his eyes, concentrating, striving to envision his human form, long limbs, fingers, black hair. He felt the nascent, animalistic magic within him pulsating, yet it was as if separated by a sheet of smooth glass, preventing him from effectively grasping and reshaping it. Frustrated, he scraped his paw against the floor. James tried as well, but only managed to scrape a patch of paint off the wall with his antlers. Remus observed their efforts, deep in thought. He recalled his own monthly transformations, which were passive, forcibly driven by moonlight and curse. An animagus, as far as he knew, should embody an active transformation, controlled by willpower. Was the key in acceptance? Accepting his human self? He relaxed, ceasing to consciously think of his human form, and instead sought to feel the core of Remus Lupin deep within. That rationality, that thirst for knowledge, that sense of responsibility towards friends, and that hidden tenderness and resilience. He envisioned cradling a book with human hands, uttering incantations with human lips, and gazing at Sirius with human eyes as he revealed that playful yet sincere smile. Gradually, a subtle, tingling sensation began to spread from within. He felt his perspective heightening, his bones reshaping and contracting, his fur receding, leaving his skin exposed to the cool morning air. Success. Moments later, Remus Lupin stood somewhat unsteadily, dust and a few strands of wolf for clinging to him. He quickly seized the clothing on the ground and donned it hastily, then turned to his companions, especially Sirius. Do not focus solely on appearance, he urged, his voice slightly hoarse from his recent transformation. Think of yourselves. Contemplate who you are at your core, the essence of your humanity. Sirius immediately grasped the concept. He ceased his struggle to forcefully control the magic and instead allowed himself to calm. What was he thinking of? The warmth of the fire in Gryffindor Tower? The exhilaration of soaring through the blue sky on a broomstick? Or the moment during last night's storm when he felt a tremendous weight lift upon witnessing Remus successfully transform? That determination to protect something, that bond of standing alongside friends. These seemed to be an inseparable part of who Sirius Black was. The black fur washed away like a tide, his agile canine form elongating and reshaping. Moments later, Sirius knelt breathlessly on one knee, one hand pressed to the ground, black, damp hair clinging to his sweat-soaked forehead. He lifted his gaze, his gray eyes swiftly searching for Remus, and upon seeing him fully dressed and looking back with concern, he exhaled in relief and quickly grabbed his own clothes. James also attempted the transformation, envisioning himself as the leader of a marauding band, thinking of guiding everyone to safety, envisioning the next Quidditch match where he would surely catch the golden snitch. A flash of brilliance, and he too successfully regained his human form, albeit with slightly awkward movements. "Merlin, this feels strange," James mumbled as he slipped on his shirt, feeling his unscathed forehead. "But it's so cool." Now only the unconscious Peter remained. Remus had already assessed his condition: magical backlash, mental trauma, physical weakness. There was no danger to his life, but he required rest and magical stabilizers. He carefully administered some potions from his small pouch to Peter. "We must get him back," Sirius said, furrowing his brow and glancing out at the lightening sky. The invisibility cloak could not conceal 4 people, especially with one still unconscious. "I'll carry him," James volunteered. "You two stay alert." Whereas the Marauders' map. Remus produced the map, confirming their return route was safe. The 3 swiftly tidied up all traces, including the transformed clothing and ashes of leaves. James hoisted the still dazed Peter onto his back, while Sirius and Remus followed closely behind, once again draping the invisibility cloak over themselves, managing to cover most of their figures, and silently retraced their steps back to the castle. After successfully sneaking back into Gryffindor Tower, they settled Peter onto his 4-poster bed, arranging the curtains. Remus cast several calming spells on him and left behind additional potions. "Today he certainly cannot attend class," Remus said with concern. They needed to devise a plausible excuse. Entrusted to Mrs. Pomfrey and Madame Pomfrey, Sirius had already formulated an idea. He swiftly penned a note, skillfully mimicking Madame Pomfrey's handwriting, a talent he possessed. He claimed that Peter Pettigrew required a day's isolation for severe influenza, instructing Mrs. Pomfrey to relay this to Professor McGonagall. Once all was settled, daylight broke. The 3 of them exchanged glances, having gone an entire night without sleep, their appearances disheveled with traces of mud and rain, yet their eyes sparkled with undeniable, excited complexity. They had succeeded, at least in large part. They possessed a monumental secret, a newfound ability, and a tighter bond connecting them. "How shall we spend today?" James whispered, excitement still palpable. We just transformed into animals. We must see if we can change it, Will. How to control it." Sirius interrupted. Though he too yearned to experience that exhilarating freedom once more, his rationality prevailed. "We need to find an absolutely safe time and place. For now, we must proceed like normal individuals to the Great Hall for breakfast, then attend class without arousing any suspicion." Remus nodded in agreement, especially with Snape. His gaze was off yesterday. At the mention of Snape, a moment of silence fell among them. The underlying threat remained ever present. "Let us go," Sirius finally said, casting a softer glance at Remus. "You need something warm." He understood that Remus felt particularly cold and weak after each full moon, and although this time involved a Nimmagus transformation, the toll was undoubtedly significant. The trio tidied themselves slightly, striving to appear as though they had just risen, and merged into the flow of students heading to the Great Hall. On the surface, everything seemed as usual, yet only they knew that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. As Sirius traversed the corridor, sunlight poured through stained glass windows, casting dappled light at his feet, and he felt a fleeting impulse to leap over the patch of light with a more graceful agility. When Remus detected a pungent scent during potions class, he instinctively wrinkled his nose, the wolf's keen sense of smell rendering him more sensitive to certain odors. And when their gazes fortuitously met in the air, a profound understanding flowed between them, an unspoken bond forged by the sharing of an immense secret. A new connection had been formed, one that transcended mere secrecy. It was a sharing of a part of each other's life forms. For Sirius and Remus, this bond intertwined with more secretive, intricate threads of emotion, ones that even they had yet to fully comprehend, quietly burgeoning at the intersection of animal instinct and human reason. Chapter 23. The first run under the moon in the days that followed. For the 3 who had successfully transformed, each day felt as interminable as a century. The theoretical incantations, potion recipes, and historical dates in class faded into a blur of background noise. Their minds had already soared to the edges of the forbidden forest, enveloped in night, drawn toward the freedom they had just acquired but had yet to fully relish. Peter's condition has stabilized, yet he remains frail and in need of prolonged recuperation. Madame Pomfrey has confirmed that he requires at least a week of bed rest. This, while alleviating the burden of crafting excuses for Peter, casts a shadow over their triumphant success. Each time they gaze at Peter's vacant seat, a moment of silence envelopes the trio. Nevertheless, they press on. Their vows endure, and their training cannot wane. Moreover, the primal and fervent call of the wild becomes increasingly vivid during the tranquil nights. On Friday evening, the long-awaited opportunity finally arrived. The astronomy assignment compelled many students to stay up late observing the skies, and the castle's curfew was more lenient than usual. Utilizing the Marauder's map to evade patrolling professors and Filch, James, Sirius, and Remus stealthily slipped out of the castle once more. This time, they did not venture to the Shrieking Shack, but instead chose a relatively open glade at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, lush with soft moss. The night was not a full moon. A slender crescent hung in the deep blue firmament, casting a frost-like luminescence that barely illuminated the contours of the forest. "Right here," James whispered, suppressing his excitement, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight. "Who goes first?" Almost simultaneously, Sirius and Remus exchanged glances before swiftly averting their eyes. Together, Sirius succinctly stated, eyes now closed. He needed to prove that their prior success was no mere fluke, and that he could fully command this transformation. Remus nodded, concentrating his thoughts as well. With the experience of their first time, this endeavor would prove far simpler. The key was no longer to discover that sensation, but to summon it. In the blink of an eye, the human figures in the glade vanished. In their stead stood a magnificent stag, an elegant black dog, and a lean gray wolf. The senses of the animals once again took precedence. The nocturnal forest transformed into an entirely different world, resounding with symphonic life. The rustling of varying leaves stirred by the wind, the subtle movements of nocturnal creatures traversing the underbrush, the distant hooting of owls, the faint vibrations of insects burrowing underground, alongside the myriad scents of flora, earth, water, prey, and predator. This torrent of information flooded their heightened senses. No longer a blurred background, but a distinctly discernible three-dimensional map. James was the first to act. He lifted his hooves, tentatively testing the moss beneath him, then suddenly surged forward like a flash of pale gold lightning, racing around the glade in increasingly dizzying circles, imbued with a pure, cathartic joy. This unfettered exhilaration of running instantly ignited something within Sirius. The instincts of the canine were fully awakened. He let out a short, jubilant bark, propelling himself with powerful hind legs, darting forth like a black arrow released from a bow, effortlessly catching up to the stag and beginning to weave around it, changing direction as if engaged in a silent game of chase. The wind whipped past his ears, and with each thrust of his limbs against the earth, he felt a surge of strength, his lungs expanding as he inhaled the crisp, invigorating air. This is the essence of freedom, a sensation he had never dared to dream of while confined in the suffocating splendor of Grimmauld Square since childhood. Remus did not immediately join the chase. He stood still, slightly raising his head as the moonlight cascaded upon his mottled fur. He reveled in the sensation of the power, agility, and primal instincts coursing through his body, all the while maintaining a profound awareness that this wildness was entirely under his command. There was no frenzy, no fear of losing one's mind, only a deep, tranquil sense of harmony, merging seamlessly with nature. This feeling was almost too surreal to grasp. He watched the stags and the black dog frolicking joyously in the moonlight, observing the pure delight in their eyes, a warm solace washing over him. For this moment, all the risks they had taken and sacrifices made seemed entirely worthwhile. As if sensing his gaze, Sirius, the young wolf pursuing the stag, suddenly halted and turned, racing unhesitatingly towards Remus. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before him, skillfully halting just before an imminent collision, stirring up a breeze infused with the scents of grass, damp earth, and canine essence. The black dog stood before the gray wolf, panting slightly, his tongue lolling out, and his gray eyes shimmered remarkably in the moonlight, fixed intently upon him. In that gaze, there was no trace of the usual sharpness or jest, only an unmasked candor and closeness characteristic of canines. Perhaps even an invitation? Chapter 24. Running together, he nudged the gray wolf's foreleg with his damp nose, then turned to look deeper into the forest, glancing back at the gray wolf. His body slightly crouched in a posture ready to sprint. He was beckoning him to run together. Remus's heart fluttered gently. He understood this silent invitation. No longer a frail companion in need of protection, but rather a partner with whom he could gallop side by side. The gray wolf nodded, emitting a low, almost whimpering sound in response. In the next moment, two figures, one black and one gray, sprang forth simultaneously into the dappled moonlit woodland. Initially, Remus felt somewhat awkward. The coordination of a wolf's limbs was distinctly different from that of a human, yet he adapted swiftly. Soon, he matched Sirius's speed and rhythm. They ran side by side, weaving through drooping branches, leaping over fallen trunks, and splashing through babbling brooks. The icy water soaked their fur, sending a delightful shiver through them. As they raced, an extraordinary synergy blossomed naturally. Without the need for words or even glances, they sensed each other's intentions and the direction of their next movements. The black dog would deliberately slow a half step to allow the gray wolf to lead or suddenly veer, enticing the gray wolf to instinctively pursue and play. The gray wolf, too, would slow in complex terrain, glancing back to confirm safety with a wag of his tail. This was a pure interaction, founded on animal instincts and profound trust. The wildness stripped away all the adornments of human society, leaving only the most direct companionship and resonance. On one occasion, when they were racing closely together, the shoulder of the black dog inadvertently brushed against the gray wolf's flank. In that fleeting moment, the sensation of fur brushing against fur and the transfer of body warmth were magnified infinitely under the keen senses of the animals. Remus experienced an unfamiliar shiver, not of discomfort, but rather a stirring of intimacy that felt almost overwhelming. Instinctively, he took a half step back. Sirius, too, seemed momentarily taken aback, his gray dog eyes gazing at him with a hint of confusion, as if questioning why Remus had recoiled. However, his attention was quickly diverted by a startled nightboard ahead, and with an excited low growl, he gave chase, leaving the brief interlude behind. They ran for an indeterminate length of time, until James, transformed into a majestic stag, emitted a call reminiscent of a deer-esque warning, signaling that it was time to return. The three animals paused beside a small stream, panting yet with eyes as luminous as stars. The stag lowered his head to drink. The large black dog lapped at the water with his tongue, while the gray wolf sat quietly, observing the reflection of the moon and his two companions in the water. The process of reverting to human form was smoother this time. A flash of light revealed three somewhat disheveled youths, their hair adorned with blades of grass, yet their faces radiated an irrepressible joy at the stream as edge. "Wonderful!" James exclaimed, pumping his fist in exhilaration, his face flushed from exertion, more invigorating than riding a broomstick. "Did you see the tree I just jumped over? It must have been 10 feet high." "I saw it, sharp-tongued one. Quite impressive," Sirius remarked, leaning against a nearby tree trunk. Though his tone was casual, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his good spirits. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Remus, who was silently adjusting his cuffs. Remus felt that gaze upon him. He lifted his head and met Sirius's eyes. In the moonlight, Sirius's gray eyes seemed to retain some of the qualities of the large black dog, straightforward, bright, and focused. "Thank you," Remus suddenly uttered softly. "For what?" Sirius raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Thank you for inviting me to run with you." Remus hesitated, then added, "It felt wonderful." This simple statement caused Sirius to pause momentarily. Then, the familiar, slightly teasing smile on his face deepened genuinely, and something softened in his eyes for a brief moment. Of course, he averted his gaze, looking toward the shimmering surface of the stream. His voice was low yet clear. "We promised to do this together." It was not merely about him leading or accompanying Remus, but rather a shared experience. The word together bore a newfound, weighty significance on this moonlit night. On the return journey, the trio continued to converse excitedly in hushed tones, planning their next nocturnal run, discussing how to refine their control, and even brainstorming boulder pranks that only Animagi could execute. Yet between Remus and Sirius, there would sometimes fall a quiet, comfortable silence. They walked side by side, their arms occasionally brushing against each other due to their synchronized steps. No one made an effort to create distance. The scent of the forest lingered on them, and the coolness of the moonlight seemed to seep into their very souls. Something had subtly shifted, taking root and beginning to blossom amidst the night's running, chasing, and silent companionship. It remained unnamed, yet it was as palpable as a shadow under the moonlight, clear and impossible to ignore. They are acutely aware that challenges lie ahead. Peter's recovery, Snape's skepticism, the quest for mastery over newfound abilities, and the monthly full moon that Remus must face alone. Yet now, perhaps a different path may unfold. At least for this night, they possess the moonlight, the forest, and the exhilarating freedom of the wind rushing past them as they run side by side. Chapter 25. Undercurrents and scars. The euphoria of galloping beneath the moonlight felt akin to a fleeting, luminous dream, gradually dissipating as the morning light seeped into the stone walls of Hogwarts. The arrival of daylight heralded the necessity for them to don the masks of diligent students, or at the very least, that of ordinary troublemakers, carefully concealing the astonishing secret they bore. However, secrets are like water that one attempts to contain with their hands. The greater the pressure, the more easily it seeps through one's fingers. A week later, Peter Pettigrew returned to class. He appeared as pale and frail as before, his gaze evasive, imbued with an excessive, skittish vigilance towards everyone around him. The Marauder's clandestine nocturnal escapades did not include him, which further unsettled his already fragile psyche. He watched the unspoken bond that had deepened between James, Sirius, and Remus, forged through their shared secret, feeling both envy and jealousy, coupled with a sense of exclusion and dread. He feared that due to his failures and perceived shortcomings, he would ultimately be cast aside by this group. This mindset made him more prone to errors under pressure. In potions class, Professor Slughorn assigned the task of concocting an enhancer of perception. This was an intermediate potion requiring meticulous measurements and strict adherence to sequence. Snape, as Slughorn's assistant, an exceptional privilege granted to the potion master, moved silently through the classroom, his black robes gliding over the steaming cauldrons. As he approached the section where the Marauders were stationed, his steps imperceptibly slowed. His dark eyes, akin to cold probes, scrutinized James's somewhat hasty stirring, swept over Peter's trembling hands as he cut the sleeping draft, lingered for a moment on Sirius's seemingly casual yet precise actions, and finally settled, with an unsettling intensity, on Remus Lupin. Remus was entirely focused on pouring the ground horn of a bicorn into the cauldron in a precise rhythm, 7 clockwise, turns followed by 1 counterclockwise. His movements were smooth, devoid of any hint of chaos, yet beads of cold sweat formed at his temples. It was not the complexity of the potion that unnerved him, but rather the weight of Snape's gaze. There was none of the usual mockery in that look. Instead, it bore a profound, probing scrutiny, as if seeking to peel away his exterior to reveal the core intimately linked to the moonlight and the beast within. A faint, cold smirk graced Snape's lips as he suddenly spoke, his voice low yet clear enough for nearby students to hear. "Lupin, you seem to possess an extraordinary precision when handling certain special materials. Is it due to familiarity?" The remark struck like a poison dart, piercing Remus's most sensitive nerve. His hand trembled, causing a small amount of powder to spill over the edge of the cauldron. "Mind your dosage, Lupin." Snape stepped forward, his slender fingers almost brushing against the cauldron, where excess materials threatened to incite an unforeseen and violent reaction. Much like certain concealed traits, once unleashed, the consequences could be dire. What was he insinuating? The peril of werewolves? Or was he probing their enigmatic secret? Remus's complexion turned ashen, his lips pressed into a straight line. He sensed Sirius beside him tense up, muscles coiled like a hunting dog ready to spring. At that moment, Peter, overwhelmed by anxiety, lost his grip, and the half-sliced sleeping draft rolled off the table, plummeting directly into his own bubbling potion. With a loud pop, a noxious, sickly sweet vapor erupted from Peter's cauldron, quickly enveloping the vicinity. Several students nearby began to cough violently. Pettigrew, Professor Slughorn exclaimed, hurrying over. Merlin, extinguish it at once. Adding untreated sleeping draft to a perception enhancer will create a potent hypnotic mist. The scene became chaotic. Snape had to step back, frowning as he waved his wand to disperse the fog, interrupting his earlier inquiry into Remus. Yet, when he glanced at Peter's botched potion, his expression held not only the usual disdain, but also a deeper contemplation. Was it mere coincidence, or was it a cover for something else? James scrambled to assist Peter in managing the fallout, while Sirius seized the opportunity to whisper to Remus, "Ignore him." His voice, though low, carried a steadying strength. Remus nodded lightly, forcing himself to refocus on the potion in hand, though his heart raced. Snape's suspicions loomed like an ominous cloud, heavy and foreboding. However, the true storm would descend upon Sirius in an unexpectedly humiliating manner. A few days later, during breakfast, the hall was filled with the clatter of cutlery and the buzzing chatter of students. Owls poured into the great hall, as usual, delivering letters and packages. One particularly pompous barn owl, meticulously groomed, clutched a scarlet, pulsating envelope that seemed almost alive and flew directly to the Gryffindor table, precisely depositing the envelope into Sirius Black's bowl of porridge. The porridge splattered, staining his cuffs. Instantly, the entire Gryffindor table fell silent, with curious glances from nearby Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. Sirius stared at the crimson envelope, the color draining from his face until only a cold pallor remained. In his gray eyes, disbelief flickered momentarily, quickly replaced by a surging anger that threatened to erupt, mingled with an unmistakable hurt. He recognized that envelope. A howler. A cordial greeting from the Black family at 12, Grimmauld Place. Before he could react, tear it apart, or discard it, the seal burst open on its own. A sharp, shrill voice, brimming with hysterical rage, pierced through the vast expanse of the Hogwarts Great Hall like the most venomous curse, drowning out all other sounds. Sirius Black, you disgrace of the family, a filthy traitor. A profound silence enveloped the hall, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Even the professors at the staff table wore expressions of shock. The voice continued to roar, saturated with visceral hatred. You have sullied the noble name of Black. You consort with mudbloods and blood traitors, wallowing in degradation, crawling into that filthy lion's den, reveling in your own disgrace. Each word struck like a whip, mercilessly lashing at Sirius's well-known rebellion, shattering any semblance of the new identity and dignity he sought to establish at Hogwarts. He sat rigidly, fingers gripping the edge of the table, knuckles whitening, his jawline taut as stone. He did not bow his head, nor did he attempt to halt the onslaught of the howling letter, which could not be interrupted. Instead, he directed his icy, flame-filled gray eyes into the void ahead, as if that alone could shield him from the humiliation. I, Wolfstar Black, hereby declare that I no longer acknowledge you as my son. You shall be eternally removed from the family tapestry. The House of Black has no place for such a wretched spawn. With that final malicious scream, the howling letter ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes before the eyes of all, cascading into the cold bowl of porridge. The echoes seemed to linger beneath the soaring ceiling, and an eerie, suffocating silence settled over the hall. Countless gazes, filled with curiosity, sympathy, schadenfreude, and disdain, converged upon the solitary figure of the dark-haired boy seated at the Gryffindor table. Sirius remained in that position, resembling a cold statue. Yet, closest to him, James, Remus, and Peter could discern his shoulders trembling slightly, and within his gray eyes, a flicker of nearly shattered anguish passed. As the uncomfortable silence festered, met with suppressed snickers from the Slytherin table, a figure rose. The movement was subtle, almost languid, yet in the stillness, it resonated with clarity. It was Remus Lupin. He did not glance at anyone nor utter a word. Calmly, he retrieved his pumpkin juice jug, navigated around the table, and approached Sirius's side. Then, as if merely replenishing a friend's drink, he filled the empty cup before Sirius with warm pumpkin juice. The sound of the orange liquid pouring into the cup seemed amplified 1,000-fold in that moment. Afterward, Remus settled into the vacant seat beside Sirius. He made no attempt to offer a comforting pat on the shoulder, nor did he speak. He simply sat there, taking a slice of toast and leisurely spreading butter upon it, as if the tempest that had swept through the hall was but a trivial draught. His very presence was a silent yet resolute declaration. I am here, I see you, and I care not for the rest. Immediately, James Potter slammed his hand on the table and stood up, making a far greater commotion than Remus. His face was etched with fury, and behind his glasses, his eyes glared at those who snickered from the Slytherin table, bellowing in a voice loud enough for all to hear. What are you looking at? Although the words may have seemed somewhat foolish, the protective stance for his friend was unmistakable. Peter also shrank back, but ultimately rose to his feet despite his pallor. The marauders, in their own way, encircled Sirius, creating a barrier against the prying, judgmental gazes. Sirius remained still, yet his fingers gripped the edge of the table tightly. Loosening slightly, he could smell the faint scent of old books and soap emanating from those beside him, sensing their quiet yet steadfast presence. In that moment, the cold air of the great hall, the myriad of scrutinizing eyes, and even the venomous curses from blood relatives seemed to be separated by an invisible, warm shield. The scars of humiliation had already been etched, bloodied, and raw. Yet at least in that moment, he was not alone in nursing his wounds. Chapter 26. The morning light of the hospital wing, the focus of the students' hushed whispers gradually shifted from the rebellious son of the Black family to the shocking malice of the howling letter itself and the unexpected solidarity displayed by the marauders in response. However, at the eye of the storm, Sirius Black exhibited an almost unsettling calmness. He did not explode in anger as James feared, nor did he succumb to despair as Peter dreaded. He attended classes as usual, completed assignments, and even occasionally engaged in the marauders' low-key discussions of mischief. Yet, he had grown more taciturn. This silence was not a lazy void, but a hardened, self-imposed shell. His gray eyes often bore a frosty glaze, and the usual hint of wry amusement at the corners of his mouth had vanished, replaced by a cold, almost indifferent expression. He no longer instigated trouble, but the glare he offered to anyone attempting to probe or provoke him, especially from Slytherin, was sharp enough to cut. This normalcy only deepened the concern of those who knew him best. Something was amiss. One evening in the common room, James lowered his voice to speak to Remus and Peter, noting the unsettling quiet. If it were the old days, he would have blown up the Slytherin common room door, or at least added some flair to their robes. Peter murmured in agreement. He didn't even mock Snape's new hairstyle at dinner. Remus did not join the discussion. He merely gazed at Sirius, who sat alone on the other side of the fire, seemingly staring at a book, though his expression was hollow. He sensed the turbulent undercurrents beneath Sirius's calm facade. This was not healing. It was a suppression of wounds, allowing them to fester and rot internally. The public denial and humiliation from those closest to him wielded a far more devastating blow than any external attack. It shook the very foundations, negating the intrinsic value of existence. Remus understood this pain of being an outcast more than anyone, despite its differing origins. He was acutely aware that some wounds could not be mended by the clamor of companionship or grand declarations. They demanded a more profound, delicate understanding. An opportunity presented itself on a Thursday deep into the night. Remus returned late after assisting Mrs. Pants in sorting a collection of outdated magical journals, a minor price he paid for certain privileges within the restricted section. Clutching several hefty reference tomes, he traversed the solitary corridor leading back to Gryffindor Tower. As he passed the arched window on the third floor, which offered view of the Black Lake, he beheld a familiar figure. Sirius stood there, devoid of his school robes, clad only in a thin shirt, leaning against the cold stone wall by the window. The moonlight streamed through the glass, elongating his silhouette and sketching a portrait of solitude. He held no book and engaged in no activity. He simply gazed quietly at the dark lake surface reflecting the shattered moonlight. The night breeze tousled his dark hair, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. Remus paused, hesitating. He chose not to slip away quietly, as was his custom, nor did he approach recklessly. He stood still for a moment, clutching his books, before gently clearing his throat. Sirius's body tensed imperceptibly for an instant before he slowly turned his head. Upon recognizing Remus, the icy veneer of wariness in his eyes seemed to thaw by a fraction, only to be replaced by a deeper weariness. "Still awake?" Sirius's voice was somewhat hoarse, reverberating with unusual clarity in the empty corridor. "I was helping Mrs. Pants with a few things," Remus replied, taking a few steps closer before stopping a couple of paces away, an unobtrusive distance conducive to conversation. "And you?" "Their essay history of magic quiz tomorrow." Sirius tugged at the corner of his mouth, forming a humorless arc. "I can't sleep. Professor Binz's voice may have a soporific effect, but alas, I cannot hear it now." Silence descended once more, yet this time it was not the suffocating rigidity of discomfort. Rather, it was a tranquil expectancy. Outside, the tentacles of the giant squid glided across the water's surface, producing faint sounds. In this moment, Remus softly spoke, his gaze directed out the window, where the view was clear. Sometimes, stepping away from the crowd allowed for greater clarity. Sirius remained silent, yet did not divert his gaze. "When I was a child," Remus continued, his voice steady as if recounting a tale disconnected from his own existence, "I would often find myself ill at home, lying by the window, watching children play outside, feeling like a shadow observing the world through glass." He paused, then added, "Eventually, I realized that while the glass separated me, it also allowed me to perceive things they could not see. For instance, the trails of rainwater on the glass, the swift changes in light at dusk, and the understanding that some joys need not be directly experienced to be felt. Simply witnessing their existence could, at times, provide solace." He refrained from mentioning the howling letter, nor did he allude to family or offer direct comfort. Instead, he shared a small fragment concerning separation and observation. Sirius finally turned fully towards him, meeting his gaze. Under the moonlight, Remus's visage appeared soft and tranquil, his brown eyes devoid of sympathy, instead reflecting a profound understanding that seemed capable of mirroring another's pain. "Consolation?" Sirius repeated the word with a hint of mockery, yet something within his frosted gaze began to thaw. Was witnessing another possess what one could never attain considered consolation? Perhaps not, Remus candidly acknowledged, but at the very least, it testified to the existence of such things, beauty, warmth, and a sense of belonging, on the other side of the glass. This, in itself, was far better than believing the world to be an expanse of coldness, was it not? He turned his head to meet Sirius's eyes directly. Moreover, the glass was breakable. Alternatively, one could discover a window of their own, revealing their own landscape. Their own landscape. Sirius was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Remus, observing this companion who always quietly lingered in the corners, seemingly bearing a burden not lighter than his own, yet still capable of uttering such words. Remus did not dismiss his suffering, nor did he lightly assure him that everything would be all right. Instead, he acknowledged the existence of that barrier, and conveyed to him that beyond the glass lay other possibilities. The taut string, long used to shield against all harm and emotion, suddenly felt less rigid. An overwhelming fatigue surged forth, mingled with an indescribable bitterness. He abruptly turned back, facing the window once more, blinking forcefully to clear his slightly heated eyes. "Landscape?" he murmured, his voice hoarse, sometimes feeling as though his landscape had been distorted from the very beginning. "They told me what was noble, what was right, what a black ought to embody. Such a portrayal made me nauseous. I shattered it, but now," he choked on his words, unable to continue. Yet now, after the shattering, confronted with the chaos and the curse of the frame itself, he occasionally felt lost and acutely pained. "Then paint a new one." Remus's voice was gentle, yet imbued with an extraordinary strength. "Using your own colors. Perhaps it may start off clumsily, seeming unrefined, but it would be yours. James, Peter, we can all be your colors." He paused, adding at the very least, We are willing to remain within the frame of your new painting. It was not about me painting for you, but rather we could be your colors. He entirely relinquished the choice and agency back to Sirius. The corridor fell silent once more, filled only with the sound of the wind and the distant murmur of the lake. Yet the air was no longer cold and stagnant. After a long while, Sirius exhaled deeply and slowly. The taut lines of his shoulders seemed to finally relax a bit. Moon-face, he began, his voice still somewhat hoarse. But the previous chill and hardness had dissipated. Sometimes you truly resemble an old man, uttering words that are both convoluted and troublesome. Remus smiled slightly. Perhaps. Another silence ensued. But this time, the silence was soft, even imbued with a subtle warmth. Let us go. Sirius finally straightened his posture, detaching himself from the wall. For tomorrow he must endure Professor Binns's lullaby once more. He turned his head to glance at Remus, his gray eyes regaining a hint of their former luster under the moonlight, though a deep-seated fatigue still lingered within. Thank you for your color theory. Without waiting for Remus to respond, he strode toward the direction of Gryffindor Tower. This time, however, his steps were no longer heavy and rigid. Remus, clutching a book, followed closely behind him. The moonlight cast their shadows upon the ancient stone floor, at times intertwining and at times separating. They both understood that wounds do not heal overnight, and the curse of blood ties does not easily dissipate. Yet, at least for this night, in the moonlit corridor, someone quietly stood beside him for a moment, reminding him that beyond the glass lies a landscape, and upon the shattered canvas, new colors could be painted. That was enough. For two boys who had once walked alone in darkness, this glimmer of understanding might just be the first step toward dawn. Chapter 27. Secrets Beneath the Black Lake. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor assigned a report on native aquatic magical creatures and their ecology, requiring at least one field observation of a creature residing in the Black Lake. For most students, this meant observing grindylows or mermaids from a distance with a telescope by the lake's edge. However, for those who had just mastered their animagus forms and were yearning for new adventures, this was undeniably an excellent and legitimate excuse. We can dive right in, James exclaimed, his eyes sparkling in the reflection of the fireplace in the common room. Just think about it. Up-close observations of the mermaid village. We might even find a giant squid's lair. Peter's face paled instantly. Did you? But the Black Lake is so cold, and there are grindylows. And we can use the bubble head charm. Remus calmly began a plan. The common underwater survival spells guide has detailed instructions. Moreover, if we enter the water in our animal forms, we may blend in more naturally with the environment, thus reducing the risk of being attacked. He glanced at Sirius. Large canines typically swim well, right? Sirius leaned back against the chair, tossing a multi-functional candy he had purchased from Honeydukes in the air, which was currently blue, signifying contemplation. Upon hearing Remus's words, he caught the candy, a spark of interest in his gray eyes. Dog paddling, classic and practical. And our sense of smell can still work underwater. At least we can detect if there's any rotting meat or something good nearby. He raised an eyebrow suggestively. The final plan took shape. They would act on Saturday afternoon, weather permitting. James and Remus would use the bubblehead charm in their human forms, with Remus ensuring the stability of the spell, while Sirius would accompany them in his animagus form, relying on his animal instincts for early warnings. Peter would remain on the shore in a concealed spot, armed with his wand and fireworks, ready to signal at the first sight of a professor or dangerous creature approaching. On Saturday, sunlight poured through the clear, shallow waters of the Black Lake, casting flickering spots of light. James and Remus found their heads encased in a large, transparent bubble. Breathing easily, they wore magically treated, simple swimwear-style, wizarding robes that did not hinder their movements. The wand firmly grasped in hand, they descended slowly into the depths. Beside them, the agile black dog glided effortlessly through the water, its ebony coat flowing like a ribbon of ink. Its ears twitched attentively, and its nose occasionally flared, sifting through the aquatic information. The shallow water's vegetation swayed gracefully, resembling supple green silk. A kaleidoscope of small fish darted past, casting curious glances at these uninvited guests. They spotted a luminescent fairy clam, no larger than a fingernail, and cautiously avoided clusters of menacing-looking hedgehog water plants, which were the juvenile disguise of a Grindylow. Following their plan, they swam towards an underwater rocky area believed to be near the merfolk territory. This complex terrain might reveal a greater variety of creatures. As they swam, Remus noticed that the black dog, transformed from Sirius, seemed exceptionally well adapted to the underwater environment. It did not swim blindly. Rather, it often circled to their side or beneath them, using its body to shield against potential dangers lurking in the shadows, or gently nudging their arms with its nose to indicate unusual currents or suspicious shapes. This silent, instinctual protection provided a sense of security beyond any spell. Just as they approached the rugged rocky area, the black dog abruptly halted, ears pinned back, emitting a nearly inaudible, low rumble muffled by the water, a warning. James and Remus immediately ceased their movements, peering in the direction where the dog was fixated. Ahead, amidst the vast shadow of a shipwreck resembling a castle ruin, they discerned several elongated figures swiftly gliding by, their scales reflecting a chilling silver-green light. Merfolk, and seemingly more than one or two, resembling a patrol. They held their breaths, stealthily hiding behind a massive rock. The merfolk patrol did not come closer, appearing to conduct a routine inspection of their territory, soon vanishing into the deeper, darker waters. With the danger averted, James exhaled in relief, eager to swim out and continue exploring the wreck. However, Remus restrained him, pointing towards a nondescript crevice below the rock. A faint halo of light emanated from within, not sunlight, nor bioluminescence, but a more stable, gentle, pearlescent glow, subtly radiating a magical aura. The black dog took notice, swimming to the edge of the crevice, cautiously sniffing, then glancing back at the two, nodding and shaking its head. There was magic, but seemingly no immediate threat. Curiosity triumphed over caution. The trio carefully widened the gap, discovering behind it a hidden entrance to a modest underwater cave. The glow was indeed emanating from within. Exchanging knowing glances, they followed the black dog into the cave. Inside, it was more spacious and dry than anticipated, a powerful waterproofing charm keeping the lake's water at bay, forming an airy hemispherical space. The walls sparkled with countless tiny minerals emitting a pearlescent glow, illuminating the entire area. At the heart of the cavern lies a striking yet rough-hewn stone sculpture, exuding a sense of power. The sculpture does not depict a mermaid, but rather a night steed, albeit with some variations in form, appearing more agile, with a vague indentation on its forehead. Scattered before the carving are several artifacts evidently of magical origin. A few rusted yet exquisitely patterned metal vials, one or two pebbles inscribed with ancient runes, and a small pile of fossilized fragments from the eggs of some large creature. What manner of place is this? James's voice echoed slightly in the confined space as he curiously picked up one of the metal vials, the patterns faintly resembling the crest of Hogwarts, albeit with an archaic twist. Remus crouched down, meticulously examining the rune-etched pebbles. These inscriptions were exceedingly ancient, reminiscent of protective runes from the early days of Hogwarts' establishment. As he gently touched the eggshell fragments, a subtle pulse of magic resonated through his fingertips, hinting at creatures not of the ordinary realm, but rather extinct magical beings connected to water or moonlight. He raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with scholarly curiosity. This place could be an ancient sanctuary for the protection or nurturing of some magical creatures, or perhaps a nexus for a guardian enchantment. Sirius paced within the cavern, his nose pressed to the ground as he meticulously sniffed the air. Suddenly, he halted behind the sculpture, pawing at the soft deposits of earth, revealing a flat stone slab beneath, etched with a distinct pattern, a mark of four-clawed footprints encircling a petite, star-like symbol. This design caused them to collectively hold their breath. Though more primitive and ancient, the outline of the four-paw prints bore an astonishing resemblance to the insignia on their marauder badges. Furthermore, the star symbol bore a faint similarity to the markings on the Marauder's map that indicated certain hidden passages. "This cannot be mere coincidence," Remus murmured. Just then, the entire cavern trembled slightly. The veins of ore embedded in the walls shimmered erratically, and a magical barrier separating them from the lake began to ripple ominously. "This is bad. We may have triggered something, or the magic outside is unstable," James shouted. Almost simultaneously, they heard a faint explosion from outside. Distorted by the water-esque surface, it was the warning fireworks. "Something is amiss. We must exit quickly," Remus declared decisively. Yet, the tremors intensified, and debris at the entrance began to tumble down, while the lake's barrier surged violently, threatening to shatter and inundate them with frigid waters. "The entrance is collapsing." James attempted to reinforce it with his wand, but to little avail. In a moment of dire urgency, the large black dog dashed to the entrance, bracing itself against several crucial rocks that threatened to fall. It emitted a low growl, muscles taut beneath its sleek black fur, radiating strength. "Sirius!" Remus exclaimed in alarm. "Don't mind me. Reinforce above." Sirius's voice resonated in their minds, a peculiar thought that seemed to echo directly within their consciousness. This was a faint telepathic connection born from an animagus's extreme focus and resonance with their companions' emotions, a novel experience for them all. Remus and James immediately understood, their wands directed towards the dislodged rocky wall above the entrance, as they exerted every ounce of their strength to cast a reinforcing charm. Seconds ticked by, each one stretching out like an eternity. Faintly, the sound of tumultuous waters echoed from outside the cave, as if some colossal creature were approaching, perhaps stirred by the merfolk patrol or the fireworks. Inside the cave, debris continued to fall, and the large black dog bore an immense burden, its body trembling slightly. Yet it remained steadfast, its gray eyes fixed intently on them, filled with unreserved trust and urgency. At last, just as their magical energy was nearly depleted, the structure at the entrance stabilized momentarily. "Hurry!" James urged, dashing out first. Remus followed swiftly, but as he passed by the large black dog, he paused for half a second, resting his hand gently on its damp, taut shoulder, a warm, soothing magic flowing through. The black dog seemed to relax for an instant. The trio swiftly emerged from the cave, re-entering the lake. Not far off, Peter was anxiously waving his arms from shore, while further out in the water, several Grindylows were drawn towards the commotion, swimming in their direction. They dared not linger and swam as fast as they could towards the bank. Finally, they clambered onto the shore in a disheveled heap, the bubblehead charm dissipating. A cold breeze swept over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Peter rushed over, breathlessly explaining that he had seen a group of merfolk heading this way, prompting him to set off the fireworks. "Well done, Wormtail," James puffed, patting him on the shoulder. Remus, however, immediately turned his attention to Sirius. He had reverted to his human form, shaking out his soaked black hair, his face a shade paler, with several noticeable scratches and bruises on his left shoulder and arm, remnants from propping up the rocks in the cave. "You're injured," Remus said at once, his brow furrowing. "It's nothing," Sirius dismissed, moving his shoulder nonchalantly, but the faint hiss of his breath betrayed him. He glanced at Remus and James. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine, thanks to you," James replied, still shaken. "Merlin, what was in that cave?" "That claw mark. Let us discuss it later," Sirius interrupted, casting a wary glance at the lake's surface. "This place isn't safe." The four quickly gathered their belongings, donned dry robes, and made their way back to the castle. On the return journey, they spoke in hushed tones, excited yet apprehensive as they recounted their discovery of the underwater cave, the enigmatic claw mark, and their narrow escape. Yet, Remus's gaze frequently drifted to Sirius's injured shoulder. Upon reaching Gryffindor Tower, he promptly went to the hospital wing to procure some essence of murtlap and bandages. That evening, in a quiet corner of the common room, Remus insisted on tending to Sirius's wounds. "Really, it's unnecessary, Moony. I'll be fine in a couple of days," Sirius attempted to refuse. But Remus had already seated himself beside him, holding the potion with an unwavering determination in his eyes. With a resigned click of his tongue, Sirius ultimately acquiesced, turning slightly to expose his injured shoulder. Remus's touch was deft and gentle as he treated the wounds, meticulous as he was when organizing books or brewing potions. The cool, fragrant ointment was applied to the wound, delivering a sharp sting accompanied by a refreshing sensation. He could sense the warmth and steady pressure of Remus's fingertips. "Thank you for today," Remus murmured softly as he wrapped the bandage, his voice audible only to the two of them. "Had it not been for you, had it been anyone else, or even a sharp fork, they would have acted likewise." Sirius interrupted him, his tone somewhat subdued. He was not accustomed to such forthright expressions of gratitude. "I know," Remus replied, tying the final knot and gently smoothing the edges of the bandage, his fingers lingering for a moment longer. "But today it was you who stood in the way." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Sirius's profile, so close that he could almost hear the unspoken words in the silence. "And in that last moment, I think I heard you." Sirius's body stiffened imperceptibly. He turned his head, locking eyes with Remus's clear brown ones. They were so near that they could see reflections of themselves mirrored in each other's gaze, feeling the coolness of their breaths as if they were sharing the depths of a lake. The faint yet palpable connection forged in a moment of crisis seemed to resonate in the air around them, leaving an invisible echo. Sirius finally replied vaguely, averting his gaze, his ears slightly flushed, a likely side effect of the bubblehead charm. Remus did not contest this, merely responding with a soft withdrawing his hand. He understood that it was not merely a side effect. It was a rare resonance born of extreme trust and peril, where magic intertwined with emotion, much like their Patronus, akin to the mutual influence experienced during their Animagus training. The secret underwater cave, the ancient protective marks, the support during life and death moments. And the instantaneous meeting of minds during this afternoon's adventure wove a bond deeper than the lake and more enigmatic than magic itself. As the daylight outside dimmed, the Black Lake regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, something had irrevocably changed. Chapter 28. Marks and clouds of doubt. The discovery of the underwater cave felt like a potent, invigorating tonic, leaving the marauders both exhilarated and anxious in the days that followed. The mysterious four-clawed mark hung, like a silent hook, firmly grasping their curiosity. They unanimously believed it to be no mere coincidence. It was likely tied to a forgotten chapter of Hogwarts' history, and perhaps even subtly connected to their unexpected identity as marauders. The burden of unraveling this enigma naturally fell upon Remus Lupin, the one most adept at research. He seemed to return to the fervor he had when studying animagi, even more engrossed than before. Each day after classes, he immersed himself in the library, no longer confined to the fringes of the restricted section, but systematically delving into the thick volumes coated in dust, chronicling the early history of Hogwarts, the legends of the castle-esque construction, and the ancient magical creatures of the Scottish Highlands. James and Peter took on the roles of outer support and diversion. James often stirred up small disturbances under the watchful eye of Madame Pants to draw her attention, while Peter nervously delivered notes and kept watch. Sirius, however, played a more nuanced role. He seldom directly engaged in the arcane activities, but was always present near Remus. At times, he would meander aimlessly between adjacent bookshelves, perusing the Quidditch yearbook. At other moments, he would sit opposite Remus, clutching a tome on advanced transfiguration, appearing focused while subtly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Particularly the entrance of the library. He resembled a silent sentry, a mobile alarm system. Unable to find any precise records, one afternoon, Remus rubbed his weary eyes and murmured to the approaching James and Sirius that the reverence or symbolism of quadrupeds was quite common in the medieval magical community, serving as guardians, hunters, or family crests. However, the specific arrangement of paw prints and the star symbol beside it had perplexed him. He had examined a copy of the Gryffindor Private Library Catalog, which contained some runes of a similar style, frequently used to denote hidden passages or blessed sanctuaries. Yet the details did not align. Several hefty tomes lay open before him, one of which displayed a parchment manuscript adorned with faded ink illustrations resembling paw prints, accompanied by dense annotations in ancient runes. Could it be some extinct magical creature? James speculated, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. Perhaps one that appears only on full moon nights, guarding secrets like the silver-hooved beast? It's possible, Remus pondered, but records are scarce. Unless we can find more primitive sources, such as personal notes left by the castle's builders. His words trailed off. At the library entrance, a gaunt figure clad in black robes glided silently in, akin to a dark water snake merging into tranquil waters. It was Severus Snape. Snape's gaze, cold as a searchlight, slowly swept across the reading area. When it passed over the corner where the marauders were situated, it lingered for a fraction of a second. He did not approach them immediately, but instead headed towards the nearby section of potions and rare ingredients. Yet the sensation of being scrutinized enveloped them like a sticky web. Sirius's body tensed imperceptibly, and his hand, which had been casually draped over the table, instinctively tightened. Remus swiftly and discreetly closed the crucial manuscript, the one adorned with paw prints, and tucked it beneath a stack of ordinary textbook volumes on magical history. Meanwhile, James exaggeratedly yawned and stretched, as though just emerging from a tedious study session. Snape lingered momentarily before the potion shelves, extracting a copy of rare toxins and their antidotes, but his mind appeared elsewhere. His gaze occasionally drifted toward them, lingering longest on Remus. An unspoken tension permeated the air. Peter peeked from behind a distant bookshelf, only to quickly retreat. After approximately 10 minutes, Snape finally made his way towards Madame Pant's counter with the book in hand, seemingly to check it out. However, as he passed by the Marauder's table, he seemed to trip over something, despite the floor being clear, causing him to stagger and inadvertently collide with the stack of books in front of Remus. "Watch out!" James exclaimed softly. Yet, someone moved even faster, with a vigilant demeanor. Sirius acted almost instantaneously as Snape's body inclined. His foot, which had been discreetly positioned beneath the table, swiftly hooked forward, landing a precise kick on Snape's ankle. The force meticulously controlled to leave no discernible mark, yet sufficient to disrupt his balance. Simultaneously, his upper body leaned casually, his arm conveniently shielding the stack of books before him. A thud resonated as Snape's elbow collided with Sirius's forearm, producing a muted sound. The books wobbled precariously, with the top few tumbling down, yet Sirius's other hand steadied them, ensuring that the crucial manuscript remained safely concealed at the bottom. "Mind the path," Sirius remarked, retracting his arm and rubbing the spot where he had been struck, his gray eyes coldly fixed on his adversary, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "The library floor is quite slippery, fitting for someone like you who prefers to skulk about." Snape regained his composure, a flicker of rage momentarily igniting in his dark eyes, quickly supplanted by a profound scrutiny. He glanced at Sirius, then at the protected books, ultimately resting his gaze upon Remus, whose brow was slightly furrowed and face tense. "My apologies." Snape's voice was smooth yet frigid, lacking any trace of sincerity. "I had not anticipated that you, Black, possessed the dual talent of being a watchdog and a bookend." His gaze, laden with implication, flicked to Sirius's arm that had shielded the books, a smirk curling his lips. "I wonder what profound knowledge you are so diligently guarding that demands such vigilance. Better than your endless study of the toxic fungi lurking in shadowy corners," James retorted instantly. Remus remained silent, calmly gathering the scattered volumes with an unhurried grace. "We are completing a project on the defense against the dark arts, Snape," he stated, lifting his gaze to meet Snape's, his demeanor composed, at least on the surface. "It pertains to the ecological report on the creatures of the Black Lake, requiring historical distribution records. Is there an issue?" His rationale was sound, his expression impeccable. Snape scrutinized him for several seconds, as if attempting to unearth a flaw within those gentle brown eyes, yet ultimately found nothing. "No," he replied, withdrawing his gaze and restoring his customary indifference. "I merely caution you that some histories lie buried beneath the waters. Reckless excavations may lead to being swept away by undercurrents." With that enigmatic remark, he turned and made his way toward the counter. Only after Snape's figure vanished beyond the library's entrance did the group of boys exhale quietly in relief. "That insufferable bat," James muttered under his breath. "He is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. He knows we are researching something." Sirius shifted his arm, his brow furrowed, suspicion gnawing at him. Although uncertain of the specifics, he felt that Snape had turned his scrutiny upon them. His gaze shifted to Remus, seeking confirmation. Remus nodded lightly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the coarse cover of the manuscript. He is likely still fixated on me, or perhaps our peculiar behavior as a whole. However, after today, he may pay closer attention to the type of materials we are examining. He felt a surge of trepidation. Had it not been for Sirius's swift reflexes, they cannot remain in this place, Sirius decisively declared. Especially concerning the investigation of such sensitive matters, we require a more secure location. The room of requirement? James proposed. No. While it is concealed, the resources there are limited, Remus replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration. Perhaps we could utilize the Marauder map during the professor's absence from their offices, such as during dinner time. Some professors may have private libraries that could hold what we seek. This was a bolder and more daring plan. Yet, in the face of Snape's encroaching threat and the enigma lingering in their minds, taking risks seemed the sole option. Excellent idea. James's adventurous spirit was immediately ignited. For instance, Professor Flitwick, who teaches charms, also possesses considerable knowledge of ancient runes. His office may well contain treasures. Sirius observed the rekindled light in Remus's eyes, a blend of academic fervor and a resolute determination, and nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. We must be more cautious and act swiftly before the next full moon. He paused, looking at Remus. What specific information do you require? Compile a list, and we shall devise our strategies separately. The division of labor was once more clarified. Under the shared secret and external threats, the bond among the Marauders tightened, and their actions became ever more synchronized. Unbeknownst to them, atop a shelf in the distance, adorned with outdated magical publications, a small, beetle-like alchemical artifact flickered its compound eyes momentarily before returning to stillness. It was a relic inadvertently left behind by Severus Snape not long ago. Although the precise dialogue was inaudible, it was sufficient for him to ascertain that the Marauders, particularly Lupin, were clandestinely delving into matters best left undisclosed. The cloud of suspicion not only lingered but thickened, a clandestine struggle, hidden beneath the tranquil facade of the campus, quietly escalated. Meanwhile, the mysterious paw print lay silently within the ancient manuscript, as if awaiting the one capable of deciphering its secrets to unveil a forgotten narrative, perhaps intertwined with themes of courage, loyalty, and the guardianship that transcends species. Chapter 29. The professor's study at night. The plan was set to unfold during Friday's dinner hour. The Marauder's map indicated that Professor Flitwick was happily indulging in his third Yorkshire pudding in the Great Hall, while his office resided at the end of a secluded corridor on the 7th floor of the castle, far from the main staircase. The Marauders hastily concluded their dinner, feigning a return to the tower, but instead slipped into an empty classroom midway, donning the invisibility cloak which barely concealed all four of them, with Peter having to cling tightly to James's rear. The Marauder's map was in Remus's hands, the luminescent ink revealing every moving dot within the castle. They navigated as if traversing a transparent chessboard, cautiously avoiding the few suits of armor patrolling the corridors and the occasional drifting ghost. The Fat Friar is near the trophy room on the 5th floor, Remus whispered, his voice muffled beneath the cloak. We shall take the eastern staircase and circumvent the caretaker's office. Sirius led the way, his footsteps remarkably light, and his senses, honed through his animagus training, seemed to have sharpened, allowing him to detect the faintest whispers of wind around corners. James followed closely behind, his wand partially drawn from his sleeve, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Remus navigated centrally, while Peter clutched the hem of James's robe anxiously, fearful of being left behind. The corridor on the 7th floor was vast and silent, the ancient tapestries hanging on the walls appearing somewhat eerie in the dim light. They arrived at the door to Professor Flitwick's office, a seemingly ordinary oak door that exuded a subtle magical aura. Attempting to unlock it with Alohomora would likely be futile. James assessed the lock, certain that Flitwick had placed a countercharm. Remus produced a small brass device from his pocket, inspired by a book on ancient locks and protections. He had fashioned it from an old pocket watch and several gears forged by fairies, not for unlocking, but for sensing and temporarily disrupting the frequency of protective magic. It required a remarkably stable magical output as he adjusted the knobs on the device, positioning the tip of his wand against the concave area. "Hurry up, Mooney," Sirius urged, leaning against the wall beside the door, his sharp gaze scanning both ends of the corridor. Although Filch appeared on the map to be on the first floor, Mrs. Norris could be lurking anywhere. Taking a deep breath, Remus focused intently. The gears on the device began to emit an extremely faint, buzzing hum, reminiscent of a mosquito, as a gentle silver-blue light flowed from the tip of his wand, enveloping the area around the lock. "Moments latte." The lock emitted a soft click, not a sign of being unlocked, but an indication that the protective magic had temporarily gone dormant. Sirius immediately turned the doorknob, and the door opened silently. The four of them slipped inside and quickly shut the door behind them. The office was more spacious than they had anticipated, filled with Professor Flitwick's personal touches. The ceiling transformed by magic into a starry dome, countless miniature magical instruments automatically playing soft melodies on shelves, and several tall display cabinets lined with trophies and medals. Their objective lay against the wall, two towering shelves reaching the ceiling, densely packed with books, some even floating in midair. Slowly rotating. "Search separately," James urged, suppressing his excitement. They needed anything that might hold clues about ancient runes, the castle's construction history, or the legends of magical creatures' guardians. They dispersed, swiftly and quietly rifling through the shelves, leaving the invisibility cloak temporarily aside. Remus headed straight for the area that appeared the oldest, where the spines of the books were worn and cracked. Sirius remained on guard at the door, using his keen eyesight to scan the seemingly inconspicuous scrolls on the upper shelves. Time ticked by slowly. Occasional distant footsteps or murmurs from portraits in the corridor sent their hearts racing. Peter was stationed by the window, watching over the castle under the veil of night. "Found it," Remus suddenly whispered, pulling a hefty book bound in dark red dragon hide from the middle of the shelf. The title, embossed in gold, read Ancient Runic, the Founder's Guardians and Secret Passages of Hogwarts. "Here." He turned to one of the pages, which bore a hand-drawn, somewhat blurred design, for paw prints encircling the stars. The accompanying annotations had faded with time, yet were discernible. The pride of Gryffindor, the swiftness of Slytherin, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the resilience of Hufflepuff converge here, safeguarding the innocents amidst the shadows. This is the Guardian's mark. Remus's eyes sparkled as he swiftly read the smaller text beneath, detailing the hidden sanctuary entrances established during the castle's early construction to protect certain special or persecuted magical creatures. This emblem was a protective sigil acknowledged by the four founders, symbolizing the united strengths that offered protection, although the records indicated that most had faded or been lost over time. Thus, the one beneath the Black Lake could potentially be among them. James leaned closer, excitement bubbling forth. Could the innocents amidst the shadows refer to mermaids? Or something else? "Quite possibly," Remus replied, quickly transcribing key passages and illustrations onto his parchment with his shorthand quill. "We need more context to see if any specific locations or sustaining magic are mentioned." Just then, Peter let out a short, suppressed gasp. "Something is moving. It's coming this way from downstairs." It's a small dot moving swiftly. The three froze instantly. Remus seized the Marauder's map, observing that the dot representing Filch was moving on the first floor. Nothing alarming, but another dot representing Lady Loris was racing up the stair from the third floor, heading straight for the seventh floor, towards a corridor where they were hiding. "Trust your instincts," Sirius muttered under his breath, gathering their belongings. "We must leave now." Remus hurriedly shoved the book back into its place, attempting to remember where everything belonged, while stowing away the copied parchment. James unfurled the invisibility cloak. Peter's face had drained of color from fear, but there was no time to waste. They could already hear the faint rustle of feline paws on the stone floor at the end of the corridor, accompanied by Lady Loris's signature elongated meow, growing ever nearer. "We can't go out," Sirius decisively instructed, his gaze sweeping the office. "Hide." There were few places to conceal themselves in the office. Behind a tall bookshelf, Too conspicuous. Under the desk? Not enough space. Behind the display case? The gap was too narrow. Just then, Remus noticed a decorative, vine-wrapped niche near the corner beneath the starry dome, housing a pot of glowing moonlight grass, with a heavy velvet curtain hanging beside it. The space was barely sufficient for two. There, he indicated. There was no time to hesitate. Sirius grasped Remus's arm, pushing him towards a niche, and swiftly squeezed in himself, pulling the heavy curtain shut behind them. James reacted just as quickly, grabbing Peter and rolling to the ground, diving beneath Professor Flitwick's expansive desk, using a levitation charm to let the tablecloth drape down, concealing them completely. Almost at the moment the curtain closed, the office door was thrust open. Madame Loris gracefully sauntered in, her bulbous eyes glowing in the darkness. Casting a dubious glance around the room, she twitched her nose, seemingly detecting the scent of an intruder. The alcove was exceedingly cramped. Remus was forced to press himself against the cold stone wall, while Sirius nearly completely shielded him, just managing to remain concealed by the drapery. There was no gap between them. Remus could distinctly feel the rise and fall of Sirius's chest and catch a whiff of the blend of grass, library dust, and a unique tension that clung to him. His own heartbeat thundered in the silence, resonating loudly enough that he feared even the cat outside might hear it. Sirius's breath brushed against his forehead, warm and hurried. One of his hands rested against the wall beside Remus's ear, while the other instinctively shielded Remus's side, forming a protective stance. In the darkness, Remus could only discern the taut outline of Sirius's jawline and those remarkably bright gray eyes reflecting the faint light. There was no fear in those eyes, only an unwavering vigilance and a barely perceptible stiffness at being so close to him. Madame Loris ambled slowly about the office, leaping onto the bookshelf, knocking over a scroll of parchment, and then jumping onto the desk, causing James and Peter below to hold their breath. She eventually paused near the alcove, seemingly intrigued by the glowing moonlight grass, pawing at the edge of the drapery. Remus's heart leapt to his throat. Sirius's hand, which had been resting against the wall, instantly clenched into a fist, muscles taut, as if ready to spring into action. Fortunately, Madame Loris merely toyed with the tassels of the drapery, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. After lingering for a few seconds, sniffing the air, she appeared to lose interest, light as a feather as she leapt down and strode out of the office. It was not until the sound of her pause faded completely from outside, followed by a lengthy minute, that the tension in the office abruptly dissipated. James and Peter crawled out from beneath the desk, gasping for air, faces pale with fright. The drapery of the alcove was flung open. Sirius emerged first, his movements somewhat hurried, as if eager to escape the confining space. With his back to Remus, he quickly straightened his slightly disheveled collar and hair, the nape of his neck appearing to flush under the dim light. Remus slowly stepped out as well, his cheeks warm, limbs slightly shaky, uncertain whether it was from the earlier tension or the intimacy of their proximity and entwined breaths. He lowered his gaze, silently gathering the copied parchment. "Merlin's beard," James exclaimed, pounding his chest nearly caught. "That damn cat. Did you get the materials?" Sirius turned, his voice returning to its usual calm, though his eyes flickered slightly as they passed over Remus. "I obtained the critical parts." Remus nodded, his voice steady. "Then let us leave. This place is no longer safe." Sirius moved towards the door first, straining to listen for any sounds outside. Once more, the four donned their invisibility cloaks, silently retracing their steps along the secure route laid out on the live map, as they stealthily returned to Gryffindor Tower. The adventure had drawn to a close. They brought back precious clues regarding the ancient Guardian sigils, along with an experience of narrow escape that was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril. However, for Remus and Sirius, this night bore additional significance. It was marked by the shared intimacy of a confined space, the mingling of body heat, and the proximity that allowed them to almost hear each other's heartbeat amidst the heightened danger. Something that had quietly flourished between them was suddenly compressed and magnified in that dark, narrow alcove, leaving behind a vivid and searing imprint. As they returned to the warmth of the common room, Slytherin's hearth, while James and Peter excitedly recounted the thrills of their recent escapade. Remus and Sirius sat quietly to the side, their eyes occasionally meeting before quickly averting, as if still savoring the distinctly different rhythm of their heartbeats behind the curtain. Chapter 30. Quidditch and Heartstrings in the Springtime Hogwarts Quidditch Pitch. The grass had regained its vibrant emerald hue, and the air was infused with the sense of fresh grass, earth, and the exhilarating anticipation of the upcoming match. For James Potter, this marked his inaugural official Quidditch match for the House Cup, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin. As a second-year student selected as a seeker, he bore the weight of everyone's expectations, with pressure and exhilaration in equal measure. Thus, in the ensuing fortnight, James seemed almost glued to the pitch. Every day after classes, he could be seen soaring on his cherished Comet 260, a gift from his father, weaving between the goalposts, or rising high into the sky, squinting in the sunlight as he searched for the elusive golden snitch that remained perpetually out of reach. Sirius naturally served as his most devoted practice partner and tactical ally. He rode the school's provided shooting star with disdain, yet his skill compensated for the equipment disparity, playing both the roles of opposing chaser and beater, challenging James with an array of cunning angles and feints to hone his dodging and anticipation skills. During training breaks, he and James would lie on the grass, using stones and twigs to simulate formations and discuss strategies. Slytherin's captain, Virgil, preferred to have both beaters simultaneously shield the chaser in a strong central push. "We could have Alice and Frank switch positions to disrupt their defensive rhythm," Sirius would say, tracing lines in the mud with the tip of his wand, his gray eyes focused, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Remus and Peter usually occupied the stands, either completing homework or simply observing. Peter would cheer for every spectacular move, while Remus remained considerably quieter. He might have held a book on ancient runes, yet his gaze would often wander from the pages, settling on the pitch. More precisely, it would gravitate towards a figure on the broomstick, a streak of black lightning against the sunlit backdrop. He watched as Sirius deftly spun in the air, diving gracefully, his wild and untamed smile revealing itself after a successful interception or a cleverly executed feint that left James in a state of disarray. He observed the damp black hair clinging to Sirius's forehead after practice, the way his throat moved as he tilted his head back to gulp down cool water. Remus quickly averted his gaze, his heart fluttering as if gently nudged by an elusive golden snitch, sending ripples of delightful unease through him. He felt a twinge of confusion and slight embarrassment at his involuntary attention. This was so unlike him. He should be concentrating on his current studies, or, at the very least, cheering for his friends with the same pure enthusiasm as Peter. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his gaze. It was as if Sirius possessed a unique magnetic field that irresistibly drew his eyes across the expansive pitch. The exuberance of life, the unabashed sharpness, and the occasional casualness reserved for those close to him all evoked an inexplicable allure within Remus. This sensation was foreign to him, leaving him somewhat unsettled. He attributed it to concern for his friend's performance and a genuine admiration for Sirius's flying skills, for indeed, he was an exceptional flyer. However, that admiration reached an undeniable crescendo one afternoon. During practice that day, several members of the Slytherin team had also arrived at the edge of the pitch, ostensibly to scout the area, but in reality, they were hurling derisive jeers and mockery. "Look at that broom, a comet. How outdated. Our team's worst broom is a clean sweep 1001, shouted one Slytherin chaser. A seeker chosen by special selection? Did the Potters donate a fortune to the team? Another chimed in, James's face flushed with rage, nearly causing him to tumble off his broom. Sirius, however, cast a cold glance in their direction, suddenly propelling his broom forward, accelerating at an almost vertical angle toward the low ground where the Slytherin students sat. Just before impact, he narrowly pulled up, the gust of wind whipping their robes and hair into disarray. "My apologies," Sirius drawled lazily, hovering nearby with an air of indifference in his gray eyes, devoid of any remorse, only icy provocation. But perhaps some mouths would be safer if they were as ornamental as their brooms. Blake, you did that on purpose, Flint shouted. Collisions in practice are quite normal. Captain, Sirius interrupted lightly, as if an errant quaffle striking some noisy spectators during a match were also entirely commonplace, wasn't it? He cast a pointed glance at the box of bludgers piled on the sidelines. The Slytherins looked taken aback, momentarily intimidated by his bravado, and ceased their loud provocations, muttering curses instead. Remus, seated in the stands, witnessed it all unfold. He saw the unwavering strength with which Sirius defended James, the ease with which he delivered sharp retorts to the taunts, and once again that irregular flutter in his heart returned, this time mingled with a warm, proud sense of belonging, tinged with an indescribable pride. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Perhaps it was the earlier interruption that unsettled his mind. During a high-speed diving exercise, James, in an attempt to evade the rogue ball simulated by Sirius, overcompensated, and the tip of his broom abruptly grazed a protruding rock on the ground. James exclaimed in shock as his broom spiraled out of control, plummeting towards the earth. The incident transpired in an instant. Peter in the stand screamed. On the sidelines, Sirius's pupils dilated in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed down hard on his broomstick, hurtling towards the ground at an accelerated angle, racing to intercept James's impending fall. He was not aiming to catch James. Distance and angle rendered that impossible, but rather to position himself between James and the sharply exposed base stone of the stand just in time. Bang! Crack! Sirius's broom collided violently with the edge of the stone, the sound of splintering wood piercing the air. The tremendous force sent him flying off the broom. Yet he successfully diverted James's trajectory away from the most perilous spot. The two tumbled onto the grass, a cloud of dust rising around them. Merlin! Good heavens! Gasps of shock echoed from all directions. Even the Slytherins were momentarily stunned. Remus felt his breath catch at that moment. He abruptly rose from the stands, oblivious to the book that slipped from his grasp. He shoved past Peter, nearly leaping down the steps, his heart racing, a chill of fear gripping him. When he breathlessly reached the two, James was sitting up, grimacing as he rubbed his arms and back, seemingly only bruised and scraped, his broom ruined, but himself unscathed. As for Sirius, he lay on the grass, his left arm bent at an unnatural angle, a gash on his forehead oozing blood. His Nimbus 2000 lay shattered in two, pieces scattered about. Yet he appeared unfazed by his injuries, attempting to push himself up with his uninjured right hand, his gray eyes anxiously searching for James. How are you? Prongs? Me fine. But your hand. James's expression shifted as he caught sight of Sirius's arm. Remus had already knelt beside Sirius, moving quicker than Madame Pomfrey. His face was alarmingly pale, lips pressed tightly together, yet his fingers were remarkably steady. He refrained from recklessly touching the twisted arm, opting instead to swiftly and carefully examine Sirius's head, neck, ribs, and any other potentially injured areas. His voice striving for calm, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Don't move. Aside from your arm and forehead, is there anywhere else that hurts? Are you dizzy? Can you see me? Sirius, his brow furrowed in pain, seemed to relax momentarily upon hearing Remus's voice and feeling his careful touch. He complied, refraining from movement, merely gazing at Remus's concerned face, so close to his own, shaking his head. My arm hurts a bit, but my head is fine, no dizziness. He even managed a somewhat twisted smile. I guess my broom took the hit for me. It died a noble death. Even in such dire circumstances, he still had the presence of mind to jest. Remus paid no heed to his jest. After confirming that there were no serious injuries, he promptly drew his wand. The bone may be fractured. I need to set it and then escort you to the infirmary. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. His incantation was precise and steady. Farilla. Bandages and splints sprang from the tip of his wand, expertly securing Sirius's arm. He then turned to James. Can you walk? We'll help him to the infirmary. Of course. James quickly scrambled to his feet, positioning himself on one side, while Remus supported Sirius on the other, carefully aiding him. Peter rushed over as well, assisting in retrieving the broken broom and the books that had fallen from Remus's grasp. As they exited the pitch, Remus cast a cold glance back at the Slytherins still standing in place. His gaze was no longer gentle. Instead, it bore a rare, sharp chill, causing Flint and the others to instinctively avert their eyes. On the way to the infirmary, Sirius leaned heavily against Remus, who could feel the warmth of his body and catch the mingled sense of sweat, grass, and a hint of blood. Worry and trepidation still filled his chest, but another, clearer emotion began to stir amidst the recent fear and the current closeness. A profound concern that was impossible to ignore. He could hardly fathom what might have happened had Sirius collided with greater force. "Hey, Moony," Sirius's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hoarse with pain, yet attempting to maintain a light-hearted tone. "Your hand's shaking. Were you frightened by my gallant sacrifice?" Remus did not deny it. He simply steadied his hold on Sirius and whispered, "Don't do that again." "Do what?" Sirius feigned ignorance. "Don't stand in front." Remus's voice was low but carried an undeniable insistence. "Your safety is equally important." Sirius fell silent for a moment, turning his head to observe the top profile of Remus. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's windows, illuminating the fine hairs on his cheek and the slight quiver of his eyelashes. After a lengthy pause, Sirius finally responded with a soft hum, his tone lacking its usual flippancy, infused instead with something deeper. In that moment, before the scent of antiseptic from the infirmary filled the air, and prior to Madame Pomfrey's exclamations and the glow of healing spells, two young hearts drew inexplicably closer due to an incident on the field, propelled by selfless protection and unmistakable concern. Emotions that had long simmered beneath the surface finally found an outlet. Though unspoken, they were palpably intense. Chapter 31. Solitude in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were, as ever, exemplary. After a few stern reprimands, "Mr. Black, I expected your brain to be at least more astute than that of Troll. Colliding with a stone? Are you planning to headbutt a quaffle next time?" In a series of precise spells, Sirius's fractured arm was perfectly mended, and the abrasion on his forehead healed to leave only a faint pink mark. However, this strict matron insisted he remain in the infirmary for observation overnight, to ensure there were no concussions or other latent issues. "Both of you," she said, pointing at James and Peter, "should return to rest. The patient requires tranquility." She cast another glance at Remus, who stood silently by the bedside, his complexion still somewhat pallid. "Mr. Lupin, you ought to leave as well. You appear to be in need of a good night's sleep." Although James and Peter were concerned, they had no choice but to depart, casting reluctant glances over their shoulders under Madame Pomfrey's unwavering gaze. Remus hesitated for a moment, meeting Sirius's sidelong glance, which seemed to carry a wordless significance. He spoke softly to Madame Pomfrey. "I will leave once he has fallen asleep. I promise to keep the noise down." Madame Pomfrey regarded him, then looked at Sirius. For once, was quiet, staring at the ceiling. With a resigned sigh, she waved her wand. "No more than half an hour, and don't disturb the other patients." She turned and retreated to her small office, leaving the door ajar. The infirmary succumbed to the night's distinctive tranquility. Moonlight filtered through the tall windows, casting pristine squares upon the polished floor. The air was imbued with a faint scent of disinfectant, sleeping potions, and boiled bandages. In the distance, several beds lay vacant, with only the soft sound of breathing emanating from the furthest cubicle, where a Hufflepuff student lay in deep slumber, nursing a cold. Remus settled into a chair beside the bed. Sirius had changed into a clean hospital gown, propped up against a raised pillow, his injured arm carefully positioned. His hair, washed of sweat and dirt, fell softly, softening his typically sharp features. He gazed out at the moonlight, his profile appearing somewhat forlorn. "Does it still hurt?" Remus inquired softly, breaking the silence. Sirius turned his head, his gray eyes meeting Remus's in the dim light, and shook his head. "Madame Pomfrey's pain relief potion is quite effective, though it feels a bit stiff." He moved his uninjured arm slightly. Silence enveloped them once more, but unlike the previous tense moments in the corridor or the anxious atmosphere in the alcove, this silence was comfortable, as if it could accommodate a myriad of unspoken words. Remus retrieved a water bottle and 2 cups from his bag, pouring warm water into both before handing one to Sirius. As Sirius accepted it, their fingertips brushed inadvertently, causing both to pause momentarily. "Thank you," Sirius murmured, taking a sip. "I should be the one expressing gratitude," Remus replied, cradling his cup of warm water, his gaze lingering on the steam curling from its rim. "And also about James. You are truly in danger today. We can't just watch as a fork pierces your head." Sirius's tone was casual, but Remus detected a thread of taut anxiety beneath it. If he were incapacitated, our Quidditch cup would be at stake. "Not merely because of Quidditch, is it?" Remus raised his eyes, his gaze clear as it met Sirius's. Sirius held his gaze for a few seconds in silence before a faint smile tugged at his lips, lacking some of its usual exuberance, imbued instead with an air of weary acceptance. "No, it's not just about Quidditch." He diverted his gaze once more to the window. "You are James, you are the fork, you are one of us." He paused, his voice dropping lower. "All of you. We are with you." The words warmed Remus's heart. "But you're equally important." Remus's voice was soft, yet every word was articulated with clarity, resonating with significance for us, for me. The final words slipped from his lips like a gentle sigh. Yet he uttered them nonetheless. Sirius abruptly turned his head, his gray eyes widening slightly in the moonlight, seemingly taken aback by Remus's candor. He gazed at Remus, observing the gentle and sincere visage illuminated by the moon, and the pair of brown eyes that usually held warmth and concern, now filled with unmistakable sincerity. A warm current surged through him, mingled with an unfamiliar, bittersweet flutter that struck his chest. The decisive rush he had displayed on the field earlier that day took on a deeper meaning under this quiet, focused gaze. It was not merely to prove his bravery, nor solely out of the obligation of friendship, but because he understood that someone would worry, fear, and even express how much he mattered. The impact of this realization was clearer and more disconcerting than the pain of a fracture. He opened his mouth, intending to say something lighthearted, as he usually would, but his throat felt constricted. Ultimately, he merely muttered, "I get it, Moonface. No need to be so sentimental." Yet the flush creeping to his ears and the slight evasiveness of his gaze betrayed him. Remus chose not to pursue the topic further. He simply smiled gently and took a sip from his cup, the warm water soothing his taut nerves. He refrained from probing or offering any further comforting words. Sometimes, simply sitting in quiet companionship during moments of need is the truest form of understanding. After a while, Sirius suddenly spoke. "You look quite formidable charging down today." He referred to Remus's pale face and trembling hands as he ran from the stands. Remus paused for a moment, then lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. "I was really worried." "I could tell," Sirius replied, his tone laced with an imperceptible softness, faster than Mrs. Pomfrey's running. He hesitated, adding, "But it doesn't feel bad." The sensation of being cared for and concerned about isn't unpleasant. Remus lifted his gaze, their eyes meeting once more. This time, there was no evasion, no teasing. The moonlight flowed between them, as if cleansing the day's peril, pain, and fear, leaving only the quiet understanding and a subtle, indefinable warmth of the moment. As for that book about the mark, Sirius shifted the subject, seemingly eager to escape the delicate atmosphere. "Did you continue reading it?" "Yes," Remus nodded. According to Professor Flitwick's archives, the Guardian Mark was indeed established by the four founders, intended to signify and protect certain special entities or locations within the castle. The cavern beneath the Black Lake is likely one of these, and among the few that still retain a measure of efficacy, nourished by the magical waters. Protecting entities? Sirius raised an eyebrow. Such as? The records are vague, lacking a specific list. However, when the words victims, outcasts, and children under the moonlight were mentioned, Remus's voice lowered, as these terms evoked a peculiar resonance within him, possibly referring to magical beings unaccepted by the ordinary wizarding society or individuals possessing unique magical traits. Sirius, in deep thought, mused that this might not merely be an abandoned cave. It could still be fulfilling some ancient guardian duty. Perhaps. A glimmer of contemplation sparkled in Remus's eyes, and the resemblance of that paw print to their Marauders' mark might not merely be a coincidence. Perhaps, when we founded the Marauders, we inadvertently echoed some ancient spirit of protection. He spoke these words with a sense of awe. And so what if we did? Sirius, regaining some spirit, allowed a familiar smile to curve his lips, suggesting that they were innately meant to be mischief makers and guardians. Perhaps so. Remus chuckled at his remark, and the atmosphere lightened once more. They continued to converse in hushed tones about the mark, the competition, and Snape's increasing suspicions. Time quietly slipped away beneath the moonlight and their whispers. Madame Pomfrey peered from her office, signaling that it was time. Remus stood, gathering his belongings. Rest well. See you tomorrow. MHM, Sirius replied, watching him approach the door. Just as Remus was about to push the door open, Sirius suddenly called out to him. Remus. Remus halted, turning back. In the moonlight, the boy in the sickbed regarded him, his gray eyes resembling stones submerged in clear water, bright and vivid. Good night, Sirius said softly, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Remus's heart fluttered lightly, sending ripples of warmth through him. Good night, Sirius, he replied with a smile, gently closing the door behind him. The infirmary returned to complete silence. Lying in the sickbed, Sirius listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling a subtle itch from the healing spot on his left arm, his gaze resting on the clear moon outside. There was no loneliness, no chill, only moonlight, the scent of potions, and a gentle good night lingering in his heart. Outside the corridor, Remus Lupin leaned against the closed door for a moment before walking towards Gryffindor Tower, a faint, unperceived smile lingering on his lips. That night, the moonlight illuminated the infirmary and the gradually drawing together hearts within. Certain emotions, like silently healing bones, became more resilient and intertwined in the stillness. Chapter 32. The resonance of the mark after that night in the infirmary. A subtle yet undeniable change occurred among the marauders, particularly between Sirius and Remus. It was not a grand declaration, but rather a lingering half-second in their exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding devoid of words, and an atmosphere flowing with warmth and reassurance. James remained his boisterous self, engrossed in grand schemes of Quidditch and pranks. Peter remained cautious and timid, struggling to keep pace. The secret of the cave beneath the Black Lake lingered in their hearts like a silent call that would not fade away. In conjunction with the information deciphered from Professor Flitwick's collection, they arrived at an audacious hypothesis, perhaps in the form of animagi. They could draw closer to the essence of the beast and re-enter that space, influenced by ancient protective magic, thereby eliciting a different resonance, even awakening certain dormant mechanisms. If that mark indeed bore a connection to the sanctuary of the extraordinary, Remus speculated, his eyes glinting with contemplation in the flickering light of the common room's hearth. Then we, sharing a non-human form, might be recognized as kin or, at the very least, evoke a gentler response. Sirius instantly grasped the implication. It was certainly preferable to the last encounter that nearly led to their entombment. Moreover, in aquatic surroundings, an animal form would indeed prove more advantageous. The plan was swiftly devised. This time, they resolved to act during daylight, capitalizing on the rare solitude of the afternoon. Peter remained on shore as the lookout, yet this time he was provided with a borrowed spyglass from Filch's office to detect any malevolent approach. On a Saturday afternoon, sunlight filtered through the crystalline waters of the Black Lake, illuminating the shallows with a transparent azure hue. James and Remus continued to cast the bubblehead charm, while Sirius transformed directly into a robust black dog. The trio glided toward the familiar rocky area with the grace of seasoned divers. The cave entrance remained partially obscured by rubble, yet they were well prepared this time. James cautiously levitated the vital stones aside, and the black dog ventured in first, confirming the interior stability before signaling the others to follow. Once more, they stepped into the dry cavern, aglow with a pearlescent light, feeling an entirely different ambience. Perhaps it was the awareness of its history that replaced the initial curiosity and trepidation with a solemnity. The rough-hewn sculpture of the nightmare stood silently at the center, the dust on the paw-print stone slab seemingly bearing the weight of time. "What shall we do now?" James inquired softly in his human form, his voice echoing in the enclosed space. Remus stepped forward, crouching before the paw-print stone slab. He refrained from touching it recklessly, instead attuning himself to the magical currents in the air. They were faint yet undeniably present, like a slumbering breath. He glanced at Sirius, who had reverted to his human form and was stretching his shoulders, and at James, who was curiously examining the sculpture. Perhaps we need to simultaneously adopt our animal forms and place our paws or hooves on the corresponding marks as a form of identity confirmation. This suggestion ignited excitement in James. Cool, like a secret society ritual. Sirius, however, fixed his sharp gray eyes on the stone slab. There are risks. What if the activation of the magic is not a confirmation, but a test? Therefore, we must remain prepared for any eventuality. Remus had already drawn his wand, stating, "I will first attempt to sense it in wolf form. If anything seems amiss, you must pull me out immediately. If it is safe, then you can join." "No." Sirius immediately countered, his tone leaving no room for debate. "We should all try together. If it truly is protective magic, being alone may inadvertently trigger unknown conditions." He looked at Remus, his gaze resolute. "We go together." That undeniable urge to protect resurfaced, yet this time it was entwined with the notion of shared advancement and retreat. Remus met his gaze for a moment, recognizing the determination in Sirius's eyes, and finally nodded. "Very well." Together, the three stepped back a few paces, each concentrating intently. A series of radiant flashes illuminated the surroundings, revealing the majestic stag, the imposing black dog, and the cunning gray wolf once more within the cave. The animal's keen senses rendered the magical vibrations distinctly palpable. The faint rhythm of breath transformed into an ancient, low-frequency call. They exchanged glances before Sirius, taking the lead, approached the stone slab with measured steps. Remus followed closely beside him, while James cautiously trailed behind. Sirius was the first to raise his forepaw, tentatively pressing it above one of the claw print indentations on the stone. No irregularities occurred. He glanced back at his companions and then steadily placed his paw into the recess. At the instant his paw contacted the slab, the starry symbols flickered subtly to life. Almost immediately, as if guided by an unseen force, Remus and James each placed their forepaws and hooves into the corresponding grooves. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the depths of the slab. It was not jarring, yet it resonated directly with their souls. The pearlescent light of the cave intensified abruptly, flowing as though infused with vitality. The luminous minerals embedded within the stone walls began to pulse rhythmically, casting shifting patterns of light throughout the cavern, gradually sketching out indistinct, dynamic phantoms. They beheld towering, shadowy figures of four individuals pressing their hands upon a larger stone tablet. Witnessed, beneath the moonlight, a variety of magical beings, filled with trepidation, being ushered into concealed caves or passageways. Observed, beneath the lake-esque surface, merfolk bowing reverently to a glowing mark. And finally, the visions coalesced into a singular image, four distinct animal silhouettes, lion, serpent, eagle, and badger, encircling a full moon. In the moonlight, the faint shadows of a wolf, a stag, a large dog, and a mouse could be seen accompanying them. This tableau lingered for several seconds, radiating its brilliance. Then, as if drawn back by the tide, all visions receded, and the cave's illumination returned to its previous softness. Yet the dormant sensation of breath dissipated, replaced by a warm, tranquil vibration as if they had been acknowledged and welcomed. The claw prints on the slab grew slightly warm before returning to normal. The glow of the starry symbols gradually faded. Had they succeeded? Had they passed some ancient rite of authentication? The three withdrew their paws, exchanging astonished and exhilarated glances. Especially the last vision, with the four house animals surrounding them under the moonlight, bore an unmistakable implication that quickened their heartbeats. Just as they were still reeling from the shock, the stone sculpture of the nightmare at the cave's center emitted a faint cracking sound. The base of the sculpture slowly shifted aside, revealing a narrow passageway leading downward, shrouded in darkness, but exuding an archaic, potent magical aura. There was deeper magic yet to be uncovered. James, filled with excitement, stamped his hooves, eager to rush inside. However, Sirius immediately blocked his path, growling a low warning. He turned to Remus, nudging the passageway with his nose, then shook his head, his gaze imbued with inquiry and caution. Remus stepped forward, carefully inhaling the scents wafting from the entrance. The air was devoid of perilous scents, filled only with the essence of ancient stones, flowing waters, and the lingering echoes of an exceedingly archaic, tranquil, protective magic. He cast a glance at Sirius, nodding slightly before shaking his head. There was no immediate danger. Yet the unknown loomed below. Just then, one of the two-way mirrors they held trembled, emitting Peter's low, panicked voice. "Someone is coming. It's Snape." He.S. heading toward the lake. It seems he.S. carrying some sort of detection device. Danger lurched from outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius promptly nudged James with his head and gestured towards Remus, signaling retreat. The trio swiftly transformed back into their human forms, the process swifter and smoother than ever before. Remus quickly employed a restoration spell to mend the stone pedestal, fortunate that it was merely a simple physical mechanism. Meanwhile, James cleared away their footprints and water stains. They slipped through the waterway's exit like shadows, cautiously using the levitation charm to return the rubble to its original place. Just as they emerged from the rocky area, straining towards the shore, they caught a glimpse through the rippling waters of a dark-cloaked figure standing by the water's edge, a shadowy instrument aimed at the lake's surface. Severus Snape's brooding gaze swept across the area like a chilling undercurrent. What a close call! Using the cover of the lake's underwater vegetation, they stealthily approached the shore from the opposite side, rejoining a frantic Peter. Utilizing the terrain for concealment, they dashed back to the safety of the castle without looking back. It was not until they breathlessly entered the room of requirement, transformed into a warm, dry space reminiscent of the Gryffindor common room, that they finally relaxed, a blend of apprehension and exhilaration washing over them. "Merlin, did you see that? The final image," James exclaimed eagerly. "That was us. The moon, the stag, the dog, and, the mouse?" He glanced at Peter, who instinctively recoiled. "Not just the image," Remus interjected, still catching his breath, yet his eyes shining with remarkable intensity. "We triggered it. That magic recognized us. There must be something of greater significance beneath the passage, perhaps the true legacy left by the founders, or the essence of protective magic." "But Snape has his sights set there," Sirius interrupted, his brow furrowed, leaning against the wall, his drenched black hair dripping, his expression grave. "He brought that detection device for a reason. It was no mere stroll. He suspects something lies at the lake's bottom, likely connected to us." The thrill was somewhat dulled by the reality of the impending crisis. "We must exercise greater caution," Remus advised, regaining his composure. "We cannot venture to the lake bottom again until we ascertain how much Snape knows and what his intentions are. The passage must be temporarily set aside." Though it was a disappointment, it was a prudent decision. That night, as Remus sat alone in the dormitory, organizing his notes from the day's adventure by candlelight, sketching the final illusion, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Outside stood Sirius, now clad in dry clothes, holding 2 steaming mugs of cocoa in a manner reminiscent of Mrs. Pomfrey. He casually handed one to Remus, his tone light. "Drink up, it will help you sleep soundly." Remus accepted the warm porcelain cup, feeling its comforting heat in his palms. "Thank you." Sirius leaned against the doorframe, lingering momentarily, his gaze fixed upon Remus's spread of notes and sketches. "Today, underwater, as you nodded and shook your head, he suddenly spoke, his voice resonating in the silence of the corridor. I fully comprehend your meaning. That unspoken, absolute trust and understanding." Remus lifted his gaze to meet his, the candlelight dancing in Sirius's gray eyes, reflecting something profound and warm. "I know," Remus replied softly. The two exchanged a quiet gaze for a moment, the sweet aroma of cocoa wafting through the air, the magical resonance experienced underwater today, the awe-inspiring illusions within the cave, the unspoken bond during their narrow escape, and the serene, unwavering trust flowing in this moment. All of it resembled an invisible current, guiding their hearts in unison. The adventure had paused, yet the crisis loomed. However, once something is acknowledged by ancient magical marks, once it is forged through shared perils of life and death, And once it is warmly illuminated by a cup of hot cocoa in the stillness of the night, it becomes irrevocable, destined to proceed slowly and steadfastly along its predetermined path. Chapter 33. The underlying chessboard. The shock of the Black Lake excursion and the ominous clouds brought by Snape mingled like a tapestry of ice and fire, ushering in the third-year students into the latter half of the term. The atmosphere within the castle seemed to subtly shift. The distant threat of the OWL's exam loomed like storm clouds on the horizon, hastening the steps and furrowing the brows of students in their fifth year and above. For the younger years, particularly for the fiercely competitive Gryffindor and Slytherin houses, various forms of rivalry escalated to a fever pitch. Potions class became the latest battleground. Professor Slughorn may have cherished peace and talent, but he could not quell the undercurrents brewing beneath the classroom surface. During a practical lesson on the refinement and uses of bubotuber pus, conflict erupted amidst the clinking of stirring rods and the steam rising from cauldrons. At that moment, Sirius and James were in a group, quietly disputing with the Slytherin students at the neighboring table over the positioning of their workstations and the proportions of their ingredients. The altercation was ignited when the Slytherin inadvertently splashed a few drops of pungent porcupine quill solution onto the sleeping draft that James was preparing, nearly triggering a minor explosion. "Mind your funnel, Flint," James hissed, his eyes blazing behind his glasses. "Just a slip, Potter," Flint retorted with a feigned smile, deliberately stirring his cauldron slowly. "Or should I say, the future seeker of Gryffindor can't handle such a trivial mishap?" Sirius remained silent, casting a cold glance at Flint, his gaze sharp as an ice-forged blade. The silver knife in his hand sliced through a piece of bubotuber with precision, his movements almost graceful, standing in stark contrast to Flint's clumsy technique. Such silent disdain often cut deeper than words. At that moment, a loud commendation from Professor Slughorn echoed from the other end of the classroom. "Oh, splendid. An exceptionally pure extract, perfectly pearl white. Mr. Snape, as always, outstanding. 10 points to Slytherin." Severus Snape had just completed his refinement of the pus, the liquid in the glass vial flawless in hue. He nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. Yet his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep towards the marauders, lingering momentarily on Remus Lupin. Remus was engaged in solitary work, while Peter assisted another group. Before him, a cauldron emitted a steady, gentle steam, indicating satisfactory progress. Snape withdrew his gaze and, with his characteristic smooth voice, addressed Slughorn. "Professor, I recently came across an intriguing paper regarding bubotuber pus, which mentions that its purifying properties may prove remarkably effective against certain residual magical pollutants. Perhaps it could also serve to eliminate some undesirable odors." The emphasis he placed on the word odors was particularly pronounced. Remus's stirring faltered imperceptibly, his fingertips turning pale. He understood Snape's insinuation regarding the scent of werewolves, or more broadly, the essence of dark creatures. It was a malicious insinuation cloaked in the guise of academia. Sirius's gray eyes instantly froze with fury. He abruptly turned towards Snape, his lips pressed into a rigid line. James's face reddened with anger as well. However, this time, Remus did not bow his head nor display any sign of panic. He inhaled deeply, lifted his gaze, and in a suddenly hushed classroom, spoke with calm clarity. "Indeed, it is quite fascinating, Snape. However, page 312 of Advanced Potions and Elixirs also notes that the purifying effects of bubotuber pus are potent yet non-selective. Misuse could harm beneficial magical connections, even muddle the purity of one's own magical essence. I believe it is the responsibility of a potion master to cautiously distinguish between contamination and characteristics. Would you not agree?" His reference to authoritative texts was delivered in a tranquil tone, yet each word landed with the solidity of a polished stone, effectively countering Snape's insinuation while subtly implying that the latter might confuse bias with misuse. Professor Slughorn regarded Remus with mild surprise, glancing between him and Snape, a look of interest blooming on his round face. "Oh, an excellent point, Mr. Lupin. It appears you have engaged in thorough reading. 5 points to Gryffindor for your rigorous academic stance." Snape's expression darkened, a flicker of irate humiliation flashing in his dark eyes. He fixed his gaze on Remus, as if attempting to dissect him to uncover the depths of his composed sharpness. Sirius's taut shoulders relaxed slightly as he observed Remus's upright posture and the gentle sway of his silvery golden hair amidst the steam. A tumultuous blend of pride, concern, and a more fervent emotion surged within him. His moonlit visage was never one that needed constant protection. He bore his own armor and weapons, wisdom, knowledge, and an indomitable resilience, deeply rooted beneath his gentleness. This brief confrontation in class felt like a silent declaration. Snape's skepticism and animosity were no longer veiled, and Remus Lupin was far from being a mere pawn. The conflict soon spilled into other realms. In the defense against the dark arts class, a paper on identifying and responding to dark creatures sparked heated debates. Remus's paper is meticulously crafted and thoroughly analyzes the social dynamics, perilous nature, and historical misconceptions surrounding creatures such as werewolves, vampires, and banshees. He advocates for strategies grounded in fact rather than fear, earning accolades from the professor. In stark contrast, Severus's submission emphasizes the deceptive nature, camouflage abilities, and uncontrollable violent essence of dark creatures, underscoring the necessity for extreme isolation and preemptive defense, imbued with an icy vigilance. During class discussions, he again steers the conversation towards those threats lurking within the crowd, marked by a bestial insignia, his gaze sweeping across the classroom with palpable intensity. This time, before Remus or James could respond, Sirius raised his hand directly. After receiving a nod from the professor, he stood, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Severus, addressing the entire class with a voice clear and laced with the characteristic sardonic tone of the Black family. I am rather curious, Severus, about your fervor in distinguishing us from them, your eagerness to label all that transcends your narrow comprehension as dark. Does this stem from a profound sense of insecurity? Or is it merely a lack of courage to confront the complexities of the world? After all, it is far easier and cheaper to hide behind simplistic hatred and fear than to genuinely seek understanding and discernment. His words cut like a scalpel, precisely exposing the paranoia and timidity lurking within Severus's arguments. An uproar erupted in the classroom, several Gryffindors unable to contain their applause. Severus's face drained of color, fingers gripping the edge of his parchment tightly. At last, he managed to squeeze out a response through clenched teeth. I'm not naive enough to sympathize with those that could tear your throat out at any moment, Black. Your family certainly excels in consorting with darkness, do they not? It seemed you have perfectly inherited that trait, both in taste and danger. This was a direct personal attack, invoking the Black family's notorious reputation and Sirius's individual peril. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. The professor intervened sharply, penalizing both students. But the seed of discord had already been sown. Later, in the corridor, Sirius found himself cornered by Flint and two other Slytherins. They were evidently intent on defending Severus, or perhaps merely seeking an excuse to vent their disdain for the traitor, Black. Get lost, Sirius retorted, his gray eyes glinting with icy annoyance. Quite the temper you have, Black, Flint sneered, revealing a crooked grin. What's the matter? You were quite vocal in class. Now that your little entourage isn't around, have you gone timid? Sirius scoffed, too lethargic to draw his wand, merely flexing his wrist. Do I need them to deal with you? Tension mounted, ready to erupt. Just then, a calm voice interjected. Professor, I believe Mr. Filch is looking for you regarding the male lavatory on the 3rd floor being clogged with more of that cursed willow sap. Remus Lupin appeared around the corner, books cradled in his arms, his expression conveying just the right amount of studious curiosity as he addressed Flint. The Slytherins instinctively turned to look behind them, finding nothing. When they turned back, Remus had already reached Sirius's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. He did not pay any attention to the group of Slytherins, merely addressing Sirius with a calm demeanor. Let us go. Professor McGonagall asked us to assist her in organizing the demonstration models for Transfiguration class. Time is of the essence. His tone was as casual as if discussing after-school assignments. Yet that air of composure, coupled with the sudden mention of the professor's name, whether true or not, momentarily left Flint and his companions a loss, dampening their bravado. Sirius exchanged a glance with Remus, instantly grasping his intent. He relaxed his posture, shrugging nonchalantly. What a bother. Then, he and Remus walked past the frozen Slytherins, eyes straight ahead, as if they were merely obstacles in their path. Only after they had distanced themselves did James and Peter hurriedly approach from another direction, having been caught up in other matters. Upon learning the situation, James cursed under his breath, frustratedly clenching his fists. "You should have cursed them, you big-footed oaf." "Unnecessary," Sirius replied lightly, his gaze resting on Remus beside him. In that moment, Remus had sidled up to him, diffusing what could have been a violent confrontation with a single remark and a composed demeanor, not through force, but through quick wit and an enigmatic calmness. "Thank you," he murmured to Remus. Remus shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I merely wish to prevent you from being confined again for fighting. Madame Pomfrey's supply of calming potions might be running low." Though a jest, it bore a note of genuine concern. Sirius understood. He beheld the distinctly clear outline of Remus's profile in the afternoon sunlight, gazing into his brown eyes that always seemed to perceive the essence of matters. The part of his heart that had grown exceptionally tender since the night in the hospital wing was once again gently stirred. The undercurrents on the chessboard intensified, with the opponent's pieces advancing relentlessly. Yet, within this increasingly intricate game, they were not alone in their struggle. One adept at confronting challenges head-on with sharp words and stances, clearing obstacles, the other skilled in navigating with wisdom and poise, laying down pathways. One like fire, the other like water. And when fire and water intertwine, each dependent on the other, the resultant force may surpass their own imaginations. As night fell, the marauders gathered in the common room. Flames danced in the fireplace, illuminating 4 youthful faces. The external pressures did not deter them. Instead, they drew closer together. Ancient secrets, tangible threats, the trials of growing up, and the burgeoning feelings of connection and understanding, all of it quietly settled and fermented on this ordinary night, awaiting their unpredictable future. Chapter 34. The full moon packed. The silvery glow of the full moon seeped into the crevices of Hogwarts Castle, penetrating the very marrow of Remus Lupin. A familiar sense of restlessness began gnawing at his nerves days in advance, yet this time felt markedly different from any before. Amidst the anxiety, alongside the dread of the painful transformation, there was an entirely new and almost luxurious anticipation, mingled with a profound unease. For his friends were about to step into a realm that belonged solely to the beast. On the eve of the full moon, the marauders convened for the final time in a secluded corner of Gryffindor Tower to confirm their plans. It was evident that Remus appeared even more pallid than usual, with faint shadows beneath his eyes, yet he endeavored to maintain a steady voice. "Once transformed, I shall possess no human reason. I will become a wolf, wild and potentially perilous. You must keep your distance. While taking on an animal form may mitigate its aggressiveness, it is imperative that you do not fully trust it. Should the situation turn dire, flee immediately without hesitation." "Understood, Moonface." "You reiterated this 800 times," James interjected, waving his hand in an attempt to dispel the tension. However, the tightness of his clenched fists betrayed his true emotions. "We are aware. The heavy-footed one is a vigilant dog, while I am the swift deer. We shall look out for one another, and we shall also keep watch over you." He cast a glance at Peter, who stood guard outside the shrieking shack, ready to signal should any outsider approach. Peter nodded vigorously, his small face taut with apprehension. Sirius remained silent, leaning against the cold stone wall with his hands buried in his pockets, his gaze resting on Remus's slightly trembling fingertips. Those hands unconsciously stroked his wand, as if drawing upon the last vestiges of rationality. An overwhelming urge surged within Sirius, compelling him to grasp those hands and reassure him that there was no need for fear. They were all present. Yet he remained motionless, channeling that fierce protective instinct into a deeper resolve. "The key lies in the initial phase," Remus continued, averting his gaze from Sirius's intense focus. "When I first begin to transform, my consciousness blurs, Yet I am not entirely consumed by beastly instincts. Your presence may serve as an anchor. Theoretically, at least. He referenced his private research on the impact of companionship on the transformation of werewolves, though his tone lacked conviction. That will suffice, Sirius finally spoke, his voice deep and steady, imbued with an undeniable strength. We shall be your anchor. Not I, but we. Remus discerned the weight of that implication. The night of the full moon had finally arrived. The darkness enveloped the castle, which lay in slumber. The Marauder's map revealed a safe passage. The four donned their invisibility cloak once more, gliding like phantoms burdened by a monumental secret, silently slipping through the corridors and into the concealed passage beneath the Whomping Willow's shadow. The Shrieking Shack appeared even more dilapidated than during their last visit. Yet a relatively clean space had been cleared. The frigid moonlight poured through the broken roof and window panes, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the floor, akin to a beast's markings. Peter was positioned in a relatively safe corner of the outer room, tightly gripping his wand and fireworks. James, Sirius, and Remus remained in the inner room. Time inexorably approached. Remus could feel the blood beneath his skin boiling, his bones silently groaning, calling forth the transformative power of the moonlight. He slid down the wall and sat upon the ground, cradling his knees and burying his face in his arms, his body involuntarily beginning to convulse slightly. James, filled with concern, moved to approach him. "Do not come near," Remus growled from within the crook of his arm, his voice muffled yet trembling with pain. "Transform now." There was no room for hesitation. James closed his eyes, initiating the transformation. A flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing a majestic stag beneath the moonlight, its hooves anxiously tapping the ground, while its gentle eyes expressed concern for the human companion huddled in the corner. Next came Sirius. He cast a lingering gaze upon the trembling figure, a fleeting flicker of complex, inexpressible human emotion shimmering in his gray eyes, before darkness enveloped him, and a lithe, ebony-hued dog supplanted the boy's form. Unlike the stag, the large black dog did not glance around. It almost immediately took swift and resolute strides to position itself between Remus and the entrance, then lay down, resting its chin on its forepaws. Its gray eyes unwaveringly fixed on Remus, ears alert and attuned to every subtle shift in sound. This was a clear posture of protection, facing the potentially unstable Remus while turning its back to the entrance, effectively blocking any direct external threats to him. The final moment arrived. The moonlight seemed to intensify abruptly, as if an invisible spotlight had focused on Remus. He emitted an involuntary groan, a blend of anguish and a peculiar sense of release. His body began to undergo a violent transformation. The sound of stretching and twisting bones was agonizing, while his clothing was torn apart by expanding muscles and erupting fur. James and Sirius witnessed this process in their animal forms, far more brutal and painful than their own experiences learning to become animagi. James instinctively took a half-step back, letting out a soft, anxious whimper. Meanwhile, Sirius's body tensed, a low, warning growl emanating from his throat. Yet he remained motionless, his gray eyes shining brilliantly in the moonlight, fixated on his transforming companion, as if anchoring Remus's essence amidst the chaos and suffering with his gaze. At last, all struggles and noises ceased. Standing in the moonlight was a wolf, larger than Remus's animagus form, with coarse fur and rippling muscles, exuding raw primal power. Its eyes were a murky yellow, flickering with wildness, vigilance, and a newborn's bewilderment. It shook its head, seemingly acclimating to the body now wholly governed by instinct, then lifted its head, nostrils flaring as it inhaled the unfamiliar scents in the air. A deep, threatening growl resonated from the wolf's throat, its yellow eyes initially locking onto the stag, which was relatively nearby and carried an unfamiliar scent. It crouched slightly, preparing for an attack. James tensed, ready to leap and evade at any moment. Just then, the previously still Sirius rose to his feet. His movements were slow, marked by a deliberate calmness. He neither barked nor bared his teeth but walked directly between the wolf and the stag, turning to present his side to the wolf. effectively obstructing its view of the stag. This action was imbued with the wisdom of canine communication. Presenting a sideways stance indicated a lack of intent for direct confrontation, while blocking the line of sight served to redirect attention and establish a barrier. Indeed, the wolf's focus was drawn elsewhere. Its yellow eyes scrutinized the unexpectedly intruding large black dog with a hint of suspicion. The scent of the dog was familiar, yet mingled within its essence was something oddly reminiscent and comforting, albeit overshadowed by a more potent canine instinct. Sirius cautiously approached the wolf, taking a careful step forward. He did not meet the wolf's gaze directly, but lowered his head slightly to sniff the ground, then raised his eyes again, gazing gently with his clear, gray orbs that seemed to speak in the moonlight. He emitted a soft, nearly whimpering sound, not a bark, but rather a tentative vocalization, embodying friendliness and submission. The wolf regarded him warily, its nostrils flaring. The ferocity in its murky yellow eyes appeared to diminish slightly under the influence of Sirius's gentle demeanor and the familiar scent enveloping it. The wolf neither attacked nor retreated. It remained in a stalemate. Sirius then cautiously lay down, maintaining a side position less than 3 meters from the wolf, resting his chin on his forepaws while keeping his eyes fixed on the creature. This posture conveyed no threat, but rather a sense of relaxation and invitation. Time flowed slowly beneath the moonlight. The wolf's breathing gradually steadied from its previous rapid pace. It no longer focused intently on the stag, redirecting most of its attention to the strangely behaving large black dog. The wolf even seemed to relax its taut muscles, though it remained standing, with the tip of its tail barely moving. James watched from a distance, breathless and incredulous. Sirius was attempting to communicate with the frenzied werewolf, Remus, in an instinctual manner, and it appeared to be effective. At the very least, the wolf did not exhibit a strong desire to attack. Within the depths of Sirius's gray eyes, the moonlight and the wolf silhouette were reflected. He recognized he had achieved the first step in establishing contact, diverting any hostility that might have been directed at James. The next phase would be a prolonged vigil. He needed to maintain this calm, innocuous yet substantial presence, becoming a stable and familiar coordinate in this moonlit chaos. He recalled Remus's words to become an anchor. Thus, he lay there on the cold, dusty ground, a few steps apart, accompanying his dear friend trapped within the beast's form. The moonlight shifted, elongating shadows. Occasionally, the wolf would pace restlessly, emitting low growls, prompting the large black dog to subtly adjust his posture or produce a soothing sound. Yet he never retreated or approached too closely to incite caution. This was a silent guardianship, rooted in instinct and profound bonds, devoid of human language, yet seemingly conveying 1,000 unspoken sentiments. James gradually relaxed as well, lying down a little farther away, remaining alert but no longer tense. He observed the delicate and stable balance between the black dog and the wolf, his heart filled with an ineffable emotion. Their vow was being enacted in a way that transcended imagination. The night stretched on, the full moon hanging high, its cold radiance piercing the darkness. Yet beneath the fragmented moonlight of the shrieking shack, a wolf, a large black dog, and a stag formed a peculiar, yet tranquil tableau. The primal instincts of wildness intertwined with the steadfastness of loyalty. Beneath the veneer of savagery flowed a friendship and promise purer than the moonlight itself. Outside, Peter huddled in a corner, listening to the occasional subtle sounds of the beast within, his grip tightening around his wand. He understood that his friends were enduring an extraordinary trial, and in his own way, he too was safeguarding this secret, protecting them. On this night, no one slumbered, as the moon bore witness to all. Chapter 35. The dawn's first light in the eastern sky, the deep black faded to inky blue, giving way to a line of pearly white, ultimately blending into a delicate, cool rose gold. The moonlight, akin to a receding tide, quietly diminished and vanished. Within the shrieking shack, the seemingly enchanted vigil came to an end. The first to undergo transformation was the wolf. As the last glimmer of silver brilliance disappeared through the skylight, the robust and wild wolf emitted a prolonged, anguished howl. It curled its body tightly, muscles spasming uncontrollably, bones creaking with a haunting, dislocating sound. Its murky yellow eyes briefly regained clarity amidst the excruciating pain, revealing the profound suffering and confusion of Remus Lupin, only to be engulfed once more by the violent process of transformation. Sirius immediately rose, yet refrained from approaching. Instead, he tensed, emitting a desperate, low growl, his gray eyes fixed intently on the writhing figure in agony. James paced anxiously, his hooves anxiously tapping against the ground. The metamorphosis seemed to drag on even longer than the previous transformation into beasts. As the final tuft of wolf fur receded into skin, the last vestige of the animal form was supplanted by a pale, human silhouette. Remus Lupin lay exhausted and vulnerable on the cold floor, drenched in sweat, dust, and the abrasions of transformation. He gasped for breath, eyes shut tight, long lashes damp against his eyelids, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sirius could no longer contain himself. He cautiously approached, lowered his head, and gently touched Remus's damp forehead with his cool, moist nose, then nuzzled his cold arm with his cheek, emitting a soft, almost whimpering sound of comfort. At the touch, Remus slightly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, consciousness floating like driftwood upon a frigid sea. Yet the cool sensation on his forehead and the familiar scent of the large dog, mingled with a hint of Sirius's unique essence, served as a feeble anchor, gradually drawing him back to reality. He struggled to shift his gaze to meet the close, worry-laden gray eyes of the dog. That gaze was so familiar, so human-like, piercing through the confusion of his recently returned awareness. Sirius? His voice was hoarse and fragmented, scarcely audible. Sirius's tail gave a gentle wag in response. He stepped back slightly, turning to glance at James, conveying a silent message with his eyes. James immediately understood, a flash of light passing through him as he transformed back into his human form. Disregarding his own disheveled appearance, he hastily grabbed the spare clothing and blanket he had prepared earlier, rushing over to envelop Remus. "How do you feel, Moonface?" "Merlin, you're as cold as ice," James exclaimed, his voice imbued with both fear and concern, clumsily attempting to provide warmth. Remus shivered within the blanket, striving to concentrate. Yet the overwhelming fatigue and aftereffects of his transformation rendered coherent thought nearly impossible. He could only instinctively draw upon the faint warmth of the fabric. At that moment, Sirius approached, a flash of light illuminating his form. Now, in human shape, his complexion was scarcely better than Remus's. The night spent in heightened vigilance had left deep shadows under his eyes, and his lips were parched and cracked from dehydration. Nevertheless, his movements were swift and decisive. He seized the other thick blanket from James's hands, wrapping it more snugly around Remus, then crouched down, slipping his arm beneath Remus's knees and around his back. With a gentle but firm motion, he lifted his nearly exhausted companion effortlessly into his arms. "Bigfoot?" James remarked, momentarily taken aback. They needed to return to the castle immediately to warm up, and a restorative potion would be ideal. Sirius's voice was hoarse yet steady. He glanced down at Remus, whose eyes were tightly shut and brow furrowed, tightening his embrace as if to shield him from all the chill of the ground. "Can you walk on your own?" "Pointy fork? The bugtail is still outside." "Iem me fine," James replied quickly, following closely behind Sirius. Outside, Peter, hearing the commotion, peeked in. Upon seeing Remus being carried and the weary expressions of the others, his eyes reddened with concern, and he hurriedly began to help clear the traces, gathering their belongings. The journey back to the castle felt particularly prolonged in the morning mist. Despite carrying Remus, Sirius's stride remained remarkably steady. Initially, Remus struggled with a haze of confusion, seemingly wanting to walk by himself, but the reassuring warmth radiating from Sirius's chest and the firmness of his embrace eventually calmed him. He surrendered, resting his face against Sirius's shoulder, his eyes half closed in a drowsy haze. He could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of Sirius's heartbeat and felt the gentle jostle of their movement, creating an unprecedented sensation of exhaustion intertwined with safety that lulled him into a state of half-sleep. James and Peter remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings as they proceeded. Fortunately, the castle was nearly deserted at dawn, allowing them to return to Gryffindor Tower without encountering any early rising students or portraits. Upon entering the warm common room, Sirius carefully placed Remus on the largest, softest sofa closest to the fireplace, wrapping him snugly in additional cushions and blankets. He then turned, receiving a thermos of magically insulated water from James, pouring out a steaming cup of milk infused with generous amounts of honey and a hint of stimulating herbs. Sitting at the edge of the sofa, he gently propped Remus's shoulder and brought the cup to his lips. "Drink a little," he murmured softly, his tone imbued with a gentle insistence that brooked no refusal. Lupin obediently cradled the cup in his hands, taking small sips of the warm liquid. The sweet warmth of the milk slid down his parched throat, bringing with it a flicker of vitality. His vision gradually cleared, allowing him to discern the figure before him. Sirius' face loomed close, weary yet focused. Those gray eyes, often filled with defiance or jest, now reflected profound concern and a hint of subtle tenderness. His disheveled black hair bore traces of dust from the screaming shack, clinging to his forehead. Embracing Lupin halfway, he patiently held the cup as though it were the most significant task in the world. Lupin's heart surged with a bittersweet warmth, akin to the scalding milk that coursed through him. Fragments of hazy memories from the previous night flooded back. The vigilant dog beneath the moonlight, a silhouette always standing between him and others, the unmistakable gray eyes that remained clear in the beast's gaze, and at dawn, the cool, soothing touch of a nose. All these details pointed to one undeniable truth. This person had guarded him throughout the night in the most instinctive and direct manner. He wished to express his gratitude, yet his voice caught in his throat. "Hush!" Sirius interrupted him, using his free hand to gently brush aside the damp hair clinging to Lupin's forehead, the touch remarkably tender. "Finish this, then sleep." Lupin stared at him, momentarily speechless, instinctively continuing to drink the milk. The warmth spread from his stomach to his limbs, dispelling the chill deep within his bones. Exhaustion surged over him like a relentless tide. By the time the cup was empty, his eyelids had begun to droop. Sirius gently set down the cup, assisting him to recline comfortably, meticulously tucking in the corners of the blanket. In the final moments before slipping into slumber, Lupin vaguely sensed a warm hand lightly grasping his still-cold fingers that protruded from the blanket, only to release them shortly thereafter. "Sleep now," he heard Sirius' deep voice resonate, as if echoing from afar, "We are all here." This phrase served as a final incantation of reassurance, and Lupin sank completely into a dreamless abyss. Observing Lupin's breathing gradually steady and his complexion regain a hint of color, Sirius felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, exhaling deeply. He leaned against the armrest of the sofa, rubbing his aching temples, finally becoming aware of the pervasive fatigue and soreness coursing through his body. James and Peter slumped in nearby chairs, equally drained, yet their faces bore the expression of having fulfilled a sacred duty, weary yet content. "He is going to be all right. Isn't?" Peter inquired softly. "Yes," Sirius replied, his gaze unwavering from Lupin's sleeping visage. James observed Sirius' demeanor, parted his lips as if to tease, but ultimately settled into a smile and closed his eyes. "Let us rest a bit, while no one else is awake." In the common room, only the faint crackling of the fire and the rhythmic, slightly labored breaths of the four young men remained. The morning light streamed gently through the stained glass windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, as well as the serene visage of the sleeping figure on the sofa and the dark-haired youth beside him. Even in slumber, wore a slight frown upon his brow. The faint glimmer of dawn not only dispelled the night's moonlight, but also revealed certain things that had quietly flourished in the darkness, unable to hide in the morning light. For instance, trust, dependence, and that profound, fervent concern that transcends mere friendship. Some emotions require no verbal affirmation. They exist in the silent vigil of the night, in the warm embrace of a new morning and a cup of honeyed milk, in the fleeting touch of fingertips and the lingering gaze, even in sleep. When Remus Lupin awoke once more, he would confront a post-full moon reality that was markedly different from those of the past. Sirius Black, too, would begin to reconsider the impulse that drove him to protect so fiercely, pondering its true origin. But for now, let them slumber in warmth and tranquility, in the silent companionship of one another. The sun was steadily spreading its light over a brand new day at Hogwarts. Chapter 36. Echoes and blossoms. With the chapter of the moonlit night turned, life at Hogwarts resumed its superficial calm. The sun continued to shine brilliantly upon the lawns. The bell for class rang punctually, and the corridors bustled with students hurriedly clutching their books. Yet for the marauders, especially for Remus Lupin, certain profound internal changes quietly took root beneath the seemingly unchanging routine, akin to the spring grass awakening after the vernal equinox. The most immediate change was a sense of reassurance. In the past, each recovery period following the full moon was a period of somber darkness for Remus, marked by both physical frailty and psychological isolation. He had to digest the fatigue of transformation alone, conceal the small scars upon his body, and weave impeccable lies in response to his friends' concerned inquiries. It was a feeling of floating in mid-air, with no solid ground beneath him. This time, however, was entirely different. Upon awakening from his slumber by the fireplace, he found himself covered with more than one blanket, with a still warm cup of milk and a few slices of buttered toast resting on a nearby table. The common room was quiet, yet James sprawled on another sofa, snoring, while Peter curled up in an armchair and Sirius sat on the carpet on the opposite side of the fireplace, leaning against the sofa, one long leg folded beneath him, casually flipping through a book on common Quidditch tactics. Remus sensed that the moment he awakened, Sirius's gaze shifted from the pages of the book to him. Awake? Sirius closed the book, his voice hoarse from sleep, but his eyes clear. He stood and approached, naturally reaching out to test the temperature of the milk cup, just right for a warm sip. I've already excused you from Madame Pomfrey. I told her you caught a chill while helping me with spells last night. The rationale was entirely reasonable, and the details impeccable. He didn't even need to ask how Remus was feeling, for the answer was written in Remus's eyes, tired but no longer alarmed. This unspoken consideration provided Remus with a sense of security beyond any direct concern. His secret was no longer a burden to bear alone. It was now supported by a solid and silent circle. The bonds among the marauders thus grew tighter and more effortless. The trust forged through shared extreme trials mended the tiny fissures of the past. James no longer regarded their nocturnal escapades merely as thrilling games. Peter, though still timid, exhibited remarkable resolve in the matter of safeguarding secrets. Sirius seemed to enter a mode of observation and contemplation. He continued to engage in James's elaborate prank schemes, retaliating sharply to Snape's provocations in class, and soaring through Quidditch practice. Yet, amidst the clamor, Remus repeatedly caught Sirius's gaze, lingering on him with a thoughtful intensity, as though he were momentarily lost in reverie. Within those usually tempestuous gray eyes occasionally flickered a perplexed depth, as if contemplating a newly acquired and not yet fully comprehended magical principle. During a charms class where they practiced the cheerful charm, Professor Flitwick instructed them to cast it upon each other to observe the effects. When it was Sirius's turn to cast the spell on Remus, the incantation's radiance was particularly bright and enduring, even prompting Professor Flitwick to commend its purity of magic. Remus indeed felt a wave of warm delight. But what struck him more was the unusual focus in Sirius's eyes, as if he were striving to dispel something heavier alongside the spell. Once the charm's effects faded, Sirius turned away, muttering that the spell was silly, though his ears betrayed a hint of crimson. These subtle moments, like scattered pearls, were quietly collected and cherished by Remus deep within. He began to allow himself to more acutely experience every emotion that arose in his interactions with Sirius. The warmth of being protected, the solace of being understood, the quickening of his heartbeat under Sirius's gaze, and the peculiar thrill brought forth by a blend of keen and clumsy affection. He remained cautious, still restrained, yet no longer eager to categorize or dismiss these unfamiliar feelings. He simply permitted their existence, like a tender sprout quietly basking in sunlight upon a windowsill. However, Hogwarts was never merely a sunlit greenhouse. Just as they began to acclimate to this newfound equilibrium, a thread of ominous undercurrents began to stir. Initially, it was but a whisper, drifting through the corridors as younger students exchanged hushed words. My cousin said he heard strange noises near the edge of the forbidden forest while on patrol. It didn't sound like ordinary animals. Arabella Figg mentioned seeing a large shadow moving by the Whomping Willow at dawn, and it was not alone. Soon, these whispers coalesced into more tangible rumors. One day, while having breakfast in the Great Hall, they overheard several students at the Hufflepuff table discussing. Have you heard? Last night, someone saw it again. Just by the Black Lake, near the Forbidden Forest, under the moonlight, the shadow stretched long and moved with great speed. What was it? A werewolf? A timid first year inquired. I don't know, but it's definitely not an ordinary animal. My mother remarked that certain dark creatures tend to thrive in the lingering power of the full moon. Felch has heightened the patrols. Another student cryptically interjected. I also overheard Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore discussing the need to bolster vigilance around the castle. The marauders exchanged a cautious glance. The timing and location alluded to in the rumors were far too sensitive. They were acutely aware of what those shadows and eerie sounds represented. It was themselves, leaving traces on their nocturnal excursions to the Shrieking Shack before the full moon and earlier explorations of the Black Lake Caves. Despite their utmost caution, the animagus forms, particularly the silhouettes of the stag and the large black dog under the moonlight, along with any residual magical fluctuations, had evidently drawn attention. Trouble was brewing. Sirius prodded the sausages on his plate with his fork, his voice barely a whisper. If the professors begin to investigate seriously, we must exercise greater caution, Remus interjected, his brow furrowed, especially before the next full moon. Every action must be executed with utmost stealth. Perhaps we could develop a new feature for the Marauders map? James's eyes lit up, but his expression quickly faded. Yet that would require time. Pressure quietly descended once more, but this time they were no longer isolated individuals. They formed a cohesive group bound by a shared secret, having endured trials together. The tension brought about by the rumors served as a crucible, accentuating their newfound camaraderie and unity. On an afternoon a few days later, they were busily completing their assignments in the library. Peter had been dispatched by James to keep watch, primarily to guard against a sudden ambush from Mrs. Norris. Remus was diligently checking the star charts for astronomy class, while Sirius sat nearby, seemingly distracted as he flipped through a book on the legends of northern constellations. Suddenly, Sirius pushed the book towards Remus, his finger resting on an illustration on one of the pages. It depicted an ancient star map, adorned with elegant script labeling the constellations. However, his finger did not point to a renowned constellation. Rather, it rested on the decorative outline of two animals nestled together, a wolf and a dog, standing side by side beneath the starry sky. Look, Sirius's voice was soft, almost a whisper, his gaze fixed on the page, as if he were casually sharing an inconsequential observation, claiming that the ancients could be rather whimsical in their drawings. Remus's heart skipped a beat. He studied the small, unassuming illustration before glancing at Sirius's sharply defined profile. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, dancing upon his dark locks, casting a fuzzy golden hue around him. This was not a mere whimsical doodle. It was a tentative probe, a clumsy metaphor cloaked in jest. Remus felt a slight flush creep to his cheeks. He paused for a moment, then reached out, gently turning the page to the section detailing Canis Major, his fingertip lingering for a brief moment on the star that represented Sirius, the brightest star in the constellation. Here he too spoke in a similarly soft tone, his gaze resting on the yellowed page, articulating it more clearly. He did not glance at Sirius, but he sensed a hitch in the breath of the person beside him. The air hung suspended between the bookshelf for a few moments, suffused with sunlight, dust, and a certain silent, undulating warmth. Then Sirius let out a barely audible chuckle, devoid of mockery, infused instead with a sense of relief and subtle joy. He leaned back against the chair, casting his gaze toward the bright sky outside. No further words were exchanged. Yet something, within the silent accord between the celestial illustration and the gentle touch of fingertips, had undeniably and irrevocably begun to sprout, akin to the first ray of morning light piercing through a shadowy forest. Outside, the winds of rumor swirled around the corners of the castle. However, in this sun-drenched nook of the library, two youthful hearts, drawn together by an ancient star map and an unspoken connection, discovered a tranquil and warm universe that belonged solely to them. Chapter 37. Prelude to a storm. Rumors spread like summer vines once they began to climb. They entangled and spread with astonishing speed. Whispers concerning the indistinct shadows at the edge of the forbidden forest quickly fermented from casual conversations at the lower-year students' tables into a safety concern that even the professors could not overlook. On Monday morning in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall rang a goblet during breakfast, the clear sound silencing all chatter. Standing at the faculty table, her serious gaze swept across the room through her square glasses. Attention, all students, her voice resonated clearly and powerfully. Recently, there have been some unusual signs of activity around the castle. To ensure the safety of all staff and students, the school has decided to enhance nighttime patrols at all entrances and surrounding areas effective immediately until further notice. Curfew will be strictly enforced. No student is permitted to linger in the corridors or attempt to leave the castle without cause after curfew. Violators will face severe penalties, including, but not limited to, detention, loss of points, and possible probation. A subdued buzz arose in the hall. Most students found it merely an inconvenience, while a select few, particularly the marauders, felt a heavy weight settle in their chests. Furthermore, Professor McGonagall continued, Mr. Filch will increase patrol frequency, and Madame Pomfrey will assist. We encourage any student to report any suspicious signs promptly to the head of house or any professor. Her gaze seemed to inadvertently skim over the Gryffindor table, lingering for a fleeting moment on the marauders. She was warning us. James lowered his voice, absent-mindedly prodding at the scrambled eggs on his plate. It's not a warning. It's a declaration of war, Sirius replied coldly, untouched breakfast before him, his gray eyes fixed intently on Professor McGonagall, who was now conversing quietly with Dumbledore. They were on to the nighttime activities, especially around the full moon. Remus felt a familiar chill creep up his spine. Stricter patrols meant a significantly increased risk of their venture to the Shrieking Shack. It was not merely a matter of school rules. Being discovered in their transformed state would yield dire consequences. He glanced at Sirius, finding his friend looking back with a shared gravity. The pressure was mounting not only from the school administration. Severus Snape, like a shark sensing blood, thrived in this taut atmosphere. After the potions class, as the marauders gathered their belongings and prepared to depart, Snape silently blocked the doorway, obstructing their exit. His obsidian eyes resembled two fathomless pools of cold water, sweeping over James and Sirius with unabashed disdain before finally fixating on Remus. Lupin, Snape's voice was slick and frigid. I have observed that during our recent potions practices, you seem particularly adept at handling materials with strong odors or unstable properties. For instance, last week's bubotuber pus and today's African snakeskin. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, yet ensuring that the few lingering students could hear. Such affinity for dark or dangerous substances is truly remarkable. One might wonder if you're preparing for some special need. What was he insinuating? Preparations for a werewolf transformation suppressor? Or was he alluding to a broader inclination towards darkness? Sirius immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between Remus and Snape, his stature imposing, his gray eyes glinting with coldness. Step aside, Snape. If your nose can only detect such mundane matters, I suggest you consult Madame Pomfrey. Perhaps the last potion you brewed has left you with lingering effects. Snape's gaze shifted to Sirius, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Feeling guilty, Black? So eager to defend your friend? It seems the secrets you share are more scandalous than I had imagined. He deliberately emphasized the words friend and secrets. Our secret is that you are as loathsome as a mushroom in a sewer. Is that a secret? James interjected, unable to restrain himself. The surrounding Slytherin students emitted low chuckles, while several Gryffindors glared in retaliation. Snape's expression darkened further, yet he disregarded James, his piercing gaze once again fixed on Remus, who was half concealed by Sirius. I have read some intriguing accounts, Lupin, regarding certain magical creatures that exhibit an acute craving for specific magical substances during the phases of the moon to stabilize themselves. One might wonder, if an individual is excessively enthusiastic about such knowledge, does it not suggest underlying issues? His words were laced with psychological pressure, each sentence a poison needle aimed at piercing Remus's mental defenses. Remus's complexion paled, yet he straightened his back, refusing to retreat. He gently tugged at Sirius's sleeve, a subtle gesture urging calm, before raising his eyes to meet Snape's gaze. His voice was steady, even imbued with an academic detachment. Extensive reading is encouraged at Hogwarts, Snape. Should you be interested in the correlation between magical creatures and potion substances, I recommend consulting Advanced Potions and Elixirs, page 450 or Chapter 7 of Lunar Magic Overview. There, you'll find a more systematic and less biased discourse. As for enthusiasm, I believe that a rigorous pursuit of knowledge in potion making is far more valuable than baseless speculation. Once more, he wielded knowledge and composure as a shield, transforming Snape's malicious insinuations into a scholarly discussion. A number of Ravenclaw students in the vicinity nodded in agreement. A flicker of frustrated anger flashed in Snape's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Remus, as though he intended to pierce through his calm exterior. Ultimately, he sneered and stepped aside, leaving behind a venomous whisper. "We shall see, Lupin. Under the moonlight, all disguises will fade." Following that confrontation, Snape's scrutiny intensified. He began to appear frequently in the library, particularly near the sections that Remus often frequented, ostensibly perusing materials, yet his eyes shadowed Remus's every move. He even chanced upon a conversation with Madame Pants, mentioning that certain students might be dangerously intrigued by the forbidden texts, which led Madame Pants to impose stricter scrutiny on Remus's borrowing activities. The pressure was not solely directed at Remus. After a Quidditch practice, Sirius found himself confronted by Flint and two other Slytherins in a secluded corridor as he returned to the castle alone. They were evidently prepared, hurling provocations in an attempt to incite him to violence. "I heard your Gryffindor Seeker nearly broke his neck during the last practice," Flint taunted with malicious glee. Could it be that he has cursed by associating with some unsavory characters? Sirius initially intended to ignore them and walk past. However, upon the mention of James, with veiled implications, he halted and slowly turned around, his gray eyes narrowing, a dangerous glimmer gathering within. "Retract your words," he said, his voice unervingly calm. "What? Have I struck a nerve?" Another Slytherin jeered. "Who doesn't he know that your little group is quite peculiar, always shrouded in mystery?" Casting a sidelong glance towards the direction of the forbidden forest, as if hinting at its secrets. In that moment, Sirius felt an urge to draw his wand, but he recalled the subtle gesture of Remus tugging at his sleeve after potions class, reminding him that they needed caution, not conflict. More importantly, he could not allow these scoundrels to affix any odd labels to Remus or their secrets. He forcibly suppressed his boiling fury, casting a disdainful glance at Flint and scoffing. "I thought Slytherins would at least possess some taste. I never imagined you would be so unoriginal in your provocations. Fighting trolls is far more entertaining than listening to your drivel." With that, he dismissed them entirely, striding away as though they were mere refuse by the roadside. He walked with a swift, upright posture, though his hands, hanging at his sides, were clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms. Patience was not in his nature. But to protect something far more significant, he had to learn restraint. That evening, gathered by the hearth in the common room, the marauders convened, the atmosphere laden with tension. "They're probing us," Sirius summarized in a low voice. "Professor McGonagall's warnings are overt, while Snape and Flint's threats lurk in the shadows. They may lack concrete evidence, but the seeds of suspicion have already been sown and are growing wildly. What shall we do when the next full moon arrives?" Peter asked anxiously, with patrols so stringent. "How on earth will we reach the Shrieking Shack?" Rams remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of his teacup. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Perhaps we should refrain from visiting the shrieking shack. The other three turned to him. Rams clarified, his voice soft yet clear, given that the scrutinizing eyes of the outside world are primarily fixed on the castle's periphery and the edges of the forbidden forest. We should take the opposite approach. During the next full moon, we shall remain within the castle. Stay in the castle? James exclaimed, astonished. How is that possible? You will transform in the room of requirement. Rams and the previously silent Sirius spoke almost in unison. They exchanged a glance, and Rams nodded. Indeed. The room of requirement can morph into any form we need, including a completely soundproof space that nullifies magical fluctuations. It lies within the castle, where the focus of patrols is on entrances and the outer perimeter, making the interior relatively safe, especially in the dead of night. But how do we get in? Peter inquired, as patrols are everywhere after curfew. With the Marauder's map, coupled with the disillusionment charm, and our familiarity with the castle's hidden passages, Sirius interjected, his thoughts aligning. Most importantly, we need a flawless alibi for our collective absence from the dormitory, and someone to vouch for us. A bold plan began to take shape swiftly among them. The pressure did not crush them. Rather, it elicited sharper thinking and tighter collaboration. A storm was brewing, yet the Marauders had resolved not to passively await the lightning strike, but instead to seek out their own clandestine refuge within the tempest. They huddled around the fire, whispering and rapidly discussing every detail, rectifying every potential flaw. The flickering flames illuminated their youthful, resolute faces, casting a radiant glow in their eyes, ignited by an indomitable spirit to protect each other and their shared secret. Outside, the night deepened, and the patrolling lights moved around the castle. Yet, in this warm common room, a silent strategy for survival at the heart of the storm was quietly taking shape. Chapter 38. The night of the room of requirement. The plan resembled a finely tuned clock. Every cog must fit seamlessly. On the eve of the full moon, the Marauders embarked on their boldest cover operation to date. The first step, to fabricate irrefutable evidence of collective misconduct. After dinner on Friday, they deliberately created a ruckus in the entrance hall to attract Filch's attention, then clumsily attempted to sneak into the clearly restricted trophy room, feigning panic when caught red-handed by Filch, their excuses riddled with holes. The result was that the four were apprehended by the furious caretaker and escorted to Professor McGonagall's office, where they received a heavy punishment of a week-long detention. Every night from 8 to 10, tasked with cleaning all the lavatories on the third floor of the east wing of the castle, including the one belonging to Myrtle, along with a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor. This news spread like wildfire throughout the castle. Everyone knew the Marauders had landed themselves in serious trouble. And for the next week, each night, they would labor under close supervision, with Filch personally overseeing their tedious and arduous cleaning tasks. Thus, the perfect alibi was established. No one could have anticipated that on the night of the full moon, they would have any opportunity to escape the designated labor area. The next step involved executing their true plan under the guise of confinement. At 8 o'clock that night, 4 individuals appeared punctually at the entrance of the first lavatory on the third floor of the East Wing. Under the watchful gaze of Ferk's malicious delight and the vigilant scrutiny of Lady Loris, they picked up their tools and commenced their work. With a generous 2-hour window at their disposal, Ferk would not remain fixated on a single location. He preferred to patrol his realm, particularly when he believed the mischief makers were toiling away in distress. The lavatory adjacent to the myrtle bushes conveniently lay near a hidden, abandoned passage leading deeper into the castle, a result of the Marauders' map and numerous nocturnal escapades. At 8:45, after confirming Ferk's footsteps had receded, the Marauders swiftly and silently sprang into action. James and Peter remained in place, utilizing extending ears and a touch of harmless magic to create a continuous sound resembling diligent scrubbing, a refined, echoing charm, the fruit of collaborative research between Remus and Sirius. Meanwhile, Remus and Sirius, employing the disillusionment charm and the live guidance of the Marauders' map, glided into the abandoned passage like shadows merging with the walls, hastening toward the 8th floor and the room of requirement. The tension was palpable. with every distant footfall and sudden movement of a dot on the map causing their hearts to race. However, the immense pressure fostered an extraordinary focus and camaraderie. Sirius forged ahead, with Remus closely trailing, both minimizing their breaths while executing swift and synchronized movements, as if they shared a single nervous system. Upon finally arriving, breathless, at the stark wall on the 8th floor, they envisioned a space that was utterly secure, capable of accommodating a beast, isolating all sound and magical fluctuations. In response to their concentrated intent, the smooth door materialized. As they stepped inside, it felt as though all external pressures, prying eyes, and dangers were sealed away. The room of requirement yielded a peculiar sight, a modest, perfectly spherical space with walls, floor, and ceiling enveloped in a thick, unidentifiable soft silver substance resembling velvet or clouds, emanating a gentle glow that provided illumination. The air was warm and still, devoid of any draft. It was so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat, enveloped in an absolute, reassuring sense of enclosure. "Here it is," Remus whispered, his voice producing a faint echo in the spherical chamber, quickly absorbed by the walls. He sensed the magic within, powerful, stable, entirely inwardly contained. Even if he were to howl in his wolf form, the outside world would not catch a whisper, nor would any magical fluctuations escape. Sirius surveyed the space, his taut shoulders finally relaxing somewhat. He approached the wall, reaching out to touch the silver material, feeling its warm softness yet remarkable resilience. "It's sturdy enough," he remarked before turning to Remus. "It's almost time." In silence, the two began their final preparations. Remus shed his outer robe, donning only simple attire. The silver light accentuated the pallor of his complexion, and his body began to tremble subtly. The call of the moon imminent. Sirius swiftly removed his outer garments, revealing his lean and upright form. He approached Remus, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound and focused in the dim light of the enclosed space. "Remember," Remus said, his voice taut, a reminder both to Sirius and himself. "No matter what happens, remain in animal form. Do not approach me until I stabilize." "I understand," Sirius nodded, his gaze unwavering from Remus's face. He could discern the restrained fear and a hint of barely perceptible dependence in Remus's eyes, igniting a fierce, almost painful instinct to protect. "I will be here," he added, his voice low and resolute. "Always here." This simple promise, in this moment of absolute safety yet profound solitude, felt immensely heavy and precious. Taking a deep breath, Remus nodded, falling silent as he moved to the center of the spherical space, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to embrace the inevitable transformation. Sirius stepped back a few paces, also centering his focus. A flash of light enveloped them, and the agile black dog replaced the youthful figure. Unlike in the shrieking shack, it did not crouch in a defensive stance, but sat quietly, its gray eyes fixed intently on the convulsing form at the center. The transformation unfolded once more. In this utterly silent and enclosed space, every crack of bone and twitch of muscle seemed amplified, imprinting vividly upon Sirius's senses. He watched as Remus writhed in pain, expanding and contracting, witnessing the familiar human outline being torn and reshaped by the savage force of the beast within, morphing into a tall, rugged wolf, imbued with an air of unknown peril. This time, there was no James's stag present, no external distractions. It was just him and the wolf, now freshly transformed. Swaying as it stood, warily surveying the strange silver space and the unfamiliar large dog before it with murky yellow eyes. The air thickened. The wolf's nostrils flared, capturing the scent of the sole living creature in the vicinity. The dog, powerful and strange, yet tinged with an unsettling familiarity. A low, warning growl rumbled from its throat as it slightly lowered its body, adopting a defensive yet probing posture. Sirius remained motionless. He continued to sit there, merely tilting his head slightly, ears perked forward, exuding curiosity rather than hostility. He even gently wagged the tip of his tail, a signal of friendliness and relaxation in canine language. The wolf's vigilance seemed to wane just a fraction. It did not immediately attack, but began to circle the large black dog slowly, its yellow eyes locked onto the other, searching for weaknesses or attempting to comprehend its intentions. Sirius patiently allowed the scrutiny, occasionally emitting soft, soothing whines. Its gaze remained gentle and steadfast, conveying the message that I pose no threat and that I am here to accompany you. This silent exchange, within the confines of this isolated silver sphere, seemed to stretch into a distinct realm of time and space. Free from external dangers and the distractions of a third party, there existed only a dog and a wolf, engaging in a dialogue of trust and acceptance through a profound bond that transcended species. Gradually, the wolf's circling steps slowed. While the ferocity in its eyes had not entirely dissipated, the initial rage and confusion seemed to be supplanted by a simple vigilance and curiosity. It ultimately halted a few paces from the large black dog, standing still yet less tense. Sirius knew that the most perilous moment had passed. It cautiously lay down, maintaining a relaxed posture with its chin resting on its front paws, calmly observing the wolf. The wolf stared at it for an extended period, long enough for time to lose its significance. Then, it made a movement that caused Sirius's heart to constrict. It too gradually and tentatively lowered itself onto the ground. Although it retained a posture ready to spring at any moment, this was a significant signal. It had accepted this coexistence, at least for now devoid of any intent to attack. In the silver spherical space, the wolf and dog lay a few steps apart. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by their subtle breaths. Absolute stillness and isolation erased all traces of the outside world, leaving only the two of them and the fragile balance they had painstakingly established between primal instinct and profound emotion. Sirius's gray eyes, illuminated by the silver light, tenderly regarded the temporarily calmed wolf across from him. It understood that within this beastly form resided the soul of Remus Lupin, enduring the torment that came with the lunar cycle. Here, it accompanied him in the most primal manner, safeguarding him. An unprecedented, profound, and tranquil emotion flowed slowly between them. Amidst this extreme solitude and intimacy, there were no words, no physical contact, yet a connection existed that was clearer and more robust than ever before. The night unfolded slowly within this peculiar space. The faint glow on the silver walls remained constant, rendering the passage of time indistinguishable. Yet for Sirius and Remus, this night felt like an eternal secret universe belonging solely to them. Here, they shed all societal facades and the complexities of humanity, existing in their most essential forms. Relying solely on the resonance deep within their souls, nestled together, even if only in spirit, resisting the curse brought by the full moon that hung in the sky. Perfectly isolated from them, as the first tendrils of returning reason, like the dawn's faint light, began to struggle through the fog of beastly instincts, fighting to return to Remus's consciousness. The first sensation he experienced was not the cold floor, nor the agonizing contortions of pain, but a warm, steady gaze that had constantly watched over him. His murky yellow eyes met a pair of clear, familiar gray ones. In the reflection of those eyes, he beheld himself, a wolf, yet curiously, a sense of solace washed over him. Chapter 39 Echoes in the Silver Silence. The signs of change still began with the wolf. That robust creature, infused with the enchantment of moonlight, suddenly commenced a subtle, irrepressible tremor at a moment unmeasurable by any clock. It was no longer the build-up before an attack, but rather a ripple signifying the disruption of some internal equilibrium. Sirius immediately sensed it. Lifting his head, as the calm in his gray eyes was replaced by a thread of taut concern, Remus emitted a low whimper, laced with anguish and confusion, as his body began to curl inward. The sound of bones growing in reverse resonated sharply in the absolute silence of the spherical space. His murky yellow eyes flickered violently in excruciating pain, occasionally revealing a fleeting glimpse of profound human anguish and bewilderment, only to be swiftly engulfed by the violent metamorphosis. Sirius rose to his feet, but unlike his restless pacing in the shrieking shack, he stood firmly in place, emitting a suppressed, encouraging low growl from his throat. His gaze, akin to the most resilient of ropes, was firmly tethered to that writhing figure of pain, as if to draw him back from the abyss of savagery. The process remained long and cruel. Yet when the last rough tuft of wolf fur receded, and the final vestige of the beastly form was supplanted by the pale, emaciated silhouette of a human, Remus Lupin once again lay bare and vulnerable upon the soft silver ground. This sensation was starkly different from the dawn in the shrieking shack. There was no cold, hard touch, only the constant warmth emanating from the peculiar substance beneath him. There was no pervasive dust or decaying stench, merely the clean, warm air. Most importantly, there was none of that profound solitude, as if forsaken by the entire world. The first sense to awaken was his sense of smell. It was not the scent of grass and earth, but rather a clean, warm, almost ethereal aroma, mingled with a remarkably vivid scent belonging to a large dog, infused with Sirius's unique essence, sharp as the forbidden forest after rain and metallic in its clarity, so very close. Next came the sense of touch. A warm, moist nose, bearing a careful weight, gently brushed against his damp forehead. Following that, a rough yet warm tongue, imbued with the clumsy yet sincere concern characteristic of dogs, licked at his cold, trembling cheeks and eyelids, attempting to wipe away the sweat and anguish there. In his chaotic consciousness, Remus whimpered softly, not out of rejection, but rather an almost instinctual attachment in response to this warmth. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision hazy and swaying, ultimately focusing on the figure before him. Those familiar, clear, gray dog eyes were fixed unwaveringly upon him, filled to the brim with an intense, unambiguous worry and reassurance, nearly overflowing. Sirius. His voice was more hoarse and feeble than before, yet the name slipped from his lips, imbued with utter reliance. The tail of Sirius wagged urgently for a moment as he drew closer, gently nudging Remus's shoulder with his head and emitting soft, short whimpers that seemed to convey, "I am here. Everything will be all right." Remus wished to raise his hand to touch him, but his arm felt too weak to muster any strength. He could only slightly turn his eyes, deeply moved as he gazed at the large dog that had watched over him throughout the night, now expressing concern in the most primal manner. The silent bond of trust and connection forged in a state of animal instinct surged back like a tide, overwhelming his recently regained human consciousness with an almost dizzying warmth and reassurance. At that moment, Sirius stepped back a few paces. A gentle glow enveloped him, and in place of the black dog stood Sirius Black, bare-chested and clad only in trousers. His complexion was pale, shadows of fatigue lingered beneath his eyes. Yet his gray gaze shimmered astonishingly under the silver light, reminiscent of the morning star. Without hesitation, he swiftly grabbed the thick blanket prepared nearby and moved forward, wrapping Remus securely within it with a speed that was nonetheless extraordinarily tender. He then knelt beside Remus, one hand still holding the blanket, while the other hesitated momentarily before finally resting on Remus's still trembling shoulder, exuding a warmth and strength that was both firm and reassuring. "It is over," he whispered, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a peculiar, comforting steadiness. "It truly is over." Remus lay back on the soft silver ground, enveloped in the warmth of the blanket, feeling the heat and strength emanating from the hand on his shoulder, gazing up at Sirius's face, now so close. The visage that usually bore a rebellious spark or a sharp mockery now reflected nothing but pure concern and an almost tender expression. Sweat trickled down his chiseled jawline, dripping onto the silver ground and soaking a small patch with a deeper hue. Silence enveloped them once more, but this time it was not the tense and uncertain quiet of before. Rather, it was a profound stillness laden with unspoken words, thick enough to be felt. In this absolutely enclosed and utterly safe space that belonged solely to them, time seemed to pause once again. Only the intertwined sounds of their breathing and the unvoiced emotions flowing through their gazes filled the air. Remus looked at Sirius, into his gray eyes reflecting his own disheveled image. Everything from the tension of planning the adventure to the unspoken understanding in infiltrating this place. The palpable guardianship during their transformations and the unreserved concern of the present moment. All these images and sensations converged into a torrent, breaking down the defenses he had long maintained to suppress and distance himself. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his nose, and tears began to well uncontrollably in his eyes. It was not sorrow, but an overwhelming, nearly unbearable sense of gratitude, comfort, and something deeper, an emotion he dared not name. I am sorry. He heard his own hoarse voice escape uncontrollably, tinged with a slight choke, for showing you such a pitiful side of myself. Sirius's brow immediately furrowed, his hand on Remus's shoulder tightening further. Be quiet, Moonface. His voice, somewhat hoarse, yet imbued with undeniable strength, required no apologies. It was far from lamentable. He paused, seemingly in search of the appropriate words, emotions roiling within his gray eyes. I observed as his voice lowered, yet his gaze intensified, locking onto Remus with fervor. It was you who persevered through such adversity. It was we, together, we endured. He reiterated that word. However, in this intimate space shared solely between them, it resonated with a profound significance. Tears finally cascaded down Remus's cheeks, merging with the silver strands of his hair. He wished to stifle his tears, deeming it a sign of weakness, yet he found himself powerless to do so. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fatigue, or perhaps the shedding of all facades, or perhaps it was simply due to the presence of the man before him and all that he offered. Upon witnessing Remus's tears, Sirius's body momentarily stiffened. His Adam's apple bobbed as a rare, almost helpless panic flickered in his eyes. The hand resting on Remus's shoulder lifted slightly, seemingly intending to wipe away his tears, yet hesitated, suspended in midair. Ultimately, he refrained from touching Remus's face and instead took a more unexpected action. He leaned down, gently pressing his forehead against Remus's damp brow. Enveloped in a blanket, this was a touch devoid of any carnal desire, profoundly intimate and soothing. Skin against skin, their breaths intertwined. Remus could feel the warmth of Sirius's forehead, could smell the sweat mingled with his unique, crisp scent. He could hear Sirius's breath, slightly unsteady, whispering near his ear. Do not cry. Sirius's voice was a low murmur, almost a whisper, imbued with a clumsy tenderness, warmth brushing against Remus's skin. I am here. I will always be here. This statement flowed through him like a warm current, striking at the softest, most vulnerable part of his heart. He closed his eyes, more tears streaming forth, yet this time, they were not born of pain or guilt, but rather a fervent release and gratitude, arising from a profound acceptance and solemn promise. He spoke not a word, merely tilted his head slightly, pressing his forehead more closely against Sirius's, as if this simple contact could convey the tumultuous emotions swirling within him that words could never encapsulate. They maintained this position, nestled together in this silvery, isolated sphere, quietly seeking solace in one another. Time once again lost its significance. The storms of the outside world, suspicion, danger, felt as distant as another universe in that moment. After an indeterminate duration, Remus's tremors gradually subsided, his breathing becoming steady and elongated. Only then did Sirius slowly lift his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on Remus's face. He beheld the striking contours of Remus, unblemished by fatigue, the damp lashes, and the slightly reddened corners of his eyes. In some corner of his heart, it felt as though something had collided forcefully, softening and collapsing entirely. An unprecedented clarity and fervor of realization, akin to the dawn sunlight, irrepressibly illuminated the depths of his consciousness. He yearned to protect this man, not merely as a friend, nor solely driven by the oath of a predator. He yearned to remain steadfastly by his side, shielding him from all harm, dispelling every shadow, and witnessing the emergence of a genuinely relaxed, serene smile. This desire was so intense, so pure, imbued with a sense of exclusivity, yet suffused with tenderness. It seemed he had finally come to an understanding. Remus sensed the shift in Sirius's gaze and slowly opened his eyes. Those brown orbs, still misty, reflected the current expression of Sirius, focused, profound, and bearing an unprecedented, almost reverent gentleness, alongside a flicker of newly realized, fervent resolve. Their eyes locked. The air felt once more as if it had solidified, yet this time it was charged with a palpable tension. Something had irrevocably altered, quietly breaking ground and flourishing within this silvery, silent sanctuary with no turning back. Sirius's lips stirred, as if he wished to articulate something. Ultimately, however, he merely inhaled deeply, carefully adjusting the blanket before rising to don his own garments. It was time to return. His voice regained its usual steadiness, yet upon closer inspection, a barely perceptible tremor lingered at its end. There was little time to linger at the forked tongue and tail of a worm. Remus nodded, slowly sitting up with his support, tightening the blanket around himself. Though his body remained frail, an unprecedented strength surged within him, as they once again utilized the disillusionment charm and the secret passage. Silently returning to the third-floor lavatory of the East Wing, they reunited with the fatigued James and Peter, who had been generating noise to the brink of exhaustion. The first light of dawn had already filtered through the castle's high windows, dispelling the remnants of night. The four of them, bodies weary from labor, partly genuine fatigue, partly a facade, returned to Gryffindor Tower under the satisfied watch of Filch. No one detected anything amiss. Yet only they knew that during the preceding night, within the confines of that silvery, silent room of wishes fulfilled, something far more profound and everlasting transpired than any spell. The seeds of certain emotions had taken root and begun to blossom in the embrace of ultimate safety and intimacy. Their echoes would undoubtedly resonate through all the years to come, persisting amidst every storm and ray of sunshine, reverberating without cease. Chapter 40. Unspoken Summer Under the Summer Sun. The Hogwarts castle appeared transformed into a colossal, languorous cat. The heavy stone walls absorbed the warmth, and even the moving staircases seemed to lag a beat slower than usual. The tense atmosphere surrounding the OWLs and Newts hung over the 5th and 7th year students like an invisible shroud. For the 3rd year marauders, however, this summer represented more the fragrance of the Quidditch pitch's grass, the cool mist by the Black Lake, and certain feelings, ineffable yet intensifying in the warm air. That night in the Room of Requirement marked a distinct watershed moment. Certain truths were laid bare, communicated in a manner that transcended words. As if nothing had truly changed at all. Between Remus and Sirius, an unspoken understanding blossomed like a vine, thriving under the summer sun and gentle rains, intertwining itself into the fabric of their everyday lives. By the Black Lake, as the marauders spread open their books, though feigning study, they were indeed savoring a rare moment of leisure. Sirius would conveniently recline within the shade cast by Remus, eyes closed, arms resting behind his head, listening to Remus elucidate the complexities of their astronomy assignment in his soothing voice. Whenever a mischievous breeze threatened to whisk away Remus's parchment, it was invariably Sirius who swiftly reached out to secure it. "Thanks," Remus would say. Sirius would hum through his nose, allowing his fingertips to linger on the edge of the parchment just a fraction longer than necessary. In the library, they no longer felt the need to contrive reasons to sit together. It had become the unspoken norm. Remus pored over hefty tomes on ancient runes or the protection of magical creatures, while Sirius flipped through books on Quidditch tactics or advanced transfiguration theories, occasionally pointing to a complex diagram or an obscure sentence, whispering softly, "How does one interpret this?" Remus would naturally lean closer, his breath brushing the pages as he offered a quieter explanation. Their heads would sometimes draw near, hair nearly touching, only to part nonchalantly when Madame Pants cast her sharp gaze their way, leaving behind a barely perceptible warmth at the base of their ears. After Quidditch practice, drenched in sweat, Sirius would casually grab his discarded jacket to wipe his face, then, without a second thought, offer his damp but warmth-infused jacket to the seemingly chilly Remus, who approached from nearby. "Take it, shield yourself from the wind," he would assert, his reasoning always blunt and undeniable. Remus would silently accept, draping the jacket, still imbued with grass, sunlight, and Sirius's unique essence. Over his shoulders, warmth spreading from his shoulders to the very core of his being. These subtle, Persistent intimacies resembled the gentle patter of summer rain, silently saturating two young hearts. James remained boisterous, often lost in his own world, ardently yet annoyingly pursuing Lily. However, occasionally, when he witnessed Sirius deftly clearing a path for Remus through a throng of people, or Remus seamlessly organizing Sirius's scattered assignments, he would raise an eyebrow, a knowing yet mischievous smile gracing his lips, though he wisely remained silent. This was their secret. Yet, not every corner basked in sunlight. Peter Pettigrew's transformation loomed like an imperceptible shadow at the edge of a clear sky. He remained a member of the Marauders, still participating in their daily escapades and most adventures. Yet, the observant could sense that Peter's smiles sometimes felt forced, his gaze lingering on James and Sirius during their interactions with Remus, revealing a complex blend of envy, insecurity, and a hint of elusive melancholy. Following the night at the Shrieking Shack, Peter grew more reticent, striving ever harder to prove his worth. He eagerly undertakes trivial tasks, such as retrieving backpacks for others, reserving seats, or volunteering for the most tedious lookout duties during their nighttime escapades. However, this excessive eagerness renders him somewhat awkward, creating a subtle contrast with the effortless camaraderie among the other three. On one occasion, as they deliberated on their next adventure, a plan to explore the rumored Echo corridor within the castle, Peter timidly proposed a rather cautious suggestion, only to be promptly dismissed by James with fervent enthusiasm. Too conservative, Wormtail. That's devoid of any fun. James laughed, playfully patting Padfoot's shoulder. Right, Bigfoot? We need some excitement. At that moment, Sirius was languidly reclining on the windowsill of the common room, his gaze lost in the shimmering surface of the Black Lake. He merely responded with a distracted HM, failing to notice Peter's eyes dimming swiftly after his indifferent reply, nor the tightening of his fists. Remus took note of this. He wished to say something to alleviate the tension, but Peter had already bowed his head, feigning the adjustment of his backpack straps. In that instant, a flicker of unease brushed through Remus's mind. Friendship is akin to a delicate balance. Even the slightest shift in weight can disrupt its equilibrium. He sensed that the scales within Peter's heart were subtly tilting under some unseen pressure. The greater shadow still loomed from Severus Snape. He was like the oppressive humidity of summer, pervasive and irksome. Snape had not relinquished his investigations. Rather, during the relatively tranquil summer term, his actions grew more systematic and personal. He no longer focused solely on Remus, but directed more attention towards Sirius. Perhaps it was due to some transformation in Sirius following the night of the Room of Requirement, accompanied by a deeper protective instinct and an involuntary softening of his demeanor around Remus, which caught the astute Bad's attention. In potions class, Snape would casually stroll past Sirius's workstation, his oily voice commenting, "Black, it seems you have finally channeled some of your enthusiasm for destruction into precise cutting. Quite a touching improvement. However, this technique looks rather familiar. Did you receive private tutelage from some expert?" His gaze pointedly flicked towards Remus. During flying class, when Sirius executed a splendid high-speed turn, Snape would coldly remark from below, "Flashy moves, Black." Just like certain individuals who are always eager to mask their inner emptiness with ostentatious displays, or something else. These provocations remained acerbic, but seemed laced with a new, probing quality. Snape was testing the waters, attempting to uncover the roots of the special connection between Sirius and Remus, and whether it related to their concealed secrets. Typically, Sirius would respond with a sardonic smile or a sharper retort. Yet Remus could sense that Snape's persistent scrutiny was agitating Sirius, a discomfort akin to an invasion of one's domain, a violation of cherished intimacy. Once, in the corridor, Severus Snape, with a tone laden with insinuation, alluded to certain irrational friendships, prompting Sirius to nearly draw his wand on the spot, only to be gently restrained by Remus, who grasped his wrist. "Ignore him," Remus murmured, the cool touch of his fingertips miraculously soothing Sirius's sudden fury. Sirius reciprocated by gripping Remus's wrist tightly for a moment before releasing it. Yet that anger transformed into a profound protective instinct towards Remus. He had better keep his distance. Sirius's gaze remained fixed on Snape's retreating figure, his gray eyes icy. The approach of summer vacation loomed like a bittersweet refrain, resonating in the increasingly sultry air. For Remus, summer signified leaving the relatively accepting environment of Hogwarts and returning to a world where he must conceal his secrets with greater caution. Along with the impending 2 months of separation, he found himself unconsciously counting the days, paying heed to Sirius's casual mentions of his summer plans, most likely to be cast off to some dreary relative's home or simply to linger at the Potter residence. He began to envision how interminable the summer would be without those gray eyes watching over him and the clumsy yet warm affections that accompanied them. Meanwhile, Sirius appeared to be troubled by the same thoughts. Had he become more clingy? The term seemed odd when applied to Sirius Black, yet it was undeniably true. His presence beside Remus had become somewhat unusual, even when he did nothing but occupy the same space. He would lament the tedium of summer, casually remarking, "You will write to me, won't you, Moony? Don't just bury yourself in those ancient tomes." He even began engaging in behaviors quite uncharacteristic of a Black. For instance, on one Hogsmeade day, he vanished for a brief spell, returning with a small package for Remus, his tone brusque. "Here, the new Honeydukes product. Too sweet for my taste." Inside was Remus's favorite lemon sherbet and a selection of specially crafted candies reputed to invigorate and aid the weary. Clutching the package, still warm from Sirius's touch, Remus felt his heart soften immeasurably. He looked up at Sirius, whose profile was turned away, his ears slightly flushed, and softly said, "Thank you. I will write every week." Only then did Sirius turn, his gray eyes momentarily brightening before he masked it with a dismissive grunt. "As you wish." The summer sun cast their shadows, both shortening and elongating them, amidst the shimmering waves of the Black Lake, in corners imbued with the scent of books in the library. And within the jubilant cheers of the Quidditch pitch, those unspoken emotions swayed like the water plants at the lake's bottom, flourishing in the warm currents. They silently reveled in the growing intimacy of their companionship, while equally feeling a twinge of panic at the impending separation. The bond of the Marauders remained steadfast, yet the subtle fissures within and the persistent shadows outside hinted that this seemingly tranquil and radiant summer might merely be a fleeting and precious calm before the onset of a greater storm. Some words and emotions swell within the chest, akin to summer fruits ripened to perfection, awaiting the opportune moment or an unexpected tremor to break free from all constraints, revealing their sweetest and truest forms. The summer stretches long, yet is not eternal. Can the unspoken understanding withstand the passage of time and the impact of reality? The answer lies beneath the slowly moving shadow of the sundial, hidden within the intervals of each heartbeat. Chapter 41. Farewell. The Hogwarts Express in July resembles a colossal metal dragon, eager to return to its lair, shimmering with dazzling crimson under the sun. The platform is crowded with students, luggage, owls, and the bittersweet sounds of farewells, as the air mingles with the moisture of steam, the sweetness of candy, and a unique atmosphere of excitement tinged with melancholy that marks the end of the term. The Marauders occupy a compartment near the rear of the train. Their belongings are stowed, yet no one takes a seat immediately. The atmosphere is subtly tense, distinct from a usual thrill before an adventure, and unlike the relief following examinations. It is an awkward silence, oriented towards separation. James is the first to attempt to shatter it. He gives Sirius a hearty pat on the back and ruffles Peter's hair. "Come on, mates. Don't wear such long faces. It's just 2 months. It'll fly by in the blink of an eye. I'll have the owl deliver my new improved recipe for dung bombs. And Wormtail, remember to practice your broomstick dives. I shall be inspecting next term." Sirius forces a smile in response, but his gaze often drifts to Remus, who stands quietly by the window. Remus is watching the bustling platform outside, his profile slightly blurred in the steam's shadow, enveloped in a subtle, unnoticeable sense of sorrow. Communication, Sirius suddenly speaks, his voice low, yet silencing the other sounds in the compartment. Using the code we devised at least once a week. His statement is directed at everyone, but his eyes remain fixed on Remus. They had previously crafted a simple letter substitution code to discreetly discuss sensitive topics in their correspondence, such as Remus's condition and the progress of their animagus training, to prevent interception or eavesdropping. Of course, James immediately affirms, "All right, every week. Wormtail, you too." Peter nods eagerly, his voice barely above a whisper, "Yes, I will." Remus turns his head to meet Sirius's gaze, giving a gentle nod. "All right." His voice is steady, yet the fingers gripping the window frame tighten slightly. And James continues, adopting a rare serious demeanor as he scans his three friends. The old rule applies. A secret is a secret. To anyone, in any circumstance, not a word shall be uttered, even under the influence of Veritasrum. Of course, we wouldn't be so unfortunate, but not a single syllable. The Marauder's oath, remember? Sirius interjects, his tone calm, yet resolute. Always, Peter echoes quietly. Remus watches them, warmth swelling within him, yet the unease stemming from Peter's recent changes lingers uncomfortably. He noticed that when James spoke of anyone, Peter quickly blinked and averted his gaze. Yet, when Sirius uttered the words of fortune and misfortune, Peter's fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the seams of his robe. Indeed, Remus finally remarked, suppressing the unease that threatened to surface. He chose to believe that the shared experiences they had endured were sufficient to sustain their friendship. The whistle on the platform pierced the air for the first time, sharp and urgent, heralding the moment of final farewells. Parents began to call out loudly, while students hurriedly exchanged last embraces and words of advice. "Come on, we must disembark, or we'll be returned to London together," James said, feigning nonchalance as he opened the compartment door. Peter followed closely behind him, but Sirius remained still, gazing at Remus, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light of the carriage. "You go ahead," he instructed James. "I wish to speak with Mooney." James raised an eyebrow, a knowing smirk gracing his features as he pulled the bewildered Peter off the train, swiftly blending into the throng on the platform. Only the two of them remained in the compartment. The roar of the steam engine and the clamor of the crowd seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, leaving only their somewhat labored breaths in the silence. Remus felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably. He watched as Sirius approached step by step, until there was merely a pace between them. He could smell the familiar scent of soap mingled with summer sunlight, and he could see the dark lashes framing those eyes that were intently locked onto his own. "Here," Sirius said, retrieving an object from his pocket and placing it in Remus's hand. It was an old yet polished brass pocket watch, its cover adorned with a simple constellation engraving. Remus looked down. The watch was heavy, radiating the warmth of its owner. He recognized the constellation on the cover as Canis Major, with the brightest star being Sirius. "It keeps excellent time." Sirius's voice was somewhat husky, his words tumbling out more swiftly than usual, as if he were concealing something. "And I made a change on the back." He gestured for Remus to open it. With trembling fingers, Remus flipped the watch to reveal its back. Inside, there was no photograph, but a small, roughly etched magical sigil with 4 minuscule paw prints at its center, the mark of the Marauders. He felt a faint, steady magical pulse emanating from it, a composite spell of protection and connection. In times of trouble, or during the full moon, if you feel particularly unwell. Sirius's gaze drifted away, focusing on a point on the carriage wall, his ears tinged with a noticeable flush. "Hold it tightly. Concentrate on us. The magic may respond. At least it will remind you that you are not alone." He paused, his voice dropping even lower. "I've made a corresponding one that can sense yours." This was an extraordinarily personal and heartfelt gift. It was not merely a memento, but a token of magical connection, a promise of protection that transcended distance. The weight of its significance and emotion far surpassed any words. Remus's eyes instantly brimmed with warmth. He clutched the still-warm pocket watch tightly, the metallic edges digging into his palm, bringing forth a sharp pain and an undeniable sense of reality. He lifted his gaze, yearning to express gratitude, to articulate countless sentiments. Yet his throat was constricted by a surge of emotion, rendering him utterly speechless. At that moment, a second whistle pierced the air, more urgent than the last. prompting the conductor to call out loudly. Time was fleeting. Sirius appeared to be spurred on by the sound as well. He abruptly turned back, his gray eyes swirling with an intensity that Remus had never witnessed before. Anxiety, reluctance, concern, and a fervor bordering on resolute desperation. Suddenly, he stepped forward, erasing the distance between them. Remus barely had time to react before he was enveloped in a powerful, fervent embrace. It was not a gentle farewell. Sirius's arms were like iron bands, the force of the hug leaving Remus breathless, yet curiously comforted. He could feel the wild rhythm of Sirius's heartbeat against his chest, could inhale the unmistakable scent that was uniquely Sirius, completely enveloping him. This embrace was brief yet profound, brimming with unspoken emotions that seemed on the verge of overflowing. "Wait for me," Sirius's voice whispered against his ear, deep and hoarse, imbued with an undeniable certainty that felt more like a vow than a mere request. Then, before Remus could respond, Sirius released him, not even glancing back, and strode briskly out of the compartment, his dark figure swiftly vanishing into the sunlight and steam beyond the train door. Remus stood frozen in place, the lingering strength and warmth of the embrace still echoing within him, the three words reverberating in his ears. His heart thundered in his chest, the sound resonating in his eardrums. He looked down at the pocket watch he held tightly, its engraving of Canis Major glimmering softly in the light seeping through the door. "I will," he murmured to the empty compartment, his voice barely audible. The whistle let out one final long note, and the train began to move slowly. Remus approached the window, eagerly scanning the speeding landscape and the waving hands of the departing crowd. He spotted James conversing with his parents, noticed Peter standing awkwardly to the side, and then, by the farthest pillar of the platform, he caught sight of that familiar figure. Sirius did not wave, nor did he chase after the train like the others. He merely stood there, hands in his pockets, standing tall and resolute like a black monolith. Through the widening distance and the swirling steam, Remus could not discern his expression, yet he felt it, those gray eyes piercing through the chaos and dust, firmly locked onto his window. As the platform dissolved into indistinct colors and the castle's spires faded from view, Remus continued to grip the pocket watch, standing by the window. The watch ticked quietly in his palm, emitting subtle yet firm sounds, akin to another heartbeat. The summer breeze poured through the window, tousling his hair, but could not disperse the lingering scent or the warmth etched upon him. The protracted 2 months commenced, yet this time, separation no longer signified utter desolation. He possessed a finely tuned pocket watch, a magical connection etched upon its back, and a weighty promise that awaited him. Furthermore, an undeniable and unmistakable fervor of sentiment surged within him, hot and clear. The train whisked him toward the unknown summer, toward the unpredictable tapestry of familial life, and into a period brimming with yearning and commitment. The third year of the Marauders culminated amidst the sound of the steam whistle. However, their tale, their emotions, their adventures and vows were far from concluded. Hogwarts receded into the distance, while the future lay ahead, waiting along the extending tracks. Chapter 42. Letters of Summer. In the Boxwood Chess summer of 1984, London and Yorkshire Remus Lupin summer was spent in a bittersweet agony. The tranquility of a small village on the Welsh border allowed one to hear the wind rustling through the wild roses. Yet this peace felt to him more like an amplified solitude. Though his parents' affection was all-encompassing, it inadvertently intensified the psychological burden of concealing his secrets. Each night, he would lock his bedroom door, ensure the curtains were drawn tightly, and only then dare to caress the frigid surface of the brass pocket watch under the dim light. The relief of the Canis Major relief left a subtle impression upon his fingertips, while the faint pulsation of the magical sigil on its back became the sole, tangible link to another distant world. Every Wednesday, when the aging yet diligent owl of the Potter household clumsily collided with his windowsill, delivering a letter inscribed with special ink that required a particular spell for revelation, it marked the brightest moment of Remus's week. The handwriting varied from flamboyant James to succinct and hurried Sirius and occasionally cautious Peter. They shared seemingly mundane summer tales through their agreed-upon codes. The ruckus caused by the garden gnomes might signify their latest attempts at mischievous magic. The oppressive heat and frequent thunderstorms could hint at the changing phases of the moon. "How are you?" When Remus replied, he did so with great diligence. He meticulously translated the codes, narrating that he had read numerous dull history books, which was true. He assisted his father with some challenging magical creature consultation cases. A half-truth, as he indeed helped with research, and that the weather was splendid for walks, a pure fabrication, for he barely ventured outside around the full moon. Each time he wrote, "I am well, do not worry," his fingertips would linger on the parchment, as if attempting to penetrate the paper and touch the furrowed brow of the recipient. On the nights of the full moon, the watch would grow slightly warm, its magical sigil glowing vividly. Remus pressed it close to his heart, curled up in a soundproofed wardrobe, enduring the agony of transformation. And that warmth and light seemed to genuinely provide distant companionship, rendering the chilling solitude bearable. 12. Grimmauld Place, London for Sirius Black. This summer was a stifling volcano. Returning to the Black family home felt akin to being reinserted into an ornate yet decaying specimen box. Each portrait seemed to lash out at him with a gaze steeped in resentment, while the house-elf creature incessantly muttered in a tone audible to him, branding him a disgrace and a taint upon his lineage. The anguished cries of his mother, while Black, appeared to echo through the desolate corridors. The only respite he found was the privilege of visiting the Potter residence every fortnight, a reprieve James had secured under the guise of studying Quidditch tactics. In the sunlit and laughter-filled abode of the Potters, Sirius could finally relax his taut spine. Yet, he would unconsciously cast his gaze out the window towards the southwest, pondering whether someone in that modest house on the Welsh border was lost in thought, staring at a pocket watch. He perpetually carried a handmade metal piece in his pocket, a fragment that faintly connected him to Remus's watch. Occasionally, in the stillness of night, it would emit a subtle, chilling tremor, rousing him instantly, compelling him to grip it until his fingertips turned white, as if he could channel some strength from the past through it. His letters were invariably the briefest, their wording terse, often consisting of little more than a few lines wishing well and assuring that the food at the Potter residence was satisfactory. Yet James had once confided to Remus that Sirius would spend an inordinate amount of time selecting stationery, invariably choosing the most mundane kind, discarding numerous drafts before finally sending a letter. He appeared as though he were drafting a report for the Ministry of Magic rather than corresponding with a friend. James had remarked with a knowing grin. On one occasion, in the chilly study of Grimmauld Place, Sirius stumbled upon a dusty tome concerning ancient protective magic. Instantly, he recalled the mark beneath the Black Lake and thought of Remus. He toiled through several nights, clandestinely studying and attempting to simplify a complex protection charm to attach to the stationery for his next letter. This endeavor consumed considerable energy, causing him to miss a scheduled broomstick test with James, who expressed his grievances in a letter, yet Sirius offered no explanation. Godric's Hollow. Potter residence James Potter's summer was an unending carnival, with Quidditch, mischievous experiments, and collaborating with Sirius on a strategy for their fourth-year Marauders map. It was a time brimming with excitement. He was the most diligent correspondent, his letters overflowing with whimsical ideas and exaggerated anecdotes, serving as a joyful connection among the four friends. However, he was not entirely oblivious. He keenly sensed Sirius's underlying concerns in his silence, and noted the increasingly formulaic tone in Peter's replies. In his letters to Remus, he would always add a few lines regarding Sirius's well-being, mentioning how the big-footed lad gazed vacantly at the sky, perhaps pondering the accuracy of your pocket watch. While he endeavored to inject more enthusiasm into his correspondence with Peter, as if he sought to infect everyone with his vitality. Near Little Hangleton, the Pettigrew residence Peter Pettigrew's summer was a faded replica. His mother's love was gentle yet trivial, their home ordinary, devoid of thrilling adventures or the lavish feasts of the Potter household. He dutifully replied to his friends, yet his letters grew increasingly mundane, filled with insipid details about his mother baking pies and mowing the lawn, lacking any substantive excitement. He endeavored to infuse his letter with reminiscences of past adventures, recalling their last visit to the Shrieking Shack, yet the words always seemed rather dry upon the page. At times, he would gaze at the flamboyant script on James's stationery and the curt sentences from Sirius, feeling an ever-widening sense of disconnection. In Remus's meticulous and considerate reply, he discerned a unique camaraderie between the other two that felt utterly unattainable to him. A subtle, ineffable bitterness quietly blossomed amidst the oppressive heat of summer. At King's Cross Station in early September, the platform on the 1st of September resembled a grand and chaotic polyphonic symphony. As Remus traversed Platform 9 3/4, steam and clamor enveloped him. Almost instantly, he spotted them. James, exuberantly waving his arms and shouting, Peter, peering on tiptoe, and Sirius, leaning against the gleaming red carriage of the Hogwarts Express, hands tucked into the pockets of his brand-new black traveling cloak, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, Remus noticed that against the backdrop of swirling steam, Sirius's gaze, like a precisely cast locating spell, pierced through the crowd and firmly anchored on him. The months of separation collapsed into nothingness in that fleeting moment of eye contact. Remus felt his pocket watch gently vibrate in his pocket, unsure if it was a magical resonance or merely the illusion of his racing heart. They moved toward one another. James rushed over with a hearty laugh and embraced Remus, while Peter shyly greeted him. Sirius was the last to approach, his steps seemingly unhurried. Yet Remus perceived the tightening grip of his hand within his pocket. Moonface! Sirius halted before him, his gray eyes swiftly scanning him as if to confirm something. Then he huffed through his nose. Well, you haven't starved to death. It seems the watch is functioning well. His tone remained as brusque as ever, but Remus caught a fleeting glimmer of relief in his eyes. Right on target. Remus responded softly, his fingertips brushing against the cool metal in his pocket. There were no embraces, no further words exchanged. Yet something, nurtured throughout an entire summer through letters and magical connections, quietly and tumultuously affirmed its existence amid the raucous reunion. Once the train set in motion, within their familiar compartment, the marauders exchanged more detailed accounts of their summer escapades, of course, preserving their respective secrets. The atmosphere seemed to regain its former vibrancy, yet some aspects remained irrevocably altered. An invisible tension flowed between Remus and Sirius, a shared glance, an unintentional choice of seating, as Sirius naturally relinquished the window seat to Remus, all laden with a code understood only by them. As the train glided past a field of golden wheat, Sirius suddenly retrieved a small box, simply wrapped in dark green paper, from his belongings, unadorned and modest, and thrust it into Remus's hands. Here, he said, his gaze fixed on the scenery rushing by outside, as if discussing the weather. Mrs. Potter baked a bit too much. She insisted I take this. It's sickeningly sweet. You deal with it. James immediately exclaimed, When did my mother bake this? How come I didn't know? Sirius shot him a glare, prompting James to mime zipping his lips, yet the mischievous grin on his face was impossible to conceal. Under the watchful gaze of his two friends and one who pretended to admire the scenery, Remus gently unwrapped the package. Inside lay not a confection, but an antiquated Hollywood box, its lid adorned with a small, smooth stone of deep azure, swirling with the essence of a nebula. Upon opening the box, he found it empty, yet its interior was intricately etched with elaborate, ancient runes, exuding a potent aura of protective and concealed magic. This was no trivial creation of summer, nor could it possibly be the result of Mrs. Potter over-baking treats. Hollywood is often utilized for protection, warding off negative energies. The deep blue nebula stone is said to soothe restlessness and bring tranquility. In an instant, Remus comprehended that this box was intended for his full moon nights. It served to store items that might bear the scent of a werewolf or, in the direst of circumstances, provide a more robust, portable concealment space. It pointed more directly to his secrets and needs than a pocket watch ever could. He lifted his gaze to Sirius. The latter remained sideways, yet the taut line of his jaw and the slight flush of his ears betrayed his emotions. Thank you, Remus managed. His voice slightly choked as he cradled the Hollywood box in his hands, feeling the exquisite magic and the countless nights of effort someone must have poured into it. It was both beautiful and practical. "It was nothing," Sirius replied gruffly, finally turning to face him, his gaze briefly catching the unmistakable emotion on Remus's face. A softness blossoming in the depths of his gray eyes, though his tone remained firm. Better than someone gazing blankly at an old pocket watch. The remark made Remus's ears flush with heat. James let out a loud hiss, and Peter joined in with laughter, filling the compartment with a buoyant atmosphere. The train sped northward, carrying the marauders toward their beloved castle, ushering in a new term. In Remus's pocket, the pocket watch ticked rhythmically, resonating gently with the magic of the Hollywood box in his hands. Sirius sat across from him, appearing languid, yet his gaze frequently returned to Remus, as if guarding a long-lost treasure. Summer had drawn to a close, the anguish of separation momentarily concluded. Yet the more intricate tales of fourth year were only just beginning to unfold. Ancient secrets, ripples of emotion, and external undercurrents would continue to intertwine and reverberate within the towers and corridors of Hogwarts. Chapter 43. A new balance. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed for the last time through the valleys of the Scottish Highlands, finally dissipating into the September breeze. The marauders trudged through the stone corridor, so familiar they could sketch it with their eyes closed, the essence of the castle enveloping them, a unique aroma of candles, old parchment, potion ingredients, and the countless traces of young wizards' lives over the centuries, synonymous with security for Remus. However, this year's sense of safety seemed to carry a hint of an unfamiliar dissonance. "Have you noticed?" James lowered his voice as he suddenly spoke on the moving staircase leading to Gryffindor Tower, noting the gaze of the first-year students upon us. Sirius casually glanced down at the crowd gathered in the Great Hall, akin to spectators marveling at a circus oddity. "Congratulations, sharp-tongued one. We have officially ascended to the esteemed ranks of legendary upperclassmen pranksters." "Not merely admiration," Remus softly corrected, his eyes sweeping over a few whispering Hufflepuff students, "but also wariness. Especially when the four of us congregate." Peter, trailing behind with his trunk, shrank back at the thought. Could it be due to the ruckus we caused by the Black Lake last term? I heard Filch is still lamenting his inability to find evidence. "The evidence has long since sunk to the lake's depths." "Wormtail," Sirius interjected, his tone laced with customary impatience. Yet, Remus noticed the subtle tension in his arm muscles as he spoke. It was the first night back at school, and the common room was teeming with students. The flames in the fireplace danced, casting flickering golden-red shadows on every excited or weary face. The marauders settled into their usual corner sofa, and James promptly produced a scroll of parchment from his bag, densely covered in scribbles and hasty illustrations. "Fourth-year battle plan, first draft," he declared, unfurling the parchment across the coffee table. "First, the timetable. We must start preparing for our OWLs this year, even though the exams are not until next year. Some professors," he made a face like Professor McGonagall, "will undoubtedly begin their nagging from now." Remus leaned in for a closer look. Transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, astronomy, history of magic. Each subject was annotated by James. The terms silent spell practice, cross-species transformation theory, advanced potion making, and characteristics and countermeasures of dark magical creatures made him tense slightly. "Silent spells?" Peter's voice quavered with apprehension. "We can hardly manage even the audible ones." "Precisely why we need a plan." James tapped the parchment with his quill. "I propose we gather every Wednesday and Saturday evening in the room of requirement for collective study, to supervise and support one another." Sirius leaned back against the sofa, his long legs stretched out, nearly kicking Remus across the way. He did not regard the plan, but rather stared intently at the flickering flames in the fireplace. "Have you inquired about the new professor for defense against the dark arts?" A brief silence enveloped them. The change in this year's instructor had already circulated among the students. The previous professor had resigned abruptly due to personal reasons, prompting Dumbledore to urgently hire a reputed retired Auror with extensive field experience, one Cuthbert Binns. "I read his column in the Daily Prophet," Remus spoke, his voice steady but slightly hastened, a habit born of his nerves. He holds a very stringent anti-dark arts stance, emphasizing the early identification and management of potential dark threats. Sounds like a paranoid lunatic, Sirius commented. He wrote a lengthy piece on the identification features and counter-strategies for werewolves. Lupin continued, his voice softer this time, articulating in great detail how to discern through behavioral patterns, physiological cycles, and the residual traces of magic. The air around the sofa seemed to solidify for a few seconds. James swiftly seized the moment, exclaiming precisely, "We can learn how to confront genuine dark wizards, rather than merely reciting from textbooks about how to deal with boggarts. As some professors have done, we require a more systematic approach to the study of defense against the dark arts." Sirius interjected suddenly, sitting up straight, his gray eyes glinting sharply in the firelight. This knowledge must be genuinely applicable, not just for exam purposes. His gaze flickered over to Lupin, who was pretending to study the course schedule, his fingers gripping the edge of the parchment, turning pale. "I concur, Bigfoot," James remarked, utterly oblivious to the undercurrents of tension in the air. "We need practical training. Also, about the passage beneath the Black Lake." He lowered his voice. "Before Halloween, we must go there once more, this time fully prepared." "Do we really have to?" Peter gulped nervously. Last time, we gained a great deal," Sirius interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "The magical array in that chamber, along with the Founder's records, undoubtedly harbors more secrets. Moreover," he paused, seemingly weighing his words, "there may be something beneficial for us within. For us, not for the marauders." Lupin keenly noted the subtle shift in pronouns. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Sirius, whose gray irises seemed to convey a message, "Something useful for you. We must devise a detailed exploration plan," Lupin proposed, his voice regaining steadiness. "This includes the duration limits of the water-breathing charm, stability tests for the underwater illumination charm, and contingency plans for emergencies. I suggest we begin by consulting the library for literature on the magical arrays from the Founder's era to discern what that four-claw mark might signify. Moonface is responsible for theoretical research." James immediately assigned tasks. "Bigfoot and I will handle spell training and equipment preparation. Wormtail," he turned to Peter, "you are in charge of logistics and, alert duties?" Peter's face flushed an unhealthy shade of red in the firelight. "Alert duties? Just like last time, waiting outside? That is a crucial responsibility." James clapped him on the shoulder, albeit with enough force to jolt Peter. "If anyone approaches, you must signal immediately. It pertains to our safety. And whether we get expelled," Peter muttered quietly. Sirius abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "I'm exhausted. Tomorrow's first class is charms. And Flitwick is teaching the silent spell this year. I certainly do not wish to embarrass myself in class." He grabbed his backpack with an air of deliberate nonchalance. "Moonface, may I borrow your medieval magical arrays to examine that mark at the bottom of the lake?" Lupin nodded, extracting the hefty tome from his stack of books. Their fingers briefly brushed against the spine of the book, a fleeting moment, yet sufficient for Lupin to feel the warmth of Sirius's fingertips and an almost imperceptible pause. "Good night, mates," Sirius said, turning to ascend the stairs to the boys' dormitory. "What is wrong with him?" Peter gazed at Sirius's retreating figure, perplexed, and inquired why he was usually the most spirited one at this hour. James shrugged, suggesting it might be the lingering effects of the Black family summer break. Remus remained silent, his gaze fixed on his fingers that had just been touched, as if a faint current still lingered there. He then picked up the schedule and softly murmured that he would also take a rest, bidding them farewell until tomorrow. The Charms classroom radiated an extraordinary brightness under the Thursday morning sunlight. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, announcing with a sharp yet clear voice the silencing charm. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crucial skill for your OWL's exams and a significant marker distinguishing amateur wizards from professional spellcasters." Remus sat in the classroom row, his quill swiftly inscribing notes on parchment. To his left sat Sirius, unusually focused, not having lost his concentration or resorted to doodling within the first 10 minutes of class. Instead, he intently observed each demonstration from Professor Flitwick, his brows slightly furrowed. The essence of the silencing charm, Flitwick continued, is not merely the absence of sound, but the internalization of the verbal components of the spell. You must be able to clearly construct the incantation in your mind while precisely controlling your wand movements and the flow of magic. This requires immense concentration and willpower. He waved his wand silently, causing a stack of books on the podium to levitate and arrange themselves into a neat circle. Levitation charm, silent casting. Now, practice in pairs. Begin with the simplest levitation charm. Remember to first silently recite the incantation in your mind, feeling the flow of magic. Instantly, the classroom was filled with hushed murmurs and the swooshing sounds of wands in motion. Quills, textbooks, and ink bottles trembled as they ascended, only to crash down moments later. James and Peter paired up, with the former struggling to make a quill float, failing each time just inches above the desk. Wingardium Leviosa. Damn it, I said again. Remus inhaled deeply, focusing on the piece of parchment before him. He clearly constructed each syllable of the incantation in his mind, feeling the path of magic flowing from the tip of his wand. The edges of the parchment curled slightly, trembling as it rose an inch, then two. Lower your wrist angle a bit more. Sirius's voice came close, almost brushing against his ear. Remus's hand trembled, causing the parchment to flutter back onto the desk. What? Your wrist. Sirius didn't look at him, but stared at his wand, as if his previous statement was merely a soliloquy. During Flitwick's demonstration, his wrist angle was about 5 degrees lower than normal, which was crucial for the precise magical direction required for the silencing charm. Remus adjusted his posture once more. This time, the parchment rose steadily, hovering in the air for a full 10 seconds before gently descending. I did it, he whispered, unable to suppress a smile. Of course, Sirius replied in a flat tone, though Remus noticed a fleeting softness in the lines of his profile. However, when it was Sirius's turn to practice, things did not go as smoothly. After 3 attempts, the quill merely twitched before falling still. On the 4th try, the quill abruptly shot towards the ceiling, colliding with the chandelier. Mr. Black. Professor Flitwick emerged from behind the stack of books, his voice firm. Control. Remember, it is control. The silent spell is most susceptible to emotional fluctuations that can affect magical output. Sirius tightened his jaw, silently retrieving his quill. Remus noticed his fingers were gripping his wand tightly, knuckles turning pale. You are too anxious, Remus murmured as Flitwick turned to instruct other students. The silent spell requires a calm mind. What troubles you? Sirius's gray eyes flicked towards him, swirling with emotions that Remus could not decipher. Restlessness, frustration, and a profound worry. It's nothing, Sirius finally replied, his voice rigid. He raised his wand once more, and this time, the quill obediently rose, tracing a perfect arc in the air. As class ended, Remus packed his belongings more slowly than usual, waiting for Sirius to stuff the final book into his bag before naturally walking out of the classroom alongside him. What are you worried about? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, ensuring only they could hear. The corridor was thronged with students rushing to their next classes, the cacophony providing the perfect cover. Sirius walked in silence for a moment before halting at the staircase leading to the Transfiguration classroom. Over the summer, the Daily Prophet reported 3 incidents of werewolf attacks. He said, his gaze fixed on the moving stairs. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has received a larger budget and more authority. They are pushing for mandatory registration laws, not just for werewolves, but for all those with potential ties to dangerous magical creatures. Remus felt his breath catch for a moment. My father has acquaintances in the ministry, Sirius continued, each word seeming to be forced out. The new head of that department is an extremist. He believes that everyone associated with dark creatures should be marked, monitored, and isolated if necessary. Do you think this will affect Hogwarts? It already has. Sirius finally looked at him, his gray eyes unusually serious. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Mr. Moody, is an advisor to that department. Dumbledore may have hired him partly to demonstrate a cooperative stance to the ministry. A cold shiver ran up Remus's spine, but he forced himself to maintain a steady voice. So we need to be more cautious. Caution is not enough. Sirius's voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper. We need to be prepared. If things worsen, we need a contingency plan, a plan for evacuation. The word made Remus's stomach twist. Evacuation. Leaving Hogwarts. Leaving the only place he could truly call home. It won't come to that, he said, though the words felt insufficient even to himself. Let us hope not. Sirius turned to ascend the stairs. After taking 2 steps, he paused without looking back. Tonight, the room of requirement. We need to start researching those runes in the chamber beneath the lake. Some may be protective or concealing ancient magic. Remus watched his dark silhouette disappear around the corner of the staircase, his fingers unconsciously reaching into his pocket to touch the brass pocket watch. The surface of the shell was icy, yet after lingering in his palm for a few moments, it seemed to absorb his body warmth. Chapter 44. The Silent Fracture. In the Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall, as James had anticipated, began the lesson by emphasizing the significance of the OWLs. However, her focus swiftly shifted to this year's teaching emphasis, the theory of interspecies transformation. Converting inanimate objects into living beings is relatively straightforward. She cast a stern gaze across the classroom, but transforming one creature into another, even if merely in appearance, involves intricate principles of life magic. This is material suitable for Newt level, yet you must establish a solid foundation. She demonstrated the transformation of a beetle into a button and then reverted it back. Pay close attention to the variations in magical fluctuation patterns. The transformation of life forms creates unique magical resonances, which, if not controlled properly, may lead to irreversible consequences. Remus was fully engrossed in taking notes. If one were to delve deeply into interspecies transformation, could it be possible to discover a method to alleviate the pain of the werewolf form? Or, at the very least, to retain a semblance of rationality during the transformation? He glanced at Sirius beside him, who was doodling on the edge of his textbook with a quill. Not the usual prank sketches, but rather intricate geometric designs resembling segments of a magical array. What are you drawing? Remus whispered as Professor McGonagall turned away. Sirius, covering his doodles with his elbow, replied, Nothing, just daydreaming. Yet Remus had already discerned the truth. The designs bore a resemblance to the ancient protective magical arrays he had studied over the summer, albeit with modifications and the incorporation of more complex rune overlays. What was he attempting to devise? A more potent concealment charm? Mr. Lupin, Mr. Black. Professor McGonagall's voice snapped like a whip. If you've already grasped the essence of interspecies transformation, why not come up and demonstrate for the class? All eyes in the classroom instantly turned to them. Sirius closed his textbook with a blank expression and stood up. Taking a deep breath, Remus followed suit. On the podium sat 2 cages, each containing a small white mouse. Transform the mouse into a cup, Professor McGonagall instructed. Remember, the key is to maintain stability in the transformed state and precise control over magical output. Begin. Remus focused intently. He had read about the taboos and risks associated with life-form transformation in his father's study and understood that it was far more complex than ordinary transfiguration. He needed to meticulously construct every detail of the cup in his mind, the shape, the material, the curvature, while gently reweaving the life energy of the mouse. The tip of his wand glowed with a silvery light. The little mouse in the cage began to transform, its body elongated, hardened, its fur receding to reveal a ceramic sheen. But just as he was about to complete the transformation, the handle of the cup suddenly twitched and reverted back into a mouse's paw. Insufficient control, Mr. Lupin, Professor McGonagall remarked. You were too eager to achieve results. The transformation process requires a steady flow of magic, not a pulsing outburst. Try again. Meanwhile, Sirius's progress was even more disheartening. His mouse transformed directly into a semi-transparent, undulating mass, neither a mouse nor a cup, slowly creeping across the table. The classroom erupted with suppressed laughter. Snape sat in the front row, the corners of his mouth curling into a distinct, mocking smile. Sirius's expression darkened to the point of despair. He raised his wand once more, this time with evident anger, and the gelatinous substance suddenly exploded, reverting back to a mouse, though its tail had morphed into ceramic while its body remained furry, spinning in a panic. Control your emotions. Mr. Black. Professor McGonagall's voice was stern, her anger the greatest adversary of transfiguration. Your performance today makes me question your readiness for the 4th year. At the end of class, Sirius was the first to bolt from the room, his backpack slung over his shoulder, his footsteps heavy enough to shatter the tiles. Remus attempted to follow, but was restrained by James. Let him cool off, James said, unusually serious, sensing something was amiss with Sirius today. Is it because McGonagall scolded him? Peter whispered, having never cared about such matters before. It's not that. James shook his head, his brow furrowed. He glanced at Remus, his gaze questioning, but Remus averted his eyes. At lunchtime, the great hall buzzed with chatter. The Marauders occupied their usual spot at the Gryffindor table, yet the atmosphere felt heavy. Sirius silently sliced through his steak, the clattering of his knife and fork against the plate resonating louder than usual. The afternoon brought defense against the dark arts, and James attempted to lighten the mood, eager for the new professor's first lesson. What do you think he'll have us face? A troll? A banshee? Or a werewolf? Sirius's voice, though low, silenced the table instantly. Nearby students turned their heads, only to quickly look away again. What? Peter's voice trembled. I checked the syllabus, Sirius declared, setting down his utensils, his silver-gray eyes scanning his friends. The first unit is on identifying and dealing with dark creatures. The first lesson is on werewolves, their characteristics, identification methods, and protective spells. Remus felt the pumpkin juice in his mouth turn bitter. He set down his cup, his fingers clenching into a fist beneath the table. So what? James replied, though the usual lightness had evaporated from his tone. We have to learn this sooner or later. Hogwarts covers werewolves in defense against the dark arts every year. But this year's professor is Mooney's worst nightmare. Sirius articulated each word with precision. The very same Mooney who authored the assessment of dark creature threats. The one who believes all werewolves should be confined to special facilities. The air around the long table seemed to freeze. In the distance, at the staff table, Dumbledore was conversing gently with a stranger. A middle-aged wizard with a neatly trimmed gray beard, dressed in a formal dark gray robe, sitting as straight as an arrow. That was Cuthbert Binns. We must be cautious. Remus finally spoke, his voice steady enough to surprise even himself. No unusual reactions in class. Do not exhibit excessive knowledge or emotion. Pretend this is your first encounter with the topic. James understood his intent, just like the other students. Peter fidgeted with his napkin, anxiety gnawing at him. If we come across as overly ignorant, will we raise suspicion? I mean, we do know a few things, so let us at least appear knowledgeable about what is pertinent. Sirius interrupted him, his gaze fixed on Remus. The content from our textbook, the basic protective spells, and the identifying characteristics. That is all. Remus met his gaze and nodded gently. I understand. The afternoon sun slanted into the defense against the dark arts classroom, yet it failed to dispel the pervasive chill. The room had been rearranged, adorned with various anatomical diagrams and identification charts of dark creatures. A glass case displayed an assortment of protective charms and silver artifacts. The air suffused with a faint herbal scent reminiscent of some exorcistic incense. Cuthbert Binns stood behind the lectern, hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be in his 50s, his countenance grave, deeply etched lines framing his eyes, which gleamed with the sharpness of an eagle. I am Cuthbert Binns, he began, his voice deep and resonant, effortlessly reaching every corner of the classroom. Former deputy head of the Auror office and currently a senior consultant in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Professor Dumbledore has invited me here to ensure that you, the students of Hogwarts, are equipped with adequate self-defense skills amidst the encroaching darkness. He descended from the lectern. His steps measured. The hem of his black robe swept the floor, producing a soft, rustling sound. This year, we will systematically study 7 of the most perilous and common dark creatures: werewolves, vampires, trolls, boggarts, chimeras, hinkypunks, and dementors. Upon uttering the last term, a collective gasp echoed through the room. We shall commence with the most complex, werewolves. Binns approached the wall and tapped a large chart with his wand. The chart meticulously detailed the physiological characteristics of werewolves, their transformation cycles, attack patterns, and 20 suspicious indicators to identify a werewolf in human form. Werewolves are among the most dangerous carriers of infectious diseases in the wizarding world. His voice remained devoid of emotion, as if he were reciting the weather forecast. Those bitten by a werewolf, unless receiving advanced treatment within a very short time, will inevitably become infected. Once infected, during the full moon, they will involuntarily transform into their wolf form, losing their sanity and attacking any living being. His wand gestured towards a section of the chart. Be aware, werewolves in human form typically exhibit the following traits: unusual fatigue or irritability around the full moon, a slight aversion to silver objects, and may bear inexplicable scars. Their demeanor is often reclusive, shunning social interaction. Remus felt his breath grow shallow and rapid. He compelled himself to focus on the tabletop, examining the texture of the parchment, counting the patterns in the wood grain. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a hand pressed against his knee, warm, strong, lingering for a brief 3 seconds before withdrawing. Remus lifted his gaze. Sirius sat beside him, appearing engrossed in the professor's lecture, yet Remus perceived the taut line of his jaw and the clenched fist beneath the table. Identifying a werewolf is merely the first step, Binns continued. What is more crucial is how to respond. Silver objects can serve as effective deterrents, but they are not infallible. Advanced protective spells, such as the shielding charm and general safeguard, can temporarily ward off werewolves, yet their efficacy is fleeting. The most effective strategy is to isolate all known or suspected werewolves within secure facilities on the night of the full moon. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the entire class as the Ministry of Magic was advancing the revision of the Dark Creatures Control Bill. The new legislation would empower law enforcement to conduct mandatory testing and temporary detention of suspected individuals under reasonable suspicion. This measure is intended to safeguard the broader wizarding community. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. A few Slytherin students began to murmur quietly, their faces reflecting agreement. Professor, a Gryffindor girl, raised her hand. What if someone unwittingly befriends a werewolf? Would they be implicated? Mokritch turned to her, his expression unwavering. Ignorance is not a valid excuse. Those who maintain close contact with dark creatures should proactively report to the relevant authorities. Concealment may be construed as complicity. A chill of sweat trickled down Remus's back. His fingers trembled beneath the table, only to be firmly grasped by another hand. Not his knee this time, but his hand. Sirius's palm was scorching, his fingers gripping tightly, almost crushing his knuckles. Of course, Mokritch added, his tone slightly softened, Hogwarts, under the protection of Professor Dumbledore, remains one of the safest places in the wizarding world. But safety is not absolute. You must learn to protect yourselves and to make the right choices. He approached the lectern, waved his wand, and the day's practical exercises materialized on the blackboard. Now, in pairs, practice the fundamental shielding charm, which can temporarily block most physical attacks from dark creatures. Pay attention to the stability of your magical output. An unstable shield is more perilous than none at all. As the practice commenced, the classroom resonated with the sounds of spells and the crisp shattering of protective shields. Naturally, Remus and Sirius formed a pair. Shielding charm. Remus's wand tip emitted a silvery light, forming a translucent barrier. The surface of the shield shimmered with vibrant colors, stable and robust. Sirius unleashed a red test beam from his wand, which struck the shield, erupting in sparks. Yet the shield remained unyielding. Quite strong, Sirius observed. A hint of barely perceptible relief in his voice. Very stable. Your turn, Remus said. Sirius raised his wand, and his shielding charm manifested a dark silver hue, with subtle black textures at the edges, indicative of excessive magical output. The shield itself was sturdy, yet Remus sensed the tumult within its magical flow. Relax a bit, Remus whispered. Sirius did not respond. He stared intently at his shield, a shadowy emotion swirling in his gray eyes. Then he dissipated the shield and turned to face Remus. Tonight, the room of requirement, he said, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. We need to discuss our contingency plan. Remus nodded, his gaze drifting over Sirius's shoulder to the other end of the classroom, where Snape was engaged in a hushed conversation with two Slytherin students. At that moment, Professor McCreech approached. "A commendable shield, Mr. Lupin," he remarked, scrutinizing Remus with a sharp gaze that flickered with something momentarily profound, an intensity not typically achieved by students of such tender age. Remus's heart raced as he forced a polite, yet slightly anxious smile, resembling the typical response of an ordinary student receiving praise from a professor. "Thank you, Professor. I practiced extensively. That is evident." McCreech's gaze shifted to Sirius. "Mr. Black, your shield strength is commendable, yet your control is lacking. An unstable magical output could create vulnerabilities in your defense. In a genuine confrontation, that may prove fatal." "I shall take heed, Professor," Sirius replied, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. McCreech regarded them once more, his expression reminiscent of a hound assessing potential prey with unwavering focus. He then nodded and moved on to the next group of students. After class, the marauders jostled their way out of the classroom amidst the throng of students rushing to their next lesson, the corridor bustling with noise. "I dislike him," James muttered, his brow furrowed, his gaze evaluating like one assessing a threat. "He hails from the Aura lineage," Remus replied, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his tone. "Perhaps it is merely a professional habit." "Perhaps," Sirius echoed from behind them, walking at a leisurely pace, lingering at the back of the line, his eyes fixed on the figure of Professor McCreech as he vanished around the corner. Peter hurried to catch up, panting, "Did you hear? Individuals suspected of wrongdoing can be forcibly detained. If we come under suspicion, we won't be suspected," James interrupted, though his tone lacked its usual unwavering confidence. "As long as we are sufficiently cautious." "Caution alone is insufficient," Sirius reiterated the sentiment expressed at breakfast, his voice colder this time. "We require a plan. Tonight, at the room of requirement. All of us." Remus observed his friends, James's concern etched on his face, the fear glimmering in Peter's eyes, and the near dangerous resolve within Sirius's gaze. He suddenly realized that the fragile equilibrium of their fourth year was far more delicate than anticipated, and that the subtle fissure that had quietly emerged over the summer was spreading at a discernible pace. His fingers slipped into his pocket, grasping the pocket watch. The casing was cold, yet the magical sigils on its back pulsed faintly and steadily. A reminder, a connection, a promise yet to be fulfilled. A long year had only just begun. Chapter 45. Shadows of the Library. The restricted section of the Hogwarts Library was shrouded in a perpetual twilight, even during the day. Towering bookshelves reached the ceiling, crammed with ancient tomes secured by iron chains, their spines adorned with gilded lettering that flickered in the wavering candlelight like the slow blinking of a slumbering beast. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment, dried ink, and an indescribable essence of ancient magic. Remus stood before a row of shelves marked with titles on ancient concealment and disguise enchantments, his fingers gliding over the spines of the weighty volumes. The Invisible Garment, a variant of the advanced illusion spell, the taboos and applications of identity weaving the nature of magic concealed. Theory and risks. His fingertips lingered upon a tome with a deep blue cover, the title inscribed in a long-lost ancient Nordic runic script, yet he discerned the key term, cocoon. This was the one. He carefully extracted the book from the shelf, surprised that it was not secured. The cover felt like cold beast hide, reminiscent of reptilian scales. As he turned to the first page, a faint musty odor wafted toward him, mingled with an odd sweetness, akin to withered moonlight flowers. It required a special reading incantation. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows of the adjacent shelf, cold and smooth, like a serpent gliding over stone. Remus's heart skipped a beat. He slowly raised his head and beheld Severus Snape stepping out from between the rows of bookshelves. His long black hair framed his face, and his eyes, like deep pools, appeared nearly entirely black in the dim light. "Snape," Remus endeavored to steady his voice, "I did not realize you were also searching for books." Clearly, Snape's gaze fell upon the ancient text in Remus's hands, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile. The Cocoon of Transformation, published in 1552, author unknown. Of the 3 known copies, one resides in the Department of Mysteries, one in a vampire castle in Romania, and the last. His eyes swept over Remus's face. "Is here," Remus's fingers tightened, the pages rustling softly in his grip. "You possess considerable knowledge regarding the restricted sections collection. I am well versed in many matters, Lupin." Snape stepped closer, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the dust-laden floor, for instance. Why a fourth-year Gryffindor would suddenly develop an interest in the lost ancient concealment magics. "An academic interest," Remus replied, feeling a chill of perspiration on his back. "Ancient magical history is part of the OWL's syllabus. I wish to prepare in advance." "Ah, indeed." Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm, the model student of Gryffindor. "Always one step ahead. Yet curiously, I have reviewed the borrowing records, and in the past fortnight, you have checked out identifying and coping with werewolves, characteristics of dark creatures' magic. The influence of lunar phases on magical beings." With each title he uttered, he advanced a step closer, until only a bookshelf separated them. "And now, it is the cocoon of transformation. Quite the coincidental reading sequence, would you not agree?" Remus felt his throat dry. He forced himself to meet Snape's gaze. "I have a natural interest in magical creatures. My father is an expert in that field." "Indeed," Snape remarked, his eyes dissecting Remus's face with surgical precision. "Remus Lupin, renowned magical biologist. You have penned papers on the societal structures of werewolves, advocating for understanding rather than fear. Quite progressive." He lingered on the last word, savoring it like a toxic confection. "If you have no further business, I shall continue my research." Remus turned, intent on returning the book to the shelf. He could no longer hold on to it, as it was too perilous. Page 42, Snape suddenly interjected. Remus's hand halted midair. On page 42 of the Cocoon of Transformation, Snape reiterated in a voice as soft as a whisper, meticulously detailing how to cloak the dark mark of creatures with a magical core. He specifically noted that the effect would be amplified tenfold if the core shared a blood or emotional bond with its bearer. The air amidst the shelves seemed to solidify. In the distance, the rustling of Mrs. Pants organizing the books could be heard. Yet here, in this corner engulfed by shadows, time appeared to stand still. "I do not understand what you are saying," Remus finally uttered, his tone lighter than he had hoped. "You comprehend." Snape leaned closer, their faces nearly brushing against the same row of bookshelves. "You understand more than anyone else because you are seeking a solution, are you not? You're searching for a way to conceal something that arises monthly, undetected." Remus's breath hitched. He could hear the frantic thumping of his heart in his chest, thud, thud, like a caged beast attempting to escape its confines. "I do not deny it," Snape interrupted, a flicker of genuine emotion passing through his black eyes for the first time. Not mockery, nor disdain, but a frigid, analytical curiosity. "I am neither Filch nor those blinded by prejudice within the Ministry of Magic. I grasp the essence of magic, and I understand that the boundary between magical creatures and wizards is far more nebulous than most conceive." He extended his pale, slender hand with neatly trimmed nails, and lightly tapped the book in Remus's grasp. "The methods mentioned within are ancient, perilous, and incomplete. The array on page 42 lacks 3 crucial runes. Should you attempt to follow it, the outcome could be catastrophic." Remus stared at him, his mind racing. "What is this? A trap? A test? Why are you telling me this?" he finally inquired. Snape retracted his hand, straightening once more. The candlelight cast flickering shadows across his face, rendering his expression even more inscrutable. "Because I am interested in knowledge for its own sake," he replied, his voice returning to its usual monotone, "and also because I harbor a distaste for incomplete solutions. If you intend to conceal something, at the very least, you should employ the correct method." He turned to leave, but paused at the last moment, glancing back to add, "If you are indeed researching ancient concealment magic, you should be aware that the Cocoon of Transformation requires 4 fundamental elemental materials: earth, water, wind, and fire. Hogwarts' greenhouse contains magically enhanced volcanic ash, which can serve as the fire element. However, the water element must be living water, drawn from the depths of the Black Lake, in areas where moonlight does not reach." With that, he vanished into the depths of the shelves, like a specter merging with the shadows. Remus stood rooted in place, his hand tightly gripping the Cocoon of Transformation, his knuckles whitening. Snape knew, or at the very least, he strongly suspected. Yet instead of reporting him, he offered advice? This was far more unsettling than outright hostility. Remus quickly flipped through the book, locating page 42. Just as Snape had indicated, a complex magical array was illustrated there, reminiscent of what Sirius had demonstrated the previous night, yet more intricate. In the margins of the page, someone had inscribed a faded line in small letters. The core must be connected to blood or heart. Otherwise, the cocoon will shatter. Blood or heart, items of kinship, or those imbued with emotional ties. He recalled the pocket watch Sirius had pressed into his hand, the Hollywood box, and the nearly suffocating embrace that had left him breathless. He remembered the unfinished words atop the astronomy tower and the final gaze exchanged through the compartment window. Heart. Remus abruptly closed the book and returned it to the shelf. He needed to leave this place to think. Remus? James's voice echoed from the main area of the library, laced with a feigned casualness. Remus quickly composed his expression and exited the restricted section. James stood by a long table, pretending to examine a Quidditch tactics manual. Yet his vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings. You're here. Remus approached him, lowering his voice. What's wrong? News from flying class, James whispered, almost inaudibly. Next week, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures will come to Hogwarts, ostensibly for a routine safety inspection. But Filch mentioned they would be equipped with the latest detection devices capable of scanning for magical residue left by creatures. A chilling sensation coursed down Remus's spine. When exactly? Next Wednesday. They will first inspect the castle's periphery, including the edges of the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake area. James's gaze was grave. Professor McGonagall has informed all prefects to advise students to avoid unnecessary outdoor activities during those days. But the critical point is, they will bring specially trained scent hounds capable of detecting traces of dark creature magic. The Black Lake, Remus murmured. We must return to the Chamber of Secrets before they arrive. We need to retrieve the tranquil crystal and erase all traces. James nodded. That's what Peter and I were thinking as well. Tomorrow night, the moon will be favorable, the darkness at its peak. We need to. His words were cut short by the sound of hurried footsteps. Peter burst into the library, pale and breathless. Upon spotting them, he rushed over, nearly colliding with the edge of the table. Wortale, what's wrong? James steadied him. You look as though you've seen a ghost. Trembling, Peter pulled a crumpled fragment of parchment from his pocket and laid it on the table. The edges of the paper were jagged, as if torn from a larger sheet. Scrawled in a familiar, sharp handwriting was a rough sketch of a magical array, precisely the one they had discussed in the room of requirement the previous night. However, in the lower right corner, there was a hastily written line. If the array fails, alternative plan, voluntarily expose animagus form. A profound silence enveloped the room. In the distance, Madame Pants shot them a stern glare, signaling them to remain quiet. Where did you find this? Remus finally asked, his voice surprisingly calm. In the fifth-floor corridor, near the hidden passage behind the mirror, Peter stammered. It was wedged in the wall, just a corner sticking out. I was trying to take a shortcut to the kitchen, and then James picked up the fragment, scrutinizing it closely. It's definitely Padfoot's handwriting. But voluntarily exposing the animagus form? Has he lost his mind? The illicit transformation into an animagus, once discovered, results in immediate expulsion. And one may even face prosecution by the Ministry of Magic. He did it for me, Remus murmured, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, necessitating a hand on the table for support. If the enchantment fails, if I am about to be exposed, he would expose himself to divert attention, allowing the investigators to focus on a student unlawfully studying to become an animagus rather than a werewolf. Peter stared at the scrap of paper, his expression a mix of confusion. Why did he choose to write it down? Why leave behind evidence? Perhaps it was a hasty note taken during his calculations, James speculated, furrowing his brow. But why was it found there? The large-footed one is usually very cautious and would not leave such a mark, unless Remus interjected suddenly. He was not being careless at all, unless he intentionally wrote it down, deliberately left it behind, and then accidentally lost it, Remus suggested. Both of them turned to him. Remus's gaze remained fixed on the words. He was preparing a feasible plan for himself, one that he could swiftly execute if it came to that. But why leave written evidence? Peter inquired. If discovered, it could be destroyed. Remus replied, yet if the plan exists solely in his mind, in an emergency, he may lack the time or opportunity to act. Writing it down serves as a reminder, and perhaps he intended to place the paper in a conspicuous spot when necessary. As part of confession, James gasped, Merlin, would he truly do that? If it came to that, he would sacrifice himself to protect you. The weight of this statement hung in the air, heavy enough to still the atmosphere. Peter glanced at the words again, then at Remus, his face revealing an inscrutable expression. Was it admiration, fear, or was something else entirely? We cannot allow this to happen, Remus declared at last, his voice imbued with steely resolve. Tomorrow night, we shall go to the Black Lake to procure the tranquil crystal and study the complete enchantment. We must ensure that the contingency plan never needs to be enacted. James nodded, carefully folding the scrap of paper and handing it to Remus. You keep it. We need to discuss this with the large-footed one, but not now. He is currently training on the Quidditch pitch in preparation for next week's match against Hufflepuff. The match is scheduled for the day before the Ministry's visit, Peter murmured. If he performs too well, will that draw too much attention? The large-footed one has never known the meaning of subtlety, James replied with a wry smile. But you are right. We must remind him of moderation. As they exited the library, dusk had begun to settle in. The torches in the corridor ignited automatically, casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. Students hurried past, engaged in discussions about assignments, gossip, and the forthcoming Quidditch match. A mundane life, filled with ordinary concerns. Remus observed it all, feeling an odd sense of detachment. The dangerous scrap of paper nestled in his pocket, Snape's words swirling in his mind, his heart tightening at the thought of the adventure awaiting them tomorrow night, as well as the desperation encapsulated in Sirius's writing. On their way to the great hall for dinner, they passed beneath a towering stained-glass window. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden-red hue upon the intricate patterns, depicting the valiant scene of Gryffindor slaying a dragon. With the hero brandishing his sword in radiant glory, Peter abruptly halted, fixating on the window. What's wrong, Wormtail? James inquired. Nothing, Peter shook his head, yet his gaze lingered upon the glass. I sometimes ponder, what exactly are we doing? We are not heroes. We are merely students. Why must we bear this burden? Why must we take these risks? James placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Because we are friends, Wormtail. Sometimes doing what is right entails taking risks. But what if doing the right thing leads to our demise? Peter questioned, his voice tinged with an unusual sharpness. What if, in protecting one person, we all are dragged down? The corridor fell silent for a few moments, interrupted only by Peeves' raucous laughter in the distance. Then we shall sink together, James replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. But we will struggle until the very last moment. And I believe we shall not sink. We are marauders, remember? We always find a way. Peter refrained from further comment, bowing his head as he continued onward. Remus observed his retreating figure, the question reverberating within him. If to protect one person, everyone is dragged down, what then? At dinner, the marauders gathered as usual. Sirius had just returned from Quidditch practice, his hair damp against his forehead, a flush of exertion gracing his cheeks. He spoke of new tactics, detailing how to block Hufflepuff's chasers with the bludger, and discussed James' latest variant of the Langsky feint. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Yet Remus noticed Sirius slicing his steak with excessive force, the knife grating harshly against the plate. His laughter would involuntarily dart towards the staff table, particularly the seat of Professor McGonagall, and when he clinked glasses with James, his grip was so tight that his knuckles turned white. Midway through the meal, Sirius casually remarked, I heard the Ministry is coming next week. The atmosphere at the table subtly shifted. A few nearby students continued their boisterous chatter, but the Marauder's corner fell abruptly silent. It's just a routine check, James stated, his voice slightly louder than necessary. Happens every year. This year is different, Sirius interjected, placing his fork down with a soft clatter. They are bringing new equipment. Equipment capable of detecting traces of magical creatures. Peter's hand trembled slightly, spilling a bit of pumpkin juice. So what? James endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone. We have nothing to hide. Sirius regarded him with a penetrating glance from his gray eyes. Then he suddenly laughed, that familiar, slightly wild grin returning. Of course, we are merely ordinary Gryffindor students who love to stir up trouble. At most, we've breached a few dozen school rules, created some secret passages within the castle, and perhaps clandestinely learned a few spells not included in the curriculum. His laughter was infectious, captivating the younger students who gazed up at him in admiration. Yet Remus perceived the taut strings hidden beneath that smile. After dinner, the Marauders made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. In the corridor before the fat lady's portrait, Sirius suddenly grasped Remus's arm. "Wait a moment," he said, turning to James and Peter. "You two go ahead. I need to speak with Moony." James raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance, before dragging Peter into the portrait hole. Only the two of them remained in the corridor, the torches on the walls crackling softly. "I heard you were in the restricted section today," Sirius began, his voice low. Remus nodded. "I found that book, The Transforming Cocoon. Then I heard Snape was there as well." The statement was not a question. Remus lifted his gaze to see a storm brewing in Sirius's eyes. "Did you follow me?" "I had the Marauders map, keep track of your location," Sirius admitted bluntly. "When you linger in the restricted section and the map shows Snape nearby, his jaw tightened." "What did he say?" Remus hesitated. Should he speak the truth? Should he mention that Snape might have guessed the secret and even offered some advice? Should he say that Snape had referred to the connection of blood or heart? Ultimately, he chose a partial truth. He recognized the book. He told me the spells in it were incomplete, lacking essential runes. He also mentioned something about elemental materials. Sirius's eyes narrowed. "Is that all?" "That's all," Remus replied, avoiding his gaze. Silence spread between them, the distant sound of the castle bells tolling 9 times. "Tomorrow night," Sirius finally said, his voice regaining its usual calm, "an hour after moonset, we'll meet by the Whomping Willow. I prepared an improved version of the water-breathing charm that can last longer. What we also need is a spell to illuminate underwater, something other than the flickering glow, which is useless in the depths of the Black Lake. I found an ancient spell used by wizards for deep-sea pearls. I will practice it tonight." "Are you confident?" Remus inquired. Sirius looked at him, his gray eyes glinting like polished steel in the dim light. "No," he replied honestly, "but I've never been absolutely certain about anything. We can only prepare to the best of our ability and then take the plunge." He reached out, seemingly intending to touch Remus's shoulder, but halted at the last moment. His fingers curled in the air before retracting. "Go back and rest," he said, turning towards the portrait hole. "We'll need our strength for tomorrow." Remus watched him disappear through the hole, his hands slipping into his pocket, fingers brushing against 2 pieces of parchment, one bearing notes from Snape regarding page 42, and the other a slip written by Sirius about voluntary exposure. Blood or heart? Voluntary exposure. He stood alone in the empty corridor, suddenly feeling an unprecedented weight pressing down on his shoulders. This was not merely his secret, nor just his risk. It involved everyone. James's loyalty, Peter's fear, Sirius's resolve. Everyone's fate was entwined, taut like a net gradually tightening. And beyond that net, the hunter lay in wait, in the dead of night. As Gryffindor Tower fell into complete silence, Remus found himself unable to sleep. He lay on his bed, gazing at the canopy of the 4-poster, listening to the rhythmic breaths of his roommates. James murmured something about Quidditch strategies in his sleep, while Peter emitted faint snores. Sirius's bed remained unusually silent. Yet Remus knew he too was awake. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon the floor. Though the full moon was still 2 weeks away, he could already feel that familiar restlessness whispering deep within his veins, akin to the distant sound of ocean tides. He quietly rose and dragged out the Hollywood box from beneath the bed. Upon lifting the lid, he found it empty, yet the ancient runes etched into the interior appeared to flow slowly in the moonlight. He placed Sirius's note within, hesitating momentarily before adding the pocket watch as well. The 2 items lay side by side in the box. The handwriting on the note was indiscernible in the darkness, but Remus had memorized every stroke. The watch's cover glimmered slightly, the engraving of Canis Major casting delicate shadows in the moonlight. He closed the lid and held the box tightly against his chest. The magical aura of the Hollywood was steady and warm, reminiscent of a slowly beating heart. Outside, Hogwarts Castle and its grounds were enveloped in slumber. The forbidden forest loomed in the distance like a vast black sea, while the surface of the Black Lake shimmered with silver ripples under the moonlight. Deep beneath the lake, an ancient chamber awaited. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, someone else was awake in the darkness. Severus Snape sat in the corner of the common room, ensconced in a plush armchair, a hefty potions notebook spread before him. His quill darted swiftly across the parchment, documenting intricate formulas and calculations. In the margins, he sketched a simple magical diagram, that of page 42 of the Transfiguration of the Shape, but added 3 runes to complete the missing parts. Below the sketch, he inscribed a line: core requirement, bloodline or emotional connection. Suggested testing materials: a pocket watch made of metal worn long-term, a scarf imbued with personal magic, and a mixture of biological samples, blood and hair. He paused, staring at the line for an extended moment. Then, further down, he added in smaller script: subject, Lupin, risk extremely high. However, if successful, it may be controllable rather than destructive. He closed the notebook and approached the window. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake. Through the thick glass, the murky waters and occasional massive shadows could be seen. His reflection appeared on the glass. Pale face, dark eyes, tightly pressed lips. Deep within the lake, something awaited. High within the castle, decisions were brewing. And between the two, the friendship and secrets of 4 boys, akin to the 2 items within the Hollywood box, clung tightly to one another, interwoven, awaiting the dawn and the adventures of the night. Tomorrow, the Black Lake. The day after, a Quidditch match. The day after that, a visit from the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 46. Deep waters and dappled light. The moon sank behind the ridges of the Scottish Highlands, and Hogwarts Castle was shrouded in the purest darkness. The curfew had elapsed by 3 hours, leaving the corridor devoid of life. The inhabitants within the portraits lay in slumber, and even the mischievous poltergeist was unusually subdued, reportedly pursued into the pantry by the ominous blood man, Barrow. At the edge of the forbidden forest stood Remus, the barren branches swaying gently in the nocturnal breeze. As the marauders silently gathered beneath the trees, a peculiar calm enveloped him. The tension preceding the adventure felt like a thin veneer of ice over a foundation of cold resolve. All present, James murmured, the enchanted map in his hands emitting a faint glow. Felch is in the trophy room on the 4th floor, and Mrs. Loris is in the west corridor on the 3rd. The poltergeist remains in the pantry. We have a 3-hour window. Kneeling on one knee, Sirius inspected the equipment they had brought. 4 pairs of modified dragonhide gloves, the edges stitched with shards of moonstone to enhance the stability of the water-breathing charm. Several small glass vials containing magical jellyfish extract that emitted a steady blue light for illumination, along with a roll of specially treated waterproof parchment and a magical quill capable of writing underwater. Gloves on, he distributed the gear to everyone. I have already cast the water-breathing charm. It will last for 45 minutes, but the pressure at the depths of the Black Lake will accelerate its depletion, so we may only have 30 minutes. We must be swift. As Remus donned the gloves, the sensation of the dragon hide against his skin evoked memories of another kind of hide, wild and uncontrollable, belonging to the beast on the night of the full moon. He shook his head, dispelling the thought. Let us repeat the plan. Sirius rose, his gray eyes glinting like polished flint in the darkness. We swim to the marked location from last time and use the softening charm on the rocks to open the entrance. James and I will go first, Remus in the middle, and Peter last. Upon entering the passage, Remus immediately began documenting all the runes within the chamber, particularly those surrounding the 4-clawed mark. James and he searched for the precise location of the tranquil crystal. Peter, guard the entrance with this. He handed Peter a palm-sized copper instrument, its surface engraved with intricate scales, an aura fluctuation detector. If it detects any large magical beings nearby or any unusual magical activity, pull this signal cord. He indicated a slender thread tied to Peter's waist, the other end connected to Sirius's wrist. The signal cord can transmit 3 vibrations, Sirius continued. 1. Their SA situation, stay alert. 2. Prepare to retreat. 3. Immediate withdrawal, Do not wait for us." Peter nodded, gripping the detector tightly, his knuckles whitening. "Is everyone clear?" James surveyed his friends, his expression unusually grave. "This is not a game. We are uncertain of what lies in the depths of the Black Lake. If anything seems amiss, prioritize retreat. We can retrieve the crystal another time. Our safety is paramount." Everyone nodded in agreement as Sirius approached the willow tree. Locating the specific knot, with a gentle prod of his wand, the robust branches became immobile, as if petrified by a spell. At the base of the tree, a dark opening emerged, the entrance to the secret passage leading to the shrieking shack in Hogsmeade, though tonight they need not venture that far. From here, they could swim directly to the deepest part of the lake. Sirius was the first to dive into the opening, urging the others to follow and maintain their formation. The passageway was damp and chilly, with the stone walls cloaked in slick moss. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the sound of water reached their ears, not the gentle trickle of a stream, but the deep, slow flow characteristic of a vast lake. Here, the corridor transformed into a natural cavern, its edges submerged beneath the inky water. Sirius conducted a quick check of the water-breathing charm, ensuring its stability for each member of the group. Then, he stepped into the water, creating hardly a splash. Remus followed closely behind. The lake's icy waters pierced through even the fabric of his robe, chilling him to the bone. Under the magical illumination of a cerulean glow, the underwater world gradually came into view. Aquatic plants swayed like the hair of specters, while bizarre fish glided past, their eyes reflecting an eerie luminescence in the darkness. As they swam deeper, the light diminished and the pressure intensified. Remus felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He recalled Sirius's instructions and gently swallowed to equalize the pressure. Ahead, Sirius appeared in the blue light like an elegant fish, his swimming strokes powerful and composed. His long black hair billowing in the water as he occasionally glanced back to ensure everyone was keeping pace. Each time he turned, his gaze lingered on Remus for an extra heartbeat. After 20 minutes, they reached the location marked previously. In the center of a flat, sandy expanse at the lake's bottom stood a massive black stone slab, inscribed with intricate runes. Scattered around it were fragments of ancient pottery, their designs faded with time. Sirius swam to the slab, the tip of his wand glowing with a silvery light. He traced complex patterns in the water, silently reciting incantations. The runes upon the slab began to shimmer, first faintly like fireflies, then intensifying until the entire stone was enveloped in a blue-white radiance. Then, with barely a sound, the slab slid aside, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. They entered one by one, the walls adorned with even more intricate runes than those outside, some of which flowed and shifted, resembling living text. As Remus advanced, he quickly made rubbings of these runes on waterproof parchment, his fingers brushing against the ancient carvings, feeling the faint pulse of magic, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering beast. After traversing about 50 feet, the passage opened into a familiar chamber. As in his memories, the room was circular, approximately 30 feet in diameter, with walls constructed of smooth black stone densely inscribed with ancient glyphs. In the center of the floor lay a colossal paw print, not carved, but rather imprinted into the stone by some powerful magic, radiating an almost visible wave of energy. At the heart of the chamber, a tranquil crystal floated serenely. About the size of a fist, its irregular shape seemed to harbor a swirling nebula within, emanating a gentle blue glow. This light illuminated the entire chamber, revealing several lines of text engraved upon the stone platform. "We've found it," James whispered, his voice echoing softly in the confined space. Sirius glided towards the stone pedestal, cautiously circling it while the tip of his wand fluctuated, illuminating various hues as it detected spells. There were no apparent protective enchantments. He ultimately reported that the pedestal itself comprised a complete magical array. He gestured toward a series of runes etched into the base of the pedestal, indicating a form of ownership mechanism. Only those recognized by the chamber could safely retrieve the crystal. Upon their previous visit, the chamber had acknowledged them. Remus recalled their initial entry, when the paw print insignia resonated with the glow of their raider badges, for they were indeed raiders. "Give it a try," he urged. James approached the pedestal, extending his gloved hand. As his fingers neared the crystal, the runes on the surface of the pedestal suddenly ignited, emitting a deep hum. The brilliance of the crystal intensified to a blinding glare. Then, nothing transpired. The humming gradually subsided, and the luminescence returned to normal. "Acknowledged," Sirius exhaled in relief. But his cautious words were abruptly interrupted. At the instant James grasped the crystal, the entire chamber began to tremble. It was not a violent quake, but rather a low, persistent vibration, akin to some colossal creature stirring in the depths. The runes on the walls began to flow more rapidly, and the paw print insignia pulsed with a crimson glow. More disconcertingly, the exit of the chamber, the very passage through which they had entered, began to constrict. "What is happening?" Peter exclaimed in panic at the threshold. "The entrance is closing. Put the crystal back," Remus shouted. James promptly returned the crystal to the pedestal. The tremors diminished. Yet the entrance continued to shrink slowly. "It's not the crystal's fault," Sirius quickly assessed. "We have triggered some sort of timing mechanism. The chamber is only open for a limited duration, and removing the crystal accelerates the closure process." "What do we do?" Peter's voice quivered with fear. "We'll be trapped here." Remus forced himself to remain composed, his gaze sweeping over the flowing runes on the walls, his mind racing. "The ancient magical array's timing mechanism recognizes the paw print insignia," he suddenly declared. "The core of the chamber is not the crystal. It is that insignia. If we can activate it, perhaps we can reopen the entrance." "How do we activate it?" James inquired. Remus offered no response. Instead, he stepped to the center of the chamber, positioning himself atop the paw print insignia. The stone beneath him felt unnaturally warm, akin to the skin of a living being. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, not on thought but on sensation. He attuned himself to the magical currents flowing through the space, to the ancient will imbued within the insignia. Then it dawned on him, not through rational analysis, but through a more primal intuition. "Stand beside me." He opened his eyes and instructed everyone, hold hands, positioned at the four tips of the insignia. Sirius was the first to grasp his intent, swiftly taking his place at the left tip of the insignia. James positioned himself at the right tip, while Peter hesitated before settling at the rear left tip. Remus occupied the rear right tip. "Now," he said, "summon your animagus forms. Not a complete transformation, but rather, in your minds, on a magical level. Invoke the essence of that form." However, Peter James spoke up. He did not need to transform. Remus interrupted him, asserting that he merely needed to envision himself as part of the Marauders, to imagine that symbol, that shared emblem among them. The four of them closed their eyes, and the chamber fell into silence, save for the subtle sound of the runes on the walls flowing and the gradually approaching sound of the entrance sealing shut. Remus focused his mind. He was not envisioning wolves, but rather the Marauders, four boys running under the moonlight, adventuring in the shadows of the castle, laughing in secret passageways. James's stag, graceful and proud. Sirius's black dog, wild and free. His own gray wolf, solitary yet resilient. And what was Peter? In their imagination, Peter was that nimble mouse, small and agile, always able to find an escape. He felt the magic coursing through them, not solely his own, but that of the four. James's magic was warm as sunlight, Sirius's fierce as flames, Peter's subtle yet steady, and his own, profound and intricate, imbued with the coolness of moonlight. The four streams of magic converged in the four-palm mark. Intertwining, the mark began to glow, not in a singular hue, but in four: golden red, silver gray, deep black, and a hint of nearly invisible brown. The radiance intensified, gradually filling the entire chamber. The runes on the walls ceased their flow, and the process of sealing the entrance halted. Then, a voice resounded within the chamber, not transmitted through the air, but whispered directly into their minds. Heirs of the Marauders' bloodline, bearers of the will. "Do you seek refuge or power?" Remus opened his eyes, and the others followed suit, their faces etched with astonishment. "Who are you?" Sirius inquired into the air. "The Guardian," the voice replied. "The Guardian of this chamber, this crystal, this mark, as well as the tester." Suddenly, the stone pedestal in the center of the chamber sank, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. The staircase appeared bottomless, with the sounds of flowing water and the rustling of some creature stirring in the shadows below. "What lies beneath?" James asked cautiously. "The truth," the guardian's voice replied. "And the price. You may leave now, taking the crystal, or descend to face the trial and gain more." "More of what?" Rames queried. "Control," came the voice's reply. "Control over the restless power within you. Control over the unspeakable secrets you harbor. Control over the chains of fate that bind you." Those words struck Rames like a hammer to his heart. He glanced at Sirius, who was looking back at him. In that moment, without the need for words, they reached a silent agreement. "We shall descend," Sirius declared. "Bigfoot," Peter protested. "Wormtail, you may remain above, guarding the entrance. If we do not return in half an hour, you shall take the crystal and seal this chamber." "I cannot." "It is an order," Sirius insisted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "At least one of us must return to inform the others of what has transpired." Peter bit his lip, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. James picked up the crystal, and this time, the chamber did not tremble. He carefully placed the crystal into a specially crafted magical pouch, which automatically tightened at the opening, isolating the crystal's magical fluctuations. "Let us proceed," he declared, taking the first step towards the spiral staircase, with Sirius closely following. Before descending, Remus glanced back at Peter, who stood by the gradually normalizing entrance, clutching the detector tightly, his face a canvas of complex emotions: fear, concern, and something Remus could not quite decipher. Then, he turned away and stepped into the darkness. The staircase was longer than anticipated, winding deeper into the lake's depths. The walls gradually transitioned from meticulously carved stone to natural rock, the dampness in the air becoming increasingly palpable. A peculiar, sweet metallic scent lingered, reminiscent of some deep-sea flora. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, they reached the bottom, revealing a larger natural cavern. At its center lay a luminous pond, its waters an eerie milky hue, dotted with tiny glimmering points. Scattered around the pond were remnants of bones, not those of animals, but human skeletons, some still adorned with tattered remnants of clothing, suggesting they had been there for many years. "Merlin's beard," James murmured. "Was the trial?" Sirius called out to the cavern. The surface of the pond began to ripple, the milky liquid swirling and rising, gradually forming an indistinct humanoid shape. The figure lacked facial features, yet its outline continuously morphed, at times resembling a man, at others a woman, and occasionally something altogether inhuman. "I am the guardian of memories," the figure intoned in the same voice as before, and the tester of desires. "Within every heart lie secrets, aspirations, and fears. Here they shall take form." From the pond, 3 masses of milky substance rose, drifting towards the trio. The material coalesced before them, shaping into a scene that unfolded before Remus, one of a full moon night. Yet it was no ordinary night. In this vision, he had fully transformed into a wolf, eyes blood-red, saliva dripping from his fangs. Before him stood Sirius, James, and Peter, all still in human form, unaware and defenseless. Their backs turned to him. The wolf's paw lifted, a low growl emanating from its throat. "This is a possible future," the guardian of memories stated. "If you lose control, if you allow the beast to consume your reason, your friends will perish because of you." The scene felt so vivid that Remus could even smell the wolf's musk and hear the laughter of his friends. A wave of intense nausea and dread washed over him. The vision before James was different. He stood on the Quidditch pitch, grasping the golden snitch, the crowd erupting in thunderous applause. Lily Evans smiled from among the spectators, clapping for him. Yet, in the next instant, the scene shifted. He was being arrested by the Ministry of Magic for illegal and nimigish transformation, handcuffed and dragged away. Lily's smile morphing into one of disappointment and disgust. "Glory and destruction, a fine line separates them," the Guardian declared. "Your choices will determine which path you tread." The scene before Sirius was the most bizarre. Initially, it depicted number 12, Grimmauld Place, where his mother screamed and portraits cursed him. Then the scene shifted. He found himself in a small house that was unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight streaming through the window. Remus was in the kitchen preparing tea, turning to smile at him, creating a tranquil, ordinary, and comforting tableau. However, in the next moment, the house was engulfed in flames. Thick black smoke billowing forth, a wave of heat crashing against him. Remus reached out through the fire, yet Sirius could not grasp his hand. Your deepest desire and your gravest fear are one and the same. A hint of nearly imperceptible sympathy laced the Guardian's voice. Love emboldens, yet also renders one vulnerable. 3 scenes hovered in the air, tangible and vivid. Remus forced himself to avert his gaze, focusing instead on the figure at the center of the pond. "Was the trial?" he inquired, his voice steadier than he had anticipated. "Choice," the Guardian replied. "Each individual must make a choice. Confronting the scene that embodies their greatest fear and then altering it, not by evasion, nor by denial, but by facing it and using one's will to reshape the outcome. What if I fail?" James asked. "Then that scene shall become a prophecy of your future," the Guardian stated calmly, "and you shall remain trapped here forever." Another pile of bones by the pond's edge. Silence enveloped the cave, broken only by the gentle rippling of the pond and the distant, ominous rumble of subterranean currents. Sirius was the first to step toward his own scene. Standing before the illusion of the burning house, fixated on Remus amidst the flames. Rather than reaching for that hand, he turned away and began to inscribe runes in the air with his wand. "What are you doing?" the Guardian inquired. "Altering the outcome," Sirius replied without looking back. The runes he drew were ancient, complex, and precise. As the final rune was inscribed, the entire scene began to transform. The flames did not extinguish, but a silver protective shield enveloped Remus. The shield thickened, ultimately forming a cocoon around him. "I cannot stop the fire," Sirius declared, his voice echoing in the cave. "But I can protect him, even if it means I cannot enter that cocoon." The scene crystallized, the burning house, the silver cocoon, and Sirius outside of it. Then, the cocoon began to glow, gradually becoming translucent, revealing Remus unharmed within, and the fire slowly dwindled. "You chose sacrifice," the Guardian remarked. "I chose reality," Sirius corrected. "Some dangers cannot be wholly avoided. All we can do is ensure the survival of those who matter most." The illusion dissipated. Beads of perspiration dotted Sirius's forehead. Yet he stood firm. James approached his own scene, staring intently at the captured illusion for a long moment before suddenly laughing. "This is incorrect," he asserted. "If I were truly captured due to my animagus transformation, Lily would not wear such an expression. She would say, 'I told you not to do that, you fool.' And then she would find a way to assist me." He raised his wand, directing it toward the illusion of Lily, conjuring a Patronus. A silver stag leapt forth from the tip of his wand, charging toward the illusion. The illusion began to disintegrate, like smoke scattered by the wind. As the smoke dissipated, a new scene emerged, still within the Ministry of Magic. He remained detained, yet Lily stood nearby, fervently addressing his captors, brandishing a document that resembled a legal appeal. "She would not abandon me," James declared, his voice imbued with a youthful, blind, unwavering confidence. "Never would she." The vision faded. Now it was Remus's turn. He approached the scene of that fateful full moon night. The acrid scent of wolf permeated the air, and he felt the primal instincts of the beast stirring within his veins, not due to the lunar phase, but because this scene triggered a deep resonance within him. He gazed at the werewolf poised to attack his friends, the version of himself wholly consumed by savagery. "Change the outcome," the Guardian urged. Remus closed his eyes. He recalled the agony of every full moon night, the excruciating fractures and reconstructions of his bones during transformation, the beast's roar drowning out his sanity. Then he remembered other things. The warmth of a pocket watch in his palm, the magical vibrations of the Hollywood box, the starry sky above the astronomer's tower. And that embrace, the one waiting for him. He opened his eyes and advanced toward the werewolf, not toward his friends, but toward the beast. "I know you." He spoke to the apparition of the werewolf. "I understand your pain, your rage, your solitude, but you're not me." The werewolf turned to him, its blood-red eyes devoid of reason, only the primal instinct of a predator. It growled, ready to pounce. Remus did not raise his wand. Instead, he spread his arms wide. "Come," he said, his voice calm to the point of surprising himself. "If you were to consume anyone, let it be me, not them, never them." The werewolf lunged. Fangs and claws pierced his flesh, yet he felt no pain, for this was not a genuine assault. At the moment the werewolf made contact, the vision began to shift. The wolf's form began to fade, gradually reverting to human shape, transforming back into Remus himself. The two Remuses stood face to face, one still glimmering with the beast's red light, the other with a clear, serene gaze. "We are one," Remus proclaimed to the apparition. "You are not my enemy. You are a part of me, a part of the pain, but also a part of me." The red light in the apparition's eyes gradually extinguished, and it nodded before dissipating like morning mist. The scene vanished. The pond returned to tranquility. Silence enveloped the cave for a long while. Then, the guardian's voice echoed once more, this time with an almost imperceptible hint of satisfaction. "You have passed," it declared. "You confronted fear, but were not governed by it. You chose protection over evasion, acceptance over denial." The humanoid figure in the center of the pond began to dissolve, merging into the water. Just before the surface regained complete serenity, the final words resonated. "The crystal is both the key and the tool. Use it to soothe the restless, not to suppress the essence. True control arises from acceptance, not rejection. Remember this when you face the true darkness." Then, the guardian vanished entirely. The cave was left with only the pond's faint glow and 3 exhausted boys. "Do we pass?" James asked incredulously. Sirius nodded and then suddenly stumbled. Remus steadied him, sensing a slight tremor coursing through his companion's body, not merely due to the chill or fatigue. "Are you all right?" Remus inquired. Sirius gazed at him, his gray eyes remarkably luminous in the dim light by the pond. "I saw you let that werewolf devour you. That was an illusion. But you would do that, wouldn't you?" Sirius's voice was hushed, as if acknowledging that should it come to that, to protect us, you would choose to sacrifice yourself. Remus remained silent. There was no need for a reply. James shattered the silence. "We should head back. Peter must be anxiously waiting." They turned towards the spiral staircase. After taking a few steps, Remus abruptly halted. "Wait," he said, returning to the pond's edge. He retrieved a Hollywood box from his pocket, opening the lid to reveal a pocket watch and a piece of paper still inside. He hesitated for a moment before submerging the box into the milky liquid of the pond. "What are you doing?" James asked. The guardian said, "This is a trial of memory and desire." Remus immersed the box for 3 seconds before withdrawing it. The surface of the box appeared unchanged, yet he could sense the magical vibrations of the holly becoming more stable and profound, as if cleansed by the ancient waters. Perhaps it would enhance its protective qualities. He closed the lid and returned the box to his pocket. They began to ascend the spiral staircase, their steps considerably heavier than when they descended. This weight was not of physical exhaustion, but of mental strain. Those illusions, those choices, and the fears and desires laid bare under the light had left their marks. Upon returning to the upper chamber, Peter was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing them, he visibly relaxed. "You were gone for almost 40 minutes. He whispered. "I thought you were fine," James reassured him, patting his shoulder. "We acquired the crystal and passed a trial." "Trial?" Peter asked, perplexed. "We'll discuss it later." Sirius interjected, glancing towards the widening entrance. "Let South leave this place for now." They retraced their steps, swimming through the lengthy waterway, traversing the secret passage, and finally emerging from beneath the whomping willow. As they reached the surface, the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The 4 stood in the morning mist, soaked and utterly exhausted. James examined the crystal in the magical bag. It remained intact, its glow soft and reassuring. Sirius checked each of them for residue of the water-breathing charm, which needed to be completely dispelled to avoid detection. Remus held the Hollywood box, feeling the enhanced magical vibrations within. Peter observed the 3 of them, noting the silent, flowing connection forged in the trial. Then he lowered his gaze to the magical vibration detector in his hand. Throughout the night, the detector had remained silent, failing to register any large magical creatures nearby. Yet, In the final 10 minutes of their return from the lake's depths, it had trembled ever so slightly, a mere whisper of a vibration, nearly imperceptible. The source of the tremor did not emanate from the lake, but rather from a high window within the castle. Peter chose not to voice this observation. He simply tucked the detector back into his pocket and stealthily returned to the castle with his friends. The morning mist enveloped their figures, swallowing the secrets, fears, and dim light of that night. Yet, deep within the lake's depths, just before the last ripple of that pond settled, the water's surface reflected an image, not of the cave's rocky ceiling, but rather a pair of eyes watching intently from the darkness. Eyes belonging to an observer, a researcher, and a seeker. Then, the water stilled completely, and all reverted to darkness. Chapter 47. The flames of the arena on the last Saturday of October. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was bathed in a golden hue from the autumn sunlight. Flags fluttered gently in the breeze, intertwining the colors of the four houses into a flowing sea. The stands were packed with students, their cacophony resembling the relentless roar of the ocean, while the air was infused with the mixed aromas of popcorn, warm pumpkin juice, and sweat. However, for the Gryffindor team, the atmosphere today was unlike any match in previous years. Remember, Wood said during the final briefing in the locker room, his face unusually serious for a fifth-year keeper. Today, not only were the entire faculty and student body present, but also officials from the Ministry of Magic. They had arrived early, occupying special seats beside the teachers. This meant, he scanned the team members, that we must avoid any infractions, refrain from excessive collisions, and steer clear of controversial tactics. Essentially, we must conduct ourselves as model athletes. Sirius was checking his back gloves when he looked up at the mention of model athletes. Wood, we are Gryffindor. Today, we must be exemplary, Wood insisted. I've heard those officials brought new equipment capable of detecting unusual magical fluctuations. If we appear too aggressive, we might draw their scrutiny. James adjusted his elbow pads, his characteristic confident smile in place. Don't worry, Wood. We will win, and we'll do it splendidly, right, Bigfoot? Sirius remained silent, his gaze drifting through the narrow window of the locker room towards the Gryffindor stands. Amidst the dense sea of red and gold, he searched for that familiar light brown head, Remus, sitting slightly to the left, flanked by Peter and a few fourth-year classmates. From such a distance, he could not discern Remus's expression, but he could imagine the tension in those gentle brown eyes at that moment. Black, Wood's voice pulled him back to reality. Your task today is to keep an eye on Hufflepuff's chaser, Bones. He is quick and agile, but not very confrontational. Use the bludger to block his pathways. But don't hit too hard. Professor McGonagall has warned us after you knocked out Ravenclaw Davis last time. Understood, Sirius replied succinctly, tightening his last knee pad. 10 minutes later, the two teams soared onto the pitch. The cheers erupted like a thunderstorm. James, as the Seeker, flew at the forefront, the firebolt reflecting a dazzling red in the sunlight. He circled the pitch, waving to the stands, eliciting even more fervent cheers from the Gryffindor students. Sirius flew alongside him, his black robe billowing in the wind. His gaze swept across the stands once more, this time with greater clarity. Remus sat there, his hands tightly clasped upon his knees, his posture rigid. Peter was murmuring something beside him, yet Remus appeared oblivious, his eyes fixed on the distinguished seating adjacent to the faculty. 3 wizards clad in formal dark gray robes occupied that space, starkly contrasting with the vibrant attire of the surrounding students and professors. The elder among them, with meticulously combed gray hair and a stern countenance, commanded attention. To his left sat a middle-aged witch, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and holding a notepad, while the youngest, perhaps in his 30s, fidgeted with a silver metallic device resembling a miniature telescope, encircled by luminous crystal rings. This was the inspection team from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Their unexpected arrival had caught the professors off guard, leaving Professor McGonagall's expression petrified throughout the morning. "Captains, shake hands," shouted Madame Hooch, the referee. Wood and the Hufflepuff captain exchanged stiff handshakes. Then, Madame Hooch blew her whistle and tossed the quaffle into the air. The match commenced. The initial 20 minutes unfolded with relative calm. Hufflepuff employed a cautious strategy. attempting to breach Gryffindor's defenses through teamwork. Gryffindor, on the other hand, relied on the individual prowess of James and Sirius to create opportunities. Sirius's aerial maneuvers were more subdued than usual, yet his strikes remained precise and powerful, successfully interrupting 2 attacks by directing the quaffle toward the trajectory of Hufflepuff's chasers on 3 occasions. In the stands, Remus forced himself to breathe steadily. His fingers caressed the cool surface of his pocket watch, its casing icy, yet the magical sigil on its back pulsed with a steady rhythm, akin to a tiny heart beating, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. Peter seemed entirely absorbed in the match, cheering and sighing along with the crowd, behaving like an ordinary, engrossed spectator. However, Remus noticed that whenever the ministry officials stirred, particularly the young officer fiddling with the device on the right, Peter's gaze would drift over, linger for a few seconds, and then quickly avert. "What troubles you?" Mary McDonald, seated on Remus's other side, whispered. This blonde Gryffindor girl, a friend of Lily's, was typically cheerful, yet her face bore a shadow of concern at that moment. "Nothing," Remus replied, striving for a smile. "Just an important match." "Not just a match, is it?" Mary glanced towards the faculty, her expression anxious. "Those people make my mother quite nervous. She works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and says that this newly established control of dark creatures has extensive powers and a rather aggressive demeanor." A slight pang gripped Remus's stomach. "Did your mother mention any specifics?" Mary lowered her voice. "She said they're pushing a new bill requiring all magical schools to register and conduct regular checks on students who may have dark creature lineage or affinity. Dumbledore is strongly opposed, but the ministry is applying pressure. Registration, checks," these words slithered into Remus's veins like ice shards. Just then, a gasp erupted from the stands as Hufflepuff seized upon Gryffindor's defensive lapse and scored. The score shifted to 0-1. "Focus, focus," Wood bellowed from the air. James dove from a great height, the firebolt leaving a crimson trail in the air. "Fear not, comrades. We shall reclaim our position." The tempo of the match intensified as Gryffindor escalated their offensive, the Seekers forming a triangular formation, skillfully breaching Hufflepuff's defenses. Within 10 minutes, they scored 3 consecutive goals. Reversing the score, Sirius played a pivotal role during this sequence. He adeptly maneuvered the quaffle, effectively obstructing the Hufflepuff beater's counterattack, thus creating space for his teammates. His flying posture exuded power. With each turn and dive, he moved with precision, his long black hair billowing behind him like a banner. In the stands, an increasing number of students began to cheer for him. "Black, black, black." However, Remus noticed something amiss in Sirius's gaze. It was not the usual focus or excitement typical of a match, but rather a taut vigilance. His eyes frequently darted towards the stands, searching for Remus's position, and glancing at the ministry officials. He was worried about the match, anxious about his performance. Suddenly, the Hufflepuff seeker feigned a move, diving towards the ground. James promptly followed suit, the two racing towards the pitch with such speed that the stands erupted in gasps. Just 20 feet from the ground, the Hufflepuff seeker abruptly pulled up on his broom, executing a Lansky feint. James reacted swiftly, nearly mirroring the movement. Yet his firebolt's velocity carried him down a few additional feet, causing the tail of his broom to graze the grass. An unsteady moment. Though it lasted but half a second, it was fraught with danger. To make matters worse, a Hufflepuff beater was perfectly positioned in that direction, seizing the opportunity to strike the quaffle fiercely towards the still-recovering James. "Watch out!" Several voices cried out simultaneously, yet the quaffle was already hurtling towards him. Just as it was about to collide with James's back, a dark figure surged in from the side, Sirius. Instead of striking the quaffle with his bat, which could have redirected it towards James, he positioned his body in its path. Bang! The dull thud resonated throughout the pitch. Sirius swayed slightly in midair, but steadied himself on the broom, countering with a swing that sent the quaffle flying away from James. A hush fell over the stands, only to be followed by an even louder eruption of cheers and applause. By Merlin, he shielded the ball with his body. Ulysses shouted from the commentary booth. "Black has saved Potter. Now, that is true team spirit." On the faculty bench, Professor McGonagall's expression was a blend of pride and concern. Meanwhile, the ministry officials engaged in hushed conversation, a middle-aged witch rapidly jotting down notes in her notepad. Remus felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. He observed Sirius adjusting his position mid-air, shaking off the impact on his shoulder and gesturing for James to continue. They exchanged a knowing glance and immersed themselves in the game. Yet, Remus perceived far more than just the unfolding match. He perceived that in the fleeting half-second before Sirius blocked the ball, his gaze was not directed at James, nor at the elusive quaffle, but rather upon himself. That glance was brief, less than a second, yet sufficiently clear to confirm that he was unharmed, that he was present in the stands, and that the Ministry of Magic's instruments were not aimed at him. Was he protecting James, or merely diverting attention? The match continued, yet the atmosphere had shifted. Gryffindor's offensive surged with an almost palpable fury, leaving Hufflepuff in a state of suppression, conceding 2 more goals within 10 minutes, widening the score to 50-10. Then, just 5 minutes before the end of the first half, the unexpected occurred. James once again caught sight of the golden snitch, a tiny golden speck flickering near the Hufflepuff goalpost. He and the Hufflepuff Seeker sprang into action simultaneously, 2 shadows pursuing one another through the air. The entire audience rose to their feet. Remus, too, stood, his fingers tightly gripping the railing before him. The chase persisted for a minute, then 2. As James gradually closed the distance, his Firebolt-esque straight-line speed offering him an undeniable advantage. Just as he extended his hand, his fingertips nearly brushing against the trembling wings, an unusual light suddenly illuminated from the ministry official section. It emanated from the instrument held by the young official. The crystal ring surrounding the viewing tube began to glow. First a faint blue, then rapidly shifting to orange, ultimately stabilizing into a blinding red. The official raised the device, aiming it not at the field, but rather adjusting its angle, the tube slowly pivoting until it pointed toward the Gryffindor stands. Remus felt his blood run cold in an instant. The red light from the device swept through the crowd like an ominous eye, gliding over the cheering students, pausing on the anxious Peter, and then settling upon him. Or rather, upon the vicinity he occupied. The young official frowned and murmured something to the gray-haired official beside him. The elder nodded, took the instrument, glanced through it, and furrowed his brow. What were they observing? What had they detected? Remus forced himself to remain still, to breathe steadily. His fingers clenched the pocket watch in his pocket, knuckles whitening. The holly box pressed against his chest, and he could feel the enhanced magical fluctuations within it, after being immersed in the lake's depths. It should now offer a stronger concealment effect. But would it suffice? Against the ministry's latest apparatus, would it be enough? In the stands, some students had noticed the official's unusual behavior and began to murmur. Mary anxiously nudged Remus's arm. Are they looking our way? I don't know, Remus replied, his voice calmer than he had anticipated. Peter's voice piped up beside him, faint and trembling. I read about that instrument in the Daily Prophet. It's the latest magical signature detector, capable of sensing anomalous magical fluctuations, especially the residues of dark creatures. Those words cascaded over Remus like a bucket of ice water. Magical residue. Even on nights that were not full moons, the magical signature of a werewolf would linger in the body, akin to a fingerprint, like a scent. Why are they looking this way? Mary asked, her voice tinged with confusion. There is nothing here. Her words trailed off as, at that very moment, the chase on the pitch reached its climax. James Potter, soaring 30 feet above the ground, executed an almost impossible side roll, deftly evading the interception of the Hufflepuff Seeker, his fingers closing around the shimmering golden snitch. The whistle blew, and an eruption of cheers filled the air. Gryffindor emerged victorious. Yet, Remus's attention was wholly diverted from the outcome of the match. His gaze was fixated on the ministry officials. The gray-haired officer continued to adjust his instruments, a red slowly traversing the stands like a hound tracking scent. A young official had risen, seemingly inquiring something of Professor McGonagall. Her expression turned gravely serious as she uttered a few words before gesturing towards the pitch, likely indicating that it was game time and they should discuss matters later. The officials retook their seats, but the instruments remained poised. The red that continued to meander through the crowd. The players began their descent. James raised the golden snitch high, basking in the adulation of his fellow Gryffindors. Sirius followed closely behind, but upon landing, his gaze immediately darted towards the stands, towards Remus. Their eyes locked across the expanse of the pitch. Remus perceived the alarm in Sirius's gray eyes, recognizing the official's unusual behavior. Then Sirius made a subtle, yet unmistakable gesture, placing his hand over his chest and gently tapping the location of his watch. He was signaling to use it to harness the watch's magic. Remus clenched the watch tightly in his pocket, feeling the warmth of the casing and the pulsation of the enchantment within. But how to use it? How to wield magic in the presence of so many without being detected. Chapter 48. The invitation. At that moment, Peter suddenly declared, "I need to use the restroom," and hurriedly departed his seat, weaving through the crowd as he made his way downwards. Remus watched his vanishing figure, a wave of unease swelling within him. However, his attention was soon diverted by other matters. The ministry officials rose from their seats, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, beginning their descent along the steps towards the passage leading into the pitch. Were they heading to the changing room area? "Students, please exit in an orderly fashion." The prefects commenced to maintain order. The victorious team would be interviewed in the changing room, while others were instructed to return to the castle. The crowd began to ebb and flow. Remus was propelled forward, his gaze unwaveringly locked on the three dark gray figures. They vanished into the passage leading to the changing rooms. "Remus, come on." Mary nudged him. "What are you staring at?" "Nothing," Remus replied, forcibly redirecting his attention to the throng. Yet, as they approached the exit, a voice called out to him, "Mr. Lupin." Remus turned around. Snape stood in the shadows of the passage, his black robes blending almost seamlessly with the darkness. His expression was inscrutable, but his eyes gleamed with an unusual sharpness in the dim light. "Snape," Remus managed to keep his voice steady. "Is there something you need?" Snape took a step forward, his voice lowered to a mere whisper. "Just moments ago, when the Ministry of Magic's instruments pointed toward your stand, something in your pocket emitted a magical fluctuation. It was faint, yet sufficient to counteract the device's detection." Remus's heart skipped a beat. How did he know? Did he sense it was the technique mentioned in the shifting cocoon? Snape continued, his tone ambiguous. Neither a question nor a statement. Using an emotionally connected object as the core of protection, Remus remained silent, his fingers tightening around the pocket watch in his pocket, gripping it so fiercely that the metal edges nearly pierced his skin. "I have refined that array." Snape's voice dropped even lower, almost akin to a whisper, completing the missing runes. "If you require the complete version, it will be available tonight at midnight in the potions classroom." With that, he turned and departed, his black robes billowing behind him like the wings of a bat. Remus stood frozen, feeling a chill envelop him. Snape was aware. Not only did he know, but he also offered assistance. Why? Was it a trap? Or was it Remus? Mary called back to him. "Are you all right? You look quite pale." "I'm fine," Remus replied, forcing himself to move forward, just a bit tired. They returned to the castle amidst the throng of students. Along the way, they animatedly discussed the match, the brilliant capture by James, and Sirius's valiant blocks. Yet, to Remus, their voices seemed distant, distorted like echoes from afar. His mind was a whirlwind of images, the blinding red light of the Ministry's device, Sirius's pounding chest, Peter's hasty departure, and Snape's murmurs in the shadows. And that invitation, midnight in the potions classroom. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the celebration was already underway. The common room was teeming with students, butterbeer flying through the air, and songs and laughter nearly threatening to lift the ceiling. James was surrounded by admirers, recounting the details of the final capture. Sirius leaned against the fireplace, basking in the adulation, yet Remus noticed his gaze continually searching the crowd until it found Remus, at which point he visibly relaxed. Remus nodded at him, signaling that he was all right, before seeking a quiet corner to sit. He needed to think, to untangle his thoughts. 10 minutes later, Sirius extricated himself from the throng and took the empty seat beside him. "You saw," he stated rather than asked. Remus nodded, indicating that the device had pointed at him. "Snape said it was the object in my pocket that emitted the wave that countered the detection." Sirius's gray eyes sharpened suddenly. Snape? He spoke to you? During the exit, Remus softly recounted Snape's words, including the midnight invitation. Sirius's expression darkened. You can't go. It's undoubtedly a trap. But what if he truly possesses the complete array? Remus countered. What if he can assist us? Snape will not aid us. Sirius's voice was as cold as ice. He despises us, particularly me and James. This is surely a trap, either to catch us violating school rules or to extract more information. Then why did he inform me about the device? Why was it pointed out that the fluctuations of the pocket watch counter the detection? To instill trust in you. Sirius remarked, to make you feel he is an ally. And then, when you let your guard down, deliver a fatal blow. Remus fell silent. He understood that Sirius's animosity towards Snape was deeply rooted and justified. However, Snape's demeanor today did not solely embody hostility. It was something more intricate, a blend of a researcher's curiosity, a potion master's expertise, and a motivation that Remus could not quite decipher. We need to talk, Sirius said, glancing at the surrounding celebratory crowd. But not here, tonight at the usual place. James and Peter will be there. We need to reassess the situation. What about Peter? Remus then noticed that Peter had yet to return to the common room. I don't know, Sirius frowned. He vanished the moment the match ended. Perhaps he has gone to the kitchen for a snack. He always does that when he is anxious. Yet the unease within Remus was growing. Peter's expression when he left was not one of mere anxiety, but something else. A sense of resolve? Or perhaps fear. Just then, the portrait of the fat lady swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered. The common room fell silent in an instant. Celebration is fine, but please keep the volume down so as not to disturb the other houses. Professor McGonagall's voice was as serious as ever. Additionally, Potter Black. Officials from the ministry wish to speak briefly with key members of the winning team. Please follow me. The atmosphere in the room shifted. The joy of celebration was replaced by a subtle tension as students exchanged glances and murmured quietly. James and Sirius locked eyes and stood up. We're coming too, Remus suddenly declared, rising as well. Mr. Lupin, Mr. Pettigrew, McGonagall looked at him and the recently arrived Peter. The officials only wished to speak with team members. We are friends, and we are also the Marauders, James said, his tone casual yet resolute. We always act together, Professor. Besides, we haven't done anything wrong, have we? Professor McGonagall scrutinized them for a few seconds, her expression complex. Finally, she nodded. Very well. But remember, be polite, be cautious, answer questions without elaborating. They followed Professor McGonagall out of the tower, through the corridors, and into a small meeting room on the first floor, where 3 ministry officials were already waiting. A gray-haired official sat at the head of the table, a document spread before him, a middle-aged which sat to his right, a notebook open. With a quill poised in the air, and a young official stood by the window, still holding the silver instrument, now devoid of light. Please sit, the gray-haired official said, his voice steady and official. I am Edgar Bones, Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. This is Alina Weasley, the recorder, and that is Carl Trelawney, the technical advisor. Bones, Remus recalled Susan Bones, the Hufflepuff chaser. This official was likely her relative. First and foremost, congratulations on your victory. Bones continued, though his expression bore no sign of congratulations. It was an exhilarating match, particularly Mr. Potter's catch and Mr. Black's valiant block. Sirius nodded slightly, remaining silent. We arrived at Hogwarts ahead of schedule to conduct a routine security inspection. Bones's gaze swept over the 4 boys, but during the match, our equipment detected some anomalous magical fluctuations in the stands. The air in the room thickened. Anomalous fluctuations? James spoke first, his voice perfectly blending confusion and curiosity. What does that mean? Is someone using magic to interfere with the match? I knew that the trajectory of that Hufflepuff's quaffle was off. It is not match interference. Bones interrupted. It is a form of protective magical fluctuation. Very ancient, very intricate. It counteracts our detection signals. His eyes scanned the 4, finally resting on Remus's face. Mr. Lupin, which area were you seated in during the match? Remus felt the weight of their gazes upon him. He steadied his voice. Middle left of the Gryffindor stands. About the seventh row, were there any anomalies around you? Did you see anyone using magic? Or feel anything unusual? Remus shook his head. No, sir. Everyone was watching the match, cheering, very engrossed. Bones scrutinized him for a few seconds, then turned to the young official, Travers, scanning once more. Travers raised the instrument. The crystal ring began to glow, blue, orange, but this time it did not turn red. It paused at orange, then slowly reverted to blue, finally extinguishing. No anomalies, Travers reported. It may have been a false alarm from the equipment, or the source of the fluctuations has already departed. Bones frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. However, he refrained from further inquiries and shifted the topic. We have heard that you four, the Seekers, are quite renowned in the castle, frequently exploring unusual places. This was an obvious trap, almost laughable. We do enjoy adventures, James replied with a grin, embodying the proud, reckless spirit of Gryffindor. We've discovered several secret passages and even pranked Snape a few times. Oh, pardon me, Professor. He made a face at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's expression suggested she was torn between rewarding him and imposing detention. Your adventurous spirit is commendable, Bones remarked, though his tone lacked genuine appreciation. However, certain areas of Hogwarts can be perilous, particularly those associated with ancient magic and the history of dark creatures. For instance, deep within the Black Lake, it is said that ancient ruins lie hidden. Remus sensed Sirius's body tense slightly, but outwardly, he remained unchanged. The Black Lake? James tilted his head. We only swam there during the summer. It's too dark underwater to see anything. And the giant squid, doesn't he appreciate being disturbed? A perfect evasion, neither denying their presence nor confirming their exploration of the depths. Bones posed several more questions regarding their courses, interests, and future aspirations. The Seekers responded both honestly and cautiously, weaving an image of a clever yet troublesome group of students, entirely devoid of any genuine secrets. 20 minutes later, the conversation concluded. Thank you for your cooperation, Bones stood. We will continue our stay at Hogwarts for a few days to conduct routine inspections. If you recall any unusual circumstances, please feel free to report them to Professor McGonagall at any time. After they departed from the meeting room, silence enveloped them on their way back to the tower for an extended period. It was not until they entered a secluded corridor that James quietly voiced their suspicions, not merely regarding the anomalous fluctuations, but concerning themselves. The instrument's focus on Remus was no coincidence. Sirius's voice was somber. They might possess information gleaned from other sources. Suddenly, Peter spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing that he had seen Snape during the competition. He had been seated at the back of the staff table, intently observing the ministry officials as well as their own stands. He had even employed a spell with a telescope, a gesture Peter recognized. Snape. Once again, Snape. He was watching. Remus suggested that perhaps Snape was gauging the officials' reactions, or perhaps he was observing them, or perhaps both. Sirius asserted that the midnight invitation tonight must be declined, for it was undoubtedly a trap. But what if he had truly improved the protective enchantments? Remus queried once more, proposing that with his assistance, they might forge a more robust defense. We do not require his assistance, Sirius interrupted vehemently, his tone so intense that it drew the attention of the others. We have always relied on ourselves, and now we possess the crystal, the trials beneath the lake. In our animagus forms, we do not need Snape. His gaze fixated on Remus, his gray eyes swirling with an almost obsessive protectiveness. I will not allow you to risk meeting him. It is not permitted. The directness of his words, laden with intimacy, left James and Peter momentarily stunned. Remus regarded Sirius, observing the storm within those eyes, the clenched fists, and the taut jawline. He then nodded, conceding, very well, we shall not go. Sirius appeared taken aback by his swift agreement, momentarily frozen, before his shoulders relaxed slightly. However, Remus had already resolved within himself. He would not disclose this to Sirius, but he needed to ascertain the extent of Snape's knowledge and intentions. The improved enchantments could indeed be a trap, yet they might also offer genuine assistance. As the Ministry's suspicions grew increasingly specific, they required every possible weapon, including those wielded by their adversaries. Let us meet at the usual place tonight, James broke the silence, stating that they needed to reevaluate their plans. The ministry officials would remain for several days, necessitating greater caution than ever. They continued onward, the four shadows lengthening and intertwining upon the corridor walls. The setting sun streamed through the high windows, casting everything in a blood-red hue. Remus's hand slipped into his pocket, grasping the pocket watch. The case was warm, the enchantment pulsing steadily. Yet beneath that steadiness, he sensed a new, subtle tremor, not emanating from the watch itself, but from another object faintly connected to it, the holly box. It quivered slightly, as if warning him, resonating with an unspoken urgency. He recalled the words of the guardian of the lake. The crystal is both the key and the tool. Use it to soothe the restless, rather than suppress its essence. He also remembered Snape's assertion, "I have improved that enchantment, rectifying the missing runes." The intertwining of these two phrases echoed in his mind, weaving together a dangerous yet alluring possibility. Tonight, he will make a choice. Regardless of the path chosen, risk accompanies like a shadow. Chapter 49. The Midnight Decision. The midnight bells resounded deep within Hogwarts Castle, tolling 12 times slowly and heavily, akin to the heartbeat of a giant reverberating against the ancient stone walls. As the final chime faded, the castle plunged into a silence more profound than usual. Even the figures within the portraits curled up in slumber. The ghosts melded into the depths of the walls, and the footsteps of Filch and Madame Pomfrey momentarily ceased. Remus Lupin stood at the junction leading from Gryffindor Tower to the underground classroom. To the left, past the portrait of Sir Cadogan, known for his sharp tongue, and up a winding staircase, lay the empty wall opposite the tapestry on the 8th floor, with the correct rhythm and the utterance of the proper incantation. The door to the room of requirement would open for him. His friends awaited inside, bearing the tranquil crystal retrieved from the depths of the Black Lake, accompanied by a redefined plan and an unspoken trust. To the right, downwards, he could descend the cold stone steps deeper into the heart of the castle. The potions classroom lay deep underground, near the Slytherin common room, perpetually damp and chilly, with the air perpetually infused with a melange of peculiar potion ingredients. There, Snape would be waiting, claiming to have completed the runic enhancements, bearing an unsettling invitation and harboring inscrutable motives. Remus's hand repeatedly clenched and unclenched within the pocket of his robe. His left fingertips brushed against the smooth surface of the holly box, while his right thumb caressed the cold metal of the pocket watch. Both items emitted faint magical pulses, akin to two hearts beating in different rhythms simultaneously. He closed his eyes. Sirius's words echoed in his mind. "I cannot allow you to risk meeting him. Absolutely not." The fierce protectiveness in that voice felt so palpable that Remus almost pledged never to attend the meeting. Yet, he also envisioned the blinding red light on the ministry's instruments, the scrutinizing gaze of Deputy Director Bones, and the professional indifference on Travers's face as he adjusted the detection devices. Danger was encroaching, like a trap slowly closing. Their only defenses, the pocket watch, the holly box, the tranquil crystal, and the still immature ancient enchantments, felt like shields made of paper, incapable of withstanding true, sharp spears. Snape could be a trap, yet he might also represent an opportunity, a chance to gain genuine protective magic. Remus inhaled deeply, the frigid air of the underground piercing his lungs. He opened his eyes and turned to the right. The sound of his boots on the stone steps rang out sharply in the silence. With each descending step, the temperature dropped a degree. The torches mounted on the walls cast flickering shadows, elongating and distorting his silhouette, resembling a furtive specter crawling along the stone walls. Upon reaching the underground corridor, he paused briefly. He was less than 50 feet from the entrance to the Slytherin common room, where a massive stone wall concealed in shadow bore carvings of entwined serpents. At that moment, it was devoid of life, yet Remus felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, perhaps from the eyes of those serpentine carvings, or perhaps from something deeper. The door to the potions classroom stood ajar, a narrow beam of light spilling forth from within, casting a pale line upon the floor. Silence enveloped the space beyond. Remus grasped his wand, while his other hand delved into his pocket, fingers curling around the cover of a pocket watch. With a gentle push, he opened the door. The sight within the classroom halted him at the threshold. Indeed, Severus Snape was there, standing behind the lectern, several sheets of parchment spread before him, a quill hovering in midair. His robe sleeves were rolled to the elbows, revealing pale, slender forearms marked by fresh burns, still glistening with potion residue. Yet Snape was not alone. At the long table on the right side of the classroom, Lily Evans was bent over a steaming cauldron. Her red hair flickered in the dim light like a quiet flame, the tip of her wand emanating a steady silvery glow, evidently maintaining a complex potion brewing process. Lily was here. Why? Remus's instinct was to retreat, but Snape had already lifted his head, his dark eyes locking onto him. "You've arrived," Snape said, his voice unsettlingly calm, devoid of the usual sarcasm or hostility. "Close the door." Remus complied, and the door shut behind him, sealing off the chill of the corridor. Now, the classroom housed only the three of them, alongside numerous silent potion workstations, rows of glass jars on the walls filled with unsettling ingredients, and the rich, intricate aroma of herbs permeating the air. Lily lifted her gaze from the cauldron, surprise flashing momentarily in her green eyes, quickly replaced by a hint of understanding. She nodded at Remus, her expression devoid of a smile, yet radiating warmth. "Evans is assisting me in testing a stabilizer," Snape elucidated, despite Remus not inquiring. "The enhancement of ancient runes necessitates precise control of magical input. This potion enables the caster's magical output to be more consistent." He picked up a sheet of parchment and approached Remus, halting 3 paces away and extending the parchment towards him. "Review the revised runes for the array," he instructed. Remus accepted the parchment, which depicted a familiar circular magic formation, 3 layers of nested runic rings, at the center a 4-clawed mark. However, unlike the version he recalled from the Cocoon of Transfiguration, this array was markedly more intricate, with entirely new sets of runes added in the previously absent positions. Drawn in deep black ink, the lines sharp as blades. What was particularly striking was the newly inscribed circle of annotations along the edge of the array, written in small yet clear script. "The core resonance test requires both the caster and the core object. It is advisable to use an item of personal significance, imbued with one's magical essence, in a dual connection ritual. This ritual must be conducted during a waxing moon, lasting 7 minutes, during which the caster must maintain complete tranquility of mind, envisioning the core object as an extension of themselves. Upon activation, the duration depends on the strength of the bond between the core object and the caster, as well as the caster's magical level. Estimated range, 12 to 48 hours. During the side effects, the caster's magical characteristics will be entirely masked, though there may be occurrences of magical void phenomena, rendering them unusually sensitive or entirely immune to certain detection spells. Caution is advised." Remus lifted his head, fixating on Snape. "How do you know this?" "The Cocoon of Transfiguration makes no mention of the bloodline emotional dual connection ritual. That book is incomplete," Snape replied, a hint of familiar sarcasm finally threading through his tone. "Much like the many undertakings of you marauders, you dare to venture forth armed with only half the truth. The authentic, unabridged version resides within the Grimoire of Veiling, a work by an anonymous wizard from the medieval era. The sole existing copy rests in the library of a vampire castle in Romania." He approached the podium, retrieving another hefty tome. Its cover, a deep crimson leather, was so worn that the title was no longer discernible. Yet Remus recognized the gilded Latin inscribed on the spine. "Ars occultandi. How did you—" Remus began, but did not finish. "I have my channels," Snape interjected, placing the book back on the podium. "What is crucial is that I have validated this array. It has been tested with innocuous magical artifacts, and indeed, it can obscure specific magical traits, provided the core object shares a sufficiently strong connection with the veiled entity." Lily's voice floated from the long table, soft yet clear. "Severus has labored for 3 nights, cross-referencing 7 ancient magical texts from various eras to ascertain the credibility of this version. He has also refined the stabilizer formula, reducing the magical energy consumption of the array by 30%. Remus glanced at Lily before returning his gaze to Snape. His mind raced, striving to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Snape, the one who had perpetually harbored animosity towards them, the very same who had observed them through a telescope charm on the Quidditch pitch, was now offering assistance, and involving Lily in the process. Why? Why are you doing this? Remus finally inquired, his voice resonating distinctly in the hushed classroom. What do you hope to gain? Snape remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze drifting towards Lily before swiftly returning, his black eyes unfathomable in the dim light. Because I possess a respect for knowledge itself, he eventually articulated, each word seemingly forced forth. And because I detest the devastation wrought by ignorance. This statement left Remus momentarily speechless. The Ministry's lot, Snape continued, his voice laced with a genuine, frigid disdain, fails to grasp the complexities of magic, oblivious to the gray areas that exist between darkness and light. To them, anything unconventional, difficult to comprehend, or not conforming to their narrow standards is a threat that must be regulated or eradicated. He took a step forward, narrowing the distance between them to merely 2 paces. I study dark magic, delve into the realm of dark creatures, and investigate that which most fear and shun. Not because I aspire to become a dark wizard, but because I seek understanding. His voice lowered to a near whisper. Only through understanding can one gain control. Only through understanding can one make choices, rather than succumb to blind fear, rejection, and annihilation. Remus scrutinized him, attempting to discern any trace of deception upon that perpetually shadowed visage. Yet what he found was an odd sincerity, not one of kindness, but rather a sincerity rooted in an almost obsessive principle. You know my secret, Remus stated. Not as a question. Snape did not directly respond. I am aware that every full moon, the 4 marauders vanish. I know you are studying Animagus transformation, which is arduous, perilous, and illicit. I am also cognizant of the ancient magical disturbances deep within the Black Lake, coinciding with your activities. Furthermore, I am aware that today the Ministry of Magic's instruments pointed towards your stand, while something in your pocket emitted a magical wave that precisely countered the detection. He paused, his dark eyes dissecting Remus's expression like a scalpel. Piecing together these fragments of information does not require exceptional intellect to draw conclusions. However, I am neither Filch nor one of the bureaucrats at the Ministry. I perceive a conundrum in the realm of magic, one concerning identity, form, secrecy, and existence. This piques my interest. Lily's voice resonated once more, this time as she stepped away from the cauldron to approach them. Her countenance bore a grave expression that Remus had never witnessed before. Severus came to see me last week, she stated, her tone soft yet each word crystal clear. He inquired whether I would be willing to assist in testing a new stabilizer intended to aid someone needing to conceal specific magical traits. He did not mention a name, but I surmised. She gazed at Remus, her green eyes devoid of fear or disgust, only a profound, understanding calmness. My father is a muggle, and my mother is a witch, Lily continued. I have been aware since childhood of what it feels like to traverse between the magical and muggle worlds. To always conceal a part of oneself, to remain vigilant against the discovery of anomalies. Although the circumstances differ, I comprehend the burden of secrecy. Remus felt a tightening in his throat. He had never engaged in a deep conversation with Lily Evans, knowing only that she was the object of James's infatuation, a rare friend to Snape and an exceptionally talented Gryffindor. Yet, in that potion-scented midnight classroom, he suddenly felt an odd resonance. So you are in this together, he remarked, glancing at Snape for academic curiosity, for understanding, for choice. Snape corrected. I present you with a choice. Accept this modified array, learn to wield it, and protect yourself when necessary, or refuse and continue to rely on those incomplete methods you've devised yourselves. He withdrew a small glass vial from within his robes, containing approximately 10 milliliters of silver liquid that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. This is the first version of the stabilizer. Within 24 hours of consumption, magical output fluctuations will diminish by 40%, suitable for core resonance testing. Should the test succeed, I will adjust the formula based on your feedback to brew a final version. He placed a vial on the parchment, sliding it towards Remus. The choice is yours. Silence enveloped the classroom, save for the faint sound of a magical creature's embryo slowly writhing in a liquid within a glass jar in the corner. Remus fixated on the silver potion, scrutinizing the intricate array on the parchment, gazing into Snape's inscrutable eyes, and observing Lily's calm and understanding demeanor. Countless questions flashed through his mind. Is this a meticulously crafted trap? Could Snape have poisoned the potion? Might he have concealed a tracking charm within the array? Might he suddenly report to the Ministry of Magic once they trust him? Yet another voice whispered that if Snape truly intended to inform, he could have done so long ago. He possessed ample clues and suspicions. A mere anonymous letter to Deputy Director Bones would suffice to initiate a thorough investigation of the Marauders. But he refrained, and Lily was present. Lily Evans, the head girl of Gryffindor, righteous, intelligent, and respected by all. If this were a trap, would she be complicit? Remus's fingers grazed the pocket watch within his pocket once more. He recalled the expression on Sirius's face when he gifted him the watch. The unfinished words shared atop the astronomy tower and that protective block on the Quidditch pitch. Would accepting Snape's assistance be a betrayal of such protection? Yet, should he decline? If the Ministry truly uncovered his secret, what would Sirius do? Would he execute that contingency plan? Would he willingly reveal his animagus form to divert attention? Would he sacrifice everything for him? The very thought of such a possibility instilled greater dread in Remus than any poison. He extended his hand, retrieving the parchment and potion vial. I require time to study this enchantment, he declared, his voice regaining steadiness, and I must also assess the potion's safety. Snape nodded, as expected, indicating that the parchment contained his preliminary analysis, including the function and potential risks of each new rune. You may take a drop to analyze with a detection spell, or seek assistance from others whom you trust, though I advise keeping the number of those aware to a minimum. Including the rest of the Marauders? Remus inquired. Especially them, Snape replied, a hint of familiar sarcasm surfacing in his tone. Potter would scream that it's a trap and throw it into the fire. Black would first attempt to curse me before shattering the potion vial. Pettigrew would tremble in fear and inadvertently let something slip. The accuracy of this statement left Remus momentarily speechless. Severus, Lily gently reminded, her tone tinged with disapproval. Snape pursed his lips, but refrained from retracting his assessment. I must take my leave. Remus carefully folded the parchment and placed it, along with the potion vial, into his inner pocket. If I have questions, every Wednesday and Friday evening, I typically conduct my research here, Snape interjected. You may come, but it is advisable to confirm with the Marauder S map that no one else is present, including your friends. Remus nodded, turning toward the door, but pausing, his hand resting on the doorknob, without looking back. Why involve Lily? He asked. You could maintain complete confidentiality. This time it was Lily who responded because I insisted. When Severus sought my assistance, I surmised who might be involved. I told him that if he truly wished to help rather than set a trap, he should allow me to participate as a witness. She paused, her voice lowering, and, as a safeguard, to ensure this matter does not lead to any regrettable outcomes. Remus understood. Lily served as Snape's moral compass and a balancing weight in this perilous transaction. With her presence, it was more difficult for Snape to betray him, and the Marauders were more likely to accept assistance. He pushed open the door, stepping into the chilly air of the corridor. The door closed behind him, shutting out the light and scent of the potions classroom. Remus leaned against the frigid stone wall, closing his eyes. His heart thudded heavily within his chest. The parchment and potion vials in his inner pocket searing against his skin like a branding iron. He had made a choice, a decision that could either safeguard everyone or obliterate everything. A faint sound echoed from the depths of the corridor, reminiscent of a mouse's claws scraping against the stone, the rustling of fabric against the wall, or the sound of someone holding their breath. Remus abruptly opened his eyes, his wand instantly grasped in hand, the incantation shimmering on his tongue. Yet the corridor lay empty, save for the flickering shadows of the torches and the monotonous sound of water dripping into a stone pit from afar. Was it merely an illusion? Or was it the result of his heightened anxiety? His fingers once more delved into his pocket, this time brushing against the Hollywood box. The magical aura emanating from its surface was steady and warm, devoid of any ominous tremors. Perhaps it truly was an illusion. Perhaps it was simply a product of overwhelming tension. Remus took a deep breath, beginning his return along the path he had come. His footsteps quickened. The sound of his boots striking the stone steps reverberating in the silence like an urgent drumbeat. He remained oblivious to the slight movement in the shadow of a suit of armor deep within the corridor. Just after he turned the first corner, a small, gray shadow slipped from beneath the armor's base, swiftly vanishing into the darkness that lay in the opposite direction. The manner of its movement was peculiar, neither walking nor running, but rather gliding along the ground, reminiscent of a creature accustomed to traversing the shadows. And upon the surface it left behind a small, dark, damp trace, like sweat or tears. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the common room was deserted. The embers in the fireplace still flickered with a dull red glow, casting dancing shadows upon the walls and ceiling. The fat lady, in her portrait, mumbled something sleepily as he crawled through the entrance before sinking back into slumber. He tread softly towards the boys' dormitory staircase, but paused at the top. The room of requirement awaited, where his friends were still gathered. James would be pacing anxiously, Sirius leaning against the wall with a sullen expression, and Peter sitting in the corner, his fingers nervously entwined. They would inquire about his whereabouts, why he was late, what had transpired. Yet he could not speak the truth. He could not disclose his meeting with Snape, nor the modifications to the enchantments and potions he had undergone. He could not reveal that Lily Evans was also involved in this clandestine exchange. He could not tell them that, in order to protect them, he was engaging in perilous dealings with the enemy. The lies weighed upon him like a cold stone sinking into his gut. Remus turned away, not heading towards the dormitory, but instead to the armchair nestled in the far corner of the common room. He settled into it, retrieving the parchment from his inner pocket, and by the flickering light of the dying embers, he once again studied the modified enchantment. The lines of runes appeared to flow slowly in the dim light, as if imbued with life. He meticulously read the annotations along the edges, comprehending the function of each newly inscribed rune: stability, concealment, resonance, transformation. These concepts wove together in his mind, gradually merging with the magical creature knowledge imparted by his father, the ancient magical theories gleaned from the tomes of the library, and his own first-hand experiences as a werewolf, culminating in a comprehensive understanding. This incantation could indeed prove effective. No, not merely possible, if Snape's analysis were accurate. And if Lily's assistance in testing the stabilizer were reliable, this formation would almost certainly conceal his magical traits, at least temporarily. What was the cost? What did Snape desire? Was it truly just academic curiosity and comprehension? Remus recalled Snape's disdainful expression when he mentioned the Ministry of Magic, and the tone in which he had declared his loathing for ignorance's annihilation. That sentiment seemed genuine, yet even authentic emotions could lead one down perilous paths. He tucked away the parchment and retrieved the vial of silvery potion. In the flickering light of the fire, he gently shook the bottle. The liquid was viscous, flowing sluggishly, its surface shimmering with a pearlescent glow, while minute silver particles appeared to float and swirl within. A detection spell was necessary. He needed to assess the potion's composition and safety. But he was no potions expert. That distinction belonged to Snape and Lily. Among the Marauders, was James the finest in potion-making? No, James excelled in practical application, not theoretical analysis. Peter? Even less likely. Himself? He had perused numerous texts, yet his practical experience was scant. Perhaps he could consult his father, but how could he explain the potion's origin? How could he seek counsel without revealing the entire secret? Questions cascaded one after another, like an unending chain. The last piece of charcoal in the fireplace cracked, sending a shower of sparks into the air before extinguishing entirely. Chapter 50. Potion testing. The common room was enveloped in complete darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the high windows, casting a pallid square of light upon the floor. Remus sat in the shadows, clutching the potion vial and parchment, feeling an unprecedented sense of solitude. Even with friends, even with Sirius's nearly overwhelming protective instinct, there were paths he still had to traverse alone, decisions he had to make independently, and secrets he must guard in solitude. For the weight of a secret can ultimately be borne only by its keeper. The faintest sound of footsteps echoed from stairs, prompting Remus to swiftly stow the parchment and potion vial into his inner pocket, gripping his wand tightly. A figure emerged from the staircase, materializing in the moonlight. It was Sirius. He was clad only in a shirt and trousers, devoid of robes, his hair more disheveled than usual, his eyes gleaming like polished silver coins in the darkness. "You're here," he said, his voice low and devoid of discernible emotion. "We waited for you for an hour." Remus did not respond immediately. He watched as Sirius approached, saw him settle into the armchair across from him, and observed those gray eyes scrutinizing him beneath the moon's glow. "I went to the library," Remus finally replied, his tone steady, "to research some ancient runes. It got late. I thought you all might have returned." A lie, a fluid, natural deception, like a dagger. It carved a fresh wound in his heart. Sirius gazed at him for a prolonged moment, then leaned back into his chair, shifting his gaze to the ashes in the fireplace. James had returned to the dormitory, citing the need for training the following day. Peter, already overcome by fatigue, had also departed. He paused momentarily. The unspoken question lingered in the air. "Why did you not come? Were you truly in the library? Why lie?" Remus clenched his pocket watch tightly in his hand, the sharp edges of the metal bit into his palm, anchoring him in the stark reality of the moment. The formation. He changed the subject, a partially truthful topic. "We need more research. The ministry personnel will remain for a few more days, and we cannot afford to trigger their detectors again." Sirius nodded, but did not shift his gaze from the ashes. "I have been researching it," he continued, combining the energy fluctuations of the tranquil crystal. "Perhaps we can design a more stable version. We do not need external assistance." The weight of the term external hung heavily in the air. Remus suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to divulge everything. The desire to tell Sirius he had met Snape, to show him the improved formation and the silver potion, to ask if they should trust him. He yearned to unburden himself of this heavy, solitary secret. Yet, the words that formed on his lips morphed into, "Do you truly believe Snape is studying ancient magic purely out of academic interest?" Sirius turned his head, a flicker of dangerous chill passing through his gray eyes. "I know not what Snape studies, nor do I care. What I do know is that he despises us, especially me and James. Anything that comes from his hand may well be poison-coated with honey. But what if he merely seeks understanding?" Remus pressed on. What if his research into dark creatures and ancient magic is not to become a dark wizard, but to comprehend, to master? Sirius's body tensed. He leaned forward, hands braced on his knees, his eyes gleaming eerily in the moonlight. "Remus," he said, every word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, "listen to me. I understand the likes of Snape. Throughout my life in the Black family, I have encountered many like him, intelligent, brooding, convinced of their own misapprehension by the world, enraptured by dark and dangerous knowledge, believing it renders them exceptional, elevating them beyond the mundane." There was a profound loathing in his voice that Remus had never before witnessed, a disdain not solely for Snape himself, but for something far larger and darker. They always start by claiming, "I only wish to understand." Knowledge itself is innocent, but what comes after understanding? Understanding the dark, only to be drawn towards it. Understanding danger, only to crave it. Understanding power, only to pursue it. Sirius's fingers tightened, knuckles turning white. Ultimately, they either become part of the darkness or are consumed by it. There are no exceptions. Remus watched him, observing the almost agonizing intensity on his friend's face, suddenly realizing this was not merely about Snape. It was about the Black family, the fervor for pure blood, the allure of dark magic, and everything Sirius sought to escape. "Are you worried I will be drawn to the darkness?" Remus asked softly. Sirius abruptly lifted his head. Something shattered within his gray eyes. He parted his lips, attempting to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. Ultimately, he merely shook his head, the motion stiff and unyielding. "I am concerned for your safety," he finally uttered, his voice hoarse. "I fear you might make perilous choices in your desire to protect us." This statement struck Remus with unsettling precision, leading him to almost believe that Sirius had uncovered his secret, piercing through his lies. Yet Sirius refrained from pressing further. He simply rose and moved toward the staircase. As he stepped onto the first stair, he paused, not turning back. Whatever happens, remember that we are together. The four of us. We do not need outsiders, nor dangerous knowledge, nor to barter with enemies. We alone are sufficient. Having spoken, he ascended the stairs, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Remus sat alone in the darkness, his hand reaching into his inner pocket, fingers brushing against the edge of the parchment, touching the cold glass of the potion vial. We alone are sufficient. Sirius's voice echoed in his ears. But is it truly enough? Faced with the Ministry's latest detection devices, the tightening regulations on dark creatures, the uncontrollable transformations every full moon, and the increasingly probable contingency plans, were they truly enough? Remus did not know the answer. He only understood that the parchment and potion vial in his grasp felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Outside, the moon slowly traversed behind the clouds, inching closer to the next full moon day by day. In the final week of October, Hogwarts Castle was shrouded in a delicate veil of autumn rain. The incessant raindrops tapped against the high windows, creating countless tiny rivulets that blurred the exterior world into a gray-green watercolor. Inside the castle, a damp chill permeated the air, mingling with the scent of aged stone, burnt candles, and the wool of hundreds of damp school robes. In such weather, even the most vivacious students were reluctant to linger outdoors. The throngs in the corridors moved more slowly than usual. The library overflowed with patrons, and students huddled around the fireplace in the common room for warmth. This indoor congregation heightened Remus's sense of pressure. The more people present, the greater the likelihood of being observed and scrutinized, especially by Ministry officials. Edgar Bones and his team had extended their stay at Hogwarts. They were no longer merely observing from special seats, but had begun conducting random inspections within the castle. At least, that was how Professor McGonagall explained it to the students. However, the Marauders knew that those patrol routes were anything but random. They had visited the North Tower the day before. During Wednesday's breakfast, James whispered, near the entrance to the Astronomy Tower. Filch had mentioned that they brought more sophisticated equipment and scanned the area for half an hour. Sirius was slicing sausage, the knife producing a faint scraping sound against the porcelain plate. The Astronomy Tower, being the highest point in the castle, offered the best vantage. They might have been testing the range of their equipment to see how extensive an area they could cover from there. Including the Whomping Willow? Peter quietly inquired, his eyes anxiously darting toward the staff table. Today, Bourne did not attend the dining hall, yet his two aides occupied the far end of the faculty table. Engaged in conversation with Professor Sprout, they discussed various matters, including the Muggleborns, the Black Lake, and the fringes of the Forbidden Forest. Sirius's tone was flat, yet Remus discerned an underlying tension. They were establishing a baseline for the magical characteristics of the entire castle and its surroundings. Once completed, any anomalous fluctuations would stand out like a torch in the darkness. Remus tightened his grip on his wand beneath the table. The vial of silver potion pressed against his chest, imparting a peculiar, chilling sensation. Since acquiring it from Snape 3 days ago, he had yet to find a safe opportunity to test it. "We need to accelerate our progress," James remarked. "The enhancement plan you mentioned, incorporating tranquil crystals. When can we initiate preliminary tests?" "By the weekend," Sirius replied. "I have simulated a simplified magical array in the room of requirement. And tonight we will conduct the first energy compatibility test. If the energy fluctuations of the crystal can resonate stably with the array, we will proceed to the next phase." "What is the next phase?" Peter inquired. Sirius exchanged a glance with Remus before answering, "A limited application test. We require a test subject with faint magical characteristics to ascertain whether the array can effectively obscure those traits." "What about my quill?" James suggested. "I applied an auto-correction charm last time, and it now exhibits stable magical fluctuations." "That will suffice," Sirius nodded, "but we need an absolutely discrete testing location. The room of requirement is unsuitable. The magical environment within the castle is too complex and may interfere with our results." "The Shrieking Shack?" Peter proposed, but he paused. Realizing he had mentioned a sensitive location, and the expressions of James and Sirius momentarily stiffened. Not appropriate, Remus interjected finally, his voice steady yet firm. That place has already borne too many risks. Moreover, the Ministry is aware of it. Filch's records indicate suspicious activities there. Should they expand their search? The Shrieking Shack would be one of the first locations examined. Sirius regarded him for several seconds before averting his gaze. Then how about deeper within the Forbidden Forest? Near the Centaur territory? The ancient magical barriers there strongest. The plan was tentatively set. After breakfast, the marauders dispersed to their classes. Remus's schedule included history of magic in the morning and herbology in the afternoon, with a 2-hour gap in between, an ideal window for testing. He first ventured to the library, feigning research along the edge of the restricted section, confirming that Madame Pants was in the distance, organizing books with no other students nearby. Then he slipped behind a shelf labeled Medieval Medical Magic, retrieving the potion vial from his inner pocket. In the dim light, the silver liquid appeared almost luminescent. Remus removed the cork, and a strange aroma wafted forth. Not the bitterness of herbs, nor the acrid scent typical of potions, but a crisp, clean fragrance reminiscent of the air when fresh snow begins to melt, intermingled with a faint metallic hint of silver. He dipped the tip of his wand into a small droplet, suspending it in the air, and began to softly chant the detection incantation. A complete set of standard safety testing procedures was imparted to him through his father's professional texts, encompassing toxicity assessment, component analysis, magical compatibility trials, and predictions of long-term side effects. The glow of the spell shifted in hues around the potion drop, green indicating non-toxicity, blue signifying stable components, gold denoting compatibility with human magic, and finally, purple. Remus furrowed his brow. Purple within the testing spell framework signified unknown variables or intricate magical interactions. It was not an outright danger signal, yet also did not convey total safety. This indicated that certain components or magical effects within the potion exceeded the analytical capacity of the standard testing incantations. He hesitated. Should he proceed? Should he merely test a drop, or dare to consume a small dose? The image of Lily Evans standing beside the cauldron flickered through his mind, her green eyes radiating calm and seriousness as she contributed to the concoction. If this were a trap, would Lily partake in it? Another vision flashed, Severus's obsidian eyes, filled with a fervent reverence for knowledge, stating, "I abhor the destruction of ignorance." Lastly, Sirius's warning echoed in the dimly lit common room. Anything emerging from his hands might be poison, sweetened with honey. Remus closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then applied a drop of the potion to the inner side of his wrist, the safest method of testing. Skin absorption was gentler than direct consumption, and should adverse reactions occur, he could promptly counteract them with an antidote spell. A chilling sensation coursed through him, followed by a slight prick, akin to the touch of fine needles. Subsequently, an extraordinary sense of tranquility emanated from that point, not numbness but clarity. It was as if a dusty glass had been suddenly polished, or a cacophonous room had abruptly fallen silent. He felt his magical flow becoming remarkably steady. It was not diminished, but transformed from a tumultuous, roaring river into a deep, serene, yet powerful current. The familiar restlessness that always stirred within him as the full moon approached receded, akin to observing flames through thick glass. He could perceive the light and warmth, yet felt no scorching heat. More astonishingly, for the first time, he could distinctly sense the pull of the lunar phases, not through calendar calculations, nor through bodily discomfort, but through an undeniable sensation. Overhead, beyond the castle, the moon waxed gradually, like an immense magnet, drawing forth something within him. Yet, between this magnetic pull and his sense of self lay a layer of cushion, crafted from the silvery potion, cool and resilient. The testing spell indicated that this state would endure for approximately 2 hours, perfectly timed for the commencement of the afternoon herbology class. Remus secured the potion vial, erasing the residual trace on his wrist with a cleansing charm. No redness, no rash, no visible adverse reactions graced his skin. Only that peculiar, lucid sense of tranquility remained. As he departed the library, His steps felt lighter than usual. The sounds of the corridor, the laughter of students, the murmurs of portraits, the distant shrieks of peeves became distinct, akin to a complex symphony, each part discernible. He could even sense the faint pulsations of ancient magic within the walls, akin to the castle's slumbering breath. As he traversed the corridor adorned with mirrors on the third floor, he halted his steps. The famed mirror, the heiress mirror, was no longer present. Yet Remus recalled its location from a chance encounter during his first year. Standing before the vacant alcove, he pondered what he might behold if he were to gaze into a mirror now. Would it still reflect the illusions of his family's well-being, or something else entirely? Lupin! A voice echoed from around the corner of the corridor. Remus turned to find Lily Evans standing there, cradling several weighty tomes on magical theory in her arms. Her expression was one of hesitation, as though she were weighing her words carefully. Evans, Remus acknowledged with a nod. Lily stepped closer and lowered her voice. Have you tested it? Severus's potion? Remus hesitated momentarily before nodding. A small dose for a skin test. The effects were quite pronounced. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Lily's green eyes. Was it reassurance or concern? What about side effects? None thus far. However, the testing spells indicated an unknown variable, a purple reaction. Lily nodded, seemingly unperturbed. It's not surprising that Severus employed 3 unconventional ingredients: powdered moonstone, purified wolfsbane extract. And she paused. His own blood. Remus was taken aback. Blood? He mentioned that core resonance requires a bridge. Lily's voice dropped even lower. As the potion's creator, his inclusion of his own blood theoretically enhances the magical connection between the potion and the user, allowing for more precise effects. But it also means if I take the full dosage, a temporary magical link will be established between us. Remus interjected, a chill coursing through him. He can sense my condition? Only the efficacy data of the potion, the stability of the magic, duration, and severity of side effects. I swear he cannot locate you or read your thoughts through this connection. Lily quickly reassured him. Moreover, the link will last only until the potion is fully metabolized. A maximum of 24 hours. Remus fixed his gaze upon her. Do you trust him? Lily remained silent for a long moment. The laughter of students outside the corridor resonating in the distance before fading away, while the rain continued its relentless patter against the windows. I trust his attitude towards knowledge. She finally spoke. I believe he would not lie about such matters, not out of morality, but because it would taint his experimental results. Yet, I also believe she lifted her gaze to meet Remus's eyes. He has his own agenda, one that extends beyond merely assisting you. And what might that be? Proof. Lily murmured softly. To demonstrate his potion-making prowess, to show that understanding is more effective than fear, to prove that he comprehends complex issues better than those bureaucrats at the ministry, those who merely shout about danger and control. She paused to add, and to prove it to me. The implications of her words were rich and multifaceted, leaving Remus momentarily at a loss for complete comprehension. However, he grasped the essence of it. For Severus, this potion represented not only a means to aid Remus, but also a performance, a demonstration, a complex act of self-actualization. Thank you for your honesty, Remus finally said. Lily nodded, preparing to depart, but before turning away, she added, be wary of Peter. Remus's heart skipped a beat. What? I saw him yesterday in the library. Lily's voice was barely audible as she perused some peculiar materials. The legal boundaries of memory modification spells, methods for the compulsory dissolution of magical contracts, and how to maintain a closed mind during interrogation. She observed Remus's suddenly pallid face and remarked, I do not comprehend the implications, but I feel you ought to be informed. With that, she hastily departed, her crimson hair flickering like a distant flame in the dimly lit corridor. Remus remained rooted to the spot, the sound of raindrops against the window suddenly deafening. Peter, investigate those materials. Why? Are you so terrified that you wish to alter your own memories? He dared not ponder further. During the subsequent herbology class, Remus scarcely absorbed any information. Engaged in the mechanical task of handling the bubble pods in the third greenhouse, his mind wandered, fixated on Lily's words and Peter's peculiar behavior. The clarity brought by the silver potion morphed into a burden, rendering him acutely aware of the emotional fluctuations of those around him. Professor Sprout's patience, his classmates' focus or ennui, and Peter's palpable anxiety. Today, Peter was assigned to the same workbench as Remus. Throughout the lesson, Peter's fingers trembled slightly, not due to the chill, but rather from a nervous, uncontrollable quiver. He handled the moonlight flowers with extraordinary caution, bordering on paranoia, donning 3 layers of gloves and a tightly secured mask, scanning each leaf with a detection spell thrice before making a single cut. "Are you well, Wormtail?" Remus inquired softly when he noticed Peter nearly nicking his own finger for the 3rd time. Peter abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes wide behind his goggles. "What? Oh, I'm fine, just a bit under the weather. The greenhouse feels stifling." Yet Remus could sense the untruth, heightened by the potion. He could almost taste the fear permeating Peter's emotions, a potent, sour fear akin to spoiled milk. And beneath that, a deeper layer of guilt. Chapter 51. A crisis of trust. As class concluded, the rain had temporarily ceased. The sky remained a leaden gray, yet a pale ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the castle's damp stone walls, making them glisten. Students poured out of the greenhouse, inhaling the crisp air that followed the rain. Remus deliberately slowed his packing, allowing Peter to exit first. He wished to observe and comprehend. However, just as Peter was about to step out, a dark figure obstructed the doorway. Snape. He stood in the shadows at the entrance, his black robes nearly merging with the backdrop. His gaze swept across the greenhouse's occupants, lingering on Remus for less than a second before locking onto Peter. "Peter." Snape's voice was calm yet bore that distinct, unsettling slickness. "Professor Slughorn has instructed me to inform you that there are 3 significant errors in your swelling potion analysis report submitted last week. He expects you to rectify and resubmit it by tomorrow afternoon." Peter's face instantly drained of color. 3 errors? "But you thought that your mediocre potion skills could suffice?" Snape interrupted him, a faint, icy curve gracing the corners of his lips. "The bulletin board in the classroom contains the correct examples. I suggest you study them diligently rather than squander your time on irrelevant readings." He articulated the final words deliberately, his gaze fixed intently upon Peter, who froze like a mouse ensnared by a serpent. Remus felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Snape was aware, cognizant of Peter's research in the library. Was he issuing a warning or a threat? "I will change it," Peter finally managed to utter, lowering his head as he squeezed past Snape, almost fleeing the greenhouse. Snape's gaze shifted to Remus. Their eyes locked for 3 seconds, devoid of any spoken exchange. Yet the message was conveyed. "I noticed, tread carefully." Then Snape turned and departed, his dark cloak leaving a shadowy trace upon the damp cobblestones. That evening, the Marauders convened in the room of requirement for their inaugural energy compatibility test. The room had been transformed by Sirius into a simplified laboratory, with a refined magic circle drawn upon the central floor. A tranquil crystal floated at the center, emanating a gentle blue glow. Surrounding it were various testing instruments, a magical fluctuation recorder borrowed from the library, a spectral analysis prism temporarily requisitioned from the astronomy tower, and an antique magical tuning fork that James had procured from an unknown source. "Is everything ready?" Sirius inquired as he examined the final rune connection. Today, he was particularly focused, his gray eyes scrutinizing every detail of the array, his fingers astonishingly steady as they traced the calibration incantation in the air. Remus sensed the immense pressure behind that concentration. Sirius was compelling himself towards perfection, for any misstep could lead to peril, not just the risk of failure, but the risk of exposure. "Let us begin," James declared, placing the self-correcting quill on a designated point at the edge of the array. Sirius raised his wand and began softly chanting the activation spell. Ancient syllables resonated in the air, harmonizing with the runes inscribed upon the array. The tranquil crystal pulsed with light, akin to a slowly beating heart. The magic circle illuminated in layers. First, the outermost protective ring shone a steadfast, earthy hue. Next, the central energy modulation ring exhibited a flowing aquamarine. Finally, the innermost core, responsible for feature transformation, began to emit a soft silvery glow. The three radiances intertwined, forming a swirling orb of light above the array. Within the orb, one could perceive delicate, lightning-like streams of energy weaving and merging. 87% energy compatibility. James read from a magical fluctuation recorder, the data stable. The crystal's soothing effect was smoothing out the turbulent magic flow within the array. Continue to infuse magical energy. Sirius's voice was taut as he tested the limits of their capacity. He intensified his magical output. The array's brilliance escalated, and its rotation quickened. The numbers on the recorder began to fluctuate. 89, 91, 93. As it reached 95%, an unforeseen incident occurred. The pocket watch in Remus's possession suddenly began to vibrate violently. Not with the gentle pulsations of magical energy, but with a genuine, physical tremor, as if something within were desperately struggling. Almost immediately, the Hollywood box at his chest began to heat up to the point of nearly scorching his skin. "Stop!" Remus shouted. It was too late. The watch's vibrations disrupted the stability of Remus's magical power, which, through some means, was connected to the array, perhaps due to residual effects of the silver potion or something deeper. The array sensed this instability and automatically triggered its protective mechanism. The orb of light contracted sharply before erupting, not in a true explosion, but as a violent release of magical energy. A silent shock wave emanated from the center of the array, crashing against the walls of the responding room, only to be absorbed by the room's protective enchantments. However, the items within the room were less fortunate. The magical fluctuation recorder's needle spun wildly before seizing. The spectral analysis prism cracked with a fine fissure, and the magical resonance tuning fork fell to the ground, emitting a final discordant wail. The worst casualty was the tranquil crystal, which, in the shock, fell from its suspended state, bouncing several times on the floor before rolling into the corner of the room. Its surface flickered erratically, and the swirling nebula within became chaotic and distorted. "Merlin!" James rushed to retrieve the crystal, casting a detection spell to scan it. The energy structure was unstable but intact, requiring time for self-repair. Sirius stood rooted in place, his face pale as death. His wand remained raised, yet his hand trembled not from magical exhaustion, but from rage, cold, almost tangible rage. "What is going on?" His voice was low, each word sharp as ice. "What interfered with the test?" Remus pressed his hand against his pocket. The watch continued to vibrate subtly, but the intensity was waning, and the temperature of the Hollywood box was decreasing. He sensed that it was these two items that conflicted with the array, not with the tranquil crystal, but with a specific set of runes within the array, causing a magical repulsion. "It's my fault," he admitted, striving for composure. "It's the protective items I'm wearing. They're incompatible with the ancient array, something I failed to consider." "What protective items?" Sirius turned, his gray eyes locking onto him. "You never mentioned any protective items that would conflict with ancient magic." Remus felt his throat tighten. He could not reveal the full truth about the watch and the Hollywood box, nor their potential connection to Snape's modified array. "It's a family talisman given to me by my father, an ancient magical artifact, the principles of which I also do not fully understand." This was a half-truth. The talisman was real, but the source of the conflict lay not in family magic, but in the new runes that Snape had incorporated into the array, runes that might resonate dangerously with the werewolf traits in his bloodline. Sirius studied him intently for a long moment, the silence in the room oppressive, broken only by the occasional faint crackle from the damaged instruments. "Before the next test," he finally said, his voice cold and firm, "leave all potentially interfering items outside. We require absolute control of the variables." Remus nodded in understanding. James attempted to ease the tension, remarking that at least they knew energy compatibility would only pose a problem if it reached 95%, a notably high threshold. Once the crystal had undergone self-repair, they could adjust the parameters of the formation to avoid sensitive frequencies. His words were abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. It was not the door of the request room that was being rapped upon, for that portal would not manifest in such a manner. Instead, it was the chamber reminding them that someone was outside. approaching the wall across from the tapestry in the corridor. Living map, Sirius whispered. James swiftly unfurled the map, his wand tapping it lightly as he declared, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The inked lines spread forth, revealing 3 names moving along the 8th floor corridor: Peter Pettigrew, Edgar Bones, and Carl Travers. Peter's name lingered near the tapestry, while Bones and Travers were advancing from the direction of the stairs, approximately 100 feet away and drawing closer. Wormtail is out there? James' voice brimmed with confusion. He should have been waiting in the dormitory for their report. No. Sirius' gaze was fixed intently on Peter's name on the map, he leading them. The 3 names struck the center of the room like a heavy hammer. Remus observed the gradually approaching names on the map, watching Peter pace restlessly in place, while Bones and Travers maintained a steady trajectory forward. Lily's warning echoed in his mind, be cautious of Peter. He recalled Snape's admonition at the greenhouse door. And the image of Peter's trembling fingers and eyes filled with dread flashed before him. He might just be there by chance, James endeavored to convince himself. Yet uncertainty betrayed him in his tone. Perhaps he's waiting for us, and the ministry personnel just happened to pass by. At this time, on this secluded corridor on the 8th floor, Sirius' voice was taut like a drawn bowstring. Too many coincidences ceased to be mere chance. On the map, Bones and Travers had approached within 50 feet of the tapestry. Suddenly, Peter's name halted its restless wandering, pivoting towards their direction and making a conspicuous gesture. Then, the 3 names converged upon the tapestry. They know, Remus murmured, or at least they suspect. Peter was leading them to inspect this wall. Why? Genuine anguish laced James' voice. Why would Wormtail? Out of fear, Sirius interjected, his tone imbued with a dreadful calm. For he feared that betraying them was his only escape, convinced that the ministry would safeguard him if they were exposed. Silence enveloped the room, and on the map, the 3 names now stood directly opposite the tapestry. Bones' name came to a halt while Travers' was still in motion, presumably employing some detection device. Then, they saw it. The name of Peter, who had rescued them countless times throughout various crises, accompanied by a small dialogue bubble emerging beside it on the enchanted map, revealing fragments of real-time conversation. It's this wall, Peter Pettigrew stated. Are you certain? Edgar Bones inquired. They often disappear here. I've seen it, Peter replied. No magical fluctuations, Carl Travers noted. Scan again. There may be advanced concealment magic. Edgar Bones felt a chilling wave of betrayal coursing through him. This was not a potential treachery looming in the future, but an immediate and palpable act of betrayal unfolding before his very eyes. Peter stood outside, addressing the officials of the Ministry of Magic, gesturing towards the wall, recounting how individuals often vanish from this very spot. James's complexion was ashen, his hands trembling, nearly unable to grip his wand. Sirius's expression was utterly frozen, not in anger, nor in shock, but in a profound, almost terrifying calm. He gazed at Peter's name on the map, observing the dialogue bubbles, his gray eyes resembling 2 pools of frozen depths. We must leave, Remus finally declared, his voice unexpectedly steady as they departed the room of requirement just before it changed form. The room possessed an obscure trait. If the users had a strong desire for an undetected exit, it would occasionally generate a temporary passage leading to other areas of the castle, contingent upon the concentration of all present. Concentrate, Sirius instructed, finally diverting his gaze from the map, contemplating escape to a place where they could remain undiscovered and safe. The 3 closed their eyes, Remus striving to purge his mind of thoughts of Peter, betrayal, and fear, focusing solely on the act of leaving. He envisioned Gryffindor Tower, the 4-poster beds in the dormitory, and the relative safety it represented. The room began to transform. The walls trembled slightly, and the floor opened in a section, revealing a narrow passageway descending below. A damp breeze surged up, carrying the scent of earth and ancient stone. Go. Sirius was the first to crawl through. James followed, his movements mechanical, as if in a trance. Remus cast one last glance at the center of the room, the shattered instruments, the dim crystals, the half-drawn sigils, before he too entered the passage. The tunnel was low, forcing them to stoop as they advanced. Cold droplets of water seeped from the stone walls, landing on their necks with a biting chill. They traversed in silence for approximately 5 minutes until the passage began to incline upwards, culminating in an old wooden door. Sirius pushed it open. Outside lay an abandoned corridor on the 5th floor of Gryffindor Tower. Specifically, it was the exit of a secret passage they had discovered in their first year, which had seen little use since, due to its conspicuous location. Yet now, it was devoid of any presence. They emerged and closed the hidden door behind them, which automatically disguised itself as an ordinary tapestry depicting gentlemen hunting foxes, with hounds darting through the underbrush. James began, but his voice faltered. He slid down the wall to the ground, his hands covering his face. Merlin, Wormtail. He truly made a choice. Sirius's voice remained eerily calm. Now we too must make a choice. Remus regarded him, pondering what choice remained. Did they still view him as a predator? Sirius's gray eyes, like twin cold stars in the dim corridor, questioned whether they could still trust him, whether they could still protect him. That question lingered in the air, heavy enough to render the atmosphere almost palpable. Chapter 52. Fracture's footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. They were not the measured strides of a professor or Filch, but rather light, hurried, and fragmented steps filled with trepidation. Peter emerged from the corner, breathless, his face flushed with an unhealthy hue. Upon seeing them, his eyes widened in a mixture of surprise, fear, and perhaps a hint of relief. "You are here," he exclaimed as he hurried over. "I've been searching for you everywhere." Just now, the Ministry of Magic personnel were inspecting the 8th floor, and I nearly got caught during questioning. "Is that so?" Sirius interrupted him, his voice as calm as a still surface. "What did they ask you?" Peter hesitated momentarily, then replied, "They inquired whether I had seen any suspicious activities." "Naturally." I said no. They then scanned that wall with their instruments, but apparently found nothing and left. He was lying, a smooth, natural deceit. If not for witnessing the conversation on the Marauder's map, Remus might have almost believed him. James raised his head, his eyes reddened. "Look into my eyes and tell me the truth. What were you doing on the 8th floor?" Peter's face grew even redder. "I was waiting for you. Didn't we agree to meet in the room of requirement after the test? When I arrived, I didn't see the door, and, thinking you might still be occupied, I waited nearby. To lead the ministry personnel to you?" Sirius's voice remained calm, yet Remus could sense the undercurrents of turmoil. "I did not." Peter's voice rose, laced with indignation. "They just happened to pass by. I tried to avoid them, but that Travers fellow stopped me, asking if I had seen any suspicious activities. What could I do? Say, oh, my friends are conducting illegal magical experiments behind that wall?" His performance was convincing. Had it not been for the undeniable evidence of the map, he might have escaped scrutiny. Sirius took a step forward, just one step, but Peter instinctively recoiled. "Peter Pettigrew," Sirius said, for the first time in years addressing him by his full name rather than a nickname. "I shall ask you once more, what did you discuss with the ministry personnel?" The air in the corridor seemed to freeze. Peter gazed into Sirius's eyes, which held a chilling depth, then glanced at James's pained, skeptical expression, and finally met Remus's calm, yet perceptive gaze. His lips trembled, tears began to pool in his eyes. I am afraid," he finally confessed, his voice fractured. "They asked many questions about the 4 of us, where we often go, what we do on the nights of the full moon. They said that if I did not cooperate, I could be investigated as a potential accomplice, possibly expelled, possibly." He broke down, collapsing to the ground, his shoulders shaking violently. "I'm sorry. I said a little, just a little. I mentioned that we sometimes gather in a secret room, but I didn't specify its location. I mentioned that the wall on the 8th floor sometimes exhibits magical fluctuations, but I didn't reveal your secrets. I didn't tell them you are animagi. I didn't tell them Remus is..." He abruptly halted, realizing he had let something slip. Silence enveloped the corridor, broken only by Peter's stifled sobs and the distant, eternal breath of the castle. Sirius's eyes narrowed slightly. James's complexion shifted from pale to ashen. Remus felt his heart thudding slowly and heavily in his chest, each beat sending a fresh wave of cold dread through him. "Remus, what is it?" Sirius inquired, his voice as soft as a feather's fall. yet each word carried a razor's edge. Peter lifted his head, his face streaked with tears, his eyes wide with terror. He glanced at Remus, then at Sirius. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. "What did you tell them, Remus?" This time it was James who asked, his voice hoarse. Peter's voice was thin as a gnat's. "I said Remus sometimes feels unwell and takes leave around the full moon." They probed further, asking what ailment it was. And I replied, "Perhaps a hereditary blood disorder, but I am uncertain." This was yet another layer of deception, a fragile facade shrouding the truth. But it posed sufficient danger, enough for the Ministry of Magic to mark Remus for further medical scrutiny. Sirius stared at Peter for an interminable moment before turning away and walking to the end of the corridor, his heavy footsteps echoing. "Let him go," Remus said, a weariness in his voice that James had never heard before. "We all should rest. We can discuss this tomorrow." He looked at Peter, still crouched on the floor, observing the genuine fear and remorse etched on his friend's face. But was that remorse enough? Was that fear merely a reflection of his own potential consequences, rather than guilt over the betrayal itself? Remus did not know. He only understood that after this night, the Marauders would no longer be the same. Trust, once shattered, resembled a broken mirror. Even if painstakingly reassembled, the cracks would forever remain. And outside, the rain began to fall once more. The rain persisted throughout the night, only tapering off as dawn approached. Morning light seeped through the damp window of Gryffindor Tower, casting a cool, gray-blue hue over the dormitory. Remus scarcely slept a wink, lying in bed, staring at the canopy above, listening to the breaths of the other three occupants, or rather, the breaths of two individuals, accompanied by the feigned slumber of one. James's breathing was heavy and irregular, occasionally shifting, the bed frame creaking softly. He was evidently awake as well. Sirius's bed remained remarkably still, nearly devoid of sound. Yet Remus knew he was awake, those gray eyes wide open in the darkness, fixated on the ceiling, occasionally drifting toward Peter's bed. Peter's breathing followed a deliberately even, feigned rhythm, too regular to seem natural. Every few minutes, a slight swallow could be heard, as though he were stifling something. At 6 o'clock, the castle bells chimed for the first time. Sirius was the first to rise, swiftly dressing and grabbing his bag without casting a glance at anyone, striding directly out of the dormitory. Once the door closed, the air within the room felt as though it had shifted slightly. James sat up, rubbing his reddened eyes, gazing at Remus. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but ultimately shook his head, rising to change his clothes. Peter waited until the two had nearly finished preparing before sluggishly climbing out of bed, his eyes puffy, his complexion pale, avoiding eye contact with anyone. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse. "Let us discuss it in the Great Hall." James interrupted him, his tone colder than anything Remus had ever heard. This was not an appropriate place for conversation. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor Long table during breakfast was peculiar. The Marauders sat together, as usual. Yet the space between them was significantly larger than normal. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the clattering of cutlery against plates and the cacophony of laughter and chatter from surrounding students. As Mary McDonald passed by with a plate in hand, she unmistakably sensed the abnormality. She hesitated for a moment before sitting down beside Remus. "Are you all right? You all look rather unwell," she observed. "Quidditch practice has been exhausting," James replied, immediately adopting his characteristic carefree smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Wood had scheduled 3 additional night practices this week, claiming it was to prepare for the match against Ravenclaw. "Oh," Mary remarked, glancing from one to the other, clearly unconvinced but wisely refraining from probing further. "By the way, Lily asked me to tell you that the extra potions tutoring has been moved to Thursday evening. Professor Slughorn has an unexpected engagement." "Got it, thanks," James said, then turned his attention back to his plate of scrambled eggs, effectively ending the conversation. After Mary departed, silence descended once more. Peter attempted to speak several times, but each time he met Sirius's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. Finally, as breakfast neared its conclusion, Sirius set down his knife and fork. His movement was light, yet the other 3 halted their actions. After class today, he stated, his voice steady yet commanding, "We need to talk, everyone." He did not specify what the discussion would entail, but was unnecessary. Peter's face paled further, and he nodded, his fingers entwined beneath the table. "All right," James replied, his voice dry. Remus merely nodded. The morning classes proceeded under a suffocating atmosphere. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall instructed them on how to transform hedgehogs into pincushions. Remus successfully completed the transformation, yet the edges of his pincushion bore a peculiar, hair-like texture, indicative of an incomplete transformation. McGonagall frowned, but merely deducted 5 points without further inquiry. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Lupin continued his lecture on identifying and responding to werewolves. Today's lesson delved deeper into analyzing magical residue to ascertain whether an area had experienced recent werewolf activity, how to extract identifying information from hair, saliva, or other biological samples, and the latest ministry regulations stipulating that any suspected werewolf activity must be reported immediately, with severe penalties for concealment. Remus felt each heartbeat reverberate heavily within his chest. He sensed Professor Lupin's gaze occasionally sweeping over him, probing for weaknesses. He could feel Peter fidgeting nervously in the seat beside him. And even from the other end of the classroom, Sirius's gaze felt like an invisible tether binding him tightly. At the end of class, Professor Lupin called out to him, "Mr. Lupin, please stay a moment." Remus's heart skipped a beat. He halted, watching as his classmates filed out. Peter hesitated, seemingly wanted to wait for him. But James pulled him along, and the two followed the crowd out. Only Sirius paused for a moment at the door, his gray eyes locking with Remus's, before he turned to leave. Yet he did not stray far. Remus could sense his presence lingering in the corridor. "Your last assignment," said McGonagall, as he picked up a piece of parchment from the lectern, detailed the habitat characteristics and social structure of the redcaps, particularly your observation of their sensitivity to lunar phases. Such insight is rarely noted by students. "Thank you, Professor," Remus replied cautiously. McGonagall approached him. The former Auror, though not particularly tall, exuded an invisible pressure akin to a cheetah, poised to pounce, yet keeping its claws retracted. "Your understanding of dark creatures far surpasses that of an ordinary fourth-year student," McGonagall remarked, his tone steady, yet each word seemed to probe. "Your father's influence?" "Yes, Professor. I have been reading his research notes since childhood." Lyle Lupin, McGonagall nodded, referring to the esteemed scholar in magical biology. Although some of his views diverged from the current ministry stance, he advocated for understanding and coexistence with dark creatures rather than control and isolation. This was not a question, so Remus remained silent. "I have read his paper on werewolf social structure," McGonagall continued, his eyes fixed intently on Remus's face. He believed that werewolves could live normally in human form, provided they receive appropriate magical support and societal acceptance. Quite idealistic. Remus forced himself to maintain steady breaths, his fingers gripping the pocket watch within his robe, feeling the rhythmic pulse of the stabilizing enchantment. The Hollywood box pressed against his chest, providing a faint but persistent warmth. "Idealism can sometimes be perilous, Mr. Lupin," McGonagall's voice lowered, "for it may blind one to genuine risks. The transformation of a werewolf is uncontrollable. The beast on a full moon is devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to kill. This is an objective truth in magical biology, not mere prejudice." "I understand, Professor," Remus replied, striving to keep his voice steady. McGonagall scrutinized him for a lengthy moment before nodding. "Your academic potential is commendable. Should you wish to pursue a career in magical biology in the future, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures may have suitable positions for you. Of course, this is contingent upon passing the requisite security clearances." The implication of those words felt like a bucket of icy water poured over Remus's back. Security clearance, background checks, magical characteristic scans, family medical history reviews. "I will remember, Professor," he said. McGonagall waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Remus turned and exited the classroom, his steps steady, though his palms had already grown damp with sweat. Sirius was indeed waiting around the corner of the corridor. Leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, he straightened immediately upon seeing Remus emerge. What did he say? Sirius asked, foregoing pleasantries. Complimented my assignment. Mentioned my father's research. Implied the importance of security clearance. Sirius's expression darkened. He glanced toward the classroom, where McGonagall was gathering his lesson plans to depart. He asked, testing you, Sirius murmured, and warning you. I know. They walked side by side towards the next classroom. The corridor teeming with students transitioning between classes, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Amidst this clamor, Sirius suddenly remarked, after tonight, we must alter our strategy. Remus turned to him, sensing the gravity in his words. Peter is no longer trustworthy. Sirius's voice was low, yet each word resonated clearly. Trust could no longer be fully extended. He possessed too much knowledge and was shrouded in fear, a fear that often precipitated foolish actions. What do you propose we do? Remus inquired. Sirius fell silent for a few moments before responding. We shall give him a chance, one final opportunity. Tonight, we will lay everything bare. If he chooses to remain, to continue as a marauder, he must prove himself through actions rather than mere words. If he opts to leave, he paused, we must ensure he departs without our secrets. The chill in his words unsettled Remus, yet he recognized the truth in Sirius's assessment. Peter had already taken the first step towards betrayal, albeit one driven by fear, a partial betrayal that once initiated could never be entirely retracted. What do you think he will choose? Remus asked. Sirius's lips curled into a nearly imperceptible, cold smile. I do not know, nor do I care. What matters is you, the precious one we must safeguard. His gaze shifted to Remus, his gray eyes alight with a fierce resolve Remus had never witnessed before. I will not allow anyone to harm you. No one. The weight of his declaration rendered Remus speechless. All he could do was nod, and together they entered the Charms classroom, temporarily setting their conversation aside. Yet the impact of their dialogue lingered throughout the day. Each class, every chance encounter in the corridor, and each exchanged glance served as a reminder that something had irrevocably fractured among the Marauders, and tonight they would either attempt to mend it or sever it entirely. Chapter 53. The Guardian. After the final class of the afternoon, the Marauders dispersed towards the Shrieking Shack. This was their agreed-upon strategy, aimed at minimizing the risk of detection. Remus was the last to leave the castle, taking a circuitous route to ensure he was not being followed before slipping into the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow. Upon arriving at the Shrieking Shack, he found the other three already present. The room had been modestly cleared, a small fire crackling in the center, ignited not by magic, but by genuine kindling, ensuring no magical traces were left behind. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows upon the dilapidated walls, illuminating their youthful faces in a chiaroscuro of light and darkness. Sirius stood by the window, his back to the door, gazing at the darkening sky outside. James sat atop an overturned wooden crate, his hands clasped upon his knees, his expression solemn. Peter huddled in the farthest corner from the fire, shoulders hunched, his gaze fixed on the floor. Remus shut the door, and the air in the room seemed to thicken. Everyone is here, Sirius announced, turning to face them, his visage half lit and half shrouded in shadow, akin to a mask. Let's begin. He strode to the center of the room, positioning himself beside the fire, the flames illuminating his gray eyes, rendering them akin to burning silver. Peter, Sirius directly addressed him. What did you communicate to the ministry officials last night on the 8th floor? Reveal the entire truth. Omit nothing, embellish nothing. Peter lifted his gaze, tears beginning to well up in his eyes once more. Yet, this time he did not completely break down. Instead, he inhaled deeply, his voice trembling yet clear. I informed them that we sometimes gather in the secret chambers within the castle. I mentioned that I was unaware of the exact location, but that the wall on the 8th floor occasionally exhibits magical fluctuations. I also mentioned that Remus becomes ill around the full moon, possibly due to a hereditary blood condition. Why? James inquired, pain lacing his tone. Why divulge such information? Because they threatened me. Peter's voice rose sharply, tinged with a sob. Travers said that if I did not cooperate, they could petition to use a truth serum on me, as I was clearly withholding information. He claimed it would ruin my magical career. I could be expelled or even prosecuted for obstructing justice. He stood, fists clenched at his sides. Do you not understand? You all have escape routes. James, your parents love you. The Potter family is wealthy and influential. Even if expelled, you would still fare well. Sirius, you despise the Blacks. But if you were truly in peril, they would utilize all their resources to protect you. For you are of their bloodline. Remus, you harbor your own secrets. Yet those are the very secrets you all strive to protect. His gaze swept across the three, and tears finally streamed down his face. And what about me? My mother is an ordinary widow. We possess neither wealth nor status. If expelled, if burdened with a criminal record, I would have nothing. No future, no hope, nothing. The room was silent save for the crackling of the flames and Peter's muffled sobs. After a long pause, James spoke, his voice hoarse. So for you, our friendship is less significant than your so-called future? That is not how it is. Peter cried, but I must survive. I must have a future to continue being your friend. If I am expelled and imprisoned in Azkaban, how could I? You are not our friend, Sirius interrupted him. His voice icy. A friend does not betray another in the face of threats. A friend stands together, facing challenges and seeking solutions, rather than choosing the path of least resistance for self-preservation. Peter looked at him, his expression a tumult of fear, anger, and hurt. Then tell me what I should do. Should I deny everything, claim ignorance, and wait for them to use a truth serum on me, exposing all of your secrets? Would that be better? At least I would be honest, Sirius replied. At least you wouldn't be the one offering up the knife, while telling us, look, I merely handed you the hilt. The blade was concealed by them. The words pierced sharply, causing Peter to recoil as though struck. Finally, Remus spoke, his voice unusually calm amidst the silence. Peter, we understand your fear, but fear cannot serve as a justification for betrayal. You possess numerous alternatives. You could have come to us for counsel, sought ways to delay, or crafted safer lies. Yet you opted for the most perilous sort of half-truth. You provided them with clues, bringing them closer to the truth. He paused for a moment, gazing at Peter's pallid face. You lied upon your return last night. You claimed you had revealed nothing to them. That constitutes a second betrayal, a betrayal of our trust. Peter opened his mouth, attempting to defend himself, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He sank back into the corner, burying his head in his knees. James glanced at Sirius and then at Remus. The anguish etched on his face was nearly palpable. To James, friendship was sacrosanct and loyalty was unconditional. Yet at this moment, he found himself compelled to choose between friendship and reason, a choice that tore him apart. Then, James finally spoke, his voice weary. What shall we do now? Sirius approached the fire, crouching down to poke the burning logs with a stick. The flames danced, casting his shadow upon the wall like a colossal, restless beast. Two choices, he stated, avoiding Peter's gaze. First, Peter must withdraw entirely from the Marauders. He must vow never to divulge our secrets, and we must pledge never to disclose what he once knew. From that point onward, we will part ways but maintain silence about each other. Peter abruptly raised his head. Are you casting me out? You departed first, Sirius replied calmly. You stepped outside the circle of trust, and now you must decide whether to return. And the second choice? Remus inquired. Peter stays, Sirius continued, but he must undergo a trial to reclaim our trust. Furthermore, from now on, he shall not partake in our core plans, nor learn any new secrets until he proves himself worthy. He finally turned to Peter, his gray eyes devoid of anger or reproach, revealing only a profound, chilling assessment. Which do you choose? Peter stared at the fire, watching the flickering flames in silence for a long time, the light playing across his face, illuminating his struggle, fear, and perhaps a hint of resentment. Remus detected that fleeting trace of animosity, not towards the ministry, nor towards their predicament, but towards them. He resented their inability to comprehend his fears, their insistence on him taking risks, and the courage and options they possessed that he lacked. Finally, Peter whispered, I choose to stay. Sirius nodded, seemingly unsurprised. Then from this night forth, you will remain ignorant of our forthcoming plans. What you must do is maintain the story you told the ministry last night when questioned, claim ignorance of the secret room's location. and state that Remus has a hereditary blood condition. Can you do that? Yes. Peter's voice was barely audible. Louder. Yes. Peter lifted his head, tears glimmering in his eyes. Yet there was also an odd, newfound determination. Sirius scrutinized him for several seconds before rising. Then tonight is concluded. We shall return in groups. James, you and Peter shall depart first. Remus, stay behind. James wished to say something, but upon seeing Sirius's expression, he merely nodded and led Peter away. Once the door closed, only Remus and Sirius remained in the room, along with the dwindling fire. You do not trust him, Remus stated, not as a question. I have never trusted one who is governed by fear, Sirius replied. Fear corrodes everything, including friendship and oaths. He approached the window, gazing at the sky now shrouded in darkness, devoid of the moon, with only a few scattered stars twinkling through the gaps in the clouds. We require more formidable protection, Sirius declared, turning his back to Remus. The ministry will not relent. Peter had provided them with a lead, and they would pursue it relentlessly. The next full moon was merely 2 weeks away. Before that, we must be adequately prepared. Remus joined him by the window, also surveying the night. Your enhanced protective enchantments, combined with the tranquil crystal, if successful, how long can they provide cover? In theory, up to 48 hours, Sirius responded, but only if fully activated and undisturbed. Last night's failed test revealed compatibility issues that still need to be resolved. He retrieved a small object from his pocket, the tranquil crystal, which emitted a gentle blue glow in the darkness. However, Remus noted that the previously orderly rotation of the nebula within the crystal was now somewhat chaotic, akin to disturbed water. It has not fully recovered, Remus remarked. It needs time. Sirius tucked the crystal away, but time was the one thing they could least afford. An uneasy silence enveloped them, broken only by the distant call of an owl that pierced the stillness of the night. Snape, Remus suddenly said. Sirius's body tensed noticeably. What? His modified enchantments, have you studied them? Remus inquired, striving to sound merely academically curious. He claims to have repaired the missing runes, theoretically making them more stable. I will not use anything from Snape. Sirius's voice was steely, especially when it concerned Remus's safety. But what if his version is indeed superior? Remus pressed on. If it could provide reliable protection before the next full moon. I said no. Sirius turned to face him, his gray eyes swirling with intense emotion. Remus, listen to me. Snape is neither a friend nor an ally. Anything he offers may come with hidden costs, concealed traps. I cannot allow you to take that risk. But you are taking a risk. Remus's voice involuntarily rose. You are using an incomplete method, an unrefined crystal, a potentially failing enchantment. If we are unprepared for the next full moon, if the ministry escalates its surveillance, if that happens, Sirius interrupted, his voice suddenly unnaturally calm. I will implement the contingency plan. The words contingency plan pierced Remus's chest like an icicle. He recalled the line on the parchment, voluntarily expose in Nimigus form. No, Remus said, his voice trembling. You cannot. That would destroy everything for you. Some things are more important than everything, Sirius replied, his gaze fixed on Remus's face. In the darkness, his gray eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. I promise to protect you. This is not an empty declaration, Remus. It is a vow. Remus felt his throat tighten, and his eyes grow warm. He longed to say he was not worth it, to plead that he should not sacrifice himself for him. But the words lodged in his throat, unutterable, because he knew that such sentiments were futile. Once Sirius Black made a decision, he was as immovable as a mountain. Once a vow was made, he would fulfill it with everything he had. That was who he was. Remus dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. Give me a week. Sirius broke the silence. I will refine the enchantment to restore the crystal. If, after a week, it remains ineffective, we shall consider alternative options, including Snape's version. Sirius's jaw tightened, yet ultimately he nodded, albeit stiffly. But that is the last resort, after I have explored all other possibilities. Remus understood that this was the utmost concession he could offer. Very well, he replied. A week. They departed from the shrieking shack, each returning to the castle separately. Remus opted for a longer route. He wished to walk alone and gather his thoughts. Hogwarts, shrouded in the night, appeared both solemn and mysterious. Its towers and spires silhouetted against the starry sky, while the warm glow emanating from the windows resembled jewels embedded in the darkness. As he passed the greenhouse, he noticed a familiar figure standing outside the third greenhouse. It was Snape, alone, gazing up at the stars, his black cloak billowing gently in the night breeze. Remus hesitated, contemplating whether to approach, but it seemed Snape had already spotted him. "Lupin," Snape's voice rang out clearly in the stillness. "What brings you here?" Remus inquired as he stepped closer. "Contemplation," was Snape's succinct reply. His gaze shifted from the heavens to Remus. "Your magical fluctuations have stabilized by 15% since yesterday. Have you utilized the potion?" Remus did not deny the small dosage test. "Wise," Snape remarked, retrieving a scroll of parchment from the inner pocket of his robe. "This is the complete formula adjusted based on preliminary feedback, and Lily assisted in verifying its safety. If you decide to use it, you may begin brewing tomorrow, and it can be completed before the full moon." Remus accepted the parchment, but did not immediately examine it. "What is the cost?" he asked. "You mentioned you had your own agenda." The corners of Snape's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc. "My agenda has been partially fulfilled. I have demonstrated the feasibility of the improved enchantment, proving that potions can stabilize magical characteristics. The remaining objective is observation." "Observation of what?" Remus queried. "Observation of choice." Snape's dark eyes were fathomless in the night. "To observe how an individual chooses in dire circumstances, whether to cling to pride and fail, or to relinquish prejudice and survive. To observe whether friendship strengthens or shatters under pressure." He took a step closer, lowering his voice. "And to observe how betrayal breeds." Peter Pettigrew was in the library this afternoon, writing a letter to the ministry with invisible ink. I intercepted a copy. Remus's heart raced. "What letter?" Snape produced another piece of parchment, this time treated with a revealing charm, upon which delicate script emerged. "Dear Deputy Director Bones, regarding the information previously provided, upon further reflection, I believe the notion of a blood malady may be inaccurate. Mr. Lupin's symptoms align more closely with a certain periodic magical disturbance, clearly correlated with lunar phases. I recommend a more thorough magical characteristic scan, particularly before and after the full moon. Additionally, the entrance to the secret room they frequently use may be related to the legend of the Room of Requirement, the precise location of which I am still confirming. Yours sincerely, P.P." The contents of the letter struck Remus like a heavy blow, nearly causing him to falter. Peter not only refused to cease his actions, but continued to betray information, and this time with even greater specificity and peril. "Why show me this?" Remus's voice was hoarse. "Because you need to know," Snape replied, "for the time of choice has arrived. You may continue to trust your friends, awaiting the success of Black's incantation, should it prove successful. Alternatively, you may accept my assistance, ensuring you possess a truly reliable protection by the next full moon." He placed another vial of silvery potion upon the parchment. This liquid was clearer, radiating a pearlescent sheen. "This time, it is a complete dosage. Within 24 hours of consumption, your magical signature will be entirely cloaked, rendering you undetectable to any probing devices. However, it will last only 24 hours and may be used only once within a month, lest you develop a resistance." Remus gazed intently at the vial, then at the letter. "Two choices, two paths, two futures. If I accept," he finally said, "what do you require in return?" Snape was silent for a few moments before he replied, "I want you to survive." The simplicity of that statement left Remus momentarily speechless. "Survive," Snape reiterated, "to prove my theory correct, to demonstrate that understanding and control are far more effective than fear and annihilation, to show," he paused, "that some individuals are worthy of salvation, even if they are different." Having spoken, he turned and departed, his dark robes melding with the night, vanishing like ink dispersed in dark waters. Remus stood alone outside the greenhouse, clutching the parchment and the vial, the words from Peter's letter, Sirius's vow, and Snape's final murmurs swirling in his mind. Survive. Those three simple words at that moment bore the weight of the most intricate spell, laden with all manner of contradictions, choices, and burdens. In the distance, the lights in Gryffindor Tower gradually dimmed. The castle was on the cusp of slumber, yet Remus knew his night was just beginning. Chapter 54. The choice of potions 10 days before the full moon. The air within Hogwarts Castle was taut as a bowstring. The Ministry's random inspections had become routine. At least twice daily, Edgar Bones or his assistant would appear in various areas of the castle, wielding that silver detection device, scanning the corridors, classrooms, and even the common room. Each time the device was activated, the surrounding crystal rings emitted a soft glow, like an unblinking eye awakening in the darkness, searching. Professor McGonagall's demeanor grew increasingly severe. Rarely did she lose her temper in Transfiguration class, not due to the students' mistakes, but because they were overly fixated on the corridor outside rather than the lesson at hand. Yet even the dimmest students could sense that the professor's true ire was directed at those clad in deep gray robes, wandering freely through Hogwarts. They were challenging Dumbledore's authority. After one class, Professor Flitwick lowered his voice in the corridor to speak with McGonagall, a conversation overheard by the unintentional listener, Remus. Every day, they scanned with their equipment, as if inspecting criminals rather than students. Dumbledore had tacitly approved. Professor McGonagall replied, her voice tinged with a suppressed anger, advocating for a greater compromise. Yet I find this deeply unsettling, profoundly distasteful. Remus strode past, his heart pounding heavily within his chest. What does this greater compromise entail? The autonomy of Hogwarts? A commitment to self-regulation against potential threats? Or perhaps the safety of a particular student? He dare not dwell on it. 9 days before the full moon, the division among the Marauders shifted from secrecy to open discord. During breakfast, Peter no longer sat with them. He chose to occupy the far end of the long table. Seated with a few unfamiliar fourth-year Gryffindors, his head bowed as he avoided eye contact with anyone. Let him be, Sirius remarked, his movements of spreading butter on bread as smooth as ever. Yet Remus noted he had applied it 3 times before stopping. The butter thick enough to almost drip, a habit born of his agitation. James's gaze was fixed in Peter's direction, his expression complex. We ought to talk to him. Perhaps. There is no perhaps, Sirius interrupted. He made his choice, and we must respect it and move on. But he is our friend. James's voice was laced with genuine anguish. We cannot simply abandon him. James, Remus spoke softly, gently touching James's arm beneath the table. Sometimes, to relinquish someone is to safeguard others, including oneself. James turned to him, confusion and turmoil swirling in his brown eyes. Remus understood the dilemma. For James, friendship was absolute, while the Marauders were eternal. Yet reality was imparting a harsh lesson. Some absolutes cannot endure. Tonight, Sirius interjected, shifting the topic. The energy of the tranquil crystal has been restored to 80%. I adjusted the compatibility parameters of the formation to avoid conflict with your family's protective charm. We need to test it again. Where? Remus inquired. The room of requirement is no longer safe. Peter is aware of that location. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Sirius responded. At the edge of the Centaur territory, there exists an ancient magical barrier that can obscure most energy fluctuations. Remus hesitated, but the Forbidden Forest is off-limits after curfew. If we are caught, if we do not conduct this test, Sirius locked eyes with him, the risks during the next full moon will be significantly greater. The Ministry has formally requested Professor McGonagall to conduct medical evaluations for students with periodic health issues. Your name is on that list, Remus. Those words struck him like a bucket of ice water. Remus felt his fingers grow cold, despite the warmth and crowd of the hall. When? His voice was steadier than he had anticipated. The day after the full moon, Sirius replied. They will bring in a healer from St. Mungo's for a comprehensive magical physiological examination, including blood sample analysis, magical signature scans, and possibly a genetic magical imprint assessment. Genetic magical imprint. That was the most challenging aspect of a werewolf's traits to conceal. Even the most advanced concealment magic could not entirely mask the ancient brand that resonated with the full moon within one's bloodline. We have 9 days, Remus stated. No. Sirius corrected him. We have 8 days. On the eve of the full moon, it is imperative to take sedatives in advance to prepare for the transformation. Thus, we have merely 8 days to ensure the formation is fully operational. 8 days, during which the tranquil crystal must also be restored. The formation needs final testing, and practical application verification is required. The schedule is suffocatingly tight. Tonight, in the Forbidden Forest, Remus finally inquired, "At what time?" "After the moon sets." "I shall await you by the Whomping Willow." "James will also come. We need 3 individuals to maintain the foundational triangular structure of the formation." James nodded solemnly. "I will be ready. What shall I bring?" "A wand, ample illumination, and this." Sirius produced 3 small fabric pouches from his bag, distributing them to the others, containing blessed moonstone powder. Should there be any energy backlash during the test, sprinkling a bit around the formation can stabilize the fluctuations. Remus accepted the pouch, feeling the silky texture of the crystalline powder and its faint magical warmth through the fabric. He glanced at Sirius, hoping to glean more from those gray eyes. Confidence? Worry? Yet, Sirius had already diverted his gaze, intently slicing the now-cold sausages on his plate. Throughout that entire day, Remus remained in a heightened state of alertness. Each class, every fleeting encounter in the corridors, and each distant hum of instruments tightened his nerves further. In defense against the dark arts, Professor McKinnon elaborated on the latest techniques for tracking werewolves, including how to extract magical traits from hair, skin flakes, and even exhaled air. Even in human form, werewolves leave behind subtle, unique magical residues in their surroundings. McKinnon stood at the front of the classroom, wand raised, as intricate molecular structure diagrams appeared on the blackboard, illustrating how this residue fluctuates in sync with the lunar phases, strongest at the full moon and weakest at the new moon, yet never entirely vanishing. The latest detection equipment sensitivity has reached a level capable of capturing residues from a single day. A Hufflepuff student raised a hand. "Professor, does that mean if a werewolf has lingered in a place, it can still be detected even after they have departed?" "Correct," McKinnon affirmed. "And the decay time of the residue is lengthy. Under undisturbed conditions, it can last for weeks or even months. This is why, once we suspect werewolf activity in an area, we must conduct retrospective scans." Remus felt his breath quicken and become shallow. He sensed James's worried gaze from the adjacent seat. Yet he dared not turn, his fingers gripping the pocket watch beneath the table, knuckles whitening. After class, McKinnon called him back once more. "Mr. Lupin, please hold on." Remus halted, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. He could feel Sirius and James waiting at the door, unwilling to leave. "You appear rather unwell," McKinnon remarked, stepping closer, his gaze sweeping over Remus's face, pale, with shadows beneath his eyes. "Is it the family health issue your father mentioned?" The question felt like a carefully concealed trap. Remus forced himself to maintain a calm expression. "I have simply been sleeping poorly lately, Professor. The pressures of OWL's year." "Of course." Mockridge nodded, though his expression revealed a lingering skepticism. "However, since health matters have been broached, Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, informed me that she needed to establish baseline health records for all students on the medical assessment list. You are required to visit the hospital wing tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock for some routine examinations. Height, weight, blood pressure, and fundamental magical levels. Routine matters." "Very well, Professor," Remus responded, his voice steady enough to surprise even himself. Additionally, Mockridge added, lowering his voice slightly, "If your sleep issues persist, Madame Pomfrey has some gentle sedatives available. Entirely legal and will not affect your magical abilities. Sometimes, seeking a bit of assistance is not a sign of weakness." The implications of this statement were rich and complex, leaving Remus momentarily puzzled. Was it an expression of concern or further probing? "Thank you, Professor," he finally replied. "I will consider it." Upon leaving the classroom, Sirius immediately approached him, his gray eyes alert. "What did he say now?" "Tomorrow afternoon at 4, hospital wing, basic checks," Remus whispered. "He suggested I consider taking sedatives." A trap, Sirius quickly assessed. The basic examination might include initial magical characteristic sampling. Once they possessed your baseline data, any subsequent anomalies would become glaringly apparent. "What should I do?" Remus queried. "Not going would raise suspicion. Go, but be prepared." Sirius contemplated rapidly. Tonight's test must succeed. If the charm could be utilized, during the examination tomorrow, wear a simplified version of the talisman to temporarily adjust your magical characteristic readings, allowing them to appear ordinary. A simplified talisman? Do you already have a plan? Sirius retrieved a small object from his pocket, a deep blue stone, the size of a fingernail, strung on a silver chain, its polished surface glimmering with subtle starlight within. This is a fragment detached from a tranquil crystal, he explained. I worked on it all night. Wearing it close to your body will slightly influence the surrounding magical field, causing the detection readings to skew. However, its efficacy is limited. It will only last a few hours and may be detected under high-intensity scans. Remus accepted the talisman, feeling the stone's warmth as if it were alive. He could sense the familiar soothing vibrations of the tranquil crystal, though fainter and more unstable. Will this suffice? He inquired. If it is merely Madame Pomfrey's basic checks. It should be adequate, Sirius replied, but with advanced equipment from the Ministry, I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. Uncertainty. That word had become the prevailing theme of their lives. After the afternoon classes concluded, Remus did not return directly to the tower. Instead, he ventured to the library, not for research, but for a more clandestine purpose, to test the complete potion that Snape had provided. He found an unoccupied corner in the deepest recesses of the restricted section and retrieved the bottle containing the pearlescent silver liquid from his inner pocket. The potion bottle emanated a faint glow in the dim light, as if it encapsulated a fragment of moonlight. The parchment bore Snape's meticulous handwriting, detailing the method of consumption. The optimal time for intake was 24 to 36 hours before the full moon. At this moment, the lunar gravitational influence begins to intensify. It has not reached its zenith. The potion must be taken on an empty stomach, and any other magical practice should be avoided for 1 hour post-ingestion to ensure complete absorption of its effects. Expected outcomes. 1. Complete magical characteristics coverage with a duration of 24 hours and 2 hours. 2. An enhancement in magical output stability by 60 to 70%. 3. Dulling of perception towards lunar gravitational influence, with an impulse suppression rate exceeding 85%. 4. Potential side effects include mild dizziness, a sensation of magical void, and temporary sensitivity to silver items. Warning: repeated use within a month is prohibited. There are contraindications with any other wolfsbane mitigators or transformation suppression spells. Remus's fingers caressed the bottle surface. A full 24 hours of comprehensive protection, sufficient to encompass the entirety of the full moon night, as well as the critical period for medical assessment the following day, if this potion proves to be as effective as Severus claimed. Yet, the echo of Sirius's voice reverberated in his mind. I will not use anything of Snape's, especially when your safety is concerned. Coupled with Snape's own words, I want you to survive. 2 voices, 2 trusts, 2 forms of protection, one emanating from a fervent, unassailable friendship and vow, the other from a cold, knowledge-based agreement. Remus closed his eyes, feeling the steady pulse of the pocket watch within his garment, the warm, magical resonance of the Hollywood box against his chest. He sensed the gradually intensifying lunar gravitational pull, akin to distant tides surging through his blood. 9 days before the full moon, that familiar restlessness began to whisper deep within his marrow, like a beast stirring before awakening in its cage. Time was passing. Choices must be made. He returned the potion bottle to his inner pocket. Not now. It is not yet time. He needed to observe the results of tonight's test, to see how far Sirius's enchantment could extend. Then, when necessary, he would make his choice, even if that choice would cause pain to those he held dear. As night descended, Hogwarts Castle gradually succumbed to silence. After the curfew bell tolled, Remus confirmed the positions of Filch and Mrs. Norris with the Marauder's map. They were on the 3rd floor east wing, far from the exit near the Whomping Willow. He donned a dark robe, positioned his wand for easy access, and stowed the moonstone powder pouch and tranquil crystal shard amulet given by Sirius into his inner pocket. Just as he was about to depart, a gentle knock sounded at the dormitory door. It was James. He had donned his night attire, his face bearing a rare, serious expression. Are you ready? James inquired. Remus nodded. The two slipped silently from the tower, traversing the secret passage they knew so well that they could navigate it with their eyes closed. Arriving at the castle's ground floor, the whomping willow stood still in the night, its bare branches swaying slightly in the evening breeze like the fingers of a giant groping through the dark. Sirius was already there, leaning against a tree trunk, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing up at the moon obscured by clouds. Hearing their footsteps, he turned, his gray eyes gleaming like polished silver in the darkness. "No tal?" he whispered. "The map indicates none," Remus replied. James replied that Peter was in the common room, seemingly engrossed in his assignments, while the members of the ministry were in their quarters. "Let us proceed." Sirius pressed the knot of the whomping willow, and its branches stilled. The trio swiftly slipped into the secret passage, making their way deeper into the forbidden forest. Chapter 55. The pressure of the lunar phase the night in the forbidden forest was starkly different from that within the castle. It was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of nocturnal creatures, the soft hoots of owls, and the distant howls of wolves, which made Remus tense involuntarily, accompanied by the whispering of the wind through the treetops. The air was rich with the scents of earth, decaying leaves, and a hint of some ancient, untamed magic. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a clearing encircled by towering ancient trees. At the center of this clearing lay a smooth, black stone, reflecting the night with a subtle sheen, a site once used by centaurs for rituals, possessing innate magical amplifying properties. "Here," Sirius declared, retrieving materials and tools from his backpack. He began to inscribe a circular magical array, roughly 10 feet in diameter, on the ground with a specially crafted magical chalk. The array consisted of 3 layers of nested runic rings, with a 4-clawed mark at the center, reminiscent of what they had observed in the Black Lake's chamber, albeit modified to align with the energy characteristics of the tranquil crystal. With each rune he completed, he tapped it lightly with his wand, causing it to emit a soft glow before merging into the earth, awaiting activation. James and Remus prepared the auxiliary materials nearby. James was tasked with positioning the outer stabilizing nodes, 7 purified crystals arranged according to the constellation of the Big Dipper. Meanwhile, Remus concocted a viscous medium, a blend of moonflower dew, silver powder, and unicorn hair, to enhance the energy conduction of the array. The entire process spanned about an hour. As the final step was completed, the magical array became faintly visible in the darkness, resembling an intricate web woven from threads of light, with a tranquil crystal suspended at its center. This crystal, extracted from the main stone Sirius had worked on, emanated a gentle blue glow, with the swirling nebula within moving smoothly and orderly. "The energy recovery is at 92%. Sirius read from the monitoring device, "barely sufficient. We require at least 95% to ensure 24-hour coverage." "Let us commence the testing," James said, his wand already gripped firmly in hand. The 3 positioned themselves at the 3 critical nodes of the array, Sirius in the north, James in the east, and Remus in the west, forming a stable triangular structure. This was a common starting position for ancient magical arrays, symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity, or the past, present, and future. "I will count to 3. At the same moment, we shall channel our magic," Sirius instructed. "Maintain a steady output, avoiding any sudden increases or decreases. Should you feel any discomfort, speak up immediately. Do not endure it silently." Remus and James nodded in agreement. 1. Remus inhaled deeply, feeling the flow of magic within him. The gravitational pull of the lunar phase whispered through his veins, yet he forced himself to disregard it, focusing instead on a steady output of magic. 2. The glow of the tranquil crystal began to pulse, synchronizing with their breathing rhythm. The runes on the array illuminated one by one, starting from the periphery and advancing towards the center. 3. 3 streams of magical energy simultaneously infused the array. In an instant, the entire clearing illuminated as if it were the height of day. Not a blinding white light, but rather a gentle glow, reminiscent of the very essence of the moon. The array fully activated, and the 3 layers of runic rings began to rotate slowly, their speed gradually increasing. The central 4-clawed sigil emanated a silvery light, intertwining with the azure glow of the tranquil crystal, forming a rotating sphere of light in the air. The energy fluctuation recorder displayed numbers fluctuating at 88, 91, 93. Steady output. Sirius shouted, his voice nearly drowned by the buzzing of the magical energy. Remus felt his magical essence being drawn into a vortex, flowing smoothly yet persistently outward. The fragment of the tranquil crystal amulet on his wrist began to heat up, resonating with the main stone. The pocket watch in his possession also vibrated, but this time, it was not a warning of conflict, rather a harmonious resonance, as the magic array of the watch seemed to synchronize with this larger array. 94. Just a little more. Increase the output, but maintain stability, Sirius instructed. The three of them simultaneously amplified their magical energies. The sphere of light spun faster, its radiance intensifying. The ancient trees surrounding the clearing were illuminated as if it were midday, their shadows dancing wildly upon the ground. 95. Maintain. A hint of barely discernible excitement tinged Sirius's voice. They sustained this for 3 minutes, with the energy readings fluctuating steadily between 95 and 96. The array functioned smoothly, devoid of conflict or backlash. The glow of the tranquil crystal remained stable and bright, the swirling nebula within reminiscent of a miniature universe. Have we succeeded? James asked incredulously. Preliminary testing is successful, Sirius replied cautiously, but practical application verification is still required. Remus, step into the center. Remus exited his node, carefully stepping over the glowing runic lines, and positioned himself at the heart of the array, standing upon the four-clawed sigil. The stone beneath his feet felt unusually warm, and he could sense the potent magical energy flowing around him, as if he were at the center of a gentle whirlpool. Now, attempt to call upon your magical essence, Sirius instructed, but do not cast any spells. Simply allow it to flow within you, so the array can perceive your magical characteristics. Remus closed his eyes, relaxing his control over his magical energy, allowing it to flow naturally. He felt the lunar gravitational pull whispering through his blood. Sensing the familiar restlessness and unease that surfaced at this time each month, the array detected it. The light of the sphere began to change. The blue glow of the tranquil crystal intensified, while the silvery light of the four-clawed sigil diminished. The two lights began to merge, forming a peculiar silver-blue hue reminiscent of moonlight, reflecting upon the deep sea. This light gradually converged upon Remus, enveloping him like a cocoon of light. He experienced a tranquility unlike any he had ever known. The restlessness brought by the lunar pull was softened by a gentle buffer, not oppressive, but soothing. The whispers of the beast persisted, yet grew distant and blurred, as if heard through a thick wall. What are the readings? He heard James inquire. The fluctuations of the magical characteristics have diminished by 75%. Sirius's voice resonated with genuine excitement, the coverage effect exceeding expectations. If we maintain the operation of this magical array, supplemented by the continuous energy supply of the tranquil crystal, it could theoretically sustain effective coverage for over 30 hours. 30 hours would suffice to encompass the full moon night and the subsequent medical assessment. However, do we truly need to sustain the array throughout the night in the Forbidden Forest? James posed a practical concern. And what about the following day? We cannot transport you and this array into the castle. Sirius had already contemplated this issue, which is why a talisman is required. Tonight, we will capture the energy patterns generated by the array in operation and infuse them into the talisman. Remus will wear the talisman, which will simulate the coverage effect of the array. Although the efficacy will diminish and the duration will be shortened, it should suffice for Madame Pomfrey's basic examination. But what of the full moon night itself? Sirius fell silent for a few seconds, contemplating two potential plans. The first involves setting up the array here in advance, bringing you in on the full moon night to endure the transformation period. The array can obscure your magical signature, and even if the Forbidden Forest is scanned, the array will interfere, yielding distorted readings. However, the Forbidden Forest itself poses certain risks. Remus pointed out the centaurs, magical creatures, and the Ministry's patrols. And if it rains that night, or other weather disturbances occur, the array may be compromised. Thus, there exists a second plan. Sirius continued, his voice suddenly taut. We could find an absolutely safe location within the castle instead of the Forbidden Forest. However, in that case, the array would need to be miniaturized and made portable, requiring additional concealment magic to obscure the energy fluctuations of the array itself. Is that feasible? James inquired. Theoretically, yes, Sirius replied, but I need time. And time. His words were abruptly interrupted, not by sound but by sensation. Remus felt the luminous cocoon enveloping him tremble violently. This disturbance did not originate from within the array, but rather from an external source. A powerful, unfriendly magical detection was sweeping across the area, clashing with the energy field of the array. What? James began to speak. Sirius had already lunged towards the energy fluctuation recorder. The instrument's needle oscillated wildly, and the screen displayed a complex waveform that Remus had never seen before. A detection scan. Sirius's voice was as cold as ice. The Ministry's equipment is remotely scanning the Forbidden Forest area. Have they discovered us? Panic tinged James's voice. Uncertain. However, the scanning wave is interfering with the array, and if they analyze the scan data, they may identify abnormal energy concentrations. We must retreat quickly, James urged. No. Sirius fixed his gaze on the instrument screen. Dismantling the array now would result in a larger release of energy, akin to the final flash of a lighthouse before extinguishing. We need a smooth transition. He turned to Remus, urging him to remain calm and continue allowing his magic to flow steadily. James, gradually decrease the output. I will synchronize the array parameters to make the energy dissipation appear as natural decay. The three began to execute this highly delicate operation, requiring perfect coordination. Sirius's gaze was fixed intently on the instrument-S screen, his wand tracing intricate patterns in the air as he adjusted each node of the magical array. James and Remus complied with his instructions, gradually and steadily reducing the magical output. The radiance of the cocoon of light began to wane. The rotation of the array slowed, and the pulsation of the tranquil crystal became more subdued. This entire process unfolded over approximately 5 minutes. When the last vestige of light dissipated and the array fell completely silent, all three men were drenched in sweat, not from physical exertion, but from the strain of mental concentration. Is the scan still ongoing? Remus inquired softly, still standing at the center of the array. Sirius remained focused on the instrument. The needle had stabilized. Yet the screen continued to display faint background fluctuations, remnants of the remote detection scan. The scanning had diminished. They might assume that the recent fluctuations were merely the natural activities of some magical creature in the Forbidden Forest or the ritualistic magic of the centaurs. He raised his gaze to Remus, but we can no longer conduct tests. Tonight must conclude here. They swiftly began to dismantle the scene. Sirius magically erased the traces of the array from the ground, while James collected the peripheral crystal nodes. Remus carefully placed the tranquil crystal's main stone back into its specially designed protective box. Its glow had dimmed somewhat from its original brilliance, the sudden interference having drained some of its energy. On the return journey to the castle, the trio remained silent. The darkness of the Forbidden Forest seemed even more oppressive than before, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures grew increasingly ominous. In the distance, the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle loomed in the night, most of the lights in the tower windows extinguished, with only a few flickering like the half-open eyes of a slumbering giant. As they approached the Whomping Willow, Sirius suddenly halted. "Remus," he said without turning back, "when you go for your checkup at the hospital tomorrow, wear the talisman. If you sense anything amiss, any deviation at all, immediately leave and contact us through the extendable ears." "What if Madame Pomfrey insists on completing the examination?" James asked. "Then let her proceed," Sirius replied. "But remember, the talisman's effects are limited. It can only adjust the readings, not entirely rewrite them. If faced with a deep scan, it could be detected." He turned to face them, his gray eyes remarkably bright in the twilight. "Thus, we require a contingency plan. Tonight, I shall begin researching a portable array. If I can complete it before the full moon, we shall implement Plan B, to remain within the castle. If I am unable to finish it," Remus queried, though he already suspected the answer. Sirius remained silent for a long moment. The night breeze tousled his dark hair. Then we shall resort to Plan A, the Forbidden Forest. The array, the risks. He paused briefly, or perhaps he did not finish his thought. But Remus understood what lay beyond that, or to utilize Snape's potion, or to accept aid from the enemy, or to make a choice that would wound Sirius the deepest. By the time they returned to Gryffindor Tower, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. The common room was devoid of life, the embers in the fireplace still glowing a dull red. As they prepared to ascend the staircase quietly, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Where have you been?" Peter rose from the far corner of the armchair. He donned his pajamas, enveloped in a morning robe, his complexion ashen, with deep dark circles beneath his eyes. "It was of no concern to you." Sirius spoke coldly, his pace unwavering. "I have been waiting for you all night." Peter's voice trembled. "I have something to tell you. Something important." James halted, turning back. "What is it?" Peter glanced toward the staircase, lowering his voice. "After dinner today, Travers, that technical advisor from the Ministry of Magic, intercepted me in the corridor. He inquired if I would be willing to assist them in their investigation." A profound silence enveloped the room. "Assist?" James's voice brimmed with skepticism. "What do you mean?" He said if I provided useful information, they could ensure my protection during the investigation. There might even be a reward. Peter's voice dwindled. "He mentioned they were aware of my recent connection with you, knowing I might possess information, but was too afraid to speak." A chill crawled up Remus's spine. This was not a test. It was an explicit bribe. "How did you respond?" Sirius asked, his voice eerily calm. "I said I needed time to contemplate." Peter replied, unable to meet anyone's gaze, "But I did not agree. I merely did not refuse outright." "Why didn't you refuse immediately?" James queried, his tone laced with both anguish and anger. "Peter, they want us. They want Remus." "I know." A strange outburst of fear and resentment erupted from Peter's voice. "But I am terrified. Do you not understand? They wield power, with the full resources of the Ministry of Magic at their disposal. If we oppose them, we will lose. You might be safe, James, Sirius. You have backgrounds, families. Remus has you to protect him. What about me? Who will protect me?" Tears streamed down his face. But this time it was not weakness. It was a desperate fury. "If I do not cooperate, they might treat me as an accomplice and investigate me too. I could be expelled, or worse. What will happen to my mother? What will happen to my family?" After this outburst, the room was left with only Peter's stifled sobs and the occasional crackle of the embers in the fireplace. After a long pause, Sirius spoke, his voice imbued with a weariness that Remus had never before encountered. "Peter, I offer you one final opportunity to choose. A genuine choice, with no turning back." Peter lifted his head, his tear-streaked eyes meeting Sirius's gaze. "Tomorrow, you will inform Travers of your refusal. Clearly, unequivocally refuse," Sirius declared. "And then you will return to our side, wholly and unconditionally. We will confront this together, as marauders ought to do." He paused, his gray eyes resembling a winter's deep pool, where you choose them. You provide information in exchange for protection. But from that moment forth, you will no longer be a marauder, no longer our friend. We shall be strangers, perhaps even worse. It is a cruel choice, yet it is also clear, devoid of any ambiguity. Peter gazed at Sirius, then at James, and finally his eyes settled on Remus. His lips trembled, tears flowed incessantly, but deep within his gaze. Something struggled, weighed, and calculated. At last, he murmured, "I need time. By tomorrow evening, I will provide you with my answer." Sirius nodded slightly, seemingly unperturbed. He then turned and ascended the stairs without glancing back. James regarded Peter with a gaze so intricate it was indecipherable. Ultimately, he merely shook his head and followed suit upstairs. Remus lingered, observing Peter curled up in the armchair, that boy who once shared in their adventures, laughter, and oaths of shared fate, now appeared so small, so terrified, so distant. "Peter," Remus spoke softly, "whatever choice you make, remember that some lines, once crossed, cannot be uncrossed." Peter remained silent, burying his face in his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly. Remus, too, turned to ascend the stairs, each step heavy as though traversing through deep waters. Upon reaching the dormitory door, he overheard a hushed conversation between Sirius and James inside. What if he chooses them? James asked. Then we must act swiftly, before he reveals any more. How soon? Before the full moon. It must be done before then. The voices within grew quieter, and Remus could no longer discern the words. Yet, he did not need clarity. He already comprehended. Time, that most elusive of commodities, was slipping away at an alarming rate. The silvery glow of the full moon awaited behind the clouds, drawing nearer day by day, like a tightening noose, like a slowly raised blade, a fate that could not be evaded. Chapter 56. The Trial of the Hospital Wing on the Wednesday afternoon of the penultimate week of October. An unusual queue formed outside the hospital wing of Hogwarts Castle. A dozen students from various houses and grades waited anxiously, their names appearing on Professor McGonagall's periodic assessment list for health concerns, officially termed the Student Healthcare Program by the Ministry of Magic. Everyone understood it for what it truly was, a purposeful screening. Remus stood amid the line, his fingers repeatedly caressing the deep blue talisman in his robe pocket. The stone was warm, its internal starlight nearly imperceptible in the dim light, yet he could feel its steady magical pulse, akin to a tiny heart's rhythm. The talisman had been affixed to his chest since that morning, as per Sirius's instructions, requiring at least 6 hours of magical acclimatization for optimal efficacy. In front of him stood a fifth-year Hufflepuff girl, quietly sobbing as she expressed that her insomnia stemmed merely from exam stress. Behind him was a pale-faced third-year Ravenclaw boy, his fingers nervously entwined. The queue advanced slowly, with each student spending approximately 10 to 15 minutes inside. Through the slightly ajar door of the hospital wing, Remus caught a glimpse of the scene within. Madame Pomfrey, clad in a neat white robe and wearing glasses, was using various instruments to examine a Slytherin student. Beside her stood Caterwall, a technical advisor from the ministry, dressed in a deep gray formal robe, holding a tablet-sized silver record board upon which glowing text and data continuously appeared. Remus noted that it was not Caterwall conducting the examination. He merely observed and recorded, occasionally lifting the familiar detection device to perform a swift scan of the room or the students. Yet, even this fleeting examination caused each student under scrutiny to instinctively tense their bodies. The line continued to shorten. Remus felt the whisper of the lunar gravity within his bloodstream more distinctly than usual, with only 7 days remaining until the full moon. That familiar restlessness began to influence his physiological rhythms. His palms were slightly sweaty, his heartbeat raced beyond its normal pace, and an indescribable tension coiled within his stomach. He forced himself to breathe deeply, recalling Sirius's words from the previous night. The charm could adjust one's fundamental magical readings, but it could not alter physiological traits. Remain calm, answer questions succinctly, and refrain from providing extraneous information. At last, it was his turn. Mr. Lupin, please enter. Mrs. Pomfrey's voice was calm and professional. Yet Remus detected a nearly imperceptible hint of fatigue. She had been working tirelessly all day. The hospital wing was more crowded than usual. In addition to the regular beds and medical cabinets, a temporary examination area had been set up in the center of the room, featuring an examination table draped in white sheets, alongside an array of gleaming instruments. Some of these Remus recognized: the magical level meter, the physiological characteristics scanner, the blood sample analyzer. Others were unfamiliar, appearing to be new equipment brought in by the Ministry of Magic. Please take a seat on the examination table, Mr. Lupin, Mrs. Pomfrey instructed. Remus complied, the table cold against him, even through his robes. As he adjusted his posture, the charm at his chest shifted slightly, radiating a warm magical sensation. Travers glanced up from across the room, his silver eyes sweeping over Remus before he bent down to scribble something on his clipboard. He remained silent, yet his presence felt like an invisible pressure enveloping the entire room. First came some basic measurements. Mrs. Pomfrey picked up an instrument that resembled an ordinary measuring tape, though Remus knew it was a magically calibrated physiological measuring device. She measured his arms, chest, and leg length. With each measurement, glowing numbers appeared in the air, synchronously recorded by Travers on his clipboard. Height, 5 feet 9 inches, weight, 130 pounds, body mass index. Normal, Mrs. Pomfrey recited. cardiac and pulmonary auscultation normal. Pupils responsive to light. She then picked up the next apparatus, a crystal lens adorned with tiny runes along its edges. This is the basic magical level scanner. Please relax and focus on the center of the lens. Remus complied. As the lens aligned with his eyes, he felt a slight magical prickling sensation, akin to static electricity coursing through him. The interior of the lens began to display a stable, deep blue hue, with subtle silver pulsations at the edges. Normally, his magical color would lean more towards silver gray, imbued with lunar qualities, but at this moment, influenced by the charm, it had been adjusted to resemble the deep blue typical of an ordinary wizard. Magical levels above average, stability good. Mrs. Pomfrey noted, no significant fluctuations detected. Travers moved a bit closer, the small detection device in his hand, emitting an almost inaudible hum. He circled the examination table, the crystalline ring on the instrument emitting a faint azure glow. The residual environmental magic remained at a normal background level. Travers reported to the record board, indicating no anomalous traits. The first phase was successfully completed, and while Remus felt a slight sense of relief, he dared not fully relax. Next came the blood sample. Madame Pomfrey gently pricked Remus's fingertip with a specially designed silver needle, collecting several drops of blood in a small crystal vial. The blood within the vial began to rotate autonomously, separating into distinct layers. A crimson layer of red blood cells, a pale yellow layer of plasma, and, at the very top, an exceedingly thin, nearly invisible layer of silvery magical particles. Madame Pomfrey proceeded with a basic blood analysis, placing the crystal vial into a complex apparatus that emitted a soft glow as it initiated the automatic analysis. The ensuing minutes of waiting were marked by an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of the machinery and the occasional rustle of Travers's pen across the record board. Remus's fingers unconsciously brushed against the amulet on his chest. He sensed the stone's temperature rising, not in a warm manner, but rather in an unnatural, intensifying heat. The amulet was working diligently, adjusting his magical characteristics to counteract the scanner's detection. But how long could it endure? The apparatus emitted a soft chime, indicating the analysis was complete. A slender piece of parchment was ejected from the side of the machine, covered in intricate charts and data. Madame Pomfrey picked up the parchment and read it intently, her brow gradually furrowing. "Is there an issue, madam?" Travers inquired, his voice calm, yet laced with professional concern. "The red blood cell count is slightly below normal," Madame Pomfrey replied. "Hemoglobin concentration is normal, and white blood cell differentiation is standard, but there is a slight tendency for platelet aggregation." She hesitated before continuing. "As for the magical particle layer, its thickness is normal, yet its activity is marginally elevated." "Elevated activity?" Travers echoed. "By how much?" "Approximately 12%, Madame Pomfrey said, glancing at Remus. "Mr. Lupin, have you felt unusually fatigued lately or experienced unexplained bleeding tendencies?" Remus shook his head. "No, madame, just occasional insomnia due to exam stress." This was the truth, at least in part. Insomnia before the full moon was indeed common, but it was not solely due to examinations. Travers picked up the detection device again, aiming it once more at Remus. This time, the color of the crystalline ring shifted from blue to a pale orange. The enhanced activity of the magical particles may correspond to periodic magical fluctuations, Travers stated, his eyes fixed on the instrument's readings. "Is there a connection to the lunar phases, Mr. Lupin?" The directness of the question was unsettling. Remus forced himself to maintain a steady expression. "I am uncertain, sir. I have not paid particular attention to the lunar phases. But your father's field of research includes the correlation between magical creatures and astronomical cycles," Travers continued, clearly having conducted background research. In his 1980 paper, The Influence of Lunar Phases on the Behavioral Patterns of Magical Creatures, he proposed that individuals of magical creature lineage experience physiological and magical fluctuations in sync with the lunar phases. Remus felt a cold sweat begin to form on his back. Travers had not only investigated him, but had also delved into the life of his father. "My father's research is extensive, and I have not delved into all of it," he replied cautiously. Travers nodded, refraining from further inquiries. It swiftly jotted down some notes on the clipboard. Next came a more thorough examination. Madame Pomfrey employed an apparatus resembling a metallic headband to scan the neural magical activity of Remus's head. She then placed a palm-sized crystal board against Remus's chest to detect the resonance frequency of his heart's magic. Each examination was more profound and specific than the last. As the assessments progressed, the temperature of the amulet on Remus's chest escalated. He began to sense the stone's pulsation becoming increasingly erratic, at times rapid, at others faint, akin to the waning beats of a faltering heart. The amulet's magical adjustment capacity was nearing its limit. The final procedure involved Madame Pomfrey retrieving a device Remus had never encountered before, a translucent sphere with tiny silver particles suspended within, swirling like miniature galaxies. This was a genetic magical imprint scanner. It did not read specific information, but merely assessed the strength and stability of the imprint. Completely painless, it required only 30 seconds. Remus's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. The genetic magical imprint, the core and most difficult-to-conceal aspect of his werewolf traits. Even the most sophisticated concealment magic could only obscure its outward manifestations, but could not alter the very existence of the imprint. Could the amulet contend with this? He was uncertain. Sirius had not mentioned this particular examination. This implied that the Ministry of Magic might have temporarily added this procedure. Or perhaps Sirius was unaware of such an in-depth scan. Please relax, Mr. Lupin. Madame Pomfrey suspended the sphere 30 centimeters above Remus's head. The sphere began to rotate, the silver particles accelerating into a vortex. A gentle yet penetrating silver light emanated from the base of the sphere, enveloping Remus's head. In an instant, Remus felt his magical essence stirred by an invisible force. It was not pain, but a profound, almost dizzying sensation of exposure. He sensed the ancient imprint resonating with the moon within his blood, glowing in response to the scan, despite his desperate attempts to suppress it. Suddenly, the amulet on his chest became scalding hot, as if it were a branding iron. The stone emitted a violent surge of magical energy, striving to disrupt the scan. Yet to little effect. The scanner's light merely wavered before stabilizing once more. Within the sphere, the rotation of the silver particles began to exhibit regular changes. They ceased their random movement and gradually aligned into a pattern, a pulsing rhythm synchronized with Remus's heartbeat. Madame Pomfrey gazed intently at the sphere, her eyes widening slightly. Travers approached swiftly, the data on the clipboard scrolling rapidly. Imprint strength level 3, moderately high, Madame Pomfrey announced, with significant fluctuations in stability, displaying distinct periodic characteristics. The pulse frequency correlates statistically with the lunar phases, with an 87% confidence level. The room fell into a profound silence. Travers set down the clipboard, his silver eyes fixed intently on Remus. Mr. Lupin, according to the scan results, your genetic magical imprint exhibits a rare characteristic of periodic fluctuations. In the realm of magical medicine, this characteristic is often associated with specific congenital disorders. He paused, carefully selecting his words, particularly regarding those ailments clearly linked to lunar phase changes. Remus felt his throat grow dry. What could he say? Deny? Explain? Any explanation might become a vulnerability. At that moment, the amulet at his chest reached its limit. A faint crackling sound emanated from within the stone. Not a physical fracture, but rather the collapse of its magical structure. The amulet's magical field disintegrated instantaneously, akin to extinguished light. The gentle force that had been calibrating Remus's magical attributes vanished. The scanner's glow intensified abruptly. The silver particles within the sphere spun wildly, forming clearer and more pronounced patterns, and the readings began to soar. The intensity of the mark was increasing. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, the level now at 4.5 and still rising. Stability plummeted sharply, with fluctuations exceeding the normal range by 300%. Travers's expression changed. He swiftly manipulated the recording board, initiating further analysis programs. The scanner detected a sudden alteration in magical characteristics, which was impossible unless an external interference had just been removed. His gaze fell upon Remus's chest. Beneath the robes, The amulet's location continued to emanate a faint, gradually cooling magical afterglow. Have you been wearing any magical items, Mr. Lupin? Travers un croyade? His voice calm, yet his eyes as sharp as a blade. Remus instinctively pressed his hand against his chest. He could feel the remnants of the amulet beneath the fabric. Warmth dissipating rapidly, replaced by a chilling, ineffective void. It's merely a family talisman, he finally replied, his voice steadier than he had anticipated. My father gave it to me, claiming it would bring good fortune. Please remove it, Travers stated, not as a request, but as a demand. Remus hesitated. Removing the amulet would lay his true magical attributes bare to the scan. Keeping it on would arouse even greater suspicion. Madame Pomfrey intervened. Mr. Travers, this is rather inappropriate. That is a student's personal item. If this personal item is interfering with a medical examination and affecting diagnostic accuracy, it must be temporarily removed, Travers interrupted her. His tone polite yet unequivocal. This is for Mr. Lupin's own health, madam. A tense silence ensued. Remus observed the internal struggle in Madame Pomfrey's eyes. She disapproved of interference from the ministry, but could not overtly defy it either. Ultimately, Remus made the decision himself. He reached into his robe and retrieved the amulet. The deep blue stone now appeared entirely dull, the starlight within extinguished, and a fine crack had even formed on its surface. It looked like an ordinary, somewhat aged stone pendant. Travers took the amulet, scanning it with a detection device. The instrument emitted a neutral hum. The amulet's magic had completely dissipated, and it was indeed merely a stone now. Harmless, Travers remarked, though it was evident he did not believe matters were so simple. He set the amulet aside. Now, let's rescan. The scanner initiated once more, this time without any interference. A silvery radiance enveloped Remus, as the particles within the sphere danced fervently, forming eerily distinct patterns. A pulsating, silver-white halo synchronized perfectly with Remus' heartbeat emerged, its interior displaying minute fluctuations reminiscent of lunar phases. The readings surged to their limits, with a mark intensity rated at level 5, exceptionally high. Madame Pomfrey's voice betrayed genuine astonishment. The stability was exceedingly low, with the fluctuation rate mirroring the lunar cycle at 94%. This is typical. She did not need to finish her thought. The three individuals in the room comprehended its implications. Remus closed his eyes. It was over, the secret laid bare. All caution, all strategizing, all protective measures dissipated in that singular moment. However, Travers did not hastily declare a conclusion. He scrutinized the scanning data for an extended period before manipulating the recording board. Minutes later, he lifted his gaze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The data necessitates further analysis, he stated, his tone regaining its calm, professional cadence. While such a degree of marked fluctuation is rare, it is not necessarily pathological. It may relate to certain rare, benign genetic traits, or possibly an unclassified magical mutation. He was offering Remus an explanation, a potential escape route. Madame Pomfrey, I propose a 1-month observation period for Mr. Lupin. Weekly foundational examinations should be conducted to document the correlation between marked fluctuations and lunar phases. Travers continued, simultaneously, I will report to the department and request additional case files for comparative analysis. Until a final conclusion is reached, we should refrain from labeling the student. Madame Pomfrey visibly exhaled in relief. A prudent decision, Mr. Travers. Medical diagnoses must be approached with caution, especially when they pertain to a student's future. Remus opened his eyes, incredulous at what he had just heard. Travers was protecting him? Why? The examination concluded, and Remus was permitted to leave, yet instructed to return the following Wednesday at the same time for the initial observation check. The charm was returned to him, now merely an ordinary stone. As he exited the hospital room, Remus' legs trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the exhaustion of surviving a harrowing ordeal. He ambled down the corridor, his fingers tightly gripping the now inert charm, the stone's sharp edges digging into his palm. Upon rounding a corner, he nearly collided with someone. Sirius stood there, leaning against the wall, hands buried in his pockets, yet his entire being was taut, akin to a spring ready to unwind. His complexion was pale, and his gray eyes brimmed with suppressed anxiety. "How'd it go?" he inquired, his voice strained. Remus shook his head, offering the charm to him. "It failed. It collapsed during the final phase of the scan." Sirius took the charm, his fingers grazing the surface cracks, his jawline tensing. "What are the scan results?" They detected marked fluctuations, but Travers did not reach a conclusion immediately. He suggested further observation, possibly benign genetic traits. Sirius furrowed his brows. "He is stalling. Why?" "I do not know." Remus leaned against the wall, a wave of weariness washing over him. "But he granted me a month, an observation period with weekly checks." "1 month," Sirius repeated. "By that time, 2 full lunar cycles would have passed. If he truly intended to expose you, there would be no need to wait a month." The two exchanged silent glances. This was illogical. The Ministry of Magic officials had detected suspicious signs, yet had not acted immediately. Instead, they provided a buffer period. Unless he harbored ulterior motives. Sirius murmured. Unless what he desired extended beyond merely revealing a werewolf student. What else could he possibly want? Sirius offered no response. However, his gaze deepened, as if contemplating a perilous possibility. Chapter 57. Peter's choice footsteps echoed from down the corridor, prompting the two to swiftly part ways, feigning a casual encounter. Yet, the approaching figure was neither a professor nor a prefect, but Peter. He appeared worse than in the morning, with swollen eyes and a pallid complexion, his head bowed and shoulders hunched. Upon seeing Remus and Sirius, he visibly flinched but did not shy away. Instead, he approached directly. "Has the examination concluded?" Peter inquired, his voice hoarse. Remus nodded. Peter inhaled deeply, as if summoning courage. "I have an answer regarding last night's choice." Sirius's expression instantly turned cold and vigilant. He remained silent, his gray eyes fixed on Peter, waiting. Peter's voice trembled. "I sought out Travers after lunch." Remus felt his heart sink. Peter had chosen the ministry. He had chosen betrayal. Yet, Peter's next words were unexpected. "I told him I refuse. I claimed I knew nothing, and even if I did, I would not speak. I said if he wished to expel me, then let him do so." He lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes, yet his gaze held a strange, new-found resolve. "I said, the Marauders are my friends. True friends. And friends do not betray friends." Silence enveloped the corridor, the distant chimes of the castle's clock resonating through the stone walls like ancient sighs. Sirius fixed his gaze on Peter for a long, protracted moment. Then, very slowly, he nodded. "Welcome back, Wormtail," he said, his voice still calm. Yet Remus detected a barely perceptible relaxation. "But remember, once trust is shattered, rebuilding it requires time. You must demonstrate it through actions, not merely words." "I understand." Peter's voice grew firmer. "I will prove it, no matter what it takes." He turned his gaze to Remus, his eyes filled with genuine remorse. "I apologize, Remus, for everything that has transpired before. I will not let you down again." Remus regarded Peter, contemplating this once timid friend who had often held them back and had nearly betrayed them recently. Could he trust this promise? He was uncertain. However, he was willing to grant an opportunity, not one of complete trust, but of observation, a chance for validation. "We will face this together," Remus finally declared, extending his hand. Peter hesitated for a moment before grasping it firmly, nodding emphatically. Sirius observed the scene with a complex expression. Then he turned and began to walk away down the corridor. "Where are you going?" James's voice suddenly emerged from another direction. He had evidently been waiting nearby and now approached briskly. "The potions classroom," Sirius stated without turning. "The potions classroom? Why?" James queried in confusion. "Slughorn's class has already ended." Not looking for Slughorn, Sirius halted, yet did not glance back. "Looking for Snape." This statement struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the air. "What?" James exclaimed in disbelief. "You swore you would never." "I have said many things," Sirius interrupted, fatigue and resolve lacing his tone in a way Remus had never heard before. "But circumstances have changed. The charm has failed, and the Ministry has detected fluctuations in Remus's mark. They have granted him a month of observation, but it may merely be a reprieve. We require stronger, more reliable protection, and we need it now." He turned, a pained glimmer flickering in his gray eyes. I do not trust Snape, and I shall never trust him. However, if his potion proves effective, if it can safeguard Remus, I am willing to pay the price, even if that price is my pride. With that, he pressed onward, his black cloak billowing behind him like a flag of solitude and determination. Remus wished to call out, to plead for him not to submit to an enemy on his behalf, but the words lodged in his throat unutterable, for he understood that halting Sirius was futile. Once he had made up his mind, he would act, regardless of the cost. James watched Sirius's silhouette vanish around the corner, his expression a tumultuous blend of shock, understanding, and anguish. Peter stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "What'll he do?" Peter whispered. "Ask Snape for the potion?" "Not ask," Remus murmured, gazing in the direction Sirius had departed. "It's a transaction, and the price he pays may be greater than we can fathom." In the distance, the castle bells tolled once more, as if counting down time, as if issuing a warning. 7 days until the full moon. Time was slipping away. Meanwhile, deep within the underground potions classroom, severe Snape awaited. The silver potion in the cauldron had reached its final phase, its surface shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, while nebula-like swirls churned slowly within. He knew someone would come. He had been anticipating this moment. When the classroom door swung open, the figure clad in black robes, with gray eyes burning with complex emotions, appeared in the doorway. A nearly imperceptible smile curled at the corners of Snape's lips, not one of victory, nor of mockery, but rather a deeper, more intricate expression, akin to a chess player recognizing a long-awaited move. "Black," Snape said, his voice as calm as ever, "I have been expecting you." The air in the potions classroom was thick with tension. Dozens of steaming cauldrons lined the long table, and the aromas of various ingredients melded into a complex, slightly bitter fragrance. Yet, at this moment, the most potent scent in the room was that of a silent confrontation, as if two fierce beasts were assessing each other's distance in the darkness. Sirius lingered at the threshold, hesitating to step inside. His gaze swept across the classroom, where Snape stood at the farthest end behind the workbench, a silver potion in the cauldron emitting a pearlescent sheen. Lily Evans was absent. Only the two of them remained. "Close the door," Snape instructed, not lifting his gaze, meticulously stirring the potion with a silver rod. His movements were precise, almost ritualistic, each arc calculated. Sirius kicked the door shut with his heel, the sound reverberating in the empty classroom. "I expected you to arrive earlier," Snape continued, his voice imbued with that characteristic slick calmness. 3 hours had elapsed since the examination results had emerged from the hospital wing, an inefficiency, Black. Sirius felt the tension in his jaw tighten. He recognized Snape's deliberate provocation, akin to jabbing a stick at a caged beast. Yet, he could not afford to lose his temper or turn away, for he needed that damned potion. "You know the examination results?" Sirius replied, his voice striving to remain steady. "I am aware of many things." Snape finally raised his gaze, his black eyes fathomless in the dim light. "I know that Travers detected unusual fluctuations in the hereditary magical markings. I know he opted for a period of observation rather than immediate reporting. I also know," he paused, the stirring rod lingering in the air for half a second, "that the charm you gave Lupin failed at a critical moment." Each word sliced through the pretense like a precise blade, revealing the truth. A cold fury spread through Sirius's veins, not directed at Snape, but at his own inadequacy. He had failed to protect Remus, to create an effective charm, and now he stood here, seeking assistance from the very person he despised. "Your potion," Sirius finally said, each word seeming to be forced out from between clenched teeth. "Can it truly mask the fluctuations? Under deep scanning?" Snape set down the stirring rod and wiped his fingers with a piece of black velvet, his movements unhurried, as if savoring the control of the moment. "In theory, yes," he replied. "My enhanced version targets the source suppression of the magical attributes, rather than superficial disguise. Within 24 hours of ingestion, the subject's hereditary magical markings will enter a state of silence, not vanishing, but temporarily isolated, resonating not with external detection." He retrieved a crystal vial from beneath the workbench, containing approximately 50 milliliters of silver liquid, clearer and more subdued in sheen than the one previously tested on Remus. This is the final version of the complete dosage. Lily assisted with the last round of toxicity tests and efficacy validation. Snape placed the vial on the counter, the glass lightly clinking against the wood. It will ensure Lupin's safety through the next full moon, as well as any examinations the following day. Provided what? Sirius interrupted, stepping forward, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the floor like the wings of a raven. Snape's lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc. Provided he strictly adheres to the instructions, 24 hours before the full moon, on an empty stomach, no magic for 1 hour after ingestion, and cannot be reused within a month. I am aware of all that. Sirius, with an air of impatience, inquired about the terms, demanding to know what was required. This was not a mere request. It was an exchange, both parties understanding the underlying implications. Severus remained silent for several moments, his obsidian eyes scrutinizing Sirius as a pathologist would examine a specimen. Finally, he articulated 3 conditions. Speak, Sirius urged. First, knowledge. Severus extracted a scroll of parchment from the depths of his robe and unfurled it upon the table. The paper was densely inscribed with ancient runes and intricate diagrams of magical arrays, a complete transcription from the secrets of concealment concerning the cocoon of transformation, though the interpretation of 7 pivotal runes remained contentious. I require your father's research notes, his unpublished manuscripts on ancient protective magic from 1975 to 1978. Sirius was taken aback. He had not anticipated Severus would demand such a condition. It was not a vindictive prank or a humiliating request, but rather an academic exchange. How do you know my father possessed those manuscripts? He asked warily. I am aware of many things, Severus reiterated, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. At the 1976 International Conference on Magical Arrays, a paper referenced 3 variant runes from the secrets of concealment. The analysis in that paper was far more profound than the public version. Your father must have more comprehensive data. He leaned forward, his finger lightly tapping a complex group of runes on the parchment. A set marked as unstable and to be used with caution in standard copies. However, your father likely has detailed discussions on how to stabilize it. I require that section. Sirius's mind raced. His father's magical research notes were locked away in the study at Grimmauld Place, a location he despised yet had to return to occasionally. Acquiring those notes would necessitate a return to the Black family home, confronting his mother's shrieks, the curses of the portrait, and the ever-watchful presence of Creature. Those notes are not in my possession, he finally admitted. They are with my mother. I need time. I will grant you 2 weeks, Severus declared. By the week following the full moon, I expect to see the transcription. What the second condition? Severus's expression subtly shifted. An intricate blend of scholarly focus intermingled with more complex emotions, akin to ripples disturbing the surface of a deep pool. Second time, he said, beginning next month. Every Tuesday evening, there will be an advanced potions class. Professor Slughorn has consented to conduct it for students who excelled in their OWLs. Lily will attend, and so must you. This condition perplexed Sirius further. Why would Severus want him to participate in an advanced potions class? To have more opportunities to humiliate him? You and Potter waste your limited intellect on childish pranks, Severus remarked coldly. Potion making is not merely about stirring cauldrons. It is a precise science, an art of understanding the essence of materials. Lily has a true gift in this area. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. You have potential. If only you would cease behaving like a foolish dog that can only bark. Thus, you are to attend class and study earnestly, not for my sake, but to prove that you possess at least some utility beyond causing trouble and violating school regulations. The humiliation embedded in those words was manifestly apparent. Yet Sirius perceptively discerned something else, a peculiar, convoluted expectation. No, it could not be mere expectation. It was something far more intricate, intertwined with Lily, with a need for validation, and with Snape's own paranoid standards. What if I refuse? Sirius probed. Then the deal is off, Snape replied calmly. You may leave with your pride. Watching as Lupin reveals himself on the next full moon, witnessing the ministry drag him away, observing your secrets and friendships dissolve into nothingness. A stark threat, yet also a grim reality. Sirius fixated on the vial of silvery potion, captivated by its pearlescent sheen, contemplating the protection and safety it might signify. After a moment, he nodded, his movement stiff. "Very well, I shall partake." The third condition, Snape's voice lowered, almost as if he were whispering. "One day, I shall require your animagus form for an experiment. Not a harmful experiment, but an observational one concerning the relationship between animal forms and potion metabolism. When that day arrives, you cannot refuse." This condition was the most perilous and unpredictable. The animagus form was an illicit secret. Surrendering control to Snape equated to handing a weapon to an adversary. What sort of experiment? Sirius's voice tightened. "I will not divulge that now. You need not know the details until the time comes." Snape locked eyes with him. "Yet rest assured, the experiment will be conducted under Dumbledore's supervision. He would not permit me to harm a student, even one such as you." Dumbledore's name surfaced here, like an unexpected safeguard. Sirius's vigilance eased, albeit slightly. "Why?" he inquired, genuine confusion evident. "Why these conditions? You could demand something simpler. You could ask me to publicly apologize, to perform some foolish act that would humiliate me. Why these intricate stipulations?" Snape remained silent for an extended period, turning to observe the slowly swirling silver potion in the cauldron, watching the steam ascend and dissipate into the air. The faint sound of sand flowing through the hourglass in the corner of the classroom whispered like time itself. "Because humiliating you serves no purpose," Snape finally spoke, his voice carrying a peculiar, almost weary tone. "It will not alter anything. It will not make me stronger. It will not keep Lily safer. Nor will it render the world more orderly." He turned back, his black eyes reflecting an expression Sirius had never witnessed. Neither hostility nor mockery, but a profound, almost unsettling focus. "Knowledge, however, is different. Knowledge can alter everything. Your father's research notes could refine my theories, potentially aiding many in the future. Your potion studies, should you truly engage with them, might help you avoid some foolish decisions and prevent entanglements that could endanger Lily. Furthermore, the data from the animagus experiment could pave new avenues in magical biomedicine." He paused, his voice softening. "I choose a fruitful exchange over a futile act of vengeance. At least for today." Sirius fixed his gaze upon him, attempting to discern any traces of deception upon that perpetually shadowed visage. Yet, what he perceived was an extraordinary sincerity, not one of amiable kindness, but rather a principled, almost obsessive honesty. Severus Snape genuinely believed in the power of knowledge, the worth of understanding, and the necessity of order, even if that order was defined solely by himself. "Can you provide me with the potion now?" Sirius eventually inquired. Snape nodded, carefully placing the crystal vial into a specially crafted velvet pouch, which he secured at the opening with silver thread before handing it to Sirius. "The instructions for use are enclosed. I remind you once more, 24 hours before the full moon, on an empty stomach, and refrain from magic for 1 hour thereafter. It must not be used again within a month." Sirius accepted the pouch, feeling the velvet's gentle warmth, while the vial within pulsed slightly, as if imbued with life. "If there is an issue with the potion, I will speak up. Then Lily would know," Snape interjected. "She would know that I harmed Lupin, and that is something I cannot allow to transpire." The weight of that statement rendered Sirius mute. He realized that in this transaction, Lily Evans served as the invisible guarantor, anchoring Snape's moral boundaries. As long as Lily continued to trust Snape, as long as she remained involved in these matters, he would not tamper with the potion, not out of kindness, but because he could not bear the thought of losing her trust. This could very well be the most reliable assurance in the entire arrangement. Sirius turned to leave. Upon touching the doorknob, Snape's voice echoed from behind him. "Black." Sirius paused, refraining from looking back. "Take care of him," Snape said, his voice barely audible. "Not because you owe me anything, but because some individuals are worthy of protection, even if they are different." Following this, the faint sound of a stirring rod agitating the potion could be heard. Sirius pushed open the door, stepping into the chill of the corridor, the door closing behind him and shutting out the light and scent of the potion's classroom. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. The velvet pouch in his hand felt heavy, not solely with the weight of the potion, but also with the weight of promises, choices, and costs. 3 conditions: his father's private collection, advanced potions class, and future experiments. Each one felt like a chain, binding him to Snape in the days to come. Yet, he felt no regret. If this was the price to protect Remus, he was willing to pay it, even more. He departed down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Unbeknownst to him, in a shadow above the hallway, a portrait of a witch slowly opened her eyes, watching him as he left. He also failed to notice, around a distant corner, a house elf-like figure swiftly retreating into the darkness, its eyes gleaming with an unusual light.